The illustrious Prince of the North, renowned for his escapades with 7 senior sisters, finds himself pursued and compelled to descend the mountain, facing the humiliation of becoming a son-in-law. A free-spirited soul, he initially intended for his fiancée to call off the engagement voluntarily, yet to his astonishment, she possesses the uncanny ability to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts. That I truly lack medical knowledge and only know about postnatal care for sows. What could you possibly want from me? I desire the exquisite title of Peerless Ghost Doctor that you bear. Chapter 1. 2 individuals yearning to renounce their engagement. Am I, a man of stature, to wed a woman? What absurdity is this? Outside the Lee group, Yi-Chen vented his frustration into the phone, his face turning a shade of green with anger. Old man, after 18 years of following you, mastering medicine, martial arts, and the mystical arts, I have become the illustrious Prince of the North. To expand your meager sect, I sacrificed the company of stunning sisters, descended from the mountain with a marriage certificate in hand, and offered myself as a tragic hero. And this is how you repay me? By asking me to become a son-in-law, serving as a kept man for some wealthy woman? On the other end, a sarcastic voice replied, the Prince of the North, chased down by 7 senior sisters, is indeed famous. Yi-Chen's face flushed. That was merely a case of my cultivation going awry, and the sisters aided me in dispelling the darkness. A tremor coursed through Yi-Chen. I'm busy. Can't you see I'm trying to expand your sect? Didn't you say you didn't want to become a son-in-law? I was mistaken. I was young and unaware of the allure of wealthy women, foolishly spending my youth in vain. Yi-Chen hastily added, life is precious, love even more so should a wealthy woman offer. Both can be forsaken. I admire your newfound wisdom. The granddaughter of the Lee family patriarch is arriving soon. Seize this golden opportunity. At the end of the universe lies a life of luxury, so strive for it. As the call ended, Yi-Chen sighed deeply. This way, I can gain my freedom while not offending that old man, lest he reveal my whereabouts to the sisters. Just then, a statuesque beauty approached. With dark, crystal-clear eyes, soft, full red lips, and a delicate nose, she radiated an exquisite and serene elegance. Her graceful curves made her appear as a living jewel. This woman was Li Qiuchan, the president of the Li Group and Yi-Chen's fiancé. Mr. Yi, I apologize for the wait. Li Qiuchan recognized Yi-Chen immediately, offering a slight smile, yet within that smile lingered a hint of coldness, disdain, and indifference. Her grandfather incessantly boasted about finding a paragon for her, yet upon meeting, she discovered he was a rather unremarkable man. This marriage must be annulled. However, to avoid defying her grandfather's wishes, she could only devise ways to make Yi-Chen regret the engagement. This is the marriage certificate according to my master's wishes. We must first conduct a blood oath to confirm your identity, Yi-Chen insisted, fabricating a dilemma. Having been with 7 celestial sisters, Li Qiuchan's attempts to seduce him into submission were nothing short of a daydream. With a slight frown, Li Qiuchan, though reluctant, instructed the security to fetch a needle, pricking her fingertip to let blood fall onto the marriage certificate. Yi-Chen was taken aback by her compliance, feeling somewhat speechless. Is she really believing such nonsense? What about her intelligence? A normal person would at least ask a few questions, right? Reluctantly, he continued to play the role he had unwittingly created. Drip, as Yi-Chen bit his finger, blood fell onto the marriage certificate, which suddenly shimmered with an ethereal light. Yi-Chen was momentarily stunned, examining the marriage document closely and discovering it bore intricate mystical patterns, akin to carrying a life-saving talisman. This marriage certificate must be worth millions. The old man, usually so miserly, has been extravagantly lavish on this document. Li Qiuchan's body trembled. Though Yi-Chen had said nothing, how could she hear his voice in her mind? Was it an auditory hallucination? No, this pattern is activated by blood. Only 2 complementary individuals can awaken it. Why would the old man inscribe such a thing on the marriage certificate? Is it possible that Li Qiuchan is more than just my fiancé and may play a significant role in my cultivation? A flicker of disbelief crossed Li Qiuchan's gaze. This isn't a hallucination, it's his thought show. Can I hear them? What did you say? Yi-Chen asked, puzzled. Li Qiuchan hurriedly concealed her surprise. Nothing at all. Yi-Chen regarded her with suspicion. This woman's breath and heartbeat are abnormal. She is clearly lying. Humph, a son-in-law? Not even a dog would take that role. Li Qiuchan's expression darkened. Setting aside the fact that both she and Yi Chen wished to annul the engagement, Yi Chen's disdain for becoming a son-in-law was utterly ungrateful. How could a nameless drifter, emerging from some obscure corner, be worthy of marrying a billion-dollar beauty like herself? It was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune from his ancestors. This fellow not only failed to appreciate his ancestors' blessings, but also dared to oppose them. Did he not fear their wrath? Miss Lee, I have two requirements for my future wife. First, she must have ample childbearing hips. My greatest aspiration in life is to bear a football team. Do you understand my meaning? Yi Chen deliberately struck at the points that a strong woman could not abide. Li Qiuchan inhaled deeply, evidently striving to suppress her anger. I must remain composed. This fellow is intentionally provoking me, hoping I will be the first to renounce the engagement. Patience, this is a contest of who breaks first. And the second requirement? I prefer a woman with a meek disposition, one who is entirely obedient, ideally lacking any independent thought. Whatever I say goes. Yi Chen boasted. Moreover, you're a bit older. If you wish to be my wife, you ought to enhance your appearance and take good care of yourself. After all, a man remains youthful until death. A man as dashing as I am, regardless of where I go, shines like a firefly in the dark, so vibrant, so striking. Only a youthful and beautiful woman can match my status. This is too outrageous. I can hardly bear it myself. If Li Qiuchan does not proactively annul the engagement after this, she must be out of her wits. To his surprise, Li Qiuchan reacted differently. Instead of mentioning the annulment, she propped her chin on her hand and said, I've never met anyone as intriguing as you. Your requirements I accept.
Oh.
Yi Chen, expecting a scolding, was ready to depart in satisfaction. Who would have thought this woman was a masochist? Miss Li, what is it that you desire for me? Li Qiuchan replied with a half-smile. I desire your unrestrained spirit and love for freedom. Can we not jest? Yi Chen rubbed his temples, helplessly stating, such contracts are outdated. If you do not wish to marry me, that's perfectly fine. I do want to marry. What's wrong? Do you not wish to marry me? If you don't want to, feel free to say so. Li Qiuchan responded, unreservedly. Yi Chen hesitated, grappling with his thoughts. If I could just say it plainly, would I have gone to such lengths to utter such distasteful words? Curse it, I can face 10,000 enemies without flinching, yet today I am ensnared by a marriage contract. What a disgrace. Li Qiuchan smirked internally. With a man like you, could you really take on 10,000 enemies? The so-called enemy must be mere tadpoles. Yi Chen struggled on. Well, Miss Li, I have a few more requests. I dislike conservative women after marriage. You must dress lightly. If you don't, I will divorce you. Li Qiuchan, steeling herself, replied, understood. I can allow you a maximum of 1 encounter per day, not exceeding half an hour. Some positions are permissible, but nothing too perverse. Li Qiuchan's face darkened. Rest assured, I will not require even one. Marriage is one thing, but we are in an open relationship. I am free to pursue other women as well. Yi Chen pressed on. If I truly encounter a woman with whom I share mutual affection, you must divorce me to make way for her. If, for some reason, a divorce cannot be arranged at this moment, you will have to exhibit the grace of a first wife and help me conceal this matter, ensuring no one perceives me. As a scoundrel who straddles 2 boats, I ask there really any need for others to think that. As soon as Yi Chen's words fell, Li Qiuchan could no longer contain her fury and slammed the table. You are an absolute beast. If it weren't for my unspeakable difficulties, I would have slapped you long ago. Quickly tell me, what unspeakable difficulties do you have? I will resolve them immediately. Finally pushing Li Qiuchan to her breaking point, Yi Chen seized the moment. Family scandals must not be aired publicly. How could she possibly reveal to Yi Chen that her grandfather had thrown a fit over her engagement, even going so far as to threaten his life? If she were to call off the engagement and her grandfather were to take drastic measures, she would live her life in eternal guilt. Enough with the nonsense. We must meet the parents now. Yi Chen sighed. Is it possible to avoid that? Yes, if you call off the engagement. Yi Chen, I'm exhausted. Let it all come to ruin. Chapter 2. Am I really that flat-chested? As noon approached, at the Li residence, Li Qiuchan led the disheartened Yi Chen into the living room. At that moment, a lavishly dressed matron sat on the sofa. Yi Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He was a refined gentleman. How could he possibly resemble a mere handyman? Is this woman blind? Mom, this is my fiancée, Yi Chen. Li Qiuchan said reluctantly. Crash! Yima Jing's teacup suddenly fell to the floor, soaking her skirt. Insanity. The old man has truly lost his mind. You, a beauty pursued by thousands, are marrying a handyman. Yichen could hardly contain himself. Madam, mind your language. There is no distinction between noble and humble professions. Not to mention that I am not a handyman even if I were. Such humiliation is unwarranted. Madam, am I that old? Clearly, you are a handyman, utterly devoid of perception. Yima Jing retorted angrily. Our Li family is of the highest caliber, far beyond the reach of someone like you. Yi Chen, unperturbed, replied with a smile. I consulted a fortune teller, and he deemed you insignificant. How dare you retort? Yima Jing's face darkened as she turned to Li Qiuchan. This marriage must be annulled. In Jinling, the only match worthy of you is the young Master Wei Yichun of the Wei family, the pinnacle of elite society. The final remark was clearly directed at Yi Chen. Qiuchan, I will persuade the old man. You need only focus on winning over Wei Yichun. Once you enter the Wei family, you will enjoy a life of luxury and wealth, and the Li family will surely rise to new heights, which would reflect well on me. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Qiuchan's eyes. She had devoted herself to the Li group since graduation, achieving so much, yet her mother remained blind to her efforts, fixated solely on family alliances, utterly disregarding her daughter's happiness. What a tragedy. Madam, you may have prestige, but it is a dark prestige, a dying person attempting to control her daughter's major life decisions. TSK Piske. Li Qiuchan shuddered and looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. Her mother was gravely ill. She truly had little time left. But only she and her father knew of this. Even her mother was kept in the dark. How did Yi Chen acquire such information? Late-stage poisoning, the 5 internal organs already afflicted, spreading to the 6 bowels. Logically, it should be excruciatingly painful. The Li family must have spent a fortune to numb her pain. From the looks of it, Madam seems unaware of her terminal condition. The Li family secrecy is quite effective. Li Qiuchan's heart raced as she listened to her inner thoughts. Every word Yi Chen spoke was uncannily accurate. To confirm her mother's illness, she and her father had traversed far and wide, consulting many esteemed doctors, only to discover her mother suffered from a rare terminal illness. This was an exceedingly rare disease, untreatable, with a survival rate of 0. When her father learned of the diagnosis, he nearly broke down. It was she who had to force herself to stay strong, comforting her father and conspiring with the doctors to deceive her mother, to spare her from despair. But what about Yi Chen? In their first meeting, he could discern her mother's illness just by looking. How extraordinary! Though the old man said that saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, I have no desire to save this madam, as she insulted me. Li Qiuchan was astonished. Did Yi Chen imply he could save her mother? Just as she was about to inquire further, Yima Jing coldly interjected, some people truly have thick skin. Even after all I've said, you still refuse to leave? Mom, just say one less thing. Li Qiuchan's expression shifted. Mr. Yi, my mother has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Please do not take offense. With grandfather away, he is likely at the old residence. I will take you to meet him. With that, she hurriedly pulled Yi Chen outside, eager to prevent Yima Jing from offending a potential savior. What do you mean by not taking offense? Li Qiuchan. Are you out of your mind? Yima Jing fumed behind them, while Li Qiuchan remained silent, merely ushering Yi Chen into the car. Ding dong! Not long after they drove off, a text notification chimed on the phone. Brat, your luck is astonishing. You've encountered 2 fateful women at once. Hurry to find the old master of the Li family. He will arrange everything for you. Fateful women? What nonsense is this? Yi Chen was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what his master was implying. My grandfather has high standards. Very few can prompt him to grant a marriage contract. M.R.Y.E. Your master must be a person of great stature, right? Li Qiuchan inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity. A person of great stature. He's just an old fool who makes a living by deceiving his disciples, completely broke. That is merely your grandfather's flattery. His medical skills are barely sufficient for postnatal care of sows. Yi Chen reiterated his denial. Do not think I am unaware of your attempts to extract information from me. If I were to reveal the truth, exposing my master's formidable prowess, my chances of escaping this marriage would dwindle. No, I must maintain my cover, especially regarding The title of the unparalleled ghost, Doctor. I must not let a single detail slip. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly insist on me assisting her in enhancing her bust, as the aspiration of transforming an airport into a playground is a pursuit every woman dreams of. Li Qiuchan nearly lost control of the car, almost steering it into a ditch. Hey, am I really that flat-chested? Yi Chen had not anticipated Li Qiuchan would broach such a personal subject, but he answered earnestly, "Be confident, simply remove the mi." You. Li Qiuchan's face flushed with alternating shades of embarrassment. You are talking nonsense. I just had a checkup yesterday. The doctor said my development is perfectly normal and flawless, she declared, blushing. You must have slipped the doctor a bribe, otherwise she would not lie with her eyes wide open. Li Qiuchan bit her lip, about to retaliate, when the doctor's call suddenly came through.
Ah. Oh, all right.
Li Qiuchan spoke absent-mindedly with the doctor, then hung up. Once again, Yi Chen had hit the nail on the head. This guy's medical skills are undoubtedly impressive. That master of his must certainly be a formidable figure. Stop the car, Li Qiuchan shot Yi Chen a glare, putting an end to his bold statements. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. There is no one else here, you need not disguise yourself. Since that is the case, I will no longer hide it from you. This friend of mine is not merely a friend, she is actually my cousin. Li Qiuchan took a deep breath and declared. Yi Chen paused for a moment and replied with an "Oh. What do you think my cousin should do?" Li Qiuchan's cheeks flushed. Let us make a hypothesis. Yi Chen shrugged and said, from now on you are your cousin. Li Qiuchan's face grew even warmer, her ears burning bright. I will try to immerse myself in this situation. Indeed, resolving this issue is not difficult. Allow me to alleviate it with a manual massage, Yi Chen stated, unwavering in his conviction. It requires precisely 75 strokes, and it must be done without any clothing barrier.
How?
How can that possibly be acceptable? Li Qiuchan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. My cousin is still an untouched maiden. I, too, am an unblemished gentleman, and I do not perceive any loss. Why should your cousin be apprehensive? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Your cousin's predicament is not insurmountable. A massage could suffice. However, if we delay further, it will not only involve the surface, but also necessitate deeper attention. Li Qiuchan hesitated. My cousin harbors a slight fear of men. Are there alternative methods? Traditional Chinese medicine offers massage and acupuncture. Western medicine provides surgical options. It ultimately depends on your cousin's choice, Yi Chen replied before reclining in the car seat, feigning a nap. Seeing your reluctance to assist me, I might as well propose an unpalatable solution to avoid your incessant pestering. Li Qiuchan maintained her composure while driving, yet silently added that doctor to her blacklist. Chapter 3. Sisters Choose One. At noon, in the old Li residence, the spirited Mr. Li sat leisurely in the sun at the entrance. Beside him was an alluring woman, boasting a curvaceous figure with a full peach-shaped posterior, a slender waist, defined abdominal muscles, and a proud bosom, radiating an intoxicating aura of vitality. Upon seeing Li Qiuchan and Yi Chen, Li Shishir's voice immediately rose several octaves. In contrast, Yi Chen swallowed hard, startled. My goodness! How can two sisters develop so differently? Li Qiuchan shot Yi Chen a glare. Perverted. His mind is filled with lewd thoughts. Li Shishir was no better. Wearing such provocative attire daily as if desperate for attention. Grandfather, I've brought my fiancée, Li Qiuchan announced. Afterward, noticing Yi Chen still fixated on Li Shishir's captivating eyes, she pushed him discontentedly. What are you staring at? Greet him. Yi Chen casually addressed Mr. Li. Wishing you longevity as vast as the East Sea and wealth as enduring as the South Mountain. Li Qiuchan was left speechless. I asked you to greet him, not to deliver a blessing. Haha, you're quite amusing, truly a remarkable individual. Mr. Li chuckled heartily, cutting to the chase. Qiuchan, I understand your opposition to this unexpected marriage and your ambition in your career. If you are not interested in Yi Chen, I will not force you. Is that true? Li Qiuchan's eyes brightened. Although Yi Chen had some merits, they were not enough to compel her to marry him. If her grandfather did not insist on this union, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Mr. Li added with a knowing smile. Of course it's true. After all, I have 2 granddaughters. If you refuse, there is still your sister. Li Qiuchan was taken aback. Grandfather, you can't be suggesting. Mr. Li nodded. The marriage agreement with Yi Chen stands firm. If you refuse to marry him, then we shall have Shishir take your place. However, we must also respect Yi Chen's wishes. Yi Chen felt a buzzing in his head. Respect his wishes? Goodness. Grandfather, you truly know how to play. Grandfather, I cannot let my sister take my place. Li Qiuchan hesitated. Although she did not wish to marry Yi Chen, she also did not want to impose on Li Shirshir, her own sister. Unexpectedly, Li Shirshir raised a finger and shook it. Sister, if you can't do it, I can. I find this fair-skinned fiancé quite tempting. As she spoke, Li Shirshir playfully tugged at Yi Chen's chin, exhaling a fragrant breath. Her large, enchanting eyes, combined with her captivating gaze, stirred within Yi Chen an impulse to pin her down and seize her most tender places. Li Qiuchan's expression darkened. Initially indifferent to Yi Chen, she was now enraged by Li Shirshir's words. Throughout her life, parental affection had been stolen from her. The hard-earned Li Corporation, after years of struggle, was to be given to her sister. And now, this marriage that she had no control over was to be sabotaged by her? Unthinkable. You're too eager. I never said I would relinquish him to you. As Li Qiuchan spoke, she attempted to push Li Shirshir away. However, Li Shirshir feigned a gasp and gracefully fell into Yi Chen's embrace. Those captivating large eyes, brimming with warmth, swept through Yi Chen's heart, evoking a heaviness that was indescribable. Yi Chen, what do you think? Mr. Li, aware of the sisters' silent competition, relinquished the choice to Yi Chen. Faced with the scrutiny of one elder and two women, Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. Grandfather, must I choose one? Mr. Li looked surprised. What? Do you want them both? No. I meant to say that I'm not particularly keen on being a son-in-law. Mr. Li, with a hint of resignation, said Yi Chen. The Li family has only 2 daughters. Once they marry, the family legacy will be lost. I hope you can understand and not disappoint your master's goodwill. Yi Chen realized Mr. Li was leveraging his master's authority to pressure him, leaving him exasperated. The 2 chosen daughters, without a doubt, are Li Qiuchan and Li Shirshir. My master's profound divination must have revealed something, prompting me to marry into the family. Li Qiuchan chuckled self-deprecatingly. She understood that once again, she had been outdone by Li Shirshir in this selection process. When it came to allure, Li Shirshir was undeniably more captivating. Surely, it couldn't be her, the flat-chested sister? Grandfather, may I have some time to discuss privately with Li Shirshir? Yi Chen's request made Mr. Li instantly comprehend. Certainly. There's a study on the first floor. Shirshir, please take Yi Chen there. All right. Li Shirshir giggled, covering her mouth, and led Yi Chen away, casting a triumphant glance back at Li Qiuchan. Li Qiuchan's face turned ashen, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of anger, sorrow, and a hint of tears. Qiuchan, would you like to join me for some tea? Mr. Li, noticing her distress, invited her. No, grandfather, I have work to attend to. I'll take my leave. In the study, Li Shirshir rubbed up against Yi Chen, nearly igniting sparks from his hand. All right, enough. Li Qiuchan isn't here. Why are you still pretending? Li Shirshir looked at him, surprised. You can tell I'm pretending? I'm not blind. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Though I'm quite charming and handsome, I'm not merely a tool to provoke your sister. As he spoke, his hand swiftly reached out, snatching the necklace from Li Shirshir's neck. Hey. That S made of rare amethyst. Be careful. You crude brute. Thankfully, I'm only using you to toy with my sister. If I were to marry someone like you, I'd be the laughingstock among my friends. Yi Chen smacked Li Shirshir's flesh area, causing her to sway. Those who openly humiliate me have faced dire consequences. You are my first, consider this a light punishment. Don't let it happen again. You scoundrel. Li Shirshir, caught off guard, covered her large eyes, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. No one had ever dared to touch her so intimately. Beast. You're nothing but a beast. Yi Chen ignored Li Shirshir's outcry as he removed the necklace. My amethyst necklace, worth over $1 million. You'll pay for this. Li Shishi, furieuse, clenched her fists, ready to strike Yi Chen. Smack. Yi Chen easily dodged her attack, swiftly delivering another slap to her ample area. This time it was lower. I'll eat you alive. Li Shirshir, both shy and furious, turned crimson. Calm down, let us take a look at this. Yi Chen extracted a small white component from the crystal necklace. Is this a pinhole camera? Li Shishi és a pupils constricta. With eavesdropping and cloud sync capabilities. This model is typically used by operatives. Yi Chen regarded Li Shirshir with newfound respect. You seem knowledgeable. I presume you've already guessed who is behind this? Li Shirshir pursed her lips, remaining silent. Since it's my first visit to the Li family, and I brought no gifts, consider this a token of our meeting. Chapter 4. The Rich Lady, Hungry. Inside a Porsche. Li Qiuchan's beautiful eyes were red, tears shimmering. Why are you crying? You lost an old lecher. It's not a loss, and you've shed a burden. Yes, I cannot concede. Even if my parents favor Li Shirshir, even if I have no one to support me, even if I sob, why is my fate so cruel? As Li Qiuchan spoke, tears began to fall. Plop. At that moment, the front passenger door swung open abruptly. Why are you crying? Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Li Qiuchan quickly turned her head, secretly wiping away her tears. Why do you care? Didn't you choose Li Shirshir? Why are you here looking for me? Get out of the car. Yi Chen hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Although I have lacked the companionship of my biological parents since childhood, my master and senior sisters have bestowed upon me ample care. In contrast, Li Qiuchan is treated by her parents merely as a tool for familial alliances. Even the Li Corporation, which she has endeavored to nurture for years, is destined to become a mere dowry for her sister. Logically, one would expect Li Shishir to show respect to such a diligent sister, or at least to exhibit some understanding. Unfortunately, this younger sister is utterly oblivious to her elder sister's struggles and only seeks to sabotage her. Even the relatively neutral elderly has, out of adherence to promises, stripped her of the right to make significant choices in her life. The seemingly glamorous female CEO is, in reality, a mosaic of internal wounds. It is pitiable to witness her journey thus far. I shall perform a good deed by temporarily compromising my own dignity and assuming the role of a son-in-law with the intent of parting ways when an opportunity arises. Upon hearing Yi Chen's heartfelt words, tears flowed more abundantly from Li Qiuchan's eyes. This unfamiliar man comprehended her bitterness and anguish far better than her own family. All right. Enough crying. Such a beautiful makeup is about to be ruined, Yi Chen remarked, producing a dark candy and offering it to Li Qiuchan. Tears are too salty. Have a sweet treat. I won't. Li Qiuchan protested, her tear-filled eyes glistening with innocence. I do not seek your pity. Go indulge your whims with Li Shishir instead. She is not my fiancée, and engaging with a sister-in-law is morally questionable. Yi Chen shrugged in response. I do not believe you. You previously claimed I was flat-chested. Yet you clearly prefer ample bosoms while pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Li Qiuchan sniffed disdainfully. I am not endowed like Li Shishir. Nor can I match her flamboyant allure. You find nothing appealing here. It would be wise for you to leave now. Yi Chen unwrapped the candy and brought it to her lips. Come on. Li Qiuchan, caught between laughter and frustration, huffed and reluctantly accepted the candy.
Ugh.
This is so bitter. This isn't tea candy. It's akin to dog feces. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. You act as though you've ingested dog waste. This is a delicacy. If you spit it out, you will face the consequences. Li Qiuchan's intention to discard the candy vanished. She blinked and gazed at Yi Chen, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. He is rather agreeable. Suddenly, a rumbling hunger echoed from Yi Chen's stomach. He gestured toward his mouth and said, Wealthy lady. I am famished. I am not a wealthy lady. Li Qiuchan pouted, starting the vehicle and inquiring, What would you like to eat? Allow me to treat you. Let us have some chicken. Li Qiuchan acknowledged and directed the navigation toward a restaurant specializing in braised chicken rice. However, midway through their journey, her secretary's call interrupted. Li Zong, there's a situation at the construction site. Young Master Wei Yichun requests your presence. Li Qiuchan frowned slightly. Tell him to wait. I will head over now. She ended the call, ordered a KFC delivery for Yi Chen, and drove to the construction site's lounge. Qiuchan. I have been waiting for you, for quite some time. Wei Yichun, clad in a tailored suit, extinguished his cigarette, his smile tinged with insincerity. Mr. Wei, I prefer to be addressed as Miss Li. Li Qiuchan replied coolly. Wei Yichun chuckled, unfazed by her cold demeanor. Formalities feel too distant. Remember, our parents encourage us to become closer. We are destined to be family. My parents' views do not reflect my own, Mr. Wei. Please be mindful of boundaries. Li Qiuchan retorted with a frosty expression. She then shifted the conversation. Additionally, during business discussions, I hope you refrain from personal matters, as they may lead to emotional decisions. In the background, Yi Chen silently nodded in agreement. I admire this clear-cut personality. With a bit more effort, she might just suit the role of Mrs. Bei Wang. Li Qiuchan felt a swell of pride at Yi Chen's compliment, though she was somewhat perplexed by his reference to Mrs. Bei Wang. Qiuchan, please do not speak so. Wei Yichun began, attempting to approach her, but Yi Chen intervened, seizing his wrist. Words are one thing, but do not lay hands on her. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Wei Yichun could tolerate Li Qiuchan's aloofness, but not a nameless individual daring to interject. He is my personal assistant. If you find him bothersome, perhaps we should cease our conversation altogether, Li Qiuchan declared, her gaze icy. Suppressing his anger, Wei Yichun remarked, I was unaware you had a male personal assistant. My arrangements do not require your scrutiny, Mr. Wei. A series of strange occurrences have plagued the site. No one dares to work, and if this affects our timeline, our partnership between our two corporations may come to a halt. Wei Yichun scoffed. That wretched woman. Always giving me a cold shoulder. Just wait. I will strip you of that virtuous facade in due time. What? Li Qiuchan's expression shifted as she summoned the site manager to inquire further. Li Zong, there may be an issue with the feng shui of the site. Just as we commenced work, a worker was injured, and subsequently, several have fallen ill. Today, we unearthed various venomous snakes and scorpions. Some speculate this area is cursed. We cannot continue, or else we might face dire consequences. Li Qiuchan furrowed her brow. That shouldn't be the case. The Li Corporation conducted geological assessments prior to acquisition, and a renowned feng shui master confirmed there were no issues. Regardless, an incident has occurred, and we need a plan to address it, the site manager timidly suggested. Wei Yichun interjected casually. Qiuchan, considerable funds were invested in acquiring this land. Our Wei Corporation has also financed significantly. If we cannot proceed, the repercussions will fall upon the Li Corporation. Li Qiuchan's expression darkened. Acquiring this land for a commercial project was a gamble. Success could elevate the Lee Corporation, while failure could lead to its downfall. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Wei Yichun smirked as he noted her troubled brow. My relationship with your parents is amicable. I could turn a blind eye for their sake. If we become in-laws, even better. A minor loss on my part is inconsequential. Wouldn't you agree? Li Qiuchan remained silent, her cold laughter betraying her thoughts. After all this talk, Wei Yichun was merely attempting to manipulate her through the construction issue to coerce her into a relationship with him. What do you think? Li Qiuchan instinctively glanced toward Yichen, only to find he had already left the lounge for the construction site. Where is he going? Li Qiuchan pursued him. And before she could inquire, she heard his inner thoughts. A few ideas, but not many. Oh, it seems there are a fair number of ideas.
All right.
I overestimated him. Indeed, there are not many ideas. Li Qiuchan felt an urge to commit murder. After an extensive conversation, they had gleaned no useful information. Did you discern anything? Yichen hesitated before shaking his head. I cannot discern anything. It does not seem optimistic. Li Qiuchan sighed deeply, her expression reflecting her anxiousness. If even the feng shui masters are at a loss, must we then prepare to pay exorbitant penalties for breach of contract? But how can I possibly muster such a sum? Seeing Li Qiuchan in distress, Yichen mirrored her helplessness and worry. This is indeed a complicated issue. Li Qiuchan had initially hoped to hear a solution, but now they were both mired in worry. Forget it. Do not share my burdens. There will always be a way forward. If not, I shall simply marry Wei Yichun. Li Qiuchan's comment was, of course, a jest. Marrying Wei Yichun was akin to a death sentence in her eyes. Yet, Yichen was not in a mood for jokes. Upon hearing her suggestion of marrying Wei Yichun to resolve the issue, he became visibly distressed. That is absolutely unacceptable. Li Qiuchan's lips curled slightly upward, a subtle sweetness flickering in her heart. What she claimed about wanting to break off the engagement was merely an indication of her feelings for me, wasn't it? If this fellow truly disliked me so much, he could have easily sent me off to marry Wei Yichun, and the matter of the betrothal would have been resolved once and for all. Upon hearing Yi Chen's internal monologue, Li Qiuchan's momentary bliss evaporated. Nauticilians? A trivial nuisance? How audacious of you to say that. Just a mere demonic formation had her stumped. I had thought city dwellers were more knowledgeable. This pathetic little formation. I could dismantle it in 3 to 5 minutes. No, the one who set this up must have a serious mental deficiency. The focal point was as obvious as a child's playhouse, so easily discernible. TSK, 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 did it really require my personal involvement?
Li Qiuchan stared at Yichen.
Her emotions bewilderingly complex. Comparisons with others often led to despair. Was Yichen truly so remarkable that he could even manage matters of feng shui? Though she had not known him long, she had already placed unwavering faith in his capabilities. Besides, these were merely Yi Chen's thoughts that she had eavesdropped on. Surely no one would deceive themselves so thoroughly. Yet, this seemed excessively extraordinary.
How old was Yichen?
Initially, she perceived him as a naive bumpkin. But it turned out she was the true bumpkin herself. Despite her myriad reflections and astonishment, the pressing issue was not to ponder these matters, but rather to resolve the current predicament. With this in mind, Li Qiuchan resolved to seek Yi Chen's assistance, swallowing her pride to ask for help. Before she could formulate her request, Yi Chen's thoughts resumed their inner dialogue. If I tell her I can resolve this immediately, will she believe me? Chances were slim. This aloof woman was quite self-assured and often regarded me with disdain, as if she were looking at a mere mutt. Forget it. Rather than offering help only to be ridiculed, it would be wiser to remain silent and not meddle. Li Qiuchan, regretting her earlier remarks, wished she could slap her own face. Why did I have to be so glib? Why did I take such pleasure in mocking others? I truly acknowledge my faults. I implore you to take the initiative and offer assistance. No matter how fervently Li Qiuchan called out in her heart, Yichen remained resolutely silent, as if his mouth were glued shut. In desperation, she finally spoke up. Yichen, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Taken aback by her sudden inquiry, Yichen paused, then thoughtfully stroked his chin before decisively shaking his head. Seeing this, Li Qiuchan felt darkness clouding her vision. Was this boy truly so resolute in not helping? As she contemplated how to persuade Yichen to take action, he resumed his internal musings. With so many eyes around, if I act, I will surely be discovered. After all, this matter does not seem urgent. Let us spend more time together and ease our relationship before I approach her again. Li Qiuchan found herself both exasperated and amused. How could this not be urgent? With your reticent demeanor, when would our relationship ever improve? Though she was anxious, she hesitated to directly ask Yichen for help, not wanting him to realize that she had been secretly listening to his thoughts. Let us take it slow. Yichen is not a bad person, and he is willing to assist. Since he possesses the ability, waiting a little longer is not a significant burden. Yichen had said to wait until their relationship was more amicable before offering help. Surely, improving their rapport would not be too difficult? Yichen nodded and followed closely behind Li Qiuchan, seemingly oblivious to the warmth of their previous exchange. Qiuchan, I'm not criticizing you, but as a prominent female CEO, having a mere handyman trailing behind you is quite laughable. Wei Chun wasted no time in mocking them upon seeing Li Qiuchan and Yi Chun together. Ignoring him, Li Qiuchan continued toward her vehicle, but Wei Chun persisted, approaching her with a smirk. Qiuchan, don't walk away. This issue must be addressed sooner or later. Given the current situation, your Li Corporation will undoubtedly have to take responsibility. Are you planning to pay up or provide manpower? With a malicious grin, Wei Chun eyed her with a sense of inevitable triumph, as if he were certain Li Qiuchan would be unable to resolve the issue and would ultimately capitulate to him.
Ha, resolve it?
Fine. Good things come to those who wait. I'll be back in 2 days. With a derisive laugh, he continued, Qiuchan, you understand my feelings for you. If you simply lower your head to me, this matter can be resolved immediately. Why make things difficult for yourself? As he spoke, Wei Chun reached out his hand toward Li Qiuchan's slender waist, attempting to embrace her. Li Qiuchan swiftly sidestepped, evading his grasp, and with an irritated expression, warned, Wei Chun, if you dare to lay your hands on me again, I won't hold back. Wei Chun disregarded her fury, grinning as he leaned closer. Ouch, I'm so scared.
What will you do to me?
I don't believe you can resolve this issue within 2 days. Your family is composed of bloodsuckers. If they learn about the compensation, they undoubtedly package you up and send you to my doorstep. You are destined to be mine. What is the point of delaying for a few days? Come on, let us kiss. Stop resisting. Li Qiuchan looked at Wei Chun's grotesque face, his lewd smile making her want to spit in disgust. However, given the circumstances, she could not afford to offend him. What audacity! How dare you harass my wife, thinking I am oblivious? Damn you, how dare you insult me as a bumpkin? My wife's teasing is merely playful banter. Who do you think you are to insult me? Rest assured, revenge is a dish best served cold. I shall make you regret this when night falls. Hearing Yi Chun align himself with her, Li Qiuchan felt a flicker of joy, but soon anxiety crept back in. If Yi Chun were to strike Wei Chun in front of everyone, considering Wei Chun's temperament, this would surely escalate. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Yi Chun merely glared coldly at Wei Chun, his lips twitching slightly, but he did not take any action. This left Li Qiuchan feeling somewhat perplexed. Since Yi Chun had already resolved to confront Wei Chun, he must have had some plan, but what exactly would he do? Just as Li Qiuchan pondered this, the previously smug Wei Chun suddenly screamed and leapt aside, his face ashen. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qiuchan turned to see several centipedes, resembling small snakes, emerging from the ground where Wei Chun had just stood. Not only was Wei Chun frozen in shock, but his accompanying staff also stood dumbfounded, hastily fleeing in all directions. Strangely enough, these centipedes seemed to target Wei Chun alone, following him wherever he ran, quickly crawling up his body. Chapter 6. Are you lusting after my body? Despicable.
Ah, ah, ah.
Wei Chun's screams echoed chillingly, causing Li Qiuchan to shiver, stumbling closer into Yi Chen's embrace. She had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. The centipedes were crawling onto Wei Chun's face. Don't worry, those centipedes only target the wicked and won't come after the virtuous. Yi Chen reassured her in a low voice, a hint of amusement in his tone. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and help me catch these centipedes. Wei Chun was utterly terrified, collapsing onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. The centipede bit him repeatedly, leaving his body swollen and red, as if he had gained weight. Those around him were equally cowardly, none daring to assist in removing the creature. They merely urged him to roll on the ground and struck at him with shovels, leaving him in a state of utter despair, yet the centipede remained firmly attached. Furthermore, it was you who had burrowed into my embrace, not I who had reached out to hold you. Do not accuse me of lewdness.
Yi Chen,
with a smile that was neither wholly amused nor entirely serious, elicited a playful glare from Li Qiuchan, who then joined him in the vehicle. As soon as the door was closed, she eagerly inquired, Yi Chen, why is the centipede only clinging to Wei Chun? Yi Chen shook his head, gazing out at the still wriggling Wei Chun, and innocently replied, I have no idea. Perhaps it is a matter of mutual repulsion. Hee. I merely employed a minor curse to compel those centipedes to cling to Wei Chun. I initially intended to summon rats, but there were none at the construction site, so I had to resort to centipedes. Regrettably, their potency is still insufficient. Next time, I shall procure some scorpions to thoroughly punish that scoundrel. Yi Chen muttered fiercely within, unable to conceal the amusement in his eyes. Li Qiuchan was left speechless. Despite being of similar age, how could he possess such childlike whimsy? Regardless, Yi Chen's actions had avenged her grievances, and Li Qiuchan felt no inclination to reproach him. In fact, she was quite grateful. Contemplating her desire to curry favor with Yi Chen to elicit his assistance, Li Qiuchan promptly suggested, Shall we visit the mall? I notice your clothing is somewhat worn. I would like to purchase a few new outfits for you. Clothes make the man, and given your commendable physique and height, a stylish wardrobe would undoubtedly transform your entire appearance. Li Qiuchan had never attempted to flatter a man and was uncertain how to phrase her compliments to make them more palatable to Yi Chen, resorting to praising his physique like a salesperson. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a look of wariness. Woman, are you coveting my body? How vulgar. Uffed. Observing the man's defensive demeanor, Li Qiuchan found herself both amused and exasperated.
Who is coveting your body?
Do not speak nonsense. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Your physique is indeed commendable. Moreover, you are on the verge of becoming our family as son-in-law. Your shabby attire reflects poorly on me as well. In summary, Li Qiuchan was not a miserly person. If you were to become my husband, I would certainly take good care of you. Our family is not lacking in wealth. When we visit the mall, tell me what you like, and I shall buy it for you. As Li Qiuchan's assertive declarations reached his ears, Yi Chen's eyes widened, and he wore a look of utter astonishment. Li Qiuchan felt a secret thrill. Behold, I am financially abundant. Let me demonstrate what it means to be a domineering CEO. You, a simpleton, have likely never encountered such grandeur. Are you not utterly moved by my generosity? This is merely the beginning. Once you truly marry me and embrace the role of a devoted husband and father, an even brighter future awaits. The more Li Qiuchan envisioned her aspirations, the more satisfied she became, convinced that her strategy of lavish spending was infallible. There was no one who could resist being swayed by money. There is a problem. This woman has significant issues. Didn't she look down on me before? Why is she suddenly so kind? I have heard that domineering CEOs often have quirks. Could she be suffering from a split personality? She praises my physique and height, clearly coveting me. Beneath her cold exterior lies a burning desire. But she is only in her 20s. They say women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s like tigers. If she is already like this, what shall I do? After hearing these disjointed thoughts, Li Qiuchan had to sadly acknowledge that her plan had completely failed. Alas, I am the one in need. I must endure. Despite her frustration, Li Qiuchan maintained her most spirited demeanor, leading Yi Chen on a vigorous shopping spree at the mall. The various garments and accessories she selected for him amounted to hundreds of thousands. Yi Chen had never indulged in such extravagant spending before and found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Most vexing was that he had to try on all the clothes. After several rounds of putting on and taking off, he was utterly exasperated. Yet, he could not bring himself to complain, as Li Qiuchan's intentions were well-meaning. Fortunately, she was also aware of moderation. Noticing the fatigue etched on his face, she finally agreed to a break, suggesting they enjoy some desserts to relax. As they arrived at the dessert shop and waited for their order, Li Qiuchan began scrolling through her phone. At that moment, a sensational piece of news caught her eye. Breaking. The former president of Tingfei Group has sought treatment abroad due to health issues. Currently, Vice President N has taken over all company affairs and is exercising authority on his behalf. Although N has only just turned 20, he is highly regarded within the company and holds a significant reputation in the industry. Therefore, it is anticipated that this transition of power will not greatly affect Tingfei Group's stock price. Investors are urged not to panic. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the content on Li Qiuchan's phone from the corner of his eye and began to ponder. Tingfei Group. Why does that name sound familiar? Hearing Yi Chen's tone of skepticism, Li Qiuchan could only chuckle. In this small place, the Li family might be somewhat notable. But in comparison, Wei Yichun's family and the illustrious Lu family could be considered the pinnacle of Jinling's elite. However, even these so-called elites paled in comparison to the truly large companies and families in the provincial capital. Tingfei Group is precisely such a major enterprise. Tingfei Group primarily develops its business in the provincial capital, with a presence in various industries and fields. The Mr. and mentioned in the news is a standout among the province's young talents. Just days ago, Li Qiuchan heard rumors that Mr. and intends to relocate industries from the provincial capital, allowing smaller cities like Jinling to become their industrial bases. However, starting from scratch is immensely cumbersome, so Mr. and is personally visiting various enterprises to select outstanding partners for support and investment. Many companies in Jinling have been busily preparing for this, and Li Qiuchan intends to take action soon, hoping to curry favor with Mr. and when he arrives, securing investment from Tingfei Group. If she could establish such a formidable backing, the Li family could not only become a major player in Jinling, but could also gradually expand into the provincial capital. This would significantly elevate Li Qiuchan's status and influence within her family, freeing her from her parents' control. However, the chances of success for this plan were slim. After all, there were countless companies in Jinling, many of which were far superior to the Li family. Li Qiuchan had no particularly impressive projects or capital to offer for a mutually beneficial exchange with Tingfei Group. In contrast, Wei Yichun and the Lu family had a far greater opportunity to be chosen. This was the aspect that troubled Li Qiuchan the most. Wei Yichun was already insufferably arrogant. If he were to secure a partnership with Tingfei Group, escaping the fate of a union with the Wei family would be nearly impossible. After Li Qiuchan's lengthy explanation, Yi Chen finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. However, he was not particularly interested in the intricacies of these schemes and had no desire to delve deeply into them. Just as they were nearing the villa, Yi Chen's phone rang. He casually glanced at it and noticed an unfamiliar number. He answered directly, "Who is this?" "Northern King. This is Wu Dai, the head of the Provincial Chamber of Commerce. I apologize for the abrupt call, but I heard you were on vacation in our provincial capital. The higher-ups have instructed me to ensure your stay is comfortable. I wanted to ask if you need anything. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. I assure you, I will attend to your needs with utmost care. To be frank, I have long admired you. If there is any way I can alleviate your burdens, it would be my utmost honor." Wu Dai's flattery flowed effortlessly, and Yi Chun remained silent while Wu continued to chatter for several minutes. Northern King, I have prepared a villa for you at Orange Isle, especially for your use. Although I know you likely have no shortage of accommodations, this villa is the finest in Orange Isle, truly befitting of your status. I've sent the access code and location to your phone, awaiting your arrival. Before Wu Dai could finish a sentence, Yi Chun, growing impatient, hung up the phone. Why do these fellows all seem like reincarnated sycophants? Can I just enjoy my vacation in peace? Hearing Yi Chun's silent grievances, Li Qiuchan silently clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat puzzled. This man hardly seemed prominent. Who would flatter him? Nevertheless, it was indeed surprising that Yi Chun had found a proper job in Yanjing, one that even allowed for a vacation. Chapter 7. Selling daughters for glory. Yi Chun nodded and followed Li Qiuchan inside. The atmosphere in the living room felt peculiar. Imajing sat rigidly on the sofa, arms crossed, while Li Chunggong, Li Qiuchan's father, was hardly in a better state. Opposite them sat Wei Yichun, looking as disheveled as a pig after being bitten by a centipede. Li Qiuchan was taken aback to find Wei Yichun had come to their home. Yi Chun, on the other hand, wore a nonchalant expression, a smirk evident on his face, as if relishing the situation. Poor, frigid woman, tangled up once again. Li Qiuchan turned to Yi Chun with a face full of resentment, her fists clenched tightly. This ungrateful wretch. I just bought him so many clothes. And while he could at least thank me, he instead finds amusement in my predicament. That centipede was your doing. We might as well go down together. Why are you just standing there? Hurry over. Faced with Wei Yichun, Li Qinggong appeared flustered, awkward as a schoolboy. Yet when it came to scolding Li Qiuchan, he regained his authoritative demeanor, his voice booming with authority. Li Qiuchan sensed impending trouble and sighed softly, silently taking Yi Chen's hand as they approached the coffee table. Their inseparable appearance was infuriating to both Yi Majing and Li Qinggong. Wei Yichun was even more incensed. Is this the match the old man arranged for you? Li Qinggong asked, displeasure etched on his face. Is he senile? How could he choose such a bumpkin for you? Upon hearing this, although Yi Chen did not explode with rage, his emotions were far from calm. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. No wonder Li Qiuchan looks down on me. She must have learned it from her father. Upon hearing Yi Chen's lament, Li Qiuchan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Dad, could you please refrain from speaking so harshly? How is he a bumpkin? He is quite handsome, isn't he? He is already my assistant. You all should show him some respect. I am your assistant? Before Li Qinggong and Imajing could respond, Yi Chen asked in confusion. Exactly. You are my assistant. We will discuss the contract at the office tomorrow. Li Qiuchan dismissed him casually, exuding an air of authority as if she were the one in charge. Goodness, she truly is a domineering CEO. Could it be that I am indeed destined to live off a woman? Indeed, money can corrupt anyone. It is the same for both genders. Men enjoy sponsoring beautiful women, while women also relish sponsoring handsome men. Sigh, it is all my fault for being so charming. I must have captivated her the moment I arrived in Jinling. Li Qiuchan bit her lips tightly, almost succumbing to the urge to pinch his thigh, barely restraining herself from confronting Yi Chen. You are quite the chatterbox. Just wait. One day, I will hold you accountable. The undercurrents between them, however, appeared as flirtation to onlookers. Li Qinggong was the first to erupt. He slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, Li Qiuchan, has your head been kicked by a donkey? What is he? What qualifications does he have to be your assistant? Young man, I do not care where you come from. Get as far away from us as possible. We have already arranged another match for our precious daughter, and I assure you, he is 100 times better than you. As he spoke, Li Qinggong waved his hand dismissively at Yi Chen, showing him no favor. As soon as Li Qinggong finished speaking, Imajing chimed in, Qiuchan, you really are causing us worry. You are now a career woman. Why are you still acting like a child? Your sister, though younger, is far more sensible than you. As the elder sister, you cannot continue this way. Hearing the two of them berate her and Yi Chen in unison, Li Qiuchan felt her teeth grind in frustration.
Who is really falling behind?
I earn my living through skill and hard work. In contrast, Li Shishir merely flaunts herself, attracting attention. What is worth emulating in that? Is managing a company not based on one's own capabilities and sound decision-making, but rather reliant on men and bedroom tactics? Despite both being daughters, Li Qiuchan often felt suffocated by her parents' preference for sons. It seemed, in their eyes, no matter how accomplished a daughter might be, she was still an outsider. And securing a son-in-law to inherit their family business was the only way to ensure a peaceful old age, a truly laughable notion. How can children born of their own flesh and blood be insufficient while outsiders are deemed superior? Wei Yichun, witnessing their escalating quarrel, felt secretly amused, yet played the peacemaker. All right, uncle and aunt, let us calm down. Qiuchan must have been momentarily confused. Once she thinks it through, she will surely change her mind. Yichun, just indulge her. This girl is simply emboldened by your affection. Li Qinggong scoffed. Qiuchan, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry over and sit with Yichun. He is infatuated with you. What more could you possibly want? Imajing was quite pleased with Wei Yichun as a prospective son-in-law, even apologizing to him. Yichun, we have not raised the children well. We apologize for the trouble. You will need to take care of the construction site. We are too old to oversee it, and Chio-chan lacks the ability. We must rely on you to manage things outside. Do not worry about your marriage. With your uncle and me around, the cooked duck will not fly away. With her parents fawning over Wei Yichun and repeatedly belittling their own capabilities, Li Chio-chan felt utterly disheartened. Since taking over the company, how many storms had she weathered? Parents have never been of any assistance, only knowing how to create chaos. Is it not true that I have shouldered everything alone? Yet. It seems as though my parents are oblivious to this. Whenever something goes awry, their first thought is to blame their daughter's inadequacy, insisting that help must come from outsiders. The sorrow etched on Li Chio-chan's face stirred a deep sense of indignation within Yichun. While every family has its own challenges, the Li family's situation is particularly outrageous, such a profound distrust towards their own flesh and blood, driven solely by a desire to sell their daughter for glory, is suffocating to contemplate. In contrast, although Yichun has never met his parents, at least he is spared from this kind of torment. His master has never reprimanded him in such an indiscriminate manner. Li Chio-chan's plight illustrates the adage that good people are often taken advantage of. She has poured her heart and soul into her family, yet bears a burden of grievances that she cannot express, enduring in silence. It is truly a pitiable situation. Chio-chan. There is no point in staying here to be scolded. Let us leave. Li Chio-chan was taken aback. Yichun was standing up for her? Although she was unsure of their destination, as Yichun suggested, what meaning was there in remaining to endure rebuke? Over the years, she had silently borne her parents' criticisms. This time, she resolved to no longer tolerate it. Seeing the tightly clasped hands of Li Chio-chan and Yichun, Wei Yichun's eyes blazed with fury. Was this not a blatant display of betrayal in front of him? Hey, you two, stop right there. Am I invisible? Li Chio-chan. Do not presume that just because I have some affection for you, you can act as you please. I have my limits. You must be aware of the situation at that construction site. Dare to give me that look again, and I will not hesitate to leave you and your family to fend for themselves. While Wei Yichun was in the midst of his tirade, Yichun suddenly leaped before him like a whirlwind, raising his hand and delivering several sharp slaps to his left cheek. Smack, smack, smack. You. Wei Yichun pointed at Yichun, ready to shout, but Yichun showed him no mercy, striking him repeatedly across the face. You dare? With his face already swollen from a centipede bite, Wei Yichun's countenance was now grotesquely deformed. After receiving those slaps, he could hardly articulate a word, his mouth barely able to open. He intended to confront Yichun to settle the score, but before he could even place a hand on Yichun's shoulder, Yichun unleashed a flurry of strikes again, landing several more blows to his cheeks. This time, Wei Yichun's head spun, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the sofa, unable to rise. His face was flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, leaving the three members of the Li family dumbfounded, especially Li Chio-chan. She never imagined that Yichun would take action on her behalf. Do you see this? Next time someone insults you, teach them a lesson like this. Yichun clapped his hands together. Don't you women love wearing high heels? If you're worried about your strength, just take off your heels and use the stiletto to teach them a lesson. For shameless people like this, do not concern yourself with decorum or a face. They simply deserve a beating. If one thrashing does not suffice, give them two until they learn their lesson. With that, Yichun rolled up his sleeves toward Li Chunggong and Yi Majing. Though he refrained from striking them himself, the warning was unmistakable. What a relief. Li Chio-chan had often fantasized about punishing those who bullied her, but as a lady of high standing, she had only dared to entertain such thoughts in her mind, never acting upon them. Today, however, Yichun had accomplished what she had longed to do but feared to attempt, bringing her immense satisfaction. As if a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest, an exhilarating release. Despite Yichun's usual demeanor as a somewhat rogue figure, when it truly mattered, he proved to be dependable. How charming! Li Chio-chan gazed at Yichun with shining eyes, growing ever fonder of him. Li Chunggong stared at Wei Yichun in trepidation for what felt like an eternity, yet Wei Yichun remained on the floor, leaving him deeply fearful. He hurriedly approached and patted Wei Yichun's shoulder, anxiously inquiring, Young Master Wei, are you all right? Wake up. You're finished, you little brat. How dare you lay a hand on young Master Wei? His family will never let you off the hook. With a son like this, so repugnant. If I were the governor of Jinling, I would fine his family for marring the city's image. Hearing Yichun's offhand quip, Li Chio-chan could hardly contain her laughter. Enough. They want to understand your words. Let us go, darling. The fierce glares from her parents left Li Chio-chan disheartened. She recognized that remaining in this home yielded no benefits, so she resolutely took Yichun's hand and departed. Darling? Why does she suddenly refer to me like that? What the hell? Could it be that she truly has feelings for me? Is it merely because I saved her that she has fallen for me? This is bad. I've shown off too much. I am a free spirit. How can I remain under someone else's roof as a son-in-law? Yichun's thoughts wandered until he realized that they had nowhere else to go. Do you have another place to stay? Li Chio-chan, initially fond of Yichun, felt a twinge of annoyance after hearing his musings. Just trust me and follow. Am I going to sell you? Why do you babble so much? Indeed. She remains the same icy figure, that unyielding mountain. Clearly, she has not developed any feelings for me. merely dazzled by my charm, huh? Is it wrong for me to be kind to him? Truly, a mountain pig cannot savor fine grains. Furthermore, where is the ice queen in me? I am rather gentle. Am I not? Just as Li Qiuchan was about to start the car, Wei Yichun unexpectedly chased after them from the house. With ice packs on both cheeks, upon seeing them depart, he wasted no time hurling the ice packs at their car window.
Bang! Ah!
The ice pack struck Wei Yichun squarely on the head, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse on the ground. What audacity to chase after me and provoke me. If you dare to confront me again, you'll find yourself flat on the ground. Yichun scoffed. Shutting the car door, Li Qiuchan swiftly pressed the accelerator, speeding away from the Li residence, leaving Wei Yichun in a cloud of exhaust. Wei Yichun struggled on the ground for quite some time before finally managing to rise. His head throbbed, his face burned, as if he had narrowly escaped death. As the esteemed scion of the Wei family, he certainly could not swallow this indignity. Leaning against the wall, he immediately placed a call. Master Ma, no more delays. Prepare the formation immediately. By tomorrow, I want you to unleash it. The bigger the uproar, the better. Use your full capabilities. After receiving a confident affirmation from Master Ma, Wei Yichun smugly tucked his phone away, glaring fiercely in the direction Yichun and Li Qiuchan had taken, muttering curses. Yichun, Li Qiuchan, you two wretched lovers. Await your reckoning. Tomorrow, you will be begging on your knees. At this moment, Li Chunggong and Yi Majing rushed out of the house in a flurry. Their aging limbs lacking strength, yet they gritted their teeth and managed to haul Wei Yichun back inside. Before Li Chunggong and Yi Majing could catch their breath, Wei Yichun seethed. This is the kind of daughter you've raised. Just wait. I will not let this go easily. With that, Wei Yichun stormed off, his fierce expression leaving Yi Majing rattled. My dear husband, what shall we do? Young Master Wei is in a fit of rage, and I fear our plans may be entirely thwarted. Humph. Is it not your fault for bearing such an ungrateful daughter? If we had a son, would we be subjected to such humiliation? Li Chunggong cursed vehemently, expressing his dissatisfaction towards his daughters. Master, this is Li Chunggong. I require your assistance, he said with a fierce glint in his eyes before hanging up the phone. Master whose real name is Tang Xiaohu, is a notorious figure in Jinling, known for engaging in unsavory activities. To enlist Master Hu's help, one must owe him a significant favor. We're in quite a predicament, Yi Majing lamented. If it weren't for your daughter, we wouldn't have reached this point, Li Chunggong interrupted her. Once we eliminate Yichun, we can resolve everything once and for all. Stop fretting over trivial matters. Yi Majing pursed her lips and cautiously remarked, Master, wouldn't he kill him? Would he? Of course not, Li Chunggong replied, shaking his head. The gifts we provided are insufficient to warrant such an extreme measure. He merely agreed to incapacitate Yichun, to dispose of him overseas, allowing him to fend for himself. Once Yichun is rendered powerless, Qiu Chang shall have no further ties to him. If young Master Wei learns of this, he will surely relent and not hold us accountable. Yi Majing nodded, clearly impressed. Master, who truly knows how to handle matters. Yichun, that fellow, is simply awaiting his fate. Chapter 9. The heart of a woman is as deep as the sea inside the vehicle. Li Qiuchang had just released her pent-up frustration. Although she felt a sense of relief, her thoughts soon turned to concern for Yichun. You were rather harsh earlier. You've left Wei Yichun in quite a state. He will undoubtedly seek revenge. However, your reflexes when catching that ice pack were truly remarkable. I couldn't even see how you did it. Have you truly trained in some martial art? If I hadn't acted quickly, my life would have been forfeit. Yichun recalled the arduous training method he had undergone, still finding it unbearable. Chased by a tiger, Li Qiuchang was bewildered, unable to fathom such a training technique. Yet, Yichun chose not to elaborate further, and she refrained from pressing him. After a while, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a quaint villa. Although the area lacked vibrancy and was somewhat desolate, the villa itself was tastefully decorated, complemented by a small flower garden that filled the air with delightful fragrance. Is this your own villa? Li Qiuchang inquired. She nodded. The former owner moved abroad, and I acquired it at a bargain. I anticipated that one day my parents would cast me out, so I prepared in advance. Yichun followed Li Qiuchang inside and, while she busied herself arranging her belongings, he pondered the situation at the construction site. That formation must have been crafted by Wei Yichun, intending to coerce Li Qiuchang into marrying him. That scoundrel just asserted he wouldn't let this go. Yes, clearly planning to exploit the construction site. I must act swiftly to dispel that formation. Otherwise, if it leads to a fatal incident, it would be disastrous. But will Li Qiuchang believe me? We've shared hardships together. She shouldn't be so resistant now, should she? Yichun wished to lend a hand but felt uncertain about the timing. Meanwhile, Li Qiuchang was filled with conflicting emotions. She, more than anyone, wished to resolve the construction site issue promptly, even hoping Yichun would act immediately. She had devised a plan to feign disbelief at first, then suggested wouldn't he hurt to try, hoping this would ease Yichun's suspicions. As she contemplated her approach, she suddenly heard Yichun exclaim, slapping his thigh, mumbling to himself, "Am I out of my mind? I could quietly sneak over and dispel the formation without anyone noticing. I can access that construction site without needing to inform Li Qiuchang." Truly, being around the Li family has dulled my wits. Li Qiuchong stood there, both amused and exasperated, unable to lift her head for fear that her concealed smile would betray her, leading to her own downfall. Oh, dear. If I had known of such a method, I wouldn't have foolishly spent so much on clothes to please you. That was my hard-earned savings. Her heart ached at the thought. It was no easy feat to save that amount with parents like hers and a parasitic sister. Thinking of the upcoming task, Yi Chen turned to Li Qiuchong and said, "If there is nothing else, I'll take a rest. I'm quite tired." He yawned, as if to convince her of his sincerity. Observing Yi Chen's awkward performance, Li Qiuchong shook her head, yet casually gestured, "Feel free to choose a room. The blankets are in the cabinet. Just one request. Do not occupy the room opposite or adjacent to mine. If I hear you snoring, you'll be in serious trouble. Be quiet and go to sleep." Confused by her sudden outburst, Yi Chen was left in a daze. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. She seemed fine just moments ago, yet now her mood has shifted drastically. Could it be that her time of the month is approaching? No. She appears quite healthy. Surely she wouldn't be troubled by such matters. Is it menopause? That can't be, as it typically occurs in one's 40s. As Li Qiuchong glared at Yi Chen, she was seething with frustration, wishing to bore a hole in his back. You are the one in menopause. Your entire family. Even after settling into a room, Yi Chen remained preoccupied with the matter at hand. Li Qiuchong, hearing his thoughts, felt increasingly agitated. The range of his thoughts seemed boundless. If she had to endure his complaints daily, she might indeed experience an early onset of menopause. It's nearly midnight. They should be ready by now.
Tonight,
I shall show you the meaning of wasted effort. Li Qiuchong remained awake, silently awaiting Yi Chen's departure. Hearing his thoughts once more, she couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is quite cunning. Is he not clearly trying to toy with Wei Yichun and his cohorts? But well played. That group deserves to be dealt with in such a manner. 10 minutes later, Li Qiuchong drifted into a peaceful slumber, while Yi Chen headed to the construction site. The malevolent energy here was far more intense than during the day. Even ordinary individuals would feel dizzy and unwell after prolonged exposure, suffering from various ailments. Even seasoned practitioners, if lacking in strength and resolve, would inevitably succumb to its effects, becoming disoriented. However, this formation was merely child's play for Yi Chen. He circled the site, pinpointing the formation's core, and then clasped his hands in front of his chest, chanting an incantation. Divine Master, with righteous might, unafraid of the powerful, first vanquish evil spirits. Then sever the night's glow. What deity dares to defy, what spirit dares to oppose? As Yi Chen's incantation quickened, his aura transformed dramatically. His eyes gleamed brighter, even emanating a hint of golden light. Not only did his gaze radiate power, but an extraordinary force also manifested at his fingertips, glowing with a soft blue light as it drew forth the most potent malevolence from the formation's core. Initially, Yi Chen had contemplated swallowing this harmful energy to digest it, preventing further harm to others. However, he has now changed his mind. In a tit-for-tat manner, since this malevolent energy was conjured by Wei Yichun, it is only fitting that he bears the consequences. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen inscribed a spiritual talisman in the air, sealing the sinister aura and directing it toward the Wei family's company and villa. By dawn, Jinling would face a tempest, surely causing chaos. Yet, the turmoil would not befall the Li group and the Li family, but rather someone else entirely. Under the dimly lit night, Yi Chen took a moment to admire the city's nocturnal beauty. It must be said, the vast metropolis possesses its own charm, even at midnight. The city center remains vibrant and bustling. Strolling east and west, Yi Chen soon found himself in a food street. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air stirred a pang of hunger within him. Just as he was about to step inside to find something to eat, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. A staggering woman burst from an alleyway, colliding directly into Yi Chen's embrace.
Help me.
Please, you must save me. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the woman seemed to have found her savior, gripping his arm tightly. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. He recalled hearing on the news that encountering a woman seeking help in the dead of night often carried a risk of being ensnared in a trap. Before he could inquire further, the woman forcibly wrapped his hand around her slender waist, shouting at the imposing figures that emerged from the shadows. Hey, don't act recklessly.
Do you see?
This is my boyfriend. He is also quite formidable. If you dare to pursue me further, he won't let you off easily. Hearing her words, Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Setting aside the fact that he hardly matched the description of being formidable, the truth was that there were at least 5 or 6 burly men chasing after her, each one likely possessing arms thicker than his thighs. It was absurd to think that these muscular men would be deterred by her declarations. It would be far wiser to flee. The Liu family? Could it be the illustrious Liu family that rivals the Wei family? Yi Chen glanced at Liu Qingxin, feeling a curious coincidence, having just arrived in the city. He had already entangled himself with several prestigious families. One could not deny that Liu Qingxin was indeed beautiful, with a graceful figure and an air of elegance. Her long, fair legs could rival those of a professional model. It was no wonder that she attracted the attention of such men. Who could resist such allure? Yet, despite the allure, Yi Chen was not satisfied with the conditions Liu Qingxin proposed. You overestimate me. I lack the capacity to protect you. At his words, Lu Qingxin's expression shifted to one of anger. Hey, you are such a coward. Do you even know what it means to be a man? To act heroically? We are not related. They are many and armed. Do you expect me to fight them? Am I insane? Though Yi Chen had the ability to save Lu Qingxin, he felt an aversion towards being morally coerced. Was the life of a wealthy young lady more valuable than that of an ordinary passerby? If she knew she was likely to attract attention, why would she wander out alone in the dead of night, cloaked in luxury? Lu Qingxin did not anticipate Yi Chen's cold demeanor. After all, she had introduced herself. Was it not a point of pride in Jinling to be associated with the Lu family? Moreover, she had never faced rejection from a man throughout her life due to her beauty. Did you not understand what I just said? I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family. If you assist me, not only will there be monetary compensation, but I can provide anything you desire. Unfortunately, you have not offered me dignity. Yi Chen shook his head once more, even pushing away her hand that rested on his shoulder. Your beauty means little to me. An intriguing soul holds far more value. Your name is Yi Chen? Upon hearing his name, Lu Qingxin's demeanor shifted entirely. Her previous displeasure seemed to vanish as she grasped his arm, exclaiming, You are truly hard to find. If not for you, would I be wandering the streets at this hour? You must help me today. For me? Seeking me? Yi Chen looked bewildered, pointing to himself in disbelief. Suspecting Lu Qingxin was speaking nonsense, yet lacking evidence to counter her. At that moment, the group of burly men caught up, menacingly cursing. You two really don't take us seriously, do you? As they closed in, Lu Qingxin had no time to elaborate. She simply grasped Yi Chen's hand and hastily explained, I am your fiancée, Yi. I heard you have arrived in Jinling, and, feeling slighted that you did not come to find me as my fiancé, I came out to drown my sorrows, which is why I caught their attention. If you do not save me, you will be truly despicable. When did I become your fiancé? Yi Chen was perplexed. When had he acquired such a lavish fiancé, Yi? Enough of this chatter. Brothers, there is no need to waste time with them. Just kill the man and toss him aside for the dogs. The lead thug, filled with rage, barked orders. With that command, the rest of the men charged at Yi Chen, ready to strike. Lu Qingxin, terrified, turned pale. Gripping Yi Chen's arm tightly, tears threatening to fall. Sighing, Yi Chen lamented, I cannot abide tears from a woman. He swiftly wrapped his arms around Lu Qingxin's waist, lifting her effortlessly as he bolted towards the other end of the alley. The thugs pursued relentlessly, hurling their weapons at Yi Chen's back, intent on ending his life. Suddenly, there were several rustling sounds in the air, followed by a series of agonized cries. My neck. I'm bleeding. My face hurts. I can't see. Call 120. I'm going blind. The seemingly delicate leaves had struck the thugs with unexpected consequences. One thug, the most severely injured, had his cheekbone sliced, exposing stark white bone. Lu Qingxin, witnessing this, paled further, instinctively burrowing deeper into Yi Chen's embrace. Though she had exerted no effort during their flight, once Yi Chen halted, she was drenched in cold sweat. With a thud, Yi Chen set Lu Qingxin down. She nearly lost her balance, but managed to steady herself against a nearby wall. Fuming, she placed her hands on her hips and confronted Yi Chen. I must say, how can you be so unmanly? I am your fiancé, Yi. Not only did you fail to cherish me, but you have taken so long to find me. Seeing me bullied by ruffians, you showed no inclination to help, and instead, you mocked me. What kind of man are you? You are nothing but a scoundrel, worse than a pig or a dog. Yi Chen had never encountered such a capricious young lady. He found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, Li Qiuchan, though somewhat aloof, was at least reasonable. Regretting his earlier anticipation, he realized how foolish he had been. I will not honor this engagement. Anyone who marries a selfish person like you is bound to suffer a lifetime of misfortune. As she spoke, Lu Qingxin pulled a check from her handbag and forcefully shoved it into Yi Chen's hand. It was a check for 1 million. Take this money and roll as far away as you can. With that, Lu Qingxin turned on her heel and walked away. Her waist swaying with an elegance that might lead one to believe she was strutting down a catwalk. Chapter 11. So many engagements? Yi Chen was utterly bewildered by the scolding he had received. It was only after Lu Qingxin had departed that he stared in disbelief at the check in his hand and spat in frustration. What is this nonsense? Can wealth truly grant one such audacity? I never even considered marrying you, for goodness sake. Spare me your delusions. And what of your noble lineage? You are nothing but a fool. Yi Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, preparing to toss the check into the trash before turning to leave. However, after only a few steps, he scratched his head in confusion. Something didn't add up, no matter how erratic this woman was. She wouldn't randomly declare me her fiancé or offer me such a substantial sum. Remembering Lu Qingxin's words about waiting for him, Yi Chen felt compelled to call his master. At that moment, the old man was asleep, and the phone call jolted him awake, naturally not in the best of moods.
Who the hell is calling me?
Do you want to lose your life?
Yi Chen replied irritably.
It's the disciple who knows how many girls you've been fooling around with, and is prepared to tell the mistress. My most handsome apprentice. What is your command? The old man's tone shifted immediately. Yi Chen, disinterested in playing games, got straight to the point. Lu Qingxin?
Oh.
I think I did arrange an engagement for you, the old man said, still half asleep. She called me not long ago, inquiring about when you would come to propose. I forgot to mention it, my apologies. You know what apologies mean? After realizing the truth, Yi Chun was utterly enraged. Why on earth are you, an old man, arranging so many wives for me? If you like beautiful women, go marry them yourself. Oh, don't be so harsh. I'm just an old man. How could a young girl be interested in me? The old man lamented. I'm getting old and still worrying about your marriage. You don't appreciate my efforts and instead blame me? It's only natural to mix up a few engagements when I've arranged so many for you. You should be more understanding. Hearing the old man's pitiful complaints, Yi Chun became even more agitated. So many engagements? How many exactly have you arranged for me? The old man's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Counting on his fingers, he hesitantly replied, perhaps 5, 6, or 7. But I thought since they are all from prestigious families, not all of them would be interested in you, so I cast a wide net. Regardless, the others are unimportant. What truly matters is that you must secure the daughter from the Li family. She is the most suitable match for you. Together, you two can undoubtedly create a legacy. Yi Chun had completely lost interest in his master's nonsensical theories. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the scoundrel of multiple relationships. If this got out, how would it affect his reputation as the Northern King? To resolve the situation, Yi Chun promptly sent a message to his master. Please compile a list of all the girls you've engaged me to. I don't want to be known as a scoundrel.
Ding.
His master quickly replied with a message. Yi Chun, seeing the smiling emoji, felt an overwhelming urge to flip his master the bird. How can you still smile at a time like this? Is being a door-to-door son-in-law that easy? I'll consider this million as my compensation for breaking the engagement. Realizing he truly had an engagement with Lu Qingxin, Yi Chun carefully folded the check he had almost discarded and tucked it away. Just as he turned to leave, a loud shout erupted behind him, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. That bastard. He asked the one who injured my brothers. The leader who had chased Lu Qingxin was now accompanied by several henchmen, intent on avenging their fallen comrades.
What do you want from me?
The woman you're after went that way. Go chase her. Yi Chun aimlessly pointed in a direction, hoping to dismiss them. However, the leader refused to relent and instead turned to ask, Are you Yi Chun, the kept man of Li Qiuquan? Watch your mouth. I'm not a kept man. The leader rolled his eyes. Please, you're just a live-in son-in-law, aren't you? With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Brother Dao. After searching high and low, I've found the scoundrel right in front of me. I'm going to take care of him. No problem. Leave it to me. I'll ensure brother, who is satisfied. Understood. The leader spoke excitedly into the phone before turning back to Yi Chun with a smirk. Who is brother who? Who is brother Dao? What punishment order? Yi Chun was utterly lost. Hey, kid, since you're so genuinely curious, I'll graciously enlighten you. The leader licked his lips. You've hit the jackpot. Someone has asked brother who to take care of you, and the punishment order states to chop off your hands and feet. Don't worry. My knife is swift. It won't be painful. Yi Chun pressed further. Who ordered brother who to do this? Wei Yichun? Who? Wei Yichun. Never heard of him. The leader shook his head, dismissing Yi Chun's guess. Noticing that the leader didn't seem to be lying, Yi Chun began to ponder. Who else could have such a vendetta against him besides Wei Yichun? While Yi Chun was lost in thought, the leader suddenly became furious. Damn it, I almost got distracted by your questions. Who do you think you are? I've already sent brother Dao your location, and he is far more ruthless than I am. If you're smart, you'll just lie down and wait for me to remove your limbs, then we can settle this. Otherwise, when brother Dao arrives, not only will you suffer, but your life may also be at stake. After taunting Yi Chun, the leader turned to his subordinates and proclaimed, Brothers, today is our rare opportunity to shine. This is someone brother who himself ordered to deal with, so you all know what to do, right? Understood. The henchmen, unaware of Yi Chun's prowess, eagerly prepared to fulfill the task and impress their leader. After a rallying cry, they charged at Yi Chun, brandishing their knives. Yi Chun, observing the menacing glint of the blades, squinted and scratched his nose. With a resigned mutter, he swiftly dodged the attacks and disarmed them with lightning speed, sending their knives clattering to the ground. With a few swift punches, he dispatched the overconfident lackeys in the blink of an eye. The henchmen, even as they fell, retained their grip on their knives, completely oblivious to their defeat. As the saying goes, the one in the game is confused, while the onlooker sees clearly. Logically, the leader, having observed the scene, should have been the most aware of what transpired. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He stood there, dazed, seemingly more bewildered than his subordinates. Just moments prior, Yi Chun had struck, and the leader only felt a gust of wind rush past him, followed by a cacophony of sounds, before all his men fell. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't keep up with Yi Chun's movements. Yi Chun's expression appeared utterly sincere, as if he were genuinely seeking advice from the leader. However, after the earlier events, the leader was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked. Little did he expect to encounter such formidable opposition. This was no mere soft meal, it was akin to consuming iron. Chapter 12. A bit shorter. Not as good as yesterday's. The leader was prepared to slide down in submission, prioritizing the preservation of his life. At that very moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine reverberated from a distance. In the blink of an eye, a gang of motorcycle enthusiasts materialized before Yi Chen. Behind them was a modified Mercedes-Benz. Within moments, dozens of individuals surrounded them, each wielding a machete. Descending from the Benz was a man clad in black, his head shining like a polished dome. "Brother Dao, you finally arrived," the leader exclaimed with delight, immediately rushing toward him, casting aside thoughts of submission and apology. "Brother Dao, this Yi Chen is quite formidable. My underlings were utterly defeated by him." As the leader complained to Brother Dao, Yi Chen picked a leaf from a nearby tree and deftly tossed it onto the leader's thigh. With a resounding thud, the leader screamed and collapsed, instantly losing consciousness from the pain. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he felt as if the world was spinning, only to find himself being yanked and kneeling against a wall. In a daze, he focused his gaze and discovered that the base of the entire wall was filled with kneeling figures. Each person held a phone, loudly proclaiming the same message: to honor hard work is noble, to indulge in extravagance is shameful, to unite and assist one another is honorable, to harm others for personal gain is shameful. Seeing these battered henchmen, the leader felt as though he were in a surreal dream, utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, the loudest voice among them was Brother Dao's, sounding as if he might tear his throat apart. Gone was his former arrogance, now marred by bruises, and 2 of his gold teeth were missing, causing him to speak with a lisp. The leader, still in a daze, cautiously approached Brother Dao and asked, "Brother Dao, what are you all reciting? You uncultured fool. Haven't you heard of the 8 honors and 8 shames?" Brother Dao retorted, slapping him across the face. "What are we doing this for? We, who roam the streets, are supposed to indulge in excess and harm others for our gain, right?" The leader, bewildered, protested. "If I valued hard work, why would I join a gang?" "Shut your foul mouth." Brother Dao seemed infuriated by the leader's words, delivering 2 more stinging slaps. "Let me tell you, from today onward, you must memorize these words and never violate them." As Brother Dao spoke, he shot a frantic glance at the leader. Turning around, the leader noticed Yi Chen seated on a motorcycle, blissfully sipping red wine that he had retrieved from the Mercedes. He paid no mind to the absence of a proper glass, drinking heartily. This scene made Brother Dao's lips twitch, his heart bleeding. This was no ordinary red wine. It was a rare vintage he had painstakingly acquired from overseas, worth a staggering 150,000 per bottle. Such wastefulness was a crime against nature. However, regardless of how audacious Yi Chen's actions were, Brother Dao could only seethe in silence, continuing to instruct the others on how to conduct themselves. "This red wine isn't even that good. It's rather bitter. I'll leave you this half bottle, by the way. I noticed you have a nice cigar in your car. I took that too." With that, Yi Chen dismounted and leisurely departed. Brother Dao painstakingly led the group in reciting for nearly 10 minutes before furiously throwing the phone to the ground, cursing, "Damn it, when have I ever endured such humiliation?" Hearing Brother Dao's intent to exact revenge, the leader felt a surge of hope. "Brother Dao, I can't let this slide. Now that we know this brat's name, it won't be difficult to deal with him."
Slap.
"What nonsense are you spouting? Deal with him? How many lives do you think you have to take him on? If you seek death, do it on your own. I won't swallow this humiliation," Brother Dao declared before standing up and leaving, seemingly serious about not pursuing the matter further. At that moment, the seasoned Brother Dao, who had navigated the tumultuous underworld, even contemplated retirement. Yi Chen was no ordinary adversary. His leaf-hurling prowess indicated he was a martial arts master of unparalleled skill. It was far too challenging to confront him. Perhaps it was best to report this to Master, who, the remaining henchmen, dejected and defeated, mounted their motorcycles and departed, devoid of their earlier bravado. This scene left the leader in shock. In his mind, Brother Dao was the quintessential boss of the streets, always ready for action and never backing down. It was precisely because of this that he had always admired Brother Dao, yearning to prove himself worthy of joining his ranks. Yet, this time, Brother Dao had encountered a formidable foe and lost his fighting spirit. How had everything flipped so drastically in such a short period? The following day, as the clock approached 9, Yi Chen was roused from sleep by Li Qiuchan's persistent knocking. Knowing Yi Chen had been out on business the previous night, she had intentionally waited to wake him, but this was a bit too late. He was already late for work and still asleep. "Lazy bum, get up. How can you be my assistant with such a penchant for sloth?" Li Qiuchan shouted, using her spare key to unlock Yi Chen's door. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman, her face etched with anger. "Wow, she truly resembles a celestial being," he thought. "But her legs are a bit shorter than yesterday's."
Hey.
Li Qiuchan heard his thoughts clearly, initially pleased by his compliment, but as soon as he criticized her legs, seemingly in comparison to another woman, she felt deeply offended. Inwardly, she cursed Yi Chen, speculating that he must have been out gallivanting. Or else how could he have encountered someone with such long legs? She had even considered his hard work and wanted him to sleep a little longer. But her kindness had been misplaced. Realizing that Li Qiuchan had barged into his room, Yi Chen was at a loss for words. Good grief. Why is she so furious this early in the morning? He mused. In the end, I was only out dealing with matters related to the construction site. If I hadn't ventured out in the dark last night, I wouldn't have run into that woman, nor would I have been entangled for half the night. Yi Chen's stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger. What bad luck. I had planned to grab a late-night snack, but instead, I wasted all my energy on that woman. And now I'm starving. Li Qiuchan had initially wondered if she had misjudged Yi Chen, considering he was new to the area and unfamiliar with where to find women. However, his words now served as a complete indictment of himself. Entangled for half the night, exhausted from a woman?
How could you say such a thing?
I spent so much money on new clothes for you and supported you in becoming my assistant. You certainly have the audacity. Holding my bowl while seeking the affections of other women outside. How can you lack even the slightest sense of integrity as a kept man, regardless of the circumstances? As a man indulged by another, is it not excessively brazen of you to gallivant into the night seeking companionship? Chapter 13. A duel of performances. Li Qiuchan felt an overwhelming urge to confront Yi Chen, to seize him by the throat and demand explanations. However, having eavesdropped on the matter, she felt the weight of her actions, recognizing that without legitimacy, her words would hold no power. And thus she chose to suppress her indignation for the moment. Suddenly, the phone rang. President Li, why weren't you at work today? You must check the headlines. Something significant has transpired. As she answered the call, a sense of dread gripped her. She initially feared that Yi Chen had failed to resolve the issues at the construction site, leading to some calamity. She hurried downstairs and turned on the television.
Indeed.
There had been an incident. Yet it did not involve the Li Group or the district's construction site. Rather, it was the Wei family and the Wei Group. According to the news, a pestilence had struck the Wei estate and the Wei Group's villa, with snakes, insects, rodents, and centipedes invading en masse, shrouding the opulent residents of Wei Yichun in darkness. The most alarming aspect was that the pestilence erupted in the dead of night when most were asleep, resulting in severe injuries to all. Most notably, Wei Yichun, who had endured a harrowing day at the hands of Yi Chen, had finally found solace in sleep after a few drinks, only to awaken as the ultimate source of amusement. Several snakes and centipedes had infiltrated his body through his mouth, nose, and ears, leading to profuse bleeding, and he was currently fighting for his life. The severity of the pestilence was acknowledged. However, experts deemed it an isolated incident that would not affect other regions of Jinling, assuring the public that there was no cause for alarm. The secretary on the other end continued to chatter, suggesting that this was karma. President Li, I believe those unsavory creatures at the construction site must have been orchestrated by the Wei Group. They likely stored these pests at their company and home, neglecting to secure them, leading to this debacle. Since this issue no longer concerns us, the construction site can proceed with preparations for work. Let the legal department ready themselves. If evidence is sufficient, we should initiate a lawsuit. Even if the evidence is lacking, we must negotiate to secure our interests.
Understood, President Li.
After concluding her arrangements regarding company matters, Li Qiuchan intended to express her gratitude to Yi Chen. However, upon turning around, she found him voraciously consuming food, as if he had never had a meal before. Why don't you just starve? She thought. After creating such a commotion, you must be exhausted. Yet, you still have the energy to pursue women. Truly outrageous. Li Qiuchan, torn between gratitude and reprimand, found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, sensing her intense gaze, mistakenly assumed she was hungry. Come here. What is it? Li Qiuchan approached, puzzled, only to see Yi Chen gesturing toward another bowl on the stove. I've made you a bowl of noodles as well. Come sit and eat with me. Li Qiuchan paused, touched by the gesture, and walked over to unveil a steaming bowl of noodles, adorned with several slices of meat and a perfectly cooked egg. Noticing her hesitation, Yi Chen, unaware of her emotional response, attempted to reassure her. Little did he know, Li Qiuchan was on the verge of tears. She could scarcely recall the last time she had enjoyed a warm bowl of noodles, let alone shared a meal with family. Thank you. This noodle dish is truly delightful. It seems so simple, yet it tastes extraordinarily fresh. Do you know how to prepare other dishes? Of course. As long as you can procure the ingredients. There is nothing I cannot create. Though orphaned, Yi Chen's upbringing bore striking similarities to hers. They both faced their own hardships. However, upon reflection, Li Qiuchan concluded that Yi Chen's life, isolated on the mountain with a neglectful master, was likely more challenging than her own. After much contemplation, she resolved to forego holding Yi Chen accountable. In a world filled with temptations, it was understandable that he may stray, provided he amended his behavior moving forward. As for the situation at the construction site, it was no longer a concern. Wei Yichun had met with misfortune, and the Wei family would undoubtedly face turmoil for some time. Li Qiuchan spoke with delight, feigning ignorance of Yi Chen's involvement, while he, in turn, played along, expressing surprise and joy. Oh, that is splendid news. It seems fate is indeed on our side. He continued to slurp his noodles, thereafter munching on garlic. I'm not quite sure. The news states that Wei Yichun's villa and company are afflicted by pests, perhaps a case of reaping what one sows. Li Qiuchan feigned ignorance. My secretary speculates that they must have housed the very pests that plagued us, and when poorly managed, they escaped, she continued. The news also suggests that the police suspect the Wei family is behind the disturbances at the construction site, and even if they did not directly unleash the pests, the hidden hand guiding these events surely points to them. Our company has been cleared of suspicion. Li Qiuchan expressed her contentment. Currently, the Wei family stock has plummeted. Regardless of how this unfolds, I will ensure our company terminates any agreements with them and seeks compensation. Oh, what a delightful turn of events. You are remarkable. Yi Chen set down the garlic and gave her a thumbs up, his demeanor utterly sincere. Li Qiuchan, bemused by his lack of earnestness, couldn't help but laugh. Why do I feel as though your compliments are insincere? Not at all. I am utterly sincere. Just look into my eyes. They are filled with genuine honesty. Yi Chen, feeling slightly guilty, quickly returned to his noodles. What are you talking about? When did I go out? Don't feign ignorance. I heard you clearly. You absolutely stepped outside. Li Qiuchan leaned in, determined to extract a confession from him. Yi Chen shook his head vigorously, denying her accusations. Are you dreaming? Can you not distinguish between dreams and reality? I truly did not go out. Li Qiuchan rolled her eyes. Dreaming? If I press further, will you claim I am sleepwalking? All right, you have some nerve. Chapter 14. Perhaps attire is too conservative. Li Qiuchan took a deep breath, deciding to drop the matter entirely. Instead, she brought Yi Chen to the company, formally issuing him an identification badge and appointing him as her assistant. As an assistant, Yi Chen was expected to work outside the president's office, but with a secretary already stationed there, Li Qiuchan moved his desk adjacent to her own. This arrangement made Yi Chen feel akin to a misbehaving student under the watchful eye of a strict teacher, leaving him decidedly uncomfortable. Before he could settle in, the secretary arrived with documents prepared by the legal department. President Li, the compensation calculations are complete. We are ready to negotiate at any time. As Deng Chanyu, a capable aide to Li Qiuchan, executed her tasks with remarkable efficiency, she found herself somewhat distracted during today's report, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Yi Chen. Why had the CEO suddenly appointed a male assistant and positioned him so close? Li Qiuchan had always preferred to surround herself with women, favoring the recruitment of female employees, except for exceptionally talented men who could win her admiration. Yet, the young man before her, appearing rather lackadaisical, certainly did not exude the aura of a distinguished elite. What connections had he leveraged to gain entry here? Nevertheless, Yi Chen was undeniably handsome. Could it be that Li Qiuchan had finally come to her senses and began to emulate other affluent women by indulging in dashing companions? As Deng Chanyu pondered these thoughts, Yi Chen, seemingly bored, leaned on the desk and scrutinized her in return. Unlike Deng Chanyu's furtive glances, Yi Chen boldly appraised her. Indeed, where there is beauty, there are often more beauties. Though Deng Chanyu was petite, she possessed an exquisite charm. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with delicate features that contrasted intriguingly with her alluring silhouette. Any man would find it difficult to resist such a captivating sight. Is it truly possible for such a rare beauty to exist? How intriguing! Yi Chen's sudden internal exclamation brought a flicker of delight to her. Li Qiuchan mistakenly thought Yi Chen was referring to her. But upon lifting her gaze to follow his, she discovered he was fixated on Deng Chanyu, nearly drooling. Oh, those sparkling eyes. Why must she wear glasses? Such a pity. So slender, yet so curvaceous. How lovely she must look running. While Li Qiuchan may lack in certain areas, her taste in beauty is certainly commendable. Haha. How vexing. Why must my desk be beside Li Qiuchan's? I long to sit next to this enchanting secretary. After absorbing this cascade of thoughts, Li Qiuchan felt her composure falter. So, I go out of my way for you, providing both financial support and employment, yet your mind is solely occupied with my secretary? Why is Deng Chanyu deemed the epitome of perfection? Am I not beautiful? I am renowned for my model figure and celebrated as one of Jinling's most stunning women. Deng Chanyu is merely a pretty little potato. How can she even compare? You scoundrel! Yesterday you professed a preference for long legs and criticized mine. Yet now you overlook Deng Chanyu as shorter stature? Li Qiuchan's anger surged, nearly prompting her to slam her fist on the table. Although Deng Chanyu remained unaware of Li Qiuchan's tumultuous thoughts, she noticed the growing displeasure on her face, causing her heart to race. Could there be an issue with the documents she had submitted? She had meticulously checked them several times. Li, do you have any feedback? Resolving the contract with Wei Yichun and claiming the penalty is currently our company's top priority. We must execute it flawlessly. Rest assured, we are fully aware of our responsibilities. Despite her irritation, Li Qiuchan recognized Deng Chanyu's diligence and that she had made no mistakes. It would be unreasonable to unjustly direct her anger toward her. Suppressing her fury, Li Qiuchan returned the documents to Deng Chanyu and shot a glare at Yi Chen, saying, "You've been listening for quite some time. Do you have any comments or suggestions?" At that moment, Yi Chen was lost in admiration of Deng Chanyu's graceful form, and without thinking, he casually remarked, "I believe pants are rather conservative. A form-fitting skirt would be more appealing." Deng Chanyu turned abruptly, shock written across her face, while Li Qiuchan gaped in disbelief. Who would have thought Yi Chen would be so audacious? Such remarks could easily be construed as harassment in the workplace. Yi Chen, do you even grasp what I was asking? Li Qiuchan slammed the table, fearing that Deng Chanyu might report him in a fit of anger. Yi Chen, belatedly realizing his faux pas, thought, "What on earth? Why are you asking me? I was just appreciating the view. What were you two discussing? Something about a penalty, right? How would I know? I'm merely here to pass the time. I've never held a job. How could I possibly understand such matters?" These wealthy women have such high expectations. When a wealthy man keeps a mistress, all he needs is to look good, right? I'm well-groomed. Can't you just appreciate my good looks without requiring me to work? Listening to Yi Chen's self-absorbed musings, Li Qiuchan felt an urge to slap him. He was utterly unfit to be her assistant. He should be stationed at the door. No, even that would tarnish the company's image. Perhaps he should be tasked with cleaning the restrooms instead. Wait, does Li Qiuchan intend to terminate the partnership with Wei Group? It's not as if we can't continue. Why end it? Completing the project would yield greater profits. Wouldn't it? Standing by, Deng Chanyu sensed that both of their expressions were peculiar, completely unaware of the silent exchange between them. If memories served correctly, had Yi Chen just flirted with her?
Oh.
Would the CEO, who had taken him under her wing, dismiss her in a fit of rage? The mere thought sent her into disarray. Was she truly at risk of losing her job? Yi Chen remained oblivious to the undercurrents in the office, lost in his own thoughts. I've never worked before, so I hesitate to offer suggestions, but wouldn't it be better to make Wei Group pay a higher price and complete the project rather than terminating the contract? After all, Wei Group's reputation is already tarnished. No one wants to collaborate with them anymore. To avoid incurring further losses, they likely accept any conditions Li Qiuchan proposes. What an excellent opportunity to leverage against Wei Yichun, and Li Qiuchan is just letting it slip away. Even if they do terminate the contract and bring down the Wei family, what of it? Given Li Group's current stature, we wouldn't absorb much of their resources. Wouldn't that simply benefit others? Such a rare chance to extend a helping hand. If it were me, I would surely choose to become the Wei family's benefactor. In that case, even Wei Yichun would have to bow before me. Wouldn't he have to play the submissive role? Moreover, this would leave a favorable impression on others in the industry, showcasing Li Group's loyalty. With Li Qiuchan as a competent problem solver, should there be future collaborations, Li Group would undoubtedly be prioritized. Could it be that Li Qiuchan has other considerations, thus deeming this matter essential? If I were to voice these thoughts, would they not ridicule me as an unsophisticated bumpkin? Utterly clueless? Yi Chen's mind wandered, casting Li Qiuchan as a cunning, scheming antagonist. Li Qiuchan, in turn, found herself both amused and exasperated. Was her image in Yi Chen's mind truly so skewed? The most crucial realization was that, although Yi Chen lacked work experience and decision-making authority, his analysis was surprisingly astute, and his arguments held merit. In light of Yi Chen's proposal, Li Qiuchan felt somewhat naïve, having only considered immediate revenge, without contemplating a more strategic, mutually beneficial resolution. Just as Yi Chen had surmised, what advantages would arise from severing ties with those who had already turned hostile? Chapter 15. I cannot understand. I am illiterate. I do not wish to work, forget it. I shall refrain from speaking further. How could a dignified female CEO possibly be inferior to me? Li Qiuchan harbors a strong dislike for Wei Yichun. If I were to advise her to continue cooperating with him, she would undoubtedly berate me. All crows in the world are equally black. Let it be. I shall continue to play the role of a useless ornament. Yichun turned his head, wearing a facade of flattery as he addressed Li Qiuchan. President Li, your decisions are indeed impeccable. We ought to strike hard at the drowning dog, ensuring that scoundrel Wei Yichun receives his just desserts. Li Qiuchan, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes at Yi Chen's exaggerated sycophancy, quickly shifted her focus and said to Deng Zhanyu, instruct the legal department to cease their efforts regarding the termination of the contract. We are abandoning the idea of dissolution. Have the project manager prepare a new cooperation proposal. We must take on this mess, but only if we can secure greater profits. Is that true, President? We are not terminating the contract? Indeed, we are not. Li Qiuchan asserted decisively, tearing up the documents she had just reviewed. Deng Zhanyu was utterly astonished, feeling as if the Li Qiuchan before her was a stranger. She had always believed Li Qiuchan to be a steadfast leader, never one to change her mind. What had prompted this sudden reversal? Hadn't Yi Chen just declared that the plan was sound?
No.
It seemed that it was precisely because Yi Chen had praised it that the president had changed her mind. What was truly happening here? Could it be that the two were at odds, leading Li Qiuchan to oppose Yi Chen's support? If that were the case, it would be even more bewildering. After all, Li Qiuchan was a prominent CEO, Yi Chen's benefactor. Would she truly jeopardize significant corporate decisions for the sake of a mere pretty boy? Heavens! Could our wise and formidable President Li genuinely be swayed by matters of the heart? The mere thought of such a possibility left Deng Zhanyu distraught. She had always idolized Li Qiuchan, only to find her character unraveling. Determined to prevent Li Qiuchan from straying onto a path of embarrassment as a foolish wife, Deng Zhanyu resolved to speak candidly, even at the risk of offending her. President, this is no trifling matter. The Wei family is now akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Even the police have begun their investigations. This project is a veritable disaster, and no one wishes to take it on. Moreover, have you not always held disdain for Wei Yichun? Severing ties with them now would relieve us of future burdens. Not only was Deng Zhanyu perplexed, but Yi Chen was equally baffled, unable to comprehend Li Qiuchan's sudden shift in stance. Li Qiuchan understood that Deng Zhanyu's concerns were rooted in genuine care for the company, thus, she did not take offense. Instead, she placed a reassuring hand on Deng Zhanyu's shoulder and calmly explained, I comprehend your worries, which is precisely why I propose we reevaluate the terms of cooperation. If we are willing to accept this mess, we must secure increased profits in return. In short, rest assured, I do not make such decisions on a whim. I have considered the pros and cons. To ensure her subordinates aligned with her vision, Li Qiuquan articulated Yi Chen's sentiments in a more professional manner for Deng Zhanyu's understanding. Though Yi Chen did not grasp all the terminology, he recognized that Li Qiuquan's thoughts resonated with his own. A glimmer of hope emerged. Perhaps this chilly demeanor could be salvaged. Initially bewildered by Li Qiuquan's decision, Deng Zhanyu soon found herself invigorated, her admiration for Li Qiuquan growing immensely. The ability to swiftly shift perspectives, setting aside past grievances for the sake of the company's welfare, was nothing short of remarkable. No wonder such a young woman could rise to the status of a celebrated female CEO. Such vision and grandeur are rare indeed. President, my admiration for you flows like an unending river. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly prioritize personal interests over the company's well-being. Only a sagacious leader like you can propel our company forward. I am confident that if Wei Yichun were to witness your magnanimity, he would feel ashamed and remorseful. I shall inform our colleagues of this development. It will surely astonish them. Ha! Seeing the look of admiration in Deng Zhanyu's eyes made Li Qiuquan feel somewhat awkward. Though she had eloquently expressed herself, the essence of her words had been borrowed from Yi Chen's original thoughts. However, who among us does not appreciate flattery? Deng Zhanyu was a person of integrity, never one to resort to sycophancy, and her genuine praise indicated profound respect for Li Qiuquan. Li Qiuquan inwardly rejoiced. Her gaze toward Yi Chen shifting in subtlety. It is said that one who reads extensively and travels far gains wisdom. She had assumed Yi Chen, new to the world, lacked experience. Yet, she was surprised to discover that his foresight exceeded her expectations. Of course, Li Qiuquan did not feel remorse for appropriating Yi Chen's ideas. After all, the substantial funds spent the previous day were not inconsequential. Moreover, Yi Chen would continue to rely on her. Their journey together was just beginning. It seems that Li Qiuquan has indeed entered the realm of enlightenment, and even a pig can become wise when in my presence. Upon hearing Yi Chen liken her to a pig in his thoughts, Li Qiuquan's expression instantly turned fierce. Have you ever seen such a slender and beautiful pig? After meticulously outlining her thoughts to Deng Zhanyu, Li Qiuquan instructed her to relay orders to the project department. While her role appeared to be solely decision-making, in truth, every document required her scrutiny, and before long, the morning slipped away. When Li Qiuquan finally lifted her gaze from the mountain of paperwork and stretched, seeking a moment of respite, she turned to find Yi Chen soundly asleep. The realization that his exhaustion stemmed from his escapades with women the previous night ignited a fire of indignation within her. Surveying her desk, she crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at Yi Chen. However, the paper was so light that he barely reacted. This infuriated Li Qiuquan, prompting her to grit her teeth and hurl a stapler at him. If that hefty metal object struck his head, it would surely leave a mark. Keep your belongings in order. Don't throw things at me. I was utterly spent last night, my eyelids barely able to stay open. Have mercy. Li Qiuquan was incensed. The audacity of a man who gallivanted with women while she provided for him was infuriating. Wake up now. This is working hours. Whatever you did last night is irrelevant to the company. Get up and review the documents. Yi Chen, feigning ignorance, even went so far as to claim illiteracy, which only served to further amuse Li Qiuquan. You could refuse to pay me, but let us not forget, I've become your house husband. What more do you expect from me? I am merely a kept man, as you have stated. Yi Chen's brazen remarks left Li Qiuquan speechless. How could a man speak of living off a woman with such nonchalance? Did he possess no sense of shame? Just as Li Qiuquan was about to unleash her fury, her phone suddenly rang. In a state of helplessness, she cast the stapler aside and answered the phone. Sister, it's Sure. Is brother-in-law there? I need to speak with him urgently. Chapter 16. Has the sister-in-law been kidnapped? Li Qiuquan could never have anticipated that the caller was Li Sure. Even more astonishing was that Li Sure was calling with the intent of reaching Yi Chen. Where did you get this brother-in-law from? Stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing Li Qiuquan's words, Li Sure's tone quivered with a hint of tears. Sister, please don't joke with me. Brother-in-law is Yi Chen. I have an urgent matter that requires him. Could you please ask him to come? Li Qiuquan felt utterly bewildered. It was well known that Li Sure had never shown her sister any respect, always behaving in an imperious manner. Suddenly, today, she was pleading so humbly. Was there some trickery afoot? Despite her suspicions, the heartfelt pleas from Li Sure compelled Li Qiuquan to summon Yi Chen to the phone. Hello. My sister is looking for you. Yi Chen groggily accepted the phone, his eyes still heavy with sleep. What does she want? Brother-in-law, you must save me. The sweetly uttered brother-in-law from Li Sure sent a shiver down Yi Chen's spine. He was utterly taken aback. Hadn't he this girl previously looked down upon him? How had she suddenly become so obedient? What is there to save you from? What has happened?
Ye Chan replied, demuset, li shishi lamanta.
Tang Xiaohu has captured me and insists I call you. If you don't come, they LL assault and kill me, then do it again, bury me, and dig me up again.
It's horrifying.
Yi Chen's eyelid twitched. Good heavens, is this some sort of twisted game? Please, brother-in-law, you have to come save me. Who is Tang Xiaohu? Yi Chen, still not fully awake, was confused by Li Sure's frantic words.
Wait.
Could it be the Tang Xiaohu, known as Tiger Master? Yes, that's him.
Li Shishi nud vigorously.
He has kidnapped you to get to me? Yes, I'm not sure what is going on. Brother-in-law, you'll come to rescue me, right? Li Shishir was genuinely terrified, her voice trembling. Understood, I will come. Please provide me with the address. At Acehang Bar on Bagua Road. On my way. After receiving the address, Yichen immediately hung up, grabbing his coat and preparing to leave.
Li Qiuchan.
Who had been listening, realized that Li Shishir had indeed been kidnapped. Though their relationship was strained, they were still sisters, and it was impossible to turn a blind eye. However, she couldn't allow Yichen to walk directly into such a perilous situation. Everyone in Jinling knew about Tang Xiaohu. And Li Qiuchan was well aware of his ruthless reputation. You mustn't go there and risk your life. Tang Xiaohu is merciless. He certainly means you no good. I will call the police to rescue my sister. She has no grievances with them and should be fine. Yichen shook his head. Those people are ruthless. Calling the police will only complicate matters. Alright, just be careful. Li Qiuchan considered Yichen's capabilities. After all, he could control the most troublesome of characters. She decided to wait an hour before involving the authorities. Let Deng Banu take you. Yichen nodded in agreement. Upon leaving the company, Deng Banu was sitting in a white Porsche, waving cheerfully. He didn't hesitate to enter the car and mention the name of the bar. Take me there. Okay. Deng Banu nodded, speeding towards the bar without a moment's delay. On the way, Yichen's phone rang. Deng Banu cast a glance, rolling her eyes. Clearly uninterested in answering. However, the caller was persistent, ringing repeatedly for a full 5 minutes, making the car's phone incessantly chime. Yichen had intended to rest his eyes during the drive, but was increasingly irritated by the ringing. Secretary Deng, if you don't want to answer, just block the number or put it on silent, please. This is quite bothersome. In Deng Banu's eyes, Yichen was merely a kept man by Li Qiuchan. Having been sent out during work hours to run errands for him was already annoying enough. Now, this kept man was speaking so arrogantly, further darkening her expression. I'm driving. I can't block the number right now. And putting it on silent is out of the question. As Li's secretary, I need to coordinate various departments. What if someone urgently needs to reach me? What is your phone password? Yichen asked. Deng Banu naturally refused to divulge it, pursing her lips in silence. Yichen sighed, using facial recognition to unlock her phone, and swiftly blocked the persistent caller. All done. It wasn't that difficult, was it? Yichen tossed the phone aside, shaking his head. Finally able to close his eyes, the car was peaceful once more. However, this tranquility did not last long. After being blocked, the caller quickly switched numbers and continued the barrage. Deng Banu was initially annoyed, but upon seeing Yichen's frustrated expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. There you go, I told you blocking doesn't work. She shrugged, as if the bombardment was directed at him rather than her. Unable to endure any longer, Yichen clenched his fists and answered the phone on speaker. Before the caller could speak, he erupted. What is wrong with you? I was sleeping. Stop calling me incessantly. Deng Banu was taken aback. She never expected Yichen to answer. She nearly swerved the car off the road in shock. Hang up, she urged. But Yichen remained unfazed, determined to find out what the caller wanted. After a brief silence, an enraged voice erupted from the phone. Are you that little slut's lover? No wonder you wouldn't answer my calls. Out gallivanting with a kept man. Deng Banu, I know you're there. Don't play dead. I'm still alive. And you're out there looking for men. Are you that desperate and shameless? Only then did Yichen realize the caller was Deng Banu's boyfriend, making him an unwitting participant in their tumultuous relationship. How tragic. Such an emotionally unstable person, spewing vile language, was bound to resort to domestic violence after marriage. Yichen couldn't help but feel sympathy for Deng Banu. With her capabilities and figure, how could she ever settle for such a man? He believed she must be a naive romantic, still blind to her partner's true nature. Determined to do what was right, Yichen resolved to intervene. He didn't subscribe to the notion that one should never interfere in someone else's relationship. A man who hurled baseless accusations deserved to be single for life. Oh dear, it's quite unfortunate. Yuer is actually not here right now. She's changing clothes. After taking the initiative to sever ties, Yichen promptly blocked the number and set his phone aside, returning to a peaceful slumber. Chapter 17. Indeed, President Li has fallen into the throes of infatuation. Deng Chanyu, who had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation, felt her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Was Yichen not merely adding fuel to the fire? When had she changed her attire? When had she collaborated with him for an entire morning? Yichen, who gave you the audacity to answer my calls and spout nonsense? Deng Chanyu was nearly driven to madness, yet had no choice but to continue driving, unable to act on her anger, resorting instead to a torrent of verbal outbursts. I am truly exasperated with you. Are you psychologically disturbed? You harassed me in the president's office this morning, and out of respect for the president, I refrained from stooping to your level. Now, you have escalated your ambiguity. Why speak so suggestively, as if we share something? As Deng Chanyu raged, Yichen felt more assured that his assumptions were correct. This woman was undoubtedly under the spell of romantic delusions. Calm yourself. That man is unworthy of your affection. You two aren't even married yet and he shouts obscenities at you, calling you a wretched woman. Do you not possess any self-respect? Why should you concern yourself with that? You are more bothersome than the elderly folks at the village entrance. I extend my kindness to escort you, and this is how you repay me. Deng Chanyu retorted angrily. Yi Qian, unfazed, defended himself. I am clearly looking out for your best interests. If Li Qiuchan were aware, she would commend my actions. If she were as irrational as you, criticizing me, I would resign on the spot. After all, waking up early is already quite a hassle. Yi Qian adopted a carefree demeanor, seemingly unbothered by potential consequences, almost relishing the notion. As a promising youth, being labeled a gigolo, living off others, irked him deeply. Deng Chanyu, hearing Yi Chen's words, did not believe he genuinely wished to leave the company or Li Qiuchan. She perceived him as merely taunting her, utterly insufferable. In a fit of frustration, she immediately called Li Qiuchan, demanding an explanation. Deng Chanyu thought that given her years of unwavering loyalty to Li Qiuchan, she would surely support her in this matter. Even if she did not dismiss Yi Chen, a scathing reprimand was inevitable. However, upon hearing the full context, Li Qiuchan did not explode with fury. The matter I discussed with you earlier is of utmost importance. You must inform me of any developments immediately. Li Qiuchan did not believe Yi Chen had acted wrongly, and even wanted to applaud him for confronting that vile man. Yet, aware that Deng Chanyu was irate, she chose to placate her temporarily to avoid further complications. Although Li Qiuchan believed she was being considerate of Deng Chanyu's feelings, the latter felt deeply dissatisfied and quite aggrieved. Indeed, President Li had succumbed to the whims of infatuation. This scoundrel had behaved so outrageously, and she was reluctant to even criticize him over the phone. As Deng Chanyu's discontent grew, she feared that if Li Qiuchan continued to be enchanted by Yi Chen, the company might face dire consequences. In a fit of rage, she tossed her phone aside and shot Yi Chen a venomous glare. At that moment, Yi Chen felt somewhat disheartened. How could Li Qiuchan be so mesmerized by his dashing looks and refuse to defend Deng Chanyu? Alas, although I am quite handsome, it seems to count for little. The remaining journey passed in silence. Despite their mutual disdain, they refrained from physical confrontation. After several more minutes, they finally arrived at the Acehang bar. Yi Chen wished to keep Deng Chanyu out of the situation, primarily concerned that her high heels and alluring figure might hinder him. However, Deng Chanyu resolutely shook her head. I will park in the shade nearby and wait for you. Here is my business card with my number. Should anything seem amiss, contact me immediately. Deng Chanyu forcefully handed the card to Yi Chen and drove off to wait. Though she wished to avoid Yi Chen's troubles, she felt compelled to keep an eye on him, as Li Qiuchan had instructed her to do so. Meanwhile, in the luxurious private room on the second floor of the bar, Tang Xiaohu was engaged in a convivial exchange with a rotund man. Mr. Wu, your esteemed presence is an honor. I shall drink this cup as a self-punishment to welcome you. Despite Tang Xiaohu's usual bravado, today he donned a suit, tie, and spoke in a notably subdued tone. The man across from him, adorned with a jade ring, appeared unimpressed by Tang Xiaohu's deference, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. As if someone of Tang Xiaohu's stature were unworthy of his company. Indeed, this rotund man was none other than the illustrious leader of the Provincial Business Alliance. By comparison, Tang Xiaohu, a figure operating in the shadows, was hardly a person of note. Mr. Wu regarded Tang Xiaohu's company with disdain, and when he decided to leave, he had no objections. Tang Xiaohu, trembling with trepidation, carefully exited, reminding the women in the room to attend to Mr. Wu with utmost care, ensuring everything went smoothly. Once outside the private room, one of Tang Xiaohu's companions scoffed, "Boss, you are too lenient with him. That guy is merely an ordinary man with a bit of money. He can't hold a candle to us. He dared to show you a long face and barely drank a drop of wine. What a joke." Before the man could finish, Tang Xiaohu, infuriated, slapped him. "This is not your place to speak.
Keep your mouth shut.
Do you think Mr. Wu is merely the leader of a business alliance? You are terribly ignorant. I tell you, his connections extend to the highest echelons." Tang Xiaohu lowered his voice, gesturing meaningfully with his finger, implying that the matters concerning Yanjing were better left unspoken. "I trust you, so I confide in you. Let us focus on the task at hand. Where is Li Shishir?" After reprimanding his subordinate, Tang Xiaohu shifted his attention to Li Shishir. Upon hearing the question, the subordinate quickly pointed to a small private room in the corner. "She is locked up in there. However, boss, are we not crossing a line here? Li Chenggong tasked us with dealing with Yi Chen, yet we've captured his daughter. If Li Chenggong finds out..." "What nonsense! Have you forgotten to brush your teeth this morning? Your words are increasingly intolerable."
Tang Xiao so not pet.
"Do you think I am running a charity here? I don't care about their relationships. I only need to deal with Yi Chen. The process is irrelevant. Besides, Yi Chen is still Li Chenggong's son-in-law. Isn't it disgraceful for him to seek our assistance against his own son-in-law? Enough with the chatter. Let us focus on making money." Tang Xiaohu's ruthless nature was evident. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the small private room. Chapter 18. The softness of my sister-in-law. What happened? Let us go check. As they rushed toward the room, the sounds of a brawl and heart-wrenching screams echoed from within. Even someone like Tang Xiaohu, who is well acquainted with the underworld, felt a momentary chill of fear. At this time, Yi Chun had already burst into the private room and effortlessly located Li Shirshir. His quick and precise actions were attributed to the distinctive fragrance of Li Shirshir's perfume, which he recognized immediately, an innate talent he had possessed since childhood. This ability also greatly facilitated his success in alchemy. When he was younger, his senior sisters would often tease him, claiming his nose was more sensitive than that of a dog. While others required various tests and analyses for medicinal formulas, he could discern everything with just his sense of smell. Brother-in-law, you finally came to rescue me. Li Shirshir sobbed, bound tightly, and tossed onto the sofa. Hearing the sounds of a struggle outside nearly brought her to tears, but upon seeing Yi Chun rush in, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't cry. I'm here, Yi Chun reassured her. Although he found the circumstances of her capture rather suspicious, the sight of the young beauty crying pitifully made him forget to inquire about the details. He immediately began to untie her, preparing to take her away. To Yi Chun's surprise, as soon as Li Shirshir's hands and feet were freed, she eagerly leaped into his embrace. Her hot tears soaked his neck, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The delicate scent accompanying her soft words stirred his emotions, and the allure of her figure, which rivaled even that of the renowned Deng Chanyu, was hard for him to resist. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed Li Shirshir away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shirshir, don't act like this. I remember you used to dislike me. Why are you suddenly so affectionate? Li Shirshir pouted, her face filled with feigned innocence. Brother-in-law, it was all my fault before. I didn't recognize who truly cared for me. Now I realize my mistake, so please don't be angry. Yi Chun found her solicitous demeanor perplexing. According to the storyline, she was supposed to be a pretentious and ungrateful woman, yet now she appeared so charming and considerate. While Yi Chun was lost in thought, Li Shirshir wrapped her pale arms around his neck once more. Brother-in-law, my legs feel so weak from fear. Could you carry me? She cooed, refusing to let go of him. Yi Chun, feeling helpless, replied gently, stop fooling around. People are coming, and I need to deal with them. How can I fight if you're like this? What's the problem? You're so powerful. You could win with just one hand, couldn't you? Li Shirshir teased, clearly aware of the effect she had on him. While Yi Chun could indeed win with one hand, it would be a different matter entirely with Li Shirshir in his arms. Her presence made him lose interest in the fight. He pushed her away again, his voice tinged with exasperation. Brother-in-law, you're being too dramatic. I'm just asking for a hug. Seeing Li Shirshir's innocent expression and her accusatory gaze, Yi Chun felt utterly exasperated. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Xiaohu and his brothers stormed in with fierce expressions. Brother-in-law, please be careful. This guy is really vicious. You've truly stepped into it, Yi Chun. To risk yourself for your sister-in-law and dare to attack my men, this is rebellion. Tang Xiaohu had initially worried that Li Shirshir had been the one kidnapped instead of Li Qiuchan, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Men, after all, could rarely resist temptation. Thus, upon entering, he did not shout threats but rather plopped down on the sofa, pulled out a box of cigars, and began to enjoy them. Although Yi Chun knew little about cigars, the aroma alone indicated that this box was far more luxurious than the one he had taken from Brother Dao. This piqued Yi Chun's interest. He wanted to experience the difference for himself. Tang Xiaohu had expected Yi Chun to beg for mercy, but after waiting for a while in silence, he noticed Yi Chun fixated on the cigar in his hands, which amused him greatly. Look at you, kid. With death looming near, your eyes still gleam with desire for my cigar. You'll never get to smoke one in this lifetime. So, think of a good last word for your next life. He had originally been told to merely dismember Yi Chun, but after his men were attacked, he felt deeply insulted. Brother Tang, we cannot be humiliated, he declared, his voice dripping with disdain. Yi Chun's retort was swift. Those who can send me to meet the king of hell have yet to be born. Just as his words echoed, Li Shirshir timidly poked him, her expression filled with concern. Brother-in-law, be careful with your words. Master, who is not to be trifled with. I'm not joking, Yi Chun shrugged, his tone light and teasing, even carrying a hint of amusement. He hadn't expected his sister-in-law to genuinely care for him, having assumed she was merely a cowardly, ungrateful person. It seemed he had underestimated her. Brother-in-law, if you really can defeat them, then hurry and do it. I need to use the restroom. Li Shirshir had never experienced such a harrowing situation before, and her discomfort was evident. Yi Chun chuckled, do you really think I can defeat them? After a moment of silence, Li Shirshir responded with unwavering determination, absolutely. Although there are many of them, I've seen your strength with my own eyes. Don't hold back. If she didn't believe in Yi Chun's abilities, she wouldn't have remained by his side until now. Why are you so obedient today? It's a bit disconcerting, he remarked, eliciting a blush from Li Shirshir. Brother-in-law, please don't say that. I genuinely admire you, from the bottom of my heart. Her sweet voice made Yi Chun's heart race, causing him to temporarily forget about the impending fight. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaohu and his gang were growing increasingly anxious and furious. Although he had several mistresses by his side, none could compare to Li Shirshir in beauty or charm, only intensifying his resentment. With a sudden slam of his fist on the table, he tossed the cigar aside. I'm genuinely angry now. How can I, a respected figure in the underworld, Be outshone by a mere nobody like you? I must put an end to you, or my heart will never find peace. His brothers, equally indignant, reacted with fervor, charging at Yi Chen without hesitation, brandishing their weapons. Though Brother Dao had not arrived, several of his former subordinates were present, ready to join the fray. Unlike the reckless youths charging forward, those who followed Brother Dao were well aware of Yi Chen's prowess. These individuals, recognizing their place, prudently stayed back, voicing their displeasure loudly. Yet when the moment to act arrived, their movements were sluggish. Chapter 19. Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive, although Li Shishir acknowledged Yi Chen's strength. Witnessing so many adversaries rushing towards him filled her with concern. Brother-in-law, perhaps you should use this as a shield? She suggested, offering him a cushion with an earnest demeanor, leaving Yi Chen momentarily speechless. Just hold it yourself, he replied, understanding Li Shishir's timid nature and wishing to spare her further anxiety. With a decisive motion, he stood up and, in the blink of an eye, swiftly incapacitated Tang Xiaohu's underlings. Tang Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene unfold before him, yet he could not comprehend how it had transpired. The entire encounter was seamless, leaving Li Shishir momentarily stunned.
Yi Chen.
Recalling the previous lessons he had imparted to Brother Dao's subordinates, chose not to strike immediately. Instead, he halted mid-action and crossed his arms, watching them intently. Though he uttered no words, the formidable aura he exuded rendered the underlings breathless. Without hesitation, they discarded their weapons and knelt before him in a line. Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle. What was the need for this? Your former leader had the sense not to offend me, yet here you are, inviting trouble. Do you think this lesson will benefit you, or would you prefer I refrain from teaching you at all? Have you forgotten the principles of honor and disgrace? Upon hearing his inquiry, the underlings shook their heads vigorously. We haven't forgotten. We all remember, they exclaimed. Indeed, we can recite them for you right now. In an instant, they began to chant the principles of honor and disgrace in unison. Meanwhile, their actual leader, Tang Xiaohu, was left in an awkward silence, feeling like an isolated outcast. Having never encountered such principles before, Tang Xiaohu was infuriated by the noise they were making. Shut up! What nonsense are you reciting? Have you no shame? Mixing with the likes of this? He bellowed. However, the underlings treated him as if he were invisible, their voices growing louder.
Li Shishi.
Aware of the urgency and danger of the situation, knew she should not laugh, yet she could not suppress her amusement, bursting into laughter. Who would believe such a scene if they had not witnessed it firsthand? Enough. Silence, please. I need to negotiate with your leader now. After Tang Xiaohu's futile efforts to gain attention, Yi Chen merely spoke lightly, and the underlings fell silent instantly. Seeing his subordinates heed Yi Chen's words so readily infuriated Tang Xiaohu further, his frustration palpable. So, Tiger Lord, who paid you to trouble me? Yi Chen asked, surveying Tang Xiaohu from above with an air of superiority, his gaze devoid of any reverence. Tang Xiaohu felt deeply dissatisfied, his fists clenched, yet he hesitated to act rashly. The brothers at his side, though not the strongest in their gang, were still formidable. If they could not handle Yi Chen, who had taken them down with ease, it was evident that this individual was no ordinary foe. Despite his disbelief, Tang Xiaohu found himself reassessing Li Qinggong's son-in-law, curious about Yi Chen's background and how such a young man could possess such formidable skills. He mentally noted to himself that Li Qinggong's intention to send him against Yi Chen was likely nefarious. Had he known Yi Chen was this capable, he would have refrained from confronting him. Now, it was too late for regrets. As Tang Xiaohu grappled with his internal conflict, Li Shishir looked at Yi Chen with admiration and awe. You are truly impressive, brother-in-law. How can there be such a remarkable man in this world? I feel so secure by your side. Although they had yet to exit the bar, she felt assured of their success and could not help but cheer for Yi Chen. The only regret Li Shishir harbored was that such an exceptional man was already taken, and by none other than her older sister, whom she had always disdained. This left her feeling resentful and unfairly treated. Why should her sister, cold and devoid of femininity, have the fortune of being with someone like Yi Chen? Pouting in frustration, she lamented why she had not acted first. In response to her praise, Yi Chen simply replied, stay low-key. At this moment, Tang Xiaohu was too exasperated to confront Li Shishir. After careful consideration, he decided to withhold Li Qinggong's name for the time being. Family matters can be complicated. If Yi Chen chose to direct his fury towards him instead of seeking out his father-in-law, it would spell disaster for Tang Xiaohu. Thus, with a forced smile, he feigned calmness and remarked, you are indeed quite impressive, young man. I've never heard of you before. Where do you operate? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and settled back down. I don't operate anywhere. I've been living in the mountains until recently. I didn't expect life down here to be more perilous than up there. But let us not stray from the subject. Tell me frankly,
who paid you to deal with me?
As he spoke, his eyes turned sharp, hinting at an underlying threat. Tang Xiaohu sensed the implacable aura emanating from Yi Chen, causing his expression to darken. I advise you not to provoke me. In my years in this world, no one has dared to disrespect me. While you are indeed skilled, remember that there are always those stronger than you. In this world, power and influence hold greater value than mere strength. Upon hearing Tang Xiaohu's empty bravado, Yi Chen could only laugh, unsure how to respond. Fine, consider me a mere brute with strength. Regardless of your opinion of me, you must answer my questions honestly today. Otherwise. His words trailed off as he abruptly seized Li Shirshir by the arm, leading her out of the room. Li Shirshir, bewildered, followed Yi Chen outside, puzzled by his abruptness. What will you do if he doesn't speak? Why didn't you finish your sentence? On the contrary, you've been held captive for so long. Your family must be worried. I told your sister I would resolve this within an hour. If we linger any longer, she will surely fret. Hearing Yi Chen mention her sister, Li Shirshir's heart sank with jealousy. As the two departed, they left the door ajar, allowing Tang Xiaohu to overhear their entire conversation. This infuriated Tang Xiaohu. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was nothing but a trifling matter. Someone who could be reprimanded at any moment. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, Tang Xiaohu dared not express his anger openly and could only curse silently within. Unable to swallow this insult, he realized that to deal with Yi Chen, he would need to enlist someone far more formidable. What kind of expert did he seek? Ideally, someone versed in esoteric arts, for brute strength was secondary. What mattered most was that they were formidable and difficult to contend with. He implored earnestly, having never before begged anyone so fervently in his life, but this time he was prepared to invest heavily to confront Yi Chen. Wu Dai, uncertain of Tang Xiaohu's intentions, feared he might be asked to deploy his men for nefarious purposes, and thus vigorously shook his head, stating, Tang Xiaohu, let us speak plainly. Although I have such individuals at my disposal, I cannot lend them to you. Tang Xiaohu hastily interrupted, saying, Captain Wu, you know me well. How could I ever scheme against you? This matter is indeed quite delicate, but it is not criminal in nature. I assure you, it will not implicate you in any way. Please rest assured. He continued to plead, I beg you, lend me 2 capable individuals. I implore you. Once the task is accomplished, I promise to promptly investigate the matter regarding the line of fortune you mentioned. Wu Dai found Tang Xiaohu's terms acceptable, reasoning that as long as he was not implicated, there should be no issue. I can assist you, but this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing ties. Chapter 20. The hardship of soft living after Yi Chen escorted Li Shirshir out of the bar. Deng Chanyu quickly drove the car out from the shadows. Upon seeing that her ride was none other than Li Qiuchan's secretary, Li Shirshir's expression soured noticeably. She felt as if Li Qiuchan was deliberately marking her territory. Li Shirshir understood the implications of Deng Chanyu's words. Yet she was reluctant to part ways with Yi Chen and feigned ignorance, saying, I haven't decided where to go, so why not accompany me to the company? However, Secretary Deng, I'm not trying to stir trouble, but how did you go from being my sister's popular aide to my brother-in-law's driver in just a few days? Have you offended my sister? Upon hearing this, Deng Chanyu felt both exasperated and amused, ready to explain, when suddenly her head spun. Wait. Did you just say Yi Chen is your brother-in-law? Noticing Deng Chanyu's excitement nearly causing her to lose grip of the steering wheel, Yi Chen quickly chimed in, admonishing Li Shirshir. Can you refrain from making such declarations in front of others? Your sister hasn't agreed to marry me yet. Oh, but why hasn't she? You both eloped, leaving our parents quite upset. Li Shirshir retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If even someone as admirable as Yi Chen was deemed unworthy by Li Qiuchan, then who could possibly meet her standards? Deng Chanyu listened to their exchange, utterly astonished, her mind swirling with disbelief.
So,
Yi Chen was indeed the young man chosen by Li Qiuchan, and not merely as a trophy to be paraded. Moreover, Li Qiuchan's parents were extremely displeased with Yi Chen, yet she disregarded their opinions and ran away with him. Was this not madness? Good heavens! The brilliant and capable General Li turned out to be so infatuated. It was truly disconcerting. Such a decision was undeniably foolish. With a pained expression, Deng Chanyu's demeanor prompted Li Shirshir to curiously inquire, could it be, Secretary Deng, that you have fallen out of favor? Did my sister not inform you of this matter? After relishing the moment, Li Shirshir turned to Yi Chen with a sly smile. Brother-in-law, please don't hold it against me for being petty. Do you think my sister might just be toying with you? Otherwise, why wouldn't she announce it publicly? Perhaps she finds your status insufficient and is too embarrassed to share? Sighing, she added, my sister can be so obstinate. If you were my boyfriend, I would be eager to declare it to the world, not hide it away. Yet, Yi Chen had never entertained the thought of truly marrying Li Qiuchan. Should this affair come to an end, he would welcome it. He desired to remain a carefree bachelor for a few more years and had no inclination to rush into marriage. Furthermore, should he end up with Li Qiuchan, he would carry the title of a son-in-law, a label that would invite ridicule. What kind of inept young man relied on his wife for sustenance, becoming a mere housekeeper? Yi Chen had no wish to be labeled as such. As Deng Chanyu observed Yi Chen's disdainful expression, her anger intensified. How could this young man be so shameless? What attitude was he projecting? Did he intend to live off a woman? This was utterly absurd. In Jinling, countless suitors lined up to pursue Li Qiuchan, all of whom were distinguished heirs from noble families. Yi Chen, despite his decent appearance, possessed no noteworthy qualities. It baffled her how Li Qiuchan could have chosen to support such an obscure individual. The more Deng Chanyu pondered, the more she felt compelled to prevent Li Qiuchan from descending into this folly. She needed to devise a strategy to dissuade Li Qiuchan from this misguided notion of supporting Yi Chen. An idea struck her. She recalled that Yi Chen must be a man of carnal desires. In that case, she could exploit this angle. If she could make Li Qiuchan see Yi Chen for who he truly was, it would only be a matter of time before she distanced herself from him. Just as Deng Chanyu's car started moving, a black car suddenly emerged from a side road, blocking her path. Fortunately, she was driving slowly and managed to brake in time. Otherwise, a collision would have been inevitable. What on earth? Deng Chanyu was already in a foul mood, and this unexpected stunt only exacerbated her frustration. As she prepared to exit the vehicle to confront the other party, a young man in a suit, handsome in appearance, stepped out from the black car, flanked by two hulking bodyguards, exuding an intimidating presence. Li Shishir, witnessing the scene, found it quite perplexing. Even with their numbers, there was no need for Deng Chanyu to be this fearful, was there? At that moment, the young man outside banged on the car window, shouting at the cowering Deng Chanyu. Deng Chanyu, you wretched woman, don't pretend you're not there. I know you're hiding in the car. How bold of you to put a green hat on me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Where were you just now? Were you with that scoundrel? Did you meet him at this bar? You two shameless lovers, if you have the guts to betray me, step out and face me. Yi Chen, having heard the commotion, finally realized that the young man yelling outside was the same volatile fool he had hung up on earlier. No wonder he had been so arrogant on the phone. It turned out he was a privileged scion. Li Shishir suddenly felt a surge of annoyance and tugged at Yi Chen, saying, "What is going on, brother-in-law? I thought you were sincere towards my sister, but it seems you also have something going on with Secretary Deng. TSK, you two are quite the scandalous pair." Caught red-handed by Secretary Deng's boyfriend. Before Yi Chen could clarify the situation, the infuriated Deng Chanyu slammed the door open and stepped out of the car. She strode forward, confronting the young man with a thunderous roar. "Hong Li, are you out of your mind? If you're unwell, go seek treatment." Deng Chanyu's powerful shout startled Li Shishir, who clearly did not expect the usually delicate and gentle Secretary Deng to unleash such fury. Moreover, her bravery was astonishing. She boldly challenged him single-handedly. Did she not fear retaliation? As Deng Chanyu's frosty gaze and seething anger bore down on him, Hong Li's demeanor softened considerably, losing the ferocity he had just displayed. "What are you yelling about? You have no grounds to do so. How could I be the one in the wrong? My girlfriend ran off to sleep with another man. And I don't even have the right to question her?" He raged. "That pretty boy has the audacity to use your phone and taunt me over the line. You better bring him out here. I shall settle this score." Hong Li rolled up his sleeves, his expression grave as if he were ready to devour someone whole. "Who are you planning to settle scores with?" Deng Chanyu forcefully shoved him away from her car, her brows furrowed in anger. "Let me make this clear, Hong Li. I never agreed to be your girlfriend. This has all been your delusion. Spare me your moral coercion, even if I were involved with someone else. It is none of your business. I warn you, if you dare to harass me again or disrupt my work and life, I will call the police." Chapter 21. The submissive dog has nothing. Faced with Deng Chanyu's fierce demeanor, Hong Li appeared completely dumbfounded. Not only did he refrain from retaliating, but as Deng Chanyu started her car and pressed the accelerator, he suddenly knelt before the vehicle. It is said that beneath a man's knee lies gold. Witnessing Hong Li kneeling so upright, Yi Chen and Li Shishir exchanged glances, utterly speechless. Could this boy possibly be a masochist? He had just been scolded by her. Yet he felt no shame, instead choosing to kneel before her as if she were some revered ancestor. "Oh, I cannot live without you. Please do not speak such harsh words. I genuinely like you. I admire you. I was just momentarily blinded by anger. I beg for your forgiveness." Hong Li knelt there, tears and snot flowing freely as he lamented. The two hulking bodyguards accompanying him stood like sentinels beside him, rendering the scene comically absurd. The bodyguards were internally exasperated. When their young master had summoned them in haste, he had explicitly instructed them to assist in beating someone up.
Now,
they were forced to witness their master's folly instead. "Get out of the way, don't delay me from driving. Otherwise, don't blame me for running you over." The more fierce Deng Chanyu became, the more Hong Li remained silent on his knees. Observing the once boisterous Hong Li now reduced to this state, Yi Chen could not help but shake his head. Had he known the situation would devolve into this, he would have never called Hong Li a violent man. At worst, he was merely a small teddy bear. However, this incident prompted Yi Chen to deeply reflect on his own circumstances. When a woman exerts excessive dominance, a man's life can become exceedingly difficult. While some situations may involve a willing aggressor and a willing victim, it was evident that Yi Chen was not the latter. No, he must devise a strategy to firmly sever ties with Li Qiuchan, striving for her to initiate the dissolution of their engagement. Otherwise, if they truly ended up together, his life of ease would undoubtedly come to an end. A submissive dog is destined to perish. He absolutely must not submit. Deng Chanyu ruthlessly maneuvered her car close to Hong Li, not forgetting to issue one last stern warning before departing. "Hong Li, stay far away from me in the future. I will not let you off easily." Upon hearing this, Hong Li seemed to have an epiphany, throwing himself onto the ground in a dramatic display. "Then, don't let me go. I don't want to part ways. The more you refuse, the better. Neither of us should leave." His expensive suit, worth several thousand, was now being dragged across the ground, truly a waste. My heart is devoted to you. Why must you be so cruel? What is it about me that falls short compared to those pretty boys outside? If you genuinely want me to give you up, then run me over with your car. If I die, I will no longer pursue you. Hong Li adopted a reckless attitude, and Deng Chanyu found herself at her wit's end. Get away. Or, I will call the police. Go ahead and call them. Let the police judge my sincere devotion and see if I truly did anything wrong. As Deng Chanyu realized that Hong Li was impervious to reason, she had no choice but to roll up the car window, vowing to give him a taste of his own medicine. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen halted her. Enough. Do you not find this embarrassing enough? What good will the police do? This is merely a romantic dispute. They will not arrest him. Deng Chanyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, angrily retorting, Now you're analyzing situations? Where were you before? You're the one who answered my call. If you hadn't caused such a scene, would he be acting this way? Fine, it's all my fault. I will handle it, Yi Chen replied, not wishing to argue with her, as he suggested she move to the back, so he could drive. Deng Chanyu, unsure of Yi Chen's intentions, complied and switched seats. Drive carefully, this is my new car, she cautioned. Just as she finished, Yi Chen slammed the accelerator. Heading straight for Hong Li, stop. You'll cause a death. Hurry, stop. Both Deng Chanyu and Li Shishir screamed in terror, urging Yi Chen to remain calm. Hong Li, of course, did not wish to die, but he had not anticipated Yi Chen's sudden aggression and was caught off guard, unable to react or evade. Fortunately, the two bodyguards acted swiftly, pushing Hong Li aside just in time. He tumbled on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Yi Chen scoffed, driving away nonchalantly. For people like him, one must be ruthless. After the scare, he would likely never dare to bother her again. Well, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Yi Chen said with an air of triumph, nearly provoking Deng Chanyu to slap him. Thank you? What if you had caused a death? Do you know what his family does? If anything happens to him, we will all be finished. She continued, if he truly feels devoted to you, then even if his family were to pursue accountability, he would prevent them from doing so. What are you afraid of? Insanity. Deng Chanyu was at a loss for words in her assessment of Yi Chen. He believed it was not a significant matter. Such persistent individuals would never relinquish their pursuits unless dealt with harshly. As the saying goes, if you do not cut off the entanglement, you will suffer the consequences. Hesitation leads to defeat, and those who are soft-hearted cannot achieve greatness. Though he recognized that Yi Chen's method had indeed proven effective, and Hong Li would not trouble them again, Deng Chanyu could not condone Yi Chen's extreme approach, even believing that he might have some mental issues. Could it be that generally, having adhered to convention all his life, had developed feelings for someone like Yi Chen, whose methods resembled those of a petty rogue? Li Shishir's thoughts were in stark contrast to those of Deng Chanyu. She believed that Yi Chen was simply too charming. Such a man was worthy of her. However, in an effort to ease the awkward atmosphere during their journey, Li Shishir bravely stepped forward, pretending to align herself with Deng Chanyu. Brother-in-law, Secretary Deng is absolutely right. Your earlier actions were indeed reckless. I may not know that man's true identity, but his attire clearly suggests he hails from an extraordinary background. If any trouble arises, Secretary Deng would surely bear the brunt of it. By the way, Secretary Deng, which family does that young man belong to? I've never seen him before. Upon hearing Li Shishir's support, Deng Chanyu's demeanor softened considerably, and she responded with an air of resignation. Don't even get me started. He is Hong Li, the young master of the Hong family. I met him at a company event when I accompanied General Manager Li to a banquet. Ever since, he has been persistently pursuing me. Initially, I thought to see how things would unfold, but it turns out he is rather unstable. Just thinking about him annoys me. Li Shishir nodded, beginning to comprehend the situation. It seems he was a senior from your university. Did you not continue your relationship? Deng Chanyu shook her head, a hint of frustration in her voice. We did have mutual feelings, but our family circumstances are simply incompatible. His father has taken a mistress and has a half-brother from that union. The family dynamics are far too complicated, so after much contemplation, we parted ways. After hearing this, Li Shishir sighed deeply. Indeed, every family has its own difficulties. There are few perfect men in this world. Either their family is lacking, or they themselves are. To find someone who possesses both qualities is truly more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Deng Chanyu wholeheartedly agreed, nodding.
Yes.
Finding a reliable man these days is exceedingly difficult. Yi Chen, uninterested in such discussions, had been quietly resting with his eyes closed, showing no intention of interjecting. However, Li Shishir was unwilling to let him off the hook and turned to ask, Brother-in-law, do men prioritize personal qualities or family background when choosing a partner?
Yi Chen,
perplexed at how the conversation had shifted to him, could only respond casually, when you think too much, it ultimately isn't true love. If two people share a profound connection, other considerations become irrelevant. Yet, as soon as Yi Chen uttered these words, he was met with a barrage of incredulous responses from the two women, both dismissing his perspective. Come on, are you suggesting that love alone is sufficient, without the necessity of stability? That is hardly realistic, Li Shishir shook her head. Deng Chanyu's rebuttal was even more pointed. She shot Yi Chen a scornful glance and said, Are you trying to deceive us, brother-in-law? letting General Manager Li provide the stability while you reap the benefits without effort? Upon realizing Deng Chanyu's insinuation, Yi Chen understood she was mocking him for being a kept man. He thought to himself, I must firmly delineate my boundaries with Li Qiuchan. Otherwise, my entire reputation could be jeopardized. Chapter 22. Accompanying the younger sister-in-law to face the music during their conversation, the car had already arrived at the parking lot of Li Group. Deng Chanyu needed to visit the security office, so she instructed Yi Chen to accompany Li Shishir upstairs first. Just as Yi Chen stepped out, he was suddenly halted by Li Shishir. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, he sensed someone trailing them. With a cold smile, he turned back to Li Shishir and softly advised, Your sister is quite concerned about you. You should go greet her. It's nothing, let us go. Yi Chen refrained from informing Li Shishir that two martial artists were hiding around the corner. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, they were likely targeting him. His sharp gaze had already startled them. It wasn't until Yi Chen had been upstairs for quite some time that the two figures in black finally emerged from their hiding spot. One of the women, sporting short hair, appeared somewhat disoriented, drenched in sweat from anxiety. This guy is just too perceptive, as if he has eyes in the back of his head. We should not have revealed ourselves at all. How would I know? Enough with the speculation. Let us just leave here quickly and report back. This person is formidable. We are not equipped to handle him. One of the teammates attempted to report, but the short-haired woman stopped her. No, we cannot report this just yet. If we do, they will surely think we are incompetent. We have worked hard to gain this opportunity. We must explore alternative strategies. Inside the office, despite clutching documents, Li Qiuchan had lost focus on her work since Yi Chen had departed, preoccupied with his safety. When Li Shishir entered, her demeanor was awkward and hesitant, and she stammered, Sister, are you still busy? Li Qiuchan scoffed, too disinterested to even look at Li Shishir. This only added to Li Shishir's discomfort, prompting her to hide behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen was bemused by the dynamics between the two sisters, understanding that every family has its own struggles. Not only did these sisters, who had grown up together, have their squabbles, but even Yi Chen's own mentors often engaged in disputes. Having learned the art of self-preservation from a young age, Yi Chen resolved to remain uninvolved. Li Qiuchan, however, did not neglect Yi Chen. She even expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Yi Chen. Please take a seat and rest. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension, Li Qiuchan suddenly asked, By the way, Yi Chen, how did you manage to persuade Tang Xiaohu to release the person? Seeing that neither Li Shishir nor Yi Chen bore any injuries, Li Qiuchan assumed they had reached an understanding with Tang Xiaohu. Otherwise, given Tang Xiaohu's temperament and capabilities, it was impossible for them to emerge unscathed. Yi Chen casually replied, I simply mentioned that she is my sister, and he let her go. Hearing Yi Chen's nonchalant account, Li Qiuchan was immediately skeptical. She raised an eyebrow, regarding Yi Chen with doubt. Yet, Yi Chen maintained a calm demeanor, even boldly stating, It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shishir. Li Shishir was more than willing to join Yi Chen in fabricating this tale, and she chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Brother-in-law's influence is immense. Tang Xiaohu wouldn't dare to defy him. He confidently brought me out. Be quiet. At the sound of Li Shishir's cheerful voice, Li Qiuchan's expression darkened immediately. You troublemaker. How many more messes do you plan to create? Despite referring to Yi Chen as brother-in-law, Li Qiuchan felt that Li Shishir's tone was overly suggestive. Especially when Li Shishir recounted how Yi Chen had rescued her, her animated expression made Li Qiuchan feel a twinge of jealousy. I'll tell you, Li Shishir, your good days end today. If you dare to provoke Tang Xiaohu, and if you continue to roam freely outside, who knows what chaos you will unleash. From today onwards, you will report to work punctually at the company, starting from the most basic position with a salary to match. No privileges. Upon hearing Li Qiuchan's directive, Li Shishir felt a surge of discontent and was ready to protest. However, she suddenly realized that working at the company would allow her to be close to Yi Chen daily. No more arguing. This is perfect. Li Qiuchan frowned slightly. This girl usually quibbles back at every word. Why is she particularly docile today? Upon closer inspection, she noticed Li Shishir gazing affectionately at Yi Chen. This revelation brought a measure of relief to Li Qiuchan's heart. Li Shishir must start from the most fundamental position as a salesperson, while Yi Chen remains ensconced in his office, leaving little opportunity for the two to meet. What are you still doing here? Go report to Human Resources.
Li Qiuchan admonisha.
Let me tell you, I've already spoken to the finance department. Don't think you can withdraw a single cent in advance. Even if your parents intervene, I will not relent. You need to rein in that spoiled temper of yours. Overwhelmed by Li Qiuchan's harsh reprimand and the threat to her financial support, Li Shishir felt increasingly aggrieved. Yet, with Li Qiuchan wielding such authority in the company, Li Shishir found herself powerless. She resorted to clinging to Yi Chen's arm, pleading, Brother-in-law, can't you say a word on my behalf? Are you really going to let my sister bully me? Am I not obedient enough? Yi Chen had intended to stay out of the fray, but found himself unwillingly dragged into the situation. Sister-in-law, can't you see what's happening? He mused. I'm just as vulnerable as you are. But don't worry, I will never forget you, my comrade in this struggle. One day, when I dissolve my engagement with your sister and escape this torment, I will surely find a way to help you overthrow her reign. Upon hearing Yi Chen's heartfelt sentiments, Li Qiuchan's face darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. What have I done to you? You work in the company, I support you, and provide you with funds. Is that not enough? And you dare speak of dissolving our engagement? Truly ungrateful. With such grievances weighing on her heart, Li Qiuchan sent Li Shishir off to human resources. Shortly thereafter, she kicked Yi Chen's chair forcefully, waking him from his stupor. Did I not tell you this morning that sleeping here is forbidden? Get ready. We are going out. Where to? Yi Chen inquired. To the Liu family, Li Qiuchan replied tersely. Upon hearing the mention of the Liu family, Yi Chen was taken aback. Could it possibly be the same Liu family associated with Liu Qingxin? Just then, another secretary entered the room. President Li, afternoon tea has been arranged. This is for you and Assistant Yi. All right, set it down, Li Qiuchan replied. She treated her employees well and arranged for afternoon tea every day after lunch, which included coffee, fruit, and pastries. The secretary brought in the portions for Li Qiuchan and Yi Chen. Li Qiuchan had a fondness for small cakes, but she was reluctant to let her employees know that the esteemed president enjoyed sweets, fearing it would tarnish her image. Therefore, she indulged in them alone in her office. Observing her eyes sparkle at the sight of the pastries after the secretary left, Yi Chen found it amusing. Who would have thought this aloof beauty is a sweet tooth? Since that is the case, let her have my portion as well. I'll just sip on this coffee to stave off drowsiness. Why does this coffee taste strange? As Yi Chen lifted the cup, he sensed something was amiss. After sniffing it closely, he quickly snatched the cake from Li Qiuchan's hand. It turned out the peculiar taste was not from the coffee but from the cake, which contained the bitter essence of a toxic flower. The scent was subtle, imperceptible to others, but Yi Chen's keen nose detected it immediately. Hey, why did you take my cake? There's still another one.
Li Qiuchan protesta, visibly displeasa.
This cake is problematic, Yi Chen exclaimed, but it was too late. Li Qiuchan, disregarding her image, hastily grabbed a piece of chocolate that had fallen and popped it into her mouth. This created an awkward predicament. The poison from the flower acted slowly, but it had a trait that caused its toxicity to explode upon contact with stomach acid. The chocolate would surely melt in her mouth, should she swallow it. Even divine intervention might not save her. Worried for Li Qiuchan's safety, Yi Chen acted without a second thought, seizing her chin and kissing her fervently. Chapter 23. No need to be a son-in-law. The sky seems clearer. Now this was not an act of impropriety on Yi Chen's part. Rather, his agile tongue was meant to cleanse Li Qiuchan's mouth of the chocolate, preventing her from inadvertently swallowing it. Li Qiuchan was taken aback by the suddenness of the encounter, rendered speechless. As the door swung open, Li Shishir stumbled upon this shocking scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is my brother-in-law really that aggressive? She gasped. Realizing she had been taken advantage of, Li Qiuchan, in a fit of rage, slapped Yi Chen's handsome face, leaving a crimson mark. This pained Li Shishir, who adored Yi Chen's appearance. What a shame if his face were damaged. Yi Chen grimaced from the sting, quickly spitting out the remnants of chocolate in his mouth. Witnessing his disgusted reaction, Li Qiuchan grew even angrier. Do you think I'm dirty? You scoundrel. Get out of my sight. I've been too kind to you. Shaking with fury, Li Qiuchan had never experienced such humiliation before. Seeing her rosy complexion, Yi Chen finally sighed in relief, realizing she did not appear poisoned. That was close, he reflected, tossing the bitten cake into the trash. Did you not hear what I said? Get out now, Li Qiuchan shouted, hurling objects at him. She had never been kissed in her life and was mortified that her first experience had turned out this way, especially with Li Shishir as a witness. All her dignified image was likely tarnished. Oh, girls can be so sensitive. My actions were indeed out of line, but it was a desperate measure. Yi Chen lamented. You're such a fool. Can't you see who the real villain is? If I had ulterior motives, wouldn't it have been easier to act last night? Why come to the office to express such feelings? Even if my actions were somewhat abrupt, you could have clarified things with me first. Never mind. I can't be bothered to explain. If you want me to leave, I shall. It saves us the hassle of dealing with our engagement. Li Qiuchan's anger escalated further. What is there to explain? You want me to ask for clarification? You forcibly kissed me, didn't you? And then you spat the chocolate out, isn't that a fact? You, a cad, are behaving lewdly in the office, and now you act aggrieved. What right do you have to feel wronged? How could such a despicable person exist? However, if I simply walk away, wouldn't he the next person with poisonous intentions find it all too easy? Such poison is rare. This perpetrator must have observed Li Qiuchan closely to devise a plan to poison her cake. The two cakes brought in had different flavors, and it was precisely the one Li Qiuchan chose that was poisoned. This means the culprit knew her preferences, which is terrifying to consider. Forget it. Life and death are fated. Why concern myself with such matters? But to ignore it feels disloyal. After all, she is my former fiancée. If, right after we annulled our engagement, she were to be harmed, wouldn't that reflect poorly on my reputation? Yet why should I care? She is ungrateful. Her poisoning is self-inflicted. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Yi Chen ultimately decided to abandon his intention to assist Li Qiuchan. After all, she was ungrateful, and it was already quite remarkable that he had managed to save her once. With resolve, Yi Chen gathered his belongings and pushed the uneaten piece of cake towards Li Qiuchan, saying, Consider this small cake a token of compensation. I shall not partake any further. Farewell. He waved his hand elegantly at Li Qiuchan and exited the office. Li Shishir was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. All she knew was that she could not allow Yi Chen to leave so easily. She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Brother-in-law, don't go just yet. We can discuss this at length." The two exited Li Qiuchan's office in succession, leaving her alone, staring blankly at the remaining cake. A sense of melancholy washing over her. What did Yi Chen's heartfelt words truly signify? According to him, was the cake poisoned? Did someone intend to poison her? It sounded like a formidable toxin. Despite the incredibility of the situation, Li Qiuchan understood deep down that Yi Chen had no reason to deceive her. No wonder he had refused to retaliate against her earlier assaults. Instead, he had calmly discarded the cake into the trash. It dawned on her that Yi Chen merely wished to prevent her from consuming the tainted confection. Whether the knowledge of someone attempting to poison her or the realization that she had wronged Yi Chen, both truths were exceedingly difficult for Li Qiuchan to accept. In pursuit of clarity, she quietly bent down and retrieved the discarded cake from the trash, wrapping it in a tissue and placing it in a box before making a phone call. "Oh dear, President Li, no overtime today? I must say, I am quite astonished. I have tried to arrange 3 meetings with you this month, and each time you claim to be busy. Do you not value our friendship at all?" Hearing the plaintive tone from the other end, Li Qiuchan found herself both amused and exasperated. "Yunlon, please, no more jokes. I am genuinely overwhelmed with tasks lately. I called today regarding a matter of life and death, and I need your assistance." "What life-threatening matter? You're trying to deceive me again, are you?" Zui Yunlon replied with a hint of skepticism. "No. Someone has poisoned a small cake I frequently consume, and I need your help to analyze it." "Someone attempted to poison you." Upon hearing such a grave revelation, Zui Yunlon's tone immediately became serious. Meanwhile, Yi Chen emerged from the Li Group building, his spirits lifted. Though fatigue lingered, the thought of no longer needing to work there invigorated him, filling him with a sense of liberation. No longer a son-in-law. It feels as if the skies have cleared, he mused, relishing the thought of silencing any future jibes about being a kept man. Just as Yi Chen reveled in his newfound freedom, an enigmatic figure emerged, disrupting his mood. This individual, whom he had previously encountered, was the short-haired woman who had trailed him in the parking lot. Yet, he was unaware that there had been a man accompanying her during that initial encounter. Yi Chen was puzzled by her persistence, especially given her conspicuous lack of stealth. Whatever, he dismissed, unconcerned by someone who posed no apparent threat. His pace quickened, and the woman, being a martial artist herself, managed to keep up, albeit with difficulty. "Still following me?" Yi Chen remarked, turning abruptly after running to a secluded area in the outskirts. "Goodness, I'm exhausted from your relentless pursuit." Moments later, the short-haired woman appeared, her expression a mix of indignation and determination. "Ah, a beauty?" Yi Chen noted, his demeanor softening as he regarded her attractive figure. "Why exactly are you shadowing me? You seem quite young. Are you even of age? It's quite impressive that you've cultivated your external energy at such a tender age."
Who sent you?
The woman introduced herself. "I am Shui Bao. I know who you are. Your task is clearly marked with that conspicuous badge. Are you truly so unafraid of exposure? Hand over the red truffles." Yi Chen shook his head in exasperation, perplexed by the naivety of those dispatched by the Jia dynasty. Shui Bao awkwardly removed her badge and produced a black porcelain bottle, offering it to Yi Chen with both hands. "What do you need this for?" "The red truffles, though rare and an antidote to numerous toxins, are unnecessary for me as I possess innate resistance to poison," he replied. Shui Bao stumbled in her pocket, eventually retrieving 2 more bottles of red truffles, presenting them reverently to Yi Chen. However, he remained unimpressed. Why is the Jia dynasty becoming increasingly stingy? When you are on a mission, they should provide you with ample supplies, not merely 3 bottles. Shui Bao felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. She understood the value of the red truffles, knowing that even a single drop could neutralize various toxins. To have produced 3 bottles was already remarkable. Had it not been for her inability to defeat Yi Chen, she would have been reluctant to part with even one. "Now that I have received the 3 bottles of red truffles you brought, let us cut to the chase. What is your purpose?" Yi Chen inquired directly. "What is your name?" Shui Bao asked, her cheeks flushed. "Wait, are you not sent by the Jia dynasty to follow me? You don't even know my name?"
Yi Chen respondet, bejilderet.
He had assumed Shui Bao was dispatched on an assignment, only to discover she was unfamiliar with him. "I was indeed sent to carry out a mission, but it does not pertain to you. I followed you because the Jia dynasty is currently seeking talented individuals. And upon observing your exceptional demeanor and formidable strength, I hope to see if you might join our ranks," she explained. "However, from your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with our higher-ups," she added, losing confidence with each word. Yi Chen burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing. You wish to recruit me into your Jia dynasty? Even the leader of your dynasty would have to address me as brother." In truth, the Jia dynasty was merely a minor organization under Yi Chen's influence, which he preferred to leave unattended, making it all the more absurd that a subordinate was attempting to recruit the true leader. Shui Bao was left dumbfounded. "Is your background truly that formidable? Enough about recruiting me. Tell me what mission you and your teammates are undertaking this time. Yi Chen pressed, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Shui Bao hesitated, clearly troubled by the question. I am aware of your internal regulations. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything. What is there to be conflicted about? If you fail to disclose it, your life might be in jeopardy. Consider your options carefully, Yi Chen stated casually, as if extinguishing Shui Bao's existence would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Indeed, Shui Bao was acutely aware of the reality of the situation. Is that important figure Li Qiuchan? Yi Chen continued to inquire. Shui Bao immediately nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling, and asked, You are truly remarkable. How did you manage to guess that? Yi Chen, both amused and exasperated, replied, You all stand guard at the Li Corporation daily. If your presence is not intended for me, it must certainly pertain to Li Qiuchan. However, if your mission is genuinely to protect her, I must admonish you. You have been exceedingly careless. Li Qiuchan's cake was poisoned today, and you failed to notice, yet you had the audacity to follow me? Do you realize that Li Qiuchan was nearly poisoned to death by the heart-eating flower? Is that true? How is President Li now? Shui Bao was taken aback. With me around, she is certainly safe. Yi Chen was momentarily perplexed, uncertain whether the Jia dynasty had genuinely sent such a novice to protect Li Qiuchan, or if it was merely a facade, fearing that Li Qiuchan might perish. That's a relief, Shui Bao sighed. But why are you here to protect Li Qiuchan? Who issued that order? The Jia dynasty has never had any connection with Li Qiuchan. Why the sudden interest in her safety? They merely sent me to protect her. As it is said that her life and death are closely tied to the fortune of Jinling, making her crucially important. My master insists that I must remain close to Li Qiuchan due to her unique constitution. If her life truly affects the fortune of all Jinling, then this matter warrants attention not only from the Jia dynasty but from all of Huaxia, as it is undoubtedly significant. Especially in recent years. As the world has undergone drastic changes, Huaxia has been among the few who can stand independently, yet it has faced countless grievances. Rather than seeking to develop their own nations, many have aimed to undermine Huaxia's fortune. Although Jinling is merely a small city, the saying goes, a single hair can move the whole body. If the fortune of any city is destroyed, Huaxia will experience significant turmoil, potentially leading to complete failure. As the guardian of Huaxia, the North King cannot stand idly by. Given the importance of Li Qiuchan's life and death, it is only rational that someone would scheme to poison her. If even you are aware that Li Qiuchan is in danger, does that not imply that many others have set their sights on her as well? Shui Bao nodded. Indeed, while I may be ineffectual, I have managed to block several assassins from reaching Li Qiuchan these past days. It is rumored that aside from those previous attackers, numerous domestic and international assassin organizations have received bounties for Li Qiuchan. In addition to these organized killers, some elusive assassins have also taken on contracts to earn this reward. The Jia dynasty is taking this matter very seriously and is even considering sending additional personnel our way. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt utterly astonished. He had received no hint of such developments and realized he had been too complacent recently. Has the Jia dynasty only sent 2 individuals? What about your teammate? Shui Bao weakly responded. He is still at the company watching over things. Humph. What use is merely standing guard? You two are utterly inept. Perhaps you should be replaced. Before Yi Chen could finish his statement, the usually meek Shui Bao could no longer contain herself.
Hey.
Your words are rather hurtful. What have I done wrong to be subjected to such humiliation? I know my skills are not on par with yours, but I am not completely useless. I have given you 3 vials of life-saving medicine. Is that not enough generosity? You are undoubtedly skilled, so if you are so capable, why ask me for the red truffle? Can't you solve it by yourself? I only brought 3 vials, and gave them all to you. Yet you treat me with such sarcasm. I am angry. Return the red truffle to me. Shui Bao, rarely assertive, tossed her short hair in a huff, her round face looking exceedingly adorable. All right, I admit my tone was a bit harsh. Let us discuss the matter at hand. This situation is indeed tricky, and you and your teammate have a challenging task ahead. If you encounter a top assassin, not only might you fail to protect Li Qiuchan, but you might also endanger your own lives. I am only looking out for your best interests. Newcomers like you should take on simpler tasks to gain experience. Do you not agree? Yi Chen's tone softened, akin to that of someone comforting a child. However, Shui Bao, still fuming, would not accept this. Don't start with that. You say I should take on simpler tasks, but do you think there are so many simple missions available? Each of us in the Jia dynasty is an elite. Others do not need to gain experience, so why must I? You clearly look down on me. Furthermore, I am not a newcomer. I have been a formal member of the Jia dynasty for 2 full years. Just because I have a youthful face and am younger than others, I have been subjected to their forced care and protection, making them think I am a mere child and preventing me from taking on missions. Do you know how many times I pleaded with the dynasty to gain eligibility for this operation? They claim they are protecting me, but truly, they consider me incompetent and treat me like a decorative vase. I simply wish to undertake a mission to prove myself. Have I truly done anything to warrant this treatment? Shui Bao unleashed all the grievances she had accumulated over the past 2 years, growing increasingly upset as she spoke, and soon found herself squatting on the ground, crying. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not uttered anything particularly egregious. How had he managed to make the young girl cry? The disdain of others was their issue, not something he should bear the brunt of. Though this area was sparsely populated, it was not devoid of people entirely. Her wails would surely attract attention. He felt it was a dire predicament. Hey, wipe your tears. Stop crying. I haven't said anything unreasonable. I merely offered a suggestion. If you refuse to accept it, so be it. Stand up. If you truly wish to prove yourself, you cannot keep crying. If you cannot even endure my single doubt, how can you expect to independently complete a mission? Yi Chen attempted to employ reverse psychology, hoping to encourage Xue Bao to be strong. Yet, this tactic utterly failed. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xue Bao only cried harder. Why is it permissible for you to question me, yet I cannot express my grievances? I feel sad and heartbroken.
Woo.
I will cry. Xue Bao had resigned herself to her fate, sitting down on the ground, exuding an air of indifference. Yi Chen found Xue Bao's sobbing to be a source of irritation. How had such a child made it into the Jia dynasty? Was she perhaps pushed in through some backdoor connections? He looked around, seeing no one in sight, and felt slightly reassured. Otherwise, if someone witnessed him making a young girl cry, his reputation would surely be tarnished forever. Yi Chen had never known how to comfort a girl. Previously, when there were disputes with senior sisters, he had only resorted to physical actions, as they did not cry. Xue Bao's behavior had genuinely pushed him into uncharted territory, leaving him utterly at a loss. This task is quite formidable. If you cease your tears, I may consider assisting you in completing the mission. Did you not express confidence in my abilities? So long as you entrust this matter to me, those people will surely regard you with newfound respect and no longer dare to look down on you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's promise, Xue Bao immediately perked up. Is what you say true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Yi Chen replied resolutely, of course, I would not deceive you. Now hurry and wipe your face. It's quite embarrassing. Oh, Xue Bao was well aware that shedding tears in front of Yi Chen was utterly illogical. She had longed to rise, yet had merely lacked an appropriate opportunity to do so. Here's my number. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. After exchanging contact information with Xue Bao, Yi Chen gradually departed, and upon witnessing Yi Chen's hasty retreat, Xue Bao couldn't help but chuckle. He who says crying is of no use. Look, I've found an exceptional ally. Chapter 25, Pretending to be a boyfriend after emerging from the alley in the suburbs. Yi Chen strode purposefully towards the nearby roadway and rapped on the window of a white Porsche. You've been following me this entire time. What do you intend to do? Li Sure, visibly embarrassed, rolled down the window and timidly inquired, Brother-in-law, are you planning to break up with my sister? What do you mean break up? We were never together to begin with, so please refrain from calling me brother-in-law. It could create misunderstandings. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. In any case, I am parting ways with your sister. We are not particularly acquainted, so please do not follow me any longer. Upon hearing Yi Chen's desire to sever ties, Li Sure felt an immediate surge of urgency. Brother-in-law, you cannot be so heartless. But by the time she sought to pursue him, Yi Chen had vanished from sight. Staring blankly at the boundless expanse of wilderness before her, she blinked rapidly. Little did she know that Yi Chen was not only formidable in combat, but also possessed an extraordinary speed akin to that of a martial arts master, truly terrifying. Could it be that Yi Chen's forceful kiss on her sister was to prevent her from being poisoned? Goodness, if that were the case. Then her brother-in-law was indeed suffering an unfair burden. Yi Chen, however, paid little heed to notions of right or wrong, and focused on preparing for his departure. He had resolved to completely distance himself from Li Qiuchan, hence he would not be taking on any further responsibilities. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and before Yi Chen could respond, a tall, attractive woman appeared before him. With an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a statuesque figure. She commanded attention effortlessly. This woman was Shan Yushuang, a group leader at the Li Group, residing in the dormitory upstairs. She was the object of many single young men's dreams, yet she displayed an unusual warmth towards Yi Chen, often bringing him food and drinks, which had drawn considerable envy from others. Nevertheless, Yi Chen relished the attention, for who would not appreciate such devoted care from a beautiful woman? What brings you here? Though Yi Chen did not display outright displeasure at Shan Yushuang's unexpected visit, he was hardly in the mood for company as he was preoccupied with packing for his escape. Unaware of Yi Chen's imminent departure, Shan Yushuang approached with a beaming smile, offering him a cup of milk tea. Why do you ask? I've come looking for you several times. You were never around. Where have you been playing? You didn't even bother to inform me. I was quite worried. Her bright, sparkling eyes and gentle tone revealed her concern. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shan Yushuang fidgeted with her nose and bit her lip, hesitantly confessing, previously, a friend wanted to introduce me to someone. I wasn't particularly fond of the person she suggested, so I lied and said I had a boyfriend. However, she insisted on organizing a double date, and if I showed up alone, it would surely raise suspicions. Hence, I was hoping you could. Shan Yushuang appeared to realize the absurdity of her request, and as she spoke, her confidence waned, her head gradually bowing. Given the context, Yi Chen understood her intentions. So, you wish for me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yes. Shan Yushuang's face lit up with nervous excitement as her eyes gleamed with an extraordinary hope. seemingly wishing that Yi Chen would not merely pretend, but genuinely assume the role of her boyfriend. Yi Chen was not devoid of compassion. On the contrary, he was exceptionally perceptive, easily detecting the shifts in others' emotions. He was aware that Shan Yushuang's attentiveness stemmed from her fondness for him. Yet, he recognized that she was rather fragile, and he feared that a direct rejection might prove overwhelming for her. Moreover, since she had not explicitly expressed her affections, Yi Chen chose to remain oblivious to her feelings. Shan Yushuang was overjoyed. You agreed? When shall we go on this date? Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly. Let's meet at the Starbucks around the corner. With that, Shan Yushuang dashed away, her spirits high. Yi Chen gazed at the closed door and let out a long sigh. Shan Yushuang was a good girl, and he decided to assist her with this final favor before bidding farewell. Originally, Li Qiuchan had planned to visit the Liu family that afternoon, but after the incident involving the poisoning, her thoughts were consumed solely by the desire to uncover the identity of her assailant. After exchanging pleasantries with Zui Yunman, she hastily drove towards Jinling University. As vehicles were not permitted to enter the campus, Li Qiuchan had no choice but to park outside and hurry towards the laboratory. Clad in a delicate orange chiffon dress, she appeared ethereal. The combination of her brisk pace and the perspiration glistening on her skin accentuated her already striking figure, drawing the admiration of numerous male students along the way. Goodness, is that a new teacher at our school? Her aura is simply magnificent. Don't be absurd. You think it's just her aura? We all know what you're really looking at.
Indeed, mature women possess an undeniable allure.
But that dress must be quite expensive, beyond our means. Best not to gawk and risk disappointment. Unfazed by the teasing, Li Qiuchan was solely focused on her own safety, having little patience for distractions. Before long, she arrived at Zui Yunman's office. Given their close friendship, she merely knocked lightly before entering. Zui Yunman had been waiting anxiously for Li Qiuchan's arrival, concerned about her friend's distressing experience with poisoning. Friends often share common circles and interests. Although Zui Yunman was a professional researcher, her appearance rivaled Li Qiuchan's, as she donned a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding both allure and an air of restraint. Did you bring everything? Zui Yunman scrutinized Li Qiuchan with a look of genuine concern, ensuring her well-being before finally relaxing. I did. Please help me find out what substance was used to poison me. I nearly ingested it. The malice of these individuals is truly appalling. Li Qiuchan did not shy away from expressing her anxiety and fear to her friend. Heaven knows how terrified she felt upon hearing Yi Chen's warning about the poisoned cake. The matter of poisoning was no trivial affair. It could very well threaten her life. Zui Yunman, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time gathering the necessary materials for testing. Before long, she emerged, taking the time to conduct a thorough examination of Li Qiuchan once more. Qiuchan, did you actually eat the cake? Do you feel unwell in any way? Oh dear, I don't feel unwell, nor can I truly say I have eaten it. Just tell me what poison has been administered in this cake and how lethal it is, Li Qiuchan urged. Lethal? It is exceedingly potent, Zui Yunman articulated deliberately. Although I am unaware of the exact nature of this poison, as I have never encountered it before, I can assert with utmost certainty that if you swallow this cake, you shall perish within mere moments. This toxin seems to react with gastric acid. However, if you merely hold it in your mouth and spit it out, the danger is minimal. But should you ingest it, then it would indeed be catastrophic. The individual who poisoned you must harbor a profound hatred. Upon hearing Zui Yunman's conclusion, Li Qiuchan felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing. Yi Chen's assessment was undeniably correct. There was indeed deadly poison in that cake. Had it not been for Yi Chen, who selflessly assisted her in expelling the chocolate from her mouth, she might have already lost her life. Recalling the perilous moment, Li Qiuchan was overwhelmed with anxiety. Have you recently offended someone? Zui Yunman inquired with concern, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Li Qiuchan shook her head, utterly perplexed. I haven't offended anyone. Who could wish me such harm? Sitting on the chair, she absent-mindedly traced her fingers, engulfed in deep remorse. If not for Yi Chen's timely intervention, the outcome would have been dire. How had she treated this savior? She had berated and scolded him, even driving him away. Yet, despite this, Yi Chen had not retaliated, but instead offered her a piece of cake that was free from poison to soothe her. No wonder Yi Chen felt resentful toward her lack of discernment. If the roles were reversed, she would undoubtedly be furious. Chapter 26. The quirky best friend. As Li Qiuchan's frustration grew, she unexpectedly burst into tears, startling Zui Yunman. It is worth noting that Li Qiuchan had always been resilient, rarely shedding tears in front of others. Having known her for so long, Zui Yunman had only witnessed her cry once many years ago when her parents had misunderstood her, and had not seen such vulnerability since. Oh dear, it seems we've truly frightened our esteemed Miss Li. Do not cry, do not cry. You are destined for good fortune. Nothing will happen to you. I shall protect you. As a professional researcher, uncovering the clues from this cake will be a simple task. Trust me. I will reveal the mastermind behind this, Zui Yunman earnestly promised, but Li Qiuchan shook her head, her heart heavy with guilt. No, Yunman, you misunderstand. I am not crying out of fear. Is my character truly so flawed? Am I truly so detestable? I often come across as overly assertive, cutting people off before they finish speaking and making hasty judgments. Zui Yunlan, unaware of the deeper meaning behind Li Qiuchan's words, assumed she was merely flustered from her fright.
Qiuchan, do not overthink.
If you attribute this poisoning to your perceived character flaws, I must reprimand you. The one who poisoned you is the true villain. Why should you bear such undue blame? Li Qiuchan shook her head sadly. No, that is not my intention. Ultimately, I erred. I misjudged a well-meaning person.
Ah!
Did someone warn you that this cake was poisonous? Although Li Qiuchan's words were not entirely clear, Zui Yunlan's keen intellect allowed her to piece together some understanding. Since it was her fault, she must take responsibility and apologize. At that moment, Yi Chen had nearly finished tidying up. He had changed into clean, appropriate attire and left the dormitory, making his way to the nearby Starbucks. Shan Yushuang had been waiting at the entrance for a while, her heart fluttering with anxiety over whether Yi Chen would keep their appointment. When she saw him approaching, her face lit up with a sweet smile, and she raised her slender arm to wave at him. Her flawless visage was adorned with dimples that were reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Yi Chen strode over, slightly embarrassed. I took longer than expected to tidy up. I hope I'm not late. Not at all. I'm just grateful you could make it. As they exchanged pleasantries, Shan Yushuang's best friend arrived with her boyfriend. This friend, hailing from the same hometown as Shan Yushuang, shared a similar modest background, which led them to support each other after leaving college to work. Recently, her friend had begun dating a wealthy heir who flaunted his affluence by driving a Kian. Clearly a spoiled rich kid. Shan Yushuang typically kept her distance from such individuals. But her friend viewed this as an opportunity for upward mobility and thus sought to introduce Shan Yushuang to a similar man. It was for this reason that Shan Yushuang had decided to fabricate a story, neither wanting to offend her friend's good intentions nor invite unnecessary complications. Yushuang, I didn't realize you had already arrived. I'm so sorry. We were shopping and lost track of time. As she spoke, her friend deliberately flicked her hair, as if to ensure everyone noticed the large diamond ring adorning her finger. Although Shan Yushuang was not particularly interested in such jewelry, she felt happy for her friend's excitement. Wow, that ring is enormous. It's practically blinding. Haha, you truly have an eye for quality. We just bought it. But I find it a tad small. Next time, I must acquire an even larger one. Bao Zhiro beamed with pride. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Tianji. His family is in the clothing business, but he's working independently now, serving as a deputy manager at Wei's group. Bao Zhiro spoke with an air of pride, as if her boyfriend's position elevated her status. Tianji, a rather superficial character, had chosen to be with Bao Zhiro due to her looks and figure. Upon seeing the demure and charming Shan Yushuang, his interest was piqued. However, Tianji was skilled at concealing his intentions. After a brief appraisal, he quickly masked his gaze and casually greeted Shan Yushuang. She nodded in response and proceeded to introduce Yi Chen to them. Although Yi Chen's attire matched Shan Yushuang's, it paled in comparison to Tianji's expensive suit. Bao Zhiro, noticing Yi Chen's less expensive clothing, did not hesitate to roll her eyes dramatically. Yushuang, I truly do not understand your choice. With your beauty, you could easily find someone better. Even if you do not want my introduction, you should be aiming higher, not settling for someone so ordinary. Shan Yushuang sensed Bao Zhiro's disdain for Yi Chen and quickly stepped in to mediate. What do you mean ordinary? We are colleagues, and besides, isn't being well-matched quite favorable? I can be quite clumsy. If I were to pursue a wealthy heir, I would surely make a mess of it. Unlike you, who is so organized and capable. Your boyfriend is truly impressive, handsome, comes from a good family, and possesses great personal abilities. I've heard that getting into Wei's group is quite difficult. Many strive for even a clerical position there. For him to be a department head at such a young age is truly remarkable. Should you become a wealthy lady, do not forget your poor friend. The flattery from Shan Yushuang made Bao Zhiro feel elated. She was acutely aware that in terms of appearance, she could never compete with Shan Yushuang, who invariably became the center of attention at gatherings, receiving countless affections from men. In comparison, Bao Zhiro felt like a mere green leaf, overshadowed by the vibrant red flower that was Shan Yushuang. Little did she know, her seemingly proud boyfriend was utterly captivated by Shan Yushuang, especially after receiving her compliments. Tian Yue grew increasingly confident, believing he had won Shan Yushuang's personal approval. If he chose to pursue her, success would surely be within his grasp. Yet, as an outsider, Yi Chen observed the dynamics among the three with amusement. It is often said that birds of a feather flock together, yet how is it that Shan Yushuang's close friend was her polar opposite? What a foolish notion Bao Zhiro held, placing her hopes for lifelong happiness in the hands of such a lecherous man. Did she not realize that relying on beauty alone cannot sustain a lasting relationship? How utterly naive. While Shan Yushuang was of good character, she too lacked discernment. How could she choose such a woman as a confidant? Even if she did not lead her down a treacherous path, there would inevitably be repercussions. Was it that Yi Chen's senior sisters were so astute that they made the women outside appear foolish by comparison? Yi Chen found himself perplexed. Before he could ponder further, Bao Zhiro urged them to enter a Starbucks. Once inside, they secured a window seat. As Bao Zhiro fiddled with her ring, making the diamond glisten in the sunlight, She casually inquired, Shuang, you mentioned that you and your boyfriend are colleagues. What is his current position? Upon hearing this question, Shan Yushuang felt a pang of discomfort. I am merely an ordinary assembly line worker. Nothing remarkable, and it seems I will soon be unemployed. Just a factory worker and now facing job loss? Goodness, Shuang, your standards leave much to be desired. I assumed you had a more suitable choice in mind, yet it turns out to be this? He can scarcely keep his factory job. How can he provide you with a good life? You both could toil for a lifetime and still be unable to afford a diamond ring like mine. Do you not feel a twinge of regret? Bao Jiro's words, seemingly concerned, were laced with malice and condescension. Tian Yue chimed in exactly. I have many single friends with excellent prospects. Shuang, if you wish to find a boyfriend, I can certainly assist in making introductions. You need not subject yourself to such indignities. Listening to their relentless jabs at Yi Chen, Shan Yushuang grew increasingly displeased.
What are you talking about?
I do not prioritize material conditions in choosing a partner. Yi Chun is exceptional, not at all as you portray him, regardless of wealth. What matters is mutual affection. As long as Yi Chen treats me sincerely, I am content. Hearing such a pure perspective on love, Yi Chen admired Shan Yushuang's integrity, but feared that her naivete would lead to significant heartache in the future. However, this was not the moment to voice his thoughts. So, he remained silent. The more he refrained from speaking, the more Bao Jiro treated him like a soft target, intensifying her mockery. Goodness, you're truly a silent one. Has your mouth been glued shut? I cannot fathom what my best friend sees in you. Alas, who am I to question her taste? She exclaimed. Darling, does Wei's group still need security or cleaning staff? If so, could you arrange something? He is on the verge of becoming unemployed. What will my sister do? Tian Yue laughed at this. No problem. Since you've asked, I'll certainly help arrange it. As long as you are diligent, you could secure a permanent position within a month. With your lack of qualifications and oratory skills, attaining such a role is quite commendable. As Shan Yushuang listened to their sarcastic banter directed at Yi Chen, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. She bit her lip, her eyes beginning to well with tears. Had she known their gathering was meant to ridicule Yi Chen, she would have never agreed to attend. Yi Chen noticed her distress, turned to her with a gentle smile, and lightly patted the back of her hand, reassuring her. Then, he turned back to sip his coffee and remarked nonchalantly, Thank you for considering helping me with employment. However, working as security at your Wei's group seems rather perilous. What prompted the sudden need for staff? Did the previous hire suffer injuries from centipedes and cannot report for duty? At this, Tian Yue bristled with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei's group has recently faced issues with pests and lost a key employee. The higher-ups are scrambling to find replacements, which has caused me a great deal of trouble, leading to a harsh reprimand from the manager. You've hit a sore spot with your careless words. Tian Yue was already stressed about this situation, and Yi Chen had inadvertently exacerbated his frustration. Mark my words. Continue with such reckless remarks, and I will sue you for damaging the company's reputation, he declared, casting furtive glances around, fearful of the news spreading. Little did he realize, the matter was already well known, with Yi Chen being the true mastermind behind it, whom he so despised. Seeing her boyfriend's anger, Bao Jiro adopted a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, How can you be so tactless? It's no wonder after all this hard work, you've only become a mere factory worker. Someone like you simply cannot appreciate the finer things. If it weren't for my friendship with Shuang, do you think we would pay you any attention? What a presumptuous fool. Bao Jiro's insults grew increasingly harsh, and Shan Yushuang could no longer bear it. Ro, how can you speak so cruelly? How am I being cruel? Isn't Chen's speech itself harsh?
Bao Zi Zao Zi To Kun Li.
Shuang, I am looking out for your best interests. Do not let your infatuation cloud your judgment. What do you truly see in this aimless man? With your beauty and grace, you could easily attract a wealthy suitor, or at least a well-off young man. If you stay with someone like him, you're destined for poverty. Do you think you could ever wear a ring like mine, or even the most basic gold band? Shan Yushuang's cheeks flushed crimson, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She had never been one to argue, especially not with someone she had considered her closest friend. However, after today's events, she had come to a stark realization about Bao Jiro's true nature. She could not allow Yi Chen to endure such humiliation any longer. After much contemplation, Shan Yushuang ultimately said nothing further but instead took Yi Chen's hand and led him outside, determined to sever ties with Bao Jiro. As the two approached the entrance of Starbucks, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd outside. Dan Yushuang glanced through the glass door and was astonished to see a luxury car worth several million parked outside. This was indeed peculiar. Although the area around their factory was not exactly remote, it was certainly among the less affluent parts of Jinling City. It was rare to see a car valued at $500,000, let alone one worth millions. Earlier, when Tian Wei arrived in his Mercedes, it had already caused quite a stir, much to Bao Jiro's delight. However, compared to this Porsche 918, Tian Wei's Mercedes paled in comparison. Tian Wei's eyes lit up at the sight of the car. My goodness! After a moment of astonishment, he quickly dashed outside. Bao Jiro, somewhat perplexed, asked Tian Wei, How much do you think that car costs? Close to 10 million, I reckon, he replied, salivating with envy. Who could this wealthy heir be? Venturing into such an unremarkable place with such an extravagant vehicle, Dan Yushuang did not linger on the car. She averted her gaze. She was not one to be swayed by vanity, believing that no matter how expensive a car was, it was merely a means of transportation. However, the crowd's incessant gawking and pointing at the vehicle was rather inconvenient, which irked her slightly. Yichen wore an unusual expression, while others may not recognize the car.
He knew it well.
It belonged to Li Qiuchan. What was she doing here? Amidst the crowd, Li Qiuchan's enchanting gaze locked onto Yichen's. Descending gracefully from her car in high heels, she swayed her slender waist, exuding an elegance that left onlookers in awe. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Upon seeing this proud and captivating woman, Dan Yushuang couldn't help but exclaim, "She's stunning." Tian Wei, swallowing hard, agreed wholeheartedly. The pursuit of Li Qiuchan by Wei Yichun was common knowledge among Jinling's elite. With the title of the most beautiful CEO in the city, he often daydreamed about being noticed by her, envisioning how his fortunes would change. However, within the realm of Li Qiuchan and Wei Yichun, Tian Wei was merely a nobody, utterly unworthy of comparison. Bao Zhiro, being Tian Wei's girlfriend, felt a twinge of discomfort as she noticed her partner gazing at another woman with such longing. "Honey,
What are you looking at?"
she playfully altered her tone and inched closer to him, as if to assert her claim. "This is the goddess of Jinling. I've seen her during our past collaborations, but today, in this rare moment, I can't possibly miss admiring her beauty." Hearing this, Bao Zhiro felt a pang of jealousy. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she and Li Qiuchan were incomparable. However, she felt reassured knowing that no matter how hard Tian Wei tried, Li Qiuchan would never be interested in him, leaving her with only envy for the goddess. Li Qiuchan radiated an air of nobility that made it impossible for others to approach her. What brings the big boss here? Is she inspecting the factory? Dan Yushuang instinctively thought Li Qiuchan might be conducting a surprise check, causing her heart to race with anxiety. After her question, she realized it was rather pointless to ask. Considering Yi Chen was merely a lowly employee of the Li Group, what could he possibly know? It's probably unnecessary to notify anyone. She's most likely here for me.
Yichen asserted confidently. Ha!
His words drew the attention of everyone in the CAF. Dan Yushuang's eyes widened in disbelief, while Bao Zhiro and Tian Wei wore expressions of incredulity. "We were just having coffee, not alcohol. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't believe it. I've seen frogs dreaming of swans, but never maggots hoping for swan meat. You're nothing in front of Ms. Li, yet you're here fantasizing." Others joined in the ridicule. "Young man, if you're going to show off, at least have some basic sense. This is absurd.
Besides,
ISN, to your girlfriend right next to you? Can't you be satisfied with what you have?" Feeling the collective mockery directed at Yi Chen, Dan Yushuang felt uncomfortable. Although she found his claims far-fetched, they weren't truly in a romantic relationship, and it seemed unjust for him to be subjected to such derision. "Enough. Mind your own business. Is it necessary to be so harsh?"
ha!
He brought this on himself, a bystander scoffed. "One must first respect oneself to earn respect from others. Instead of lecturing us, he should say something credible, rather than acting like a clown." Yi Chen shook his head slightly. "No need to argue with them. Li Qiuchan is indeed here for me. Their disbelief is their concern." "Haha, you're still pretending? If Li Qiuchan really came looking for you, I'll swallow this cup whole," Tian Wei exclaimed, rising to his feet. Bao Zhiro followed suit, mockingly adding, "Exactly. If she even offers you a kind word, I'll drink from the toilet." Both provoked Yi Chen with their taunts, and laughter erupted from the crowd, who regarded him as a joke, none believing his words. "Yi Chen, let us go. I don't want to stay and be embarrassed any longer," Dan Yushuang said, wishing to avoid further humiliation. Just then, Li Qiuchan entered the CAF. The moment she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her, holding their breath as if afraid to disturb the goddess. "Ms. Li, this guy claims you're here looking for him. ISN, that hilarious?" Tian Wei laughed as he approached, eager to humiliate Yi Chen further. Li Qiuchan remained silent, which only fueled Tian Wei's belief that Yi Chen was merely putting on a show. Before Tian Wei could finish his sentence, Li Qiuchan interrupted, "Be quiet." Caught off guard by her directness, Tian Wei felt a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration, thinking that her attention was a sign of significance. As for Bao Zhiro, who is she? Do I know her? Li Qiuchan seemed to regard her as a mere supporting character, indifferent. "Li Qiuchan, what brings you here to find me?" Yi Chen's tone was unexpectedly firm, startling everyone. To be acknowledged by such a goddess was a dream for many, yet Yi Chen sounded almost impatient. Unbeknownst to all, Li Qiuchan did not react with hostility. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she gracefully bowed deeply to Yi Chen, radiating a serene pleasure. "I apologize. My previous remarks were overly harsh. I have come to understand the truth of the matter. Thank you for saving me once again." Chapter 29. You are indeed a person of great mystery. At this moment, the meaning behind Li Qiuchan's words was of little concern to anyone. All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Yi Chen, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. The typically proud Li Qiuchan, akin to a regal swan, was now sincerely apologizing to Yi Chen, a scene that was utterly unfathomable, beyond even the wildest imagination. In truth, Li Qiuchan had searched for Yi Chen for quite some time and had even utilized special connections to trace his whereabouts. After considerable effort, she finally learned that he was here. She felt a wave of relief that Yi Chen had not departed. Thankfully, everything was still in time. Yi Chen was unaware of how Li Qiuchan had uncovered the truth so swiftly, but it was indeed quicker than he had anticipated. Never mind, it's all in the past. I have no need to nitpick with a young lady, he shrugged nonchalantly, treating the matter as if it were but a triviality. Their conversation reached the ears of everyone present, leaving them utterly bewildered. Did Li Qiuchan and Yi Chen share a profound bond? Bao Jiro and Tianyu, however, were reduced to mere jesters in this unexpected turn of events. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. Especially Tianyu, who clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Despite having recently attained the position of deputy manager, he felt dwarfed by the chasm between himself and Li Qiuchan, hardly daring to entertain thoughts of her. However, the very person he had scorned, Yi Chen, had now captured Li Qiuchan's attention and was receiving her regard as something extraordinary. This disparity was almost too much for Tianyu to bear, his eyes reddened with indignation. Why was fate so unjust? Yi Chen, a mere nobody, was somehow able to connect with a woman of such privilege and beauty. Was it possible that he, a manager, after all these years, had fallen behind a mere worker? Dan Yushuang took a considerable time to process the scene before she could confirm that Li Qiuchan was indeed conversing with Yi Chen. She found the situation perplexing, yet her joy for Yi Chen overshadowed her confusion. Regardless of the nature of their relationship, it was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for Yi Chen to be acquainted with someone of Li Qiuchan's stature. Moreover, it further validated her keen perception. She had long recognized that Yi Chen was no ordinary individual, destined for greatness. Li Qiuchan then noticed the woman standing beside Yi Chen and inquired, "Who is this young lady? I do not recall having seen her before." With a sense of obligation to facilitate introductions, Yi Chen could not allow Dan Yushuang to feel out of place, especially with Bao Jiro and Tianyu still present. Upon hearing Yi Chen's introduction, Dan Yushuang's face beamed with delight. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly replied, "Hello, Ms. Li. My name is Dan Yushuang, and I am a team leader at Li Corporation. It is truly an honor to meet you." For someone of her position, merely speaking with Li Qiuchan was an immense privilege. The mere thought of a handshake would leave her elated beyond measure. Upon hearing Yi Chen refer to Dan Yushuang as his girlfriend in front of everyone, Li Qiuchan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She stood frozen for a moment before slowly extending her hand, her smile appearing somewhat forced. Was Yi Chen's speed in finding a partner really so rapid? Or had he already been involved with Dan Yushuang, straddling two relationships?
No.
I have only just escaped from a difficult situation. I cannot afford to be labeled as someone who relies on a younger partner. Fortunately, with Dan Yushuang here, we could consider this mutually beneficial. I have pretended to be her boyfriend for so long. It is only fair that she now pretends to be my girlfriend. Yi Chen mused, convinced of his own cleverness. Alas, he was unaware that Li Qiuchan had overheard every word. Upon realizing that Dan Yushuang and Yi Chen were not truly a couple, Li Qiuchan felt a weight lift from her heart, her previous frustrations dissipating. Her smile transformed into a warm and inviting expression, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "How impressive, Yi Chen. To avoid becoming our family's son-in-law, you would go so far as to utter such words? Please. I have humbled myself to apologize to you. Why can you not offer any concession? Must you be so unyielding? I am a figure of great attention wherever I go, pursued by countless admirers. What gives you the right to treat me with such indifference?" As Li Qiuchan silently fumed, she turned to Dan Yushuang with a gentle demeanor, saying, "It is commendable that you have achieved the position of team leader at such a young age. It speaks volumes of your capabilities. You are not only beautiful but also spirited. If you continue to work diligently, a bright future awaits you." Dan Yushuang was taken aback by the praise, her joy rendering her momentarily speechless. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was astonished. This usually aloof woman had unexpectedly offered some kind words.
Even Dan Yushuang,
A mere team leader, received Li Qiuchan's special attention, which rekindled Tianyu's confidence. He approached Li Qiuchan, adjusting his suit, and said with a hint of pride, "Ms. Li, we have met before. I am Tianyu, the deputy manager of Wei Corporation." After speaking, Tianyu eagerly awaited Li Qiuchan's response, hoping for a few kind words in return. Yet, Li Qiuchan merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, offering little more. Having navigated this industry for years, Tianyu had climbed the ranks through charm and audacity. Even though Li Qiuchan had dismissed him, he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he patted Yi Chen's shoulder in a brotherly manner, saying, "Brother Yi, you truly are a person of great depth. Since our friends are each other's partners, we should naturally bond as brothers and coexist harmoniously. Yet, it seems you have been rather secretive with us, fearing we might cling to you? Surely you do not regard us as outsiders." Haha, that seems a bit petty. Listening to Tianyu's overly familiar tone, Yi Chen felt both amused and incredulous. Did this fellow truly believe he was being humorous? Who would want to forge such a brotherly bond with you? Are you out of your mind? Bao Jiro's face alternated between shades of blue and white, lamenting her earlier decisions. She too shifted her approach, taking Dan Yushuang's hand and sweetly saying, Dan. I misunderstood the situation before, and I apologize for not clarifying things. We have been good friends for so many years. Surely you do not hold it against me? In truth, Tion, you might as well consume some glass shards. It would not be fatal. As for Bao Jiro, her predicament is easily resolved. The ambience at Starbucks is pleasant, and the water is undoubtedly clean. Go fetch a cup. You can drink from it first, and then the shattered cup can be served to your boyfriend. You two would make a perfect pair. Brother Yi, one should know when to show mercy. If you continue this jest, it will lose its charm. Tion Yu's face turned ashen. We are all young. Let us consider the earlier incidents as mere jokes and move on. However, Yi Chen found Tion Yu's jovial demeanor repugnant. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected. That is out of the question. I am an employee of Li Corporation, while you are with Wei Corporation. What would it look like for us to dine together privately? Ms. Li, do you believe this is appropriate? In this critical moment, Yi Chen used Li Qiuchan as a shield. She remarked in collaboration after all this commotion. It seems that Mr. Tion is scheming against us from within the company. Wei Yichun truly knows how to attract trouble, doesn't he? This is a deliberate ploy against me. Isn't it? Li Qiuchan elevated the matter to such a level that Tianji immediately felt a surge of fear. He hastily waved his hands, offering apologies. No. General Manager Li, this is merely a misunderstanding between us on a personal level and has nothing to do with our company or General Manager Wei. Brother Yi, could you also vouch for me? We were merely meeting privately today, unaware of each other's identities. Let's not drag work into this. Recently, the Wei group has been under intense scrutiny, and if Tianji were to offend someone from Li Qiuchan's circle at this juncture, he could not only lose his job but also face repercussions. Everyone knew that Wei Yichun had been seething with anger these past few days, and Tianji did not wish to become a scapegoat. Yichun offered no leniency, stating, General Manager Li is my superior, as an employee. I must heed my superior's words. Tianji's heart sank, realizing he could not evade the situation and could only kick Bao Jiro. Why don't you hurry and drink toilet water? Make sure the cup is clean. Bao Jiro, feeling humiliated, lowered her head and trudged towards the restroom. Upon entering, Tianji exploded with rage. He could not gauge the potential repercussions of this incident, nor did he know the extent of Li Qiuchan's current anger. After years of hard work and cunning, he had finally ascended to the position of deputy manager, and with the precariousness of his situation, he feared losing everything, including his ability to repay his car loan. The realization that his current plight stemmed solely from Bao Jiro's actions incensed him, and in a fit of rage, he slapped her hard across the face. Dazed, Bao Jiro felt tears welling up in her eyes. Though she felt wronged, she dared not voice her feelings. She knew she could not afford to lose Tianji. Without him, her comfortable life would vanish. Darling, please don't be angry, she pleaded. Get away from me.
Who's your darling?
Tianji roared in fury. Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. Tianji's tirade intensified, and he slapped Bao Jiro twice more. Oh, my dear, it's all my fault. I'll find a way to make it up to you. Let us go to a hotel. I'll make you feel better, okay? With no other means to appease him, Bao Jiro resorted to this tactic to regain his favor. Yet, Tianji was in no mood for such distractions. He pushed her away violently, growling, You filthy woman, get as far away from me as possible. From now on, I never want to see your repulsive face again. If my job is jeopardized, breaking up will be the least of your worries. You won't have a good life either. Tianji's menacing demeanor left Bao Jiro utterly terrified, her expression more sorrowful than one in tears. And she could not utter a word for a long time. She understood that her future beside Tianji, filled with comfort and security, hinged on her close friend's attitude. After finishing the toilet water, Bao Jiro rushed out and found Shan Yushuang. Shuang, we've been good friends for so many years. You wouldn't really abandon me over something so trivial, would you? After weighing her options, Shan Yushuang ultimately decided that their paths diverged too greatly to continue as before. Gritting her teeth, she replied, Ruru, people do change. I value our friendship greatly, but it's evident we are no longer on the same path. Why force it? We can remain friends, but let us keep our distance moving forward. Watching Shan Yushuang's resolute departure, Bao Jiro collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. Chapter 30. I am simply too kind. After leaving Starbucks, Shan Yushuang realized that Li Qiuchan was waiting for Yichen, so she discreetly took her leave. Li Qiuchan shot Yichen a cold glance as she started the car, grumbling, You're quite something, arranging this for yourself, aren't you? Your little girlfriend is rather appealing. She seems gentle and graceful. Even I feel overshadowed. Hearing such sarcastic remarks from Li Qiuchan made Yi Chen's expression awkward. What little girlfriend? I'm merely helping out. Besides, what I do is none of your business. Li Qiuchan felt a pang of discomfort at Yi Chen's retort. After a lengthy silence, she feigned indifference, saying, That girl seems to genuinely like you. Have you thought about it? You noticed that too? Yi Chen responded casually. Yet his mind wandered to other thoughts. If I were to consider it, Shan Yushuang and I are quite well matched. We work in the same organization. She possesses good character, is beautiful, and speaks sweetly. One can tell she will be a devoted partner in the future. As Yi Chen counted Shan Yushuang's merits in his mind, jealousy brewed within Li Qiuchan. By the way, what are your plans for work? Do you intend to remain at Lee Group? Yi Chen pondered his master's advice and nodded. Actually, if you don't mind, I would be quite willing to stay here. After all, the work is easy. It's near my little girlfriend, and they provide meals and accommodation. I doubt I could find such favorable conditions elsewhere. Although he spoke thus, Yi Chen's inner thoughts diverged significantly. Ideally, I could just leave without a care, living freely and easily without a burden. Why not live as I please? But with you claiming I've been poisoned, how can I trust and leave? I am simply too kind. Which is why people like you take advantage of me. Li Qiuchan's heart brightened in an instant. Indeed, Yi Chen still cared for her.
All right.
Since you wish to stay, you must follow my lead.
Didn't we say I'd take you to the Liu family?
Let us head there now. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Li Qiuchan directed the car onto another road. Is the Liu family we're visiting wealthier than Wei Yichun's family? Yi Chen inquired, silently hoping they were not the same family, as he wished to avoid encountering Lu Qingxin again. However, contrary to his hopes, fate seemed to ignore his silent prayer. If their influence were not greater than Wei Yichun's, I wouldn't bother visiting personally. Li Qiuchan's words left Yi Chen feeling utterly defeated as he slumped back in his seat. What bad luck! Is it because I haven't been to Guangdong recently? Why do I keep running into people I wish to avoid? Lu Qingxin is even more detestable than Li Qiuchan. Her sarcastic tone will surely lead to another heated exchange today.
Oh.
When will my father send those marriage documents? This is truly vexing. Despite Yi Chen's chaotic thoughts, Li Qiuchan could not piece together what exactly had transpired. But one thing was clear, Yi Chen had indeed encountered Lu Qingxin. Their relationship seemed to have been less than amicable, possibly entangled in some marriage agreement. It couldn't be that the woman Yi Chen spent the night with was Lu Qingxin, could it? This troublesome Yi Chen has caused me enough distress.
Why?
Of all women, did he have to choose Lu Qingxin? No, that's absurd. Was I not more appealing than her? Li Qiuchan was both anxious and furious, wishing she could grab Yi Chen by the collar and demand answers. After all, she was recognized as the foremost beauty of Jinling, while Lu Qingxin had always been overshadowed. Due to this matter, Lu Qingxin was quite displeased. Every time she encountered Li Qiuchan, she would always take the opportunity to mock her.
Now,
Yi Chen actually claimed that Lu Qingxin's figure was superior to that of Li Qiuchan? What an ignorant fool. What are we going to the Lu family for? Yi Chen asked casually. Li Qiuchan took a deep breath, making an effort to maintain a neutral expression. Lu Qingxin is ill, and her condition is rather serious. Out of both concern and propriety, I should pay her a visit. That woman was lively and vigorous just yesterday. How could she fall ill overnight? When she was berating me as a scoundrel yesterday, she was bursting with energy. Listening to Yi Chen's thoughts, Li Qiuchan became increasingly agitated. Since Lu Qingxin had insulted Yi Chen, it indicated that something must have transpired between them. How ridiculous. Here she was, pretending to be virtuous in front of me. Yet with Lu Qingxin, she let loose and reveled, didn't she? It was utterly outrageous. As Li Qiuchan seethed with anger, Yi Chen spoke again. What illness does Lu Qingxin have? I have no idea. Li Qiuchan rolled her eyes in exasperation, saying impatiently, I'm not a doctor. I only heard she was ill, which is why I came to see her. As for more details, I will only know once I meet her. But you have no connection with Lu Qingxin. So why are you so anxious? What else with all the questions? I'm not your assistant. Just sit quietly and don't speak. After being unexpectedly berated by Li Qiuchan,
Yi Chen pouted.
We were having a pleasant conversation, and suddenly you start yelling at me? I didn't do anything wrong, did I?
Indeed.
The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. To accompany one is akin to walking with a tiger. I should not have softened my stance and stayed. This is truly self-inflicted suffering. Li Qiuchan's face was ashen. Why should she, a dignified female CEO, be responsible for driving? While Yi Chen could comfortably relax, despite his constant claims of not wanting to be seen as a kept man, in the end, he bore no responsibility whatsoever. What was more infuriating was that despite her kindness towards him, he still went out to flirt with other women. This was utterly unreasonable. Li Qiuchan radiated a low pressure akin to that of a wronged woman throughout the journey. Yi Chen, bewildered by her sudden mood, opted to remain silent to avoid incurring her wrath. The two maintained a tense standoff for over half an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of the Liu family home. Before stepping out of the car, how could the Liu family, usually so tranquil, be enveloped in such malevolence? If a person already lacked good fortune and was further afflicted by such ominous energy, it would indeed lead to strange ailments and prolonged sickness. When Yi Chen had encountered Lu Qingxin the previous day, he had perceived no signs of anything amiss, indicating that this ominous energy must have manifested only after last night. In other words, someone must have done something to the Liu family today. Unbeknownst to Li Qiuchan, who was merely an ordinary person, she felt the weather was overcast and gloomy. Unlike the sunny city center, nothing else registered in her mind. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's thoughts and realizing the terrifying nature of the malevolence surrounding them, she began to sweat profusely and even hesitated to enter. With Yi Chen by her side, though, she felt assured that no harm would come to her.
Li Qiuchan instinctively lanet closer to Yi Chen.
Hoping to draw warmth from him, Despite his usual silence, Yi Chun was acutely aware of everything, understanding matters deeply. His keen insight allowed him to grasp concepts that most ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Ding dong. After ringing the doorbell, the butler quickly ushered them into the living room. Upon learning of Li Qiuchan's visit, Lu Qingxin's father, Lu Ming, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Qiuchan, if Qingxin knew you traveled such a distance to see her, she would be immensely pleased." Although Li Qiuchan often bickered with Lu Qingxin, they were not adversaries, but rather had collaborated secretly on several occasions. Alongside Li Qiuchan and Yi Chun, two others were present at the Lu family home. One was Wei Yichun, and the other, whom Li Qiuchan had never seen before, was likely the person Wei Yichun had brought to treat Lu Qingxin. As expected, Lu Qingxin's mother, Qiuya, soon spoke up. "Qiuchan, you and young Master Wei are quite familiar, yes? I wonder if you know this gentleman?" Young Master Wei says he is Master Jin Chan, who has come from Wugong Mountain and can cure my daughter's illness. After Qiuya finished speaking, Wei Yichun chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. Today's guest is a true master. With him here, you can rest assured, Miss Lu's ailment will be easily resolved." Li Qiuchan could not help but smirk inwardly. Wei Yichun was neglecting numerous pressing issues at the company to curry favor here, not out of concern for Lu Qingxin's well-being, but rather to seize this opportunity to impress the Lu family. Wei Yichun was a person lacking vision, unable to comprehend that Li Qiuchan would not breach their contract. If she were to choose to terminate the agreement and seek compensation, the Wei group would undoubtedly find itself in dire straits. However, with the support of the Lu family, everything would change. The Lu family was financially robust and possessed greater influence than the Wei family. As long as the Lu family lent their assistance, all difficulties could be effortlessly overcome. Yet this situation was rather peculiar. Typically, upon hearing that Lu Qingxin was ill, people would naturally feel inclined to help. However, one would expect a doctor to be summoned, not a master. Li Qiuchan understood that Lu Qingxin's affliction was likely due to malevolent forces that ordinary doctors could not remedy. But this insight was gleaned from Yi Chen's thoughts, only becoming clear upon arriving at the scene. Where had Wei Yichun obtained this information? Surely, he could not be orchestrating this himself. The thought of such a possibility immediately darkened Li Qiuchan's expression. Unlike her, who remained skeptical and analytical, Yi Chen had already concluded that this so-called Master Jin Chan was the source of the trouble. The aura of malevolence was indistinguishable from that emanating from the individual in question, indicating they were of the same origin. This scoundrel first set up a ridiculous formation at the construction site to harm Li Qiuchan. After I saw through it, he shows no remorse and concocts this malevolent energy to afflict Lu Qingxin. How could such a sinister person exist in this world? Damn Wei Yichun. Had I known you were such a beast, I would have let that centipede bite you to death. Yi Chen's thoughts effectively confirmed Li Qiuchan's suspicions. Wei Yichun was indeed beneath contempt, capable of committing such beastly deeds. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingxin's parents, the very culprit who had harmed their daughter was present among them. "No problem," Master Jin Chan confidently stated. "You have made the right choice in seeking me to treat your daughter." Wei Yichun echoed. "Exactly. Uncle, auntie, you can rest easy. Master Jin Chan possesses unparalleled skills, and I am fully aware of his capabilities. Just let him go upstairs to treat Miss Lu, and she will surely recover effortlessly." "Thank you so much." Seeing that Lu Qingxin's parents were not only oblivious to Wei Yichun's true nature but were actually expressing gratitude towards him, Li Qiuchan could no longer contain herself, saying, "Uncle, auntie, how can you be so easily deceived by others? Wei Yichun is not a commendable individual, and the master he has brought is certainly shrouded in dubiousness. Do not take offense at my harsh words. You must have heard about the recent calamities plaguing the Wei group. If the master by his side were indeed as extraordinary as claimed, how could the Wei group find itself in such dire straits?" Lu Ming shook his head and addressed Li Qiuchan, stating, "Qiuchan, I appreciate your good intentions, but my daughter is gravely ill. Whether you consider my actions desperate or a last-ditch effort, if there is even the slightest glimmer of hope, we must pursue it." Luya also stepped forward, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Wei family has faced some turmoil, yet all issues have now been resolved, which should indicate the master's prowess. I believe you may harbor a bias against young Master Wei. I implore you to consider the greater picture, for the sake of my daughter's life. Let us temporarily set aside personal grievances." Li Qiuchan was utterly taken aback that this couple would misconstrue her goodwill as impulsive behavior. This left her quite displeased. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Wei Yichun, initially anxious about being exposed by Li Qiuchan, was unexpectedly relieved as the couple inadvertently helped to bolster his deception. This filled him with delight, and he promptly nodded vigorously at Li Qiuchan, saying, "Qiuchan, I concede that we have had our differences in the past. However, while it is one thing to have misgivings about me, it is quite another to slander the master I have brought. Rest assured, I would not dare act frivolously with Miss Lu. If I did, my uncle and aunt would surely hold me accountable. The truth will speak for itself. Let Master Jin Chang demonstrate his abilities, and it will become abundantly clear whether I am innocent." Seeing Wei Yichun's forthrightness and unwavering confidence, Lu Ming and Luya naturally placed greater trust in him. "Very well. Young Master Wei, Let us proceed, they said, leading him and Master Jinchong upstairs with utmost respect, fearing any semblance of negligence. However, Li Qiuchan hesitated, torn between words unspoken. Yi Chun understood Li Qiuchan's sentiments, but recognized that haste was unwise. It was better to gather evidence than to rely on mere words. He gently tugged at Li Qiuchan's sleeve and whispered, as long as they harbor ill intentions, they will inevitably reveal their true colors. Capturing their missteps is only a matter of time. Let us follow and observe. Li Qiuchan found Yi Chen's reasoning compelling. Whether the Lu couple could discern the other's schemes depended on Yi Chen's performance. No amount of impatience would serve her now. The two followed closely behind as they ascended the stairs. Wei Yichun and Master Jinchong exchanged furtive glances, whispering conspiratorially. Li Qiuchan leaned in, straining to overhear their conversation. But the words eluded her. Yet, Yichun possessed remarkable hearing. Even from a distance, he discerned everything. He overheard Wei Yichun instructing Master Jinchong, be sure to act with caution, do not reveal any telltale signs. Have you prepared everything necessary? Master Jinchong assured him. All of this is a mere trifle for me. I assure you, there will be no missteps. Miss Lu's life now rests in my hands. If I allow her to live, she shall not perish. Wei Yichun rolled his eyes inwardly, muttering, do not be overly confident. You previously assured me of success in the construction site matter, yet it led to my downfall, leaving me a laughingstock. This situation is of utmost importance, impacting my family's future. Should you cause any further mishaps, I will not hesitate to confront you. Seeing Wei Yichun's grave concern, Master Jinchong repeatedly vowed, there will be no errors. You can trust me. My previous oversight stemmed from an unknown issue with the formation. This time, I am fully prepared. Even if complications arise, I will certainly rectify them. Upon hearing this assurance, Wei Yichun nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more. If you merely consume our resources without delivering results, well. Wei Yichun's words carried an unmistakable subtext, and Master Jinchong understood that failure this time would be utterly unacceptable. Fear not, young Master Wei, just watch. Yi Chen, listening to their exchange, could not suppress a cold laugh. Wei Yichun, you have thoroughly fallen into my grasp. No wonder your family's business has flourished. You have been supporting this old fraud for decades, seemingly at the expense of others. And what of this so-called master of Wugong Mountain? How dare you presume to challenge me with such trifling skills? Even now, you remain oblivious to the fact that the formation was dismantled by me, still believing it was your own error. How could one be so foolish? With all this talk of evils and pests, you truly lack any substantial merit. Li Qiuchan was taken aback. How could Yi Chen's hearing be so acute? Although she walked ahead, straining to comprehend the conversation, he seemed to grasp every word without fail. His hearing was indeed sharper than that of a dog. Chapter 32. Clumsy acting. Before long, they arrived at Lu Qingxin's room. At this moment, Lu Qingxin's face was ashen. Her lips a deep purple, curled up beneath the blankets like a shrimp, trembling with chills. The temperature in the room felt akin to a sauna, and upon entering, everyone felt stifled and hot, while only Lu Qingxin remained unbearably cold. Mom and Dad, I'm so cold. Can we turn up the heating in my room? As Lu Qingxin's mother, no one could empathize with her pain more than Luya. Enough, Madam Lu, please step aside and remove these heating devices. They are only making the young lady colder. Master Jinchong interjected. Due to the malevolent energy infiltrating her, her perception of temperature is inverted. She is not cold from chills but rather trembling from overheating. Master Jinchong confidently sat beside Lu Qingxin, taking her hand. Although this scene energy may appear complex,
It is trivial to me.
in truth, Miss Lu is not gravely ill. She possesses a unique constitution, being of a pure Yin lineage. Upon reaching adulthood, she must unite with a pure young man to avoid the hindrance of this malevolent energy. However, Miss Lu has yet to marry, nor has she engaged in such matters, which has resulted in her experiencing discomfort due to her cold nature. Upon hearing this, the Lu couple exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend. Yet, Yi Chen understood entirely. Wei Yichun not only sought to be Lu Qingxin's savior, but also aspired to become the Lu family's favored son-in-law. Indeed, Wei Yichun was the first to respond. Feigning realization. I see. To cure Miss Lu's ailment, we must find a man of pure yang, correct? However, in this vast world, there are likely few with such a constitution, and suitable candidates are even rarer. Shall we issue a bounty to find such a person? This seems quite challenging. Yes, indeed. Master Jinchong, we implore you to devise a solution. Lu Ming quickly grasped the situation, echoing Wei Yichun's words and pleading with Master Jinchong. With such clumsy acting, who would fall for this? Yi Chen thought to himself, shaking his head at the sheer ineptitude of the ruse. Everyone was troubled by the situation. Master Jinchong feigned helplessness, while the trembling Lu Qingxin suddenly straightened up, tossing aside the blanket covering her.
Huh?
Why do I feel as if I am better? She exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead and stepping down from the bed, her demeanor appearing remarkably normal, devoid of the pallor that had previously marked her face. My daughter, you can get out of bed? Are you still cold? Chuya inquired anxiously. Lu Qingxin shook her head, flexed her wrists and neck, and touched her lips. I'm neither cold nor hot. I feel quite relaxed and have no discomfort at all. Master Jinchun pretended to ponder, stroking his chin. After a moment, he suddenly seemed enlightened and turned to Wei Yichun, exclaiming, Young Master Wei, this is all due to you.
Me?
Wei Yichun feigned confusion, pointing to himself in surprise. What does this have to do with me? It is because you approached Miss Lu that she was influenced by the yang energy emanating from you, which is why she has improved, Master Jinchun declared. If you don't believe me, step back. Very well. Wei Yichun pretended to be skeptical, taking 2 large steps backward. The next moment, the once lively Lu Qingxin suddenly faltered, staggering to the ground, trembling uncontrollably once more. So cold. Mother, I feel like I'm freezing to death. Seeing her daughter's complexion return to a ghostly pallor, Chuya was frantic. Master Jinchun gestured for her to remain calm and then called Wei Yichun back to her side. Young Master Wei, come closer and observe. As Wei Yichun approached, Lu Qingxin's condition indeed improved, her color returning significantly. It seems my hypothesis was not mistaken. Young Master Wei, you are indeed a pure yang body. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxin's parents' eyes brightened with newfound hope. Young Master Wei, so it turns out you are a pure yang body. Master Jinchun, does this mean that as long as my daughter is with young Master Wei, her affliction will vanish? Master Jinchun nodded, speaking with an air of authority. Mr. Lu, you possess remarkable foresight. That is precisely the case. It appears that Miss Lu's destined partner is indeed young Master Wei. They are a perfect match, with their destinies complementing each other in the most harmonious way. Upon hearing this, Wei Yichun feigned disbelief, looking both alarmed and bewildered. Really? Is it true that Miss Lu and I are fated to be together? This cannot be, Master Jinchun. Please do not arbitrarily matchmake us. Miss Lu and I have barely interacted before. We live in an age of free love, not one dictated by parents or matchmakers. The harmony of yin and yang is as difficult to believe as the theories of the 5 elements, he added, displaying a demeanor of a modern man uninterested in enforced unions. Lu Qingxin appeared reluctant, her expression grim. She did not wish to be with Wei Yichun. Yet, if her life depended on it, must she submit to someone she despised? Was fate truly forcing her into such a choice? Mr. Lu interjected, Young Master Wei, I know you have someone in your heart. However, given my daughter's current situation, if you do not lend your assistance, we fear we will lose her forever. Can you bear that? Chuya was now in tears. Young Master Wei, please agree. If you refuse, I shall kneel before you. With that, she genuinely attempted to kneel before Wei Yichun. Master Jinchun sensed the moment was ripe and spoke fervently. Young Master Wei, is there anything more important than saving a life? Please grant us this favor. At this moment, Wei Yichun, though still appearing troubled, showed signs of wavering. Isn't this inappropriate? What is inappropriate? You, a capable man, are being so indecisive. Can you truly stand by and watch an innocent suffer? Master Jinchun insisted, applying pressure. If you are truly such a person, then I have misjudged you. Faced with the persistent pleas of the 3, Wei Yichun finally relented. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said, Fine. If this is fate, I shall go along with it. Uncle, Auntie, as long as Miss Lu is willing to marry me, I shall take responsibility for her well-being for life. At that moment, for Lu Qingxin as parents, nothing was more important than saving their daughter's life. Upon hearing Wei Yichun's agreement, they both sighed in relief. Very well, that is settled. Li Qiuchan, who had been silently observing, found the entire situation absurd. Yet, inexplicably, every time Wei Yichun was near, Lu Qingxin's condition improved. Meanwhile, Yichen remained silent, revealing no particular thoughts. Could it be that Yichen's earlier assertion was incorrect? Was Master Jinchun not deceiving them? Yichen remained unresponsive. I wonder how long they will continue this farce. Master Jinchun is quite amusing. How can he utter such grandiose words? And if Lu Qingxin improves simply because young Master Wei is near, then if I bring a pig over, would it yield the same result? Should Lu Qingxin then marry a pig? Li Qiuchan found herself at a loss for words. Now was not the time for jokes. Yet Yichen appeared to have his mind elsewhere. Hey Yichen, don't just stand there silently. You know who Wei Yichun is. You wouldn't just watch an innocent suffer, would you? Chapter 33. The arrogant, wealthy Li Qiuchan urged Yichen once more, hoping he would step forward and expose the deceit of Wei Yichun and Master Jinchun. Yet Yichen shook his head. Why does this emotionally detached person think I can dismantle their scheme? Do they truly see me as some sort of deity? Upon hearing Yichen's sarcastic remarks, Li Qiuchan assumed he was at a loss for ideas and couldn't help but roll her eyes, lamenting inwardly. Indeed, there are always those more capable than oneself. It seemed even Yichen was not a reliable ally this time. Such a foolish scheme. I hardly know how to expose it. Given their intellect, would they turn the tables and accuse me of being a fraud? I now understand why those charlatan fortune tellers thrive. It's not due to their cunning but rather because there are so many dimwits around. Isn't it ironic that Lu Qingxin's parents, who should be educated, are so gullible? I too am foolish, having obediently entered the factory to work. Had I known the wealthy were so easily swayed, I could have prospered long ago. Just then, As Lu Qingxin was being pushed toward Wei Yichun by Chuya, seemingly intent on sealing their fate that day, Yichun could no longer contain himself. As he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. To Lu Qingxin's parents, Yichun was merely an uninvited stranger following Li Qiuchan, and they felt he had no place in this discussion. What do you wish to say? Wei Yichun, still haunted by his previous encounter with Yichun, immediately adopted a more assertive tone. Please, allow me to finish. At that moment, the dazed Lu Qingxin finally recognized Yichun.
Yichun?
When did you come to my home? Wei Yichun and Jin Chan were taken aback to discover that Lu Qingxin was acquainted with Yichun, while Lu Qingxin's parents were astonished to learn that this seemingly unremarkable young man was, in fact, their daughter's fiancé. Is this Yichun? The elder mused, perplexed at how one of his age could have misjudged so gravely. Qiu Ya's lips curled disdainfully, her countenance darkening, and Lu Ming shared her sentiment. Their remarks left Wei Yichun and others in a state of shock. Could it be that Yichun and Lu Qingxin were also betrothed? How infuriating! This scoundrel was indulging in one relationship while maintaining another? Previously, Yi Chen's ambiguous connection with Li Qiuchan could be overlooked, but now, the revelation of his engagement to Lu Qingxin was intolerable. Yi Chen, who was he to deserve such a union? Even should Lu Qingxin's parents disapprove. Wei Yichun seethed with indignation, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Yi Chen and remove any future threats. Lu Ming, unwilling to see his daughter wed to such an ineffectual individual, sought to minimize their interactions. He promptly issued an ultimatum. Qiuchan, I am unsure of your intentions in bringing this man here, but your visit to our daughter must have been well-meaning. Now that you have seen her, please escort this fellow away. Yi Chen, I believe you are aware of your engagement to my daughter, which is why you have chosen this moment to appear. However, I advise you to possess self-awareness. Do not presume to reach beyond your means. You have witnessed our family standing since your arrival. Just the crystal chandelier in my daughter's room is worth a lifetime's earnings for you. Our family has no need for a son-in-law who seeks to benefit from our generosity. Do not return here. Qiuya further added with venomous words, Yi Chen, do not think that just because my father has consented to betroth our daughter to you, we will simply acquiesce. Open your eyes and take a good look. Your attire pales in comparison to that of Wei Gongzi, and you are utterly mismatched with my daughter. Her life is at stake. For the sake of her well-being and our standards, we cannot allow you to enter our home. As for the losses incurred from the annulment of the engagement, we will offer you appropriate compensation, but that can be discussed later. Please leave. The condescending attitude of the Lu family incited a desire within Yi Chen to deliver them each a resounding slap. Why are these wealthy individuals so arrogant? Do they truly believe I would covet their status? The Li family behaved similarly, and now the Lu family follows suit. I have never expressed a desire to become a dependent son-in-law. It is all their delusions, especially the elder Lu couple, who allowed someone as foolish as Wei Yichun to manipulate them. Given their intellect, I would never consent to their proposition. As Yi Chen vented his frustrations internally, Li Qiuchan felt a mix of joy that Yi Chen would not be with Lu Qingxin and shame over her family's treatment of him. Upon reflection, she realized their wealth stemmed merely from fortunate circumstances. If not for her efforts, the Li family would have long faced ruin due to Li Qinggong's incompetence. In contrast, Yi Chen possessed both talent and capability. He simply refrained from dubious endeavors to acquire wealth, for his medical skills alone could have brought him great fortune. Recognizing the engagement's gravity, Yi Chen sought to avoid further discord. He raised his hand and said, I have already agreed to annul the engagement. And Miss Lu has provided me with a check. I am satisfied with a compensation of 1 million and will not pursue this matter further. The revelation of the 1 million offered by Lu Qingxin took Lu Ming and Qiuya by surprise. Yet they welcomed the prospect of resolving the issue with a monetary exchange. Very well, you may leave. We shall consider this matter settled. Apologies, but I cannot depart just yet, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head, unwilling to take his leave. Lu Ming's irritation flared immediately. He glared at Yi Chen.
What do you mean by this?
The engagement has been annulled, yet you linger in our home. Is there a point to this? What are you testing? Did Master Jin Chan not state that Wei Gongzi and Lu Qingxin are perfectly matched, one being pure yang and the other pure yin? Yi Chen enunciated each word carefully. Wei Yichun, once filled with self-satisfaction in his supposed ruse, suddenly found himself gripped by doubt when confronted by Yi Chen. Observing the shift in Wei Yichun's demeanor, Jin Chan asserted, indeed, your conclusion is astute. As long as Miss Lu is distanced from Wei Gongzi, she shall suffer greatly. Oh, then Wei Gongzi, please proceed to the doorway. I wish to test the validity of this claim. Yi Chen smirked, his eyes glinting with disdain. Ha! You doubt my abilities, do you? Fine. I shall go to the entrance, and you can witness the results. With that, Wei Yichun strode purposefully toward the door. Jin Chan, witnessing the scene, quickly withdrew his hands into his sleeves, preparing to cast his spells. As Jin Chan began his incantations, Lu Qingxin once again grimaced in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to maintain her balance, the coldness that enveloped her felt particularly fierce, as if her throat were pierced by icy blades, rendering her unbearable pain. Observing her daughter's distress and hearing her desperate pleas, Qiu Ya's heart softened. What have we done to deserve this? Why must you torment my daughter? Wei Gongzi, cease this madness and come here. My daughter cannot endure any longer. Wei Yichun, reveling in his triumph, remained unmoved at the threshold. This scoundrel had repeatedly disrupted his plans. Now that he had set his sights on Lu Qingxin, Yichun reappeared to claim her as his fiancée, fueled by malice. Wei Yichun sought to let Lu Qingxin suffer, pondering how Yichun would contend with him thereafter. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment, Qiuya insisted, forcibly pulling Wei Yichun closer to Lu Qingxin. However, an unexpected development ensued. Although Jin Chan had ceased his actions, Lu Qingxin's condition showed no signs of improvement. She continued to shiver uncontrollably, her cries intensifying. What is happening? Master Jin Chan, come quickly. Despite Wei Gongzi's arrival, why does my daughter remain unwell? Qiuya and Lu Ming were nearly frantic. Wei Yichun, too, felt a surge of panic as beads of sweat formed on his back. He turned to Jin Chan, urging him to intervene. Yet, Jin Chan shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of distress. At that moment, he realized that the malevolent energy had slipped beyond his control. No matter how fervently he recited his incantations, the dark forces clung to Lu Qingxin, unyielding. The realization that his secret technique had failed sent Jin Chan into a state of alarm. If this dark energy lingered too long, even Lu Qingxin's robust health would falter. Should any misfortune befall her, the repercussions would be dire. Yichun, the very architect of this chaos, feigned ignorance, approaching with an air of curiosity. What seems to be the matter? It was said that Wei Yichun possessed a pure young body, and that any issues could be effortlessly resolved when he was near Miss Lu. Yet, despite the two being nearly inseparable, the situation remained dire. Upon hearing Yichun's words, Lu Ming hurriedly approached, his face etched with urgency, inquiring, Master, young Master Wei, what is truly happening? If this continues, I fear for my daughter's well-being. Li Qiuchan gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of bewilderment. What was truly transpiring? Why did it seem to work at one moment and fail the next? If this was indeed the conspiracy devised by Wei Yichun and Jin Chan, they should have already reached a consensus. Why, then, had it suddenly become ineffective? Could it be that Yi Chen possessed such formidable abilities that he could render their secret arts powerless? As Li Qiuchan pondered, Yi Chen smiled and remarked, Ah, Master Jin Chan, even the most skilled can falter. It appears you have miscalculated this time. The fated partner of Miss Lu is likely not Wei Yichun, but someone else entirely. Jin Chan, infuriated by Yi Chen's words, retorted vehemently, What do you know? You are merely a petty nobody, with no right to speak to me in such a manner. Leave at once, and do not obstruct us. I have cultivated for many years. There is no way I could be mistaken. Jin Chan continued defiantly. Observing Jin Chan's obstinacy, Yi Chen replied with a grin, Maintain some decorum. We are both practitioners of the same path, and I dare say my skills surpass yours. Of course, you may not believe me without proof. How about a contest of our abilities today? You claim we are of the same path. Are you jesting? Jin Chan scoffed. I am aware of your doubts. And as for proof, let me share that I too have conducted a divination, and what I found is that Miss Lu's true match is not Wei Yichun, but another. Before Jin Chan could respond, Wei Yichun interrupted. Do not flatter yourself. You think I am unaware? You merely wish to claim that Miss Lu's soulmate is you to avoid breaking the engagement. Nonsense. You are nothing but a troublemaker. It's likely that your presence is the reason for the weakening of the connection between Miss Lu and myself. Uncle and aunt, please, expel this troublesome boy at once. It must be his interference that is causing Miss Lu's condition to worsen. If he is allowed to remain, I fear for her life. Lu Ming and Qiuya, already disinclined towards Yi Chen, found themselves agreeing with Wei Yichun's assessment. Yi Chen, I command you to leave. If you dare to continue your provocations against the master, do not expect us to spare your dignity. Yi Chen regarded the ignorant couple with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Shaking his head, he stepped towards Li Qiuchan. Miss Li, please approach Miss Lu.
Me?
Though incredulous, Li Qiuchan complied and moved closer to Lu Qingxin. An astonishing scene unfolded. As soon as Li Qiuchan neared Lu Qingxin, the latter's complexion brightened, dispelling the chill that had enveloped her. Everyone present, save for Yi Chen, was left in utter shock, particularly Li Qiuchan, who could hardly believe she possessed a pure yang constitution. Moreover, how could two women possibly be fated partners? Lu Qingxin, equally astonished, found herself grappling with the reality that her usual rival had become her savior. However, as soon as Li Qiuchan stepped away, Lu Qingxin collapsed once more, trembling uncontrollably. After several tests, Lu Qingxin could no longer bear it and grasped Li Qiuchan's hand, forcibly keeping her close. Lu Ming and Qiuya were rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Wei Chun's expression soured significantly. Unable to direct his anger towards Lu Qingxin and others, he turned to Jin Chan, demanding, Master Jin Chan, I expect a reasonable explanation. You assured me this would work, yet here we are. Jin Chan hesitated, realizing that his techniques seemed entirely ineffective. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in his decades of practice. He had always adeptly controlled malevolent energies without error.
Yi Chen.
With a smile that held a hint of mockery, stated, I told you, Wei Yichun is not the fated partner of Miss Lu. According to Master Jin Chan, Whoever can cure Miss Lu's ailment would indeed be her true match. Thus, it should be that Miss Lu is destined to be with our Miss Li. That cannot be. Both Lu Qingxin and Li Qiuchan exclaimed in unison. The two harbored mutual disdain. How could they possibly be fated lovers? They were both straight women. Lu Ming and Xu Ya found this notion equally unacceptable. Their daughter had never shown any inclination towards women. How could her soulmate be another female? Jin Chan scoffed at the absurdity, pointing a finger at Yi Chen. What utter nonsense. The natural order rests upon the balance of yin and yang. How could a woman possess a pure yang body? He continued, moreover, times have changed, and perhaps even heaven now acknowledges relationships between the same sex. I cannot explain it further. The evidence speaks for itself. As soon as Miss Li approached, Miss Lu's condition improved. Accept the truth.
Indeed.
It seems the heavens do not entirely forsake those in despair. My cleverness is truly astounding. Thanks to the schemes of Jin Chan and Wei Yichun, who concocted this notion of fated partners, I would have never conceived such a brilliant twofold solution. Once these two young women unite, my two engagements will be rendered void. How splendid. Initially, Li Qiuchan was perplexed by Yi Chen's intentions. However, upon hearing his thoughts, she grasped his ulterior motive. Yi Chen, so you intend for us to both remain single to escape our engagements, is that it? How insufferable. After Yi Chen's impassioned declaration, the room fell into a profound silence. Though everyone recognized that Yi Chen's claims were likely unfounded, they found themselves unable to present any counterarguments. Especially Lu Ming and Xu Ya, who, while struggling to accept their daughter's relationship with another woman, found the prospect of her dying due to an inability to be with her fated partner even more intolerable. Yet, even if they could accept this scenario, could Li Qiuchan's parents? And what would others in Jinling say? Would they not ridicule them? As Lu Ming's thoughts spiraled into confusion, Xu Ya remained somewhat more pragmatic. Regardless of outside opinions, their daughter's life was paramount. Let them talk. After all, who would dare confront them directly? As the couple began to waver, Li Qiuchan was thoroughly unsettled. Even if the Lu family was willing to accept it, she herself was not. Chapter 35. A bitter fate following this tumultuous ordeal, Lu Ming concluded that both Wei Yichun and Jin Chan were utterly ineffective, and he naturally ushered them out of the Lu household. Before departing, both cast Yi Chen a furious glare, their eyes brimming with resentment. It was clear that Wei Yichun would not let this matter rest easily. Yi Chen regarded them with disdain. As Wei Yichun increasingly courted disaster, he provided even more justification for imparting a lesson to him. Half an hour later, Li Qiuchan, with a stern expression, ushered Yi Chen into the car. Barely settling into her seat, she launched into an accusatory tirade. Yi Chen, do you have a problem? She demanded. Yi Chen feigned innocence in response to her inquiry, saying, What problem could I possibly have? Li Zong, you cannot hurl baseless accusations at me.
Don't play dumb with me.
Are you intentionally trying to sabotage me? Claiming that I am fated to be with Lu Qingxin? Have you lost your mind? I have no interest in women. Yi Chen shrugged and laughed heartily. I was merely echoing Master Jinshin's words. Moreover, after you departed, Lu Qingxin seemed perfectly fine, and the Lu family has ceased to mention any desire for us to be together. I trust they will eventually realize that everything is a ploy by Wei Yichun and Jinshin's. Enough. Li Qiuchan, fastening her seatbelt, retorted indignantly. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You would relish the idea of them realizing it, allowing me to be with Lu Qingxin. If we end up together, you would never need to marry into our family, and the betrothal with Lu Qingxin would be nullified. That way, you could be free of us and pursue your own desires with your perfect match, correct? Upon hearing Li Qiuchan's assertions, Yi Chen fell silent, surprised at her sudden astuteness. Yi Chen, since you resorted to such underhanded tactics today, I shall lay my cards on the table. Even if I end up with another woman, you must marry into the Li family as my nominal husband. Whether I fancy women or even something as absurd as cats or trees, it will not affect our engagement. As long as I refuse to let go, you must remain by my side as our family's son-in-law. Even in death, your remains shall be interred in our family grave. Yi Chen was taken aback by Li Qiuchan's obsessive declarations. My heavens, has a joke truly driven her to such madness? How can a person become so unhinged? Alas, my fate is wretched. Had I known the women down the mountain were as ferocious as tigers, I would have preferred to remain with my senior sisters. If I truly become bound to this frigid woman for a lifetime, would that not spell my doom? Upon hearing Yi Chen's internal monologue, Li Qiuchan felt no sympathy. Instead, she smirked inwardly. This is merely the beginning. There is much more to endure. Shifting the topic, she inquired, is the matter with Lu Qingxin concluded? Yi Chen feigned ignorance. I am uncertain. The malevolent energy is not insurmountable. It can be easily eradicated. Yet, this Jinshin's is truly ruthless. Having implanted a curse within Lu Qingxin to exert precise control over her. To thoroughly cleanse her of this curse, I must physically touch her. But given Lu Qingxin's aversion to me, she would never permit it. The most effective solution is to eliminate Jinshin's. Once he is dead, the curse's magic will unravel. Li Qiuchan was taken aback. How could Yi Chen speak of murder so casually? Had he perhaps committed such acts before, leading him to view it as the best course of action? Ordinary individuals would struggle to muster the resolve for such brutality. Killing indiscriminately seems impractical. What a hassle. She dismissed the matter, reasoning that it was no concern of hers now that her engagement was dissolved. Why should I involve myself in such trivialities? Li Qiuchan listened to Yi Chen's ever-shifting thoughts, perceiving him as obstinate yet soft-hearted, akin to a child. As the vehicle approached the villa, Yi Chen suddenly spoke up, and Li Qiuchan, believing he had devised a clever strategy, refrained from questioning further as they arrived at their destination. Now what? Yi Chen remained silent, instructing Li Qiuchan to continue driving. We must venture further into the countryside. Absolutely not. Unless you explain yourself, I shall not proceed. Li Qiuchan insisted, throwing a fit. Just drive. We cannot waste time. Yi Chen inwardly lamented. Why does this woman chatter so incessantly? Am I truly a threat to her? She constantly throws tantrums, asking questions as if clarity would lead to resolution. Ultimately, it always falls upon me, leading to my exasperation. Though Li Qiuchan felt frustrated, she found herself momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, their relationship indeed mirrored this dynamic. As they drove further into the rural expanse, Yi Chen's thoughts resurfaced. These individuals are truly relentless, even in this desolate area. They dare to follow us, displaying no attempt to conceal their intentions. Li Qiuchan instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, only to find no suspicious vehicles in pursuit. Where were these followers, who sought to harm her? As she pondered, several SUVs emerged in the mirror. It turned out they had kept their distance to avoid detection, but as they approached the rural area, they accelerated recklessly. How perceptive! He can even detect what the naked eye cannot.
Li Qiuchan gasped in disbelief.
A group of over 10 pursuers targeting a single vulnerable woman? Is this truly necessary? If Wei Yichun orchestrated this, their primary target should be Yi Chen. Increasingly anxious, Li Qiuchan's hands trembled on the steering wheel. Yi Chen, noticing her distress, suggested, if you are tired, we can pull over. This area is sufficiently isolated. Aware that Yi Chen intended to act, she nodded obediently and slowed the vehicle to a stop. As their car halted, the pursuing vehicles also came to a gradual stop. They clearly had no intention of concealing their actions, awaiting Li Qiuchan and Yi Chen's exit to confront them directly. This realization sent Li Qiuchan into a panic, her trembling intensifying. Yi Chen, now aware of her agitation, reassured her, do not be anxious, they are unlikely to disembark. Unlikely to disembark? Li Qiuchan was taken aback. These scoundrels have the audacity to follow, yet lack the courage for a direct confrontation? How absurd! Could it be that they sense the formidable aura I exude and fear approaching? Upon hearing Yi Chen's thoughts, Li Qiuchan was profoundly astonished. To what extent had Yi Chen's strength developed? Even from a distance, did his mere presence intimidate those who followed? Why do they linger? Are they intent on forcing my hand? In the presence of Li Qiuchan, I truly wished to refrain from showcasing my prowess. As he alighted from the vehicle, the immense pressure emanating from him became unmistakable, spreading through the air like an unstoppable force. Li Qiuchan, unable to perceive this overwhelming aura, merely sensed that Yi Chen's demeanor appeared rather formidable. Tentatively, she inquired, what are your intentions? If you wish to ascertain who sent them, perhaps you should descend from the vehicle yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qiuchan rose and exited the car. With Yi Chen by her side, her safety was assured. Chapter 36, grateful for the benevolence of the master. Once they had disembarked, the vehicle that had been following them began to retreat rather than advance. Why are we pulling back? One questioned. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity to strike. Shouldn't we rush in and eliminate that woman? Another retorted angrily, are you foolish? Can't you sense the pressure of a powerful adversary? There are experts among them. We should proceed with caution. He added, if we fail to subdue this woman, it may well be our own lives at stake. Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates dismissively responded, you are being overly cautious. We are numerous. Why should we fear a single individual? Silence. The leader snapped, frustrated by the ignorance of his men. What use is our number? The pressure emanating from the opponent is unlike anything we have encountered, and if we act recklessly, we might lose our lives. Just as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen unleashed his aura. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air. All the assassins fell within the vehicle, feeling as though the air had thinned to the point of suffocation. Forced out, they staggered to the roadside. Li Qiuchan was left astounded, though Yi Chen stood beside her. He had made no move. How could all these men have collapsed? The henchmen finally grasped the gravity of their situation, fear gripping them. They realized Yi Chen had spared them, likely for a reason, and the best course of action was to approach him, seek forgiveness, and perhaps they might survive. With this thought, they crawled toward Yi Chen, scarcely daring to breathe. However, their injuries rendered them painfully slow, akin to snails. Initially, Li Qiuchan was frightened by these bloodied figures, but after a while, she perceived their utter lack of threat, their state almost pitiable. What has become of them? She wondered. Yi Chen, with a calm demeanor, gestured for her to inquire further. These individuals cannot withstand even a single slap from you. If you find any of them displeasing, feel free to kick them. Li Qiuchan found this amusing, yet the sight of the crawling figures indicated the gravity of the situation. After a lengthy 5 minutes, They finally reached her, kneeling before her. "Please spare us," the leader cried. "We acknowledge our mistakes. We should not have offended your might. If you grant us a reprieve, we vow never to cross your path again." They bowed repeatedly, a scene both horrifying and absurd. Yi Chen disregarded them and nodded at Li Qiuchan, signaling her to proceed with her inquiries. Gathering her courage, she boldly asked, "Who are you? Who sent you, and why did you attempt to harm me?" Li Qiuchan felt increasingly perplexed. "Are you implying someone has placed a bounty on my life?" They nodded, continuing, "Indeed, we operate through a dark web. This contract is a recent addition, offering a particularly high reward, which motivated us to come. We were merely mercenaries. Is there still time to turn back? Do you have further questions?" Yi Chen had arranged for Li Qiuchan to interrogate them to make her aware of the peril she faced. Poisoning a cake or being pursued are trivial matters compared to the relentless assassins that will undoubtedly emerge for such a lucrative bounty. If Li Qiuchan does not exercise caution, no one can save her. Li Qiuchan shook her head. "I am grateful for your mercy. Which organization do you belong to?" Yi Chen inquired. He spoke deliberately this time. "I shall grant the shadow assassins a chance at redemption, but should your organization send another to seek death, I will show no mercy. Leave." Yi Chen waved his hand, and the group fled in terror. The expert beside Li Qiuchan was formidable beyond their capacity to confront, while Yi Chen's true strength remained a mystery. He undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 assassins, making rash actions unwise. Once Li Qiuchan regained her composure, she unexpectedly asked Yi Chen, "Why did you let them go so easily?" Yi Chen shrugged lightly, responding, "They did not harm you. Besides, even if I had killed them, it would have been futile. They admitted they were merely following orders, and the true mastermind remains hidden. Why do they fear you so? Why do they treat me with such deference in your presence?" Li Qiuchan felt displeased. If they were to be partners, honesty should prevail. Why the need for secrecy? She believed she had shown Yi Chen ample kindness, even purchasing clothes for him and lowering herself to apologize. Yet, it seemed he had never intended to accept her. "My enemies are countless. Informing you would only add to your distress. Thus, the notion of a marriage contract is vexing. I once lived freely without fear. Now, due to Li Qiuchan, I am constrained, unable to act without concern for her safety. It is truly a burden." Despite Yi Chen's harsh complaints, Li Qiuchan felt a sweetness within. It was evident that Yi Chen cared for her deeply, perhaps even more than she had realized. Chapter 37. The allure of the little sister-in-law. Li Qiuchan possessed beauty, a trait admired by all, and Yi Chen, being somewhat lecherous, found her particularly captivating. Moreover, Li Qiuchan was disciplined and brave, though somewhat proud. She was fundamentally a woman capable of recognizing her faults without excessive arrogance. Throughout their days together, she had indeed procured numerous items for Yi Chen. Human hearts are naturally inclined to feel, and how could Yi Chen remain unmoved? Yet, it was precisely this sense of gratitude that caused him to exercise restraint, unwilling to let his personal desires endanger Li Qiuchan. After all, there were far more individuals wishing to end Yi Chen's life than there were those targeting Li Qiuchan. Once the nature of their relationship became known, her situation would undoubtedly become perilous. Even Yi Chen, no matter how invincible, could not always be at her side. Especially since Li Qiuchan lacked the cultivation that his master and senior sisters possessed, she was merely a defenseless woman, making her vulnerable in dangerous situations. Li Qiuchan perceived all of Yi Chen's unspoken thoughts. Rather than harboring resentment, she felt a surge of sympathy for him. Regardless of his prowess, what does it matter? Who can truly comprehend his solitude and desolation? Li Qiuchan's gaze upon Yi Chen inadvertently softened. It turned out that Yi Chen had always harbored feelings for her. Knowing this was sufficient. Li Qiuchan had initially believed that all her fervent affections had been squandered, leaving her heart full of resentment. But it now seemed that it was merely a misunderstanding. Throughout the years, she had never felt a stir of affection for any man. Nor did she know how to navigate the intricacies of romance. Yet, in this moment, she felt her heart race uncontrollably. It became clear that a heart flutter could occur in an instant, and one's feelings were not easily swayed. However, Yi Chen's unspoken thoughts left Li Qiuchan perplexed. She could not fathom what experiences had led him to earn enemies far and wide at such a young age. Moreover, from the depths of his heart, it was evident that these adversaries were not mere triflers, but rather individuals capable of unspeakable violence. Li Qiuchan prided herself on not being timid or weak. Regardless of Yi Chen's concerns, as long as he openly communicated everything, she was willing to confront it alongside him. Yet, Yi Chen mistakenly perceived her as a delicate flower sheltered from the harshness of the world, believing she could not face its terrors. Did he truly see her as such an incapable person? Li Qiuchan, with aspirations as high as the heavens, could not accept being belittled by the one she cherished. The two traveled in silence, each lost in their thoughts, though physically together, they felt worlds apart. Bored, Yi Chen pulled out his phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Perhaps it was the weight of other concerns that rendered him restless, for even while distracted by his phone, he could not find peace. Though these assassins are mercenaries, since they gleaned their information online, there must be a trail to follow. I wonder if Shui Bao will assist me effectively. If I can uncover the mastermind behind this, everything will fall into place. However, the capabilities of these assassins seem rather pedestrian. Even their leader appears inferior to Shui Bao. Is it that the assassins outside are simply weak, or have I underestimated that girl's abilities?
Lik için listened intently. Her curiosity pijued. Who was Shui Bao?
When had Yichin come to know a woman by that name? Yet, from these snippets, Li Qiuchan gleaned much information. For instance, Yichin was not merely dismissing the assassins once they were freed. He was actively pursuing their whereabouts and the source of their information, hoping to unveil the true antagonist. Regardless of how assertively Yichin spoke, he remained deeply concerned for her safety. Understanding this eased Li Qiuchan's heart considerably. With Yichin's protection, those with sinister intentions would find it challenging to succeed. You have no idea how worried I am. I fear you might just leave. Upon hearing Li Shishir's words, Yichin felt perplexed. Why do you care whether I stay or go? Don't you despise me? Li Shishir, slightly embarrassed, replied, Brother-in-law, please don't say that. I was thoughtless before, unaware of your strengths. I have since mended my ways. Please don't be angry with me. Enough, I was never angry with you. Stop clinging to me. It's rather warm. Let us sit on the sofa. Li Shishir's sudden change in demeanor, from cold to overly affectionate, took Yichin by surprise and bestowed upon him a sweet burden. Li Shishir was undeniably alluring, often adorning herself in revealing attire. After spending days enchanted by floral beauty, Yichin found himself increasingly distracted by her delicate presence. Unfortunately, Li Shishir remained oblivious to his struggles, clinging to his arm, her doe-like eyes fixed upon him, leaving Yichin at a loss. Upon hearing Li Qiuchan's directive to leave, Li Shishir pouted in discontent. Sister, must you be so heartless? Is it so difficult to spare a room for me in this grand villa? Besides, wouldn't it be better for me to stay here and help look after brother-in-law? If you upset him again, I could at least speak on your behalf. Li Shishir's coquettish demeanor only aggravated Li Qiuchan further. You need not speak on my behalf. You are my sister, and he is your brother-in-law. What do you think you are doing, acting so familiar? What familiarity? It's clearly your heart that's impure. Li Shishir vehemently denied her feelings, sparking yet another quarrel with Li Qiuchan. Both of you, stop bickering. It's getting late. Let us all rest. Yichin intervened, attempting to mediate between the two. Li Shishir, if you wish to sleep in a guest room, go tidy one up for yourself. Li Qiuchan, it's already dark outside. I worry for your sister if you force her to leave. Let us leave it at that for tonight. Yichin took on the role of peacemaker, hoping to smooth tensions. Li Shishir was pleased, but Li Qiuchan wore a frown, believing Yichin was favoring Li Shishir. What do you mean? Let us leave it at that? Please know your place. You still rely on me for support. What right do you have to dictate terms? Li Qiuchan's words were a touch harsh, and she realized this immediately, biting her lip in embarrassment after speaking. Upon hearing this, Yichin paused in surprise but quickly responded with a smile. You are correct. This home is indeed not mine to command. Yichin refrained from exploding in anger, suppressing his frustration, and took Li Shishir by the hand as they headed for the door. Li Shishir, initially eager to confront Li Qiuchan on Yichin's behalf, found her fury dissipating when Yichin grasped her hand. She felt a wave of warmth and gratitude toward Li Qiuchan for creating this moment of intimacy with Yichin. Li Shishir herself was uncertain of her feelings toward Yichin. She understood he was Li Qiuchan's fiancé and that she should not entangle herself with him. Yet, she could not resist the urge to draw closer to him. As they prepared to leave hand in hand, Li Qiuchan could not permit this. Is it truly possible for me to send you both away at this hour? Stay the night, but only this once. It shall not be a precedent. Though dissatisfied with this compromise, Li Qiuchan was unwilling to let Yichin depart once more. She felt a growing sense of insecurity, even resenting Li Shishir for her persistent presence. Bound by her engagement to Yichin, she questioned why Li Shishir felt entitled to intrude. Yichin, unable to restrain himself, seemed unaware of the propriety of physical boundaries between men and women. How could he so boldly take Li Shishir's hand? This was utterly unacceptable. The more Li Qiuchan contemplated, the more her heart felt constricted. In an effort to avoid another confrontation with Yichin and to conceal her vulnerability, she silently ascended the stairs, preparing to process her tumultuous feelings alone.
Li Qiuchan.
Upon hearing Yichin call her name, her heart leapt in joy. She collected her emotions and turned to inquire. What is it? May I decline the role of your assistant? I find myself utterly incapable of managing those documents, which only leads to more chaos. If you truly wish to bring me to the company, perhaps you could assign me to the security department or something of that sort, as I would be more suited to such work. Upon hearing these words, Li Qiuchan turned away in disappointment. The security department is far too chaotic and crowded. It is not suitable for you at all. If you genuinely do not wish to be my assistant, you may go work as a clerk in the administrative department instead. Before Yichin could comprehend the shortcomings of the security department, a resounding crash echoed from upstairs. Li Qiuchan slammed the door with great force, clearly infuriated. Yichin scratched his head in confusion, utterly unaware of which of his remarks had been inappropriate. Li Shishir, witnessing Li Qiuchan's outburst, seemed to have a sudden realization. She mischievously winked at Yichin before darting upstairs. Today, she was clad in a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her alluring figure, rendering her particularly captivating. Yichin found himself momentarily entranced by Li Shishir's enticing silhouette. This sister-in-law of his was indeed quite beguiling. Chapter 38. Shall we be together? Upstairs. Li Qiuchan sat before her vanity, seething in silence. Upon hearing footsteps, she eagerly glanced towards the door, only to be met by the unwelcome sight of Li Shishir. This only heightened her annoyance. You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. How could you enter without knocking? Did I invite you in?
Li Shishi, un datarat.
Cheerfully plopped herself onto Li Qiuchan's bed, reclining with her chin propped up in a teasing manner. What does it matter if you have rules? You clearly do not have the favor of my dear brother-in-law. At this, Li Qiuchan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Repeat that. And what if I do? My brother-in-law cares for me greatly. Li Shishir shot back provocatively. Unlike you, who wears a perpetual frown, it's no wonder he refrains from getting close to you. Li Qiuchan's expression darkened, though she remained silent, her body trembling involuntarily with an icy glare. Unfazed, Li Shishir continued, you must be feeling quite miserable right now. Aren't you? Throughout your life, you have always been above me, with suitors aplenty, basking in admiration. Yet, there is one thing you shall never surpass me in, being likable. In terms of friends and parental affection, you simply cannot compare. So, while you may act as if you look down on me, deep down, you are consumed with jealousy. It is why you maintain that aloof persona, pretending to be impervious to comparison with me, is it not? Li Shishir spoke with triumphant glee, fully aware of Li Qiuchan's insecurities. Never had Li Qiuchan felt so defeated. Li Shishir's words struck her deeply, rendering her momentarily speechless.
Get out!
She finally exclaimed, springing to her feet and pointing towards the door, nearly screaming. Leave this place at once. The more furious Li Qiuchan became, the more triumphant Li Shishir appeared, knowing her words struck a chord. Li Shishir, though outwardly bold, was merely a faade, beneath it lay a deep-seated insecurity. Do you truly believe that leaving will alter the reality? Li Qiuchan, have you yet to grasp where your faults lie? Rising from the bed, Li Shishir showed no signs of leaving, persisting in her tirade. You are nothing but hypocritical. You secretly yearn for my brother-in-law's affection, yet you maintain a cold demeanor, acting superior. To him, you treat him as if he were your subordinate. No matter how well he treats you, you always wear that sour expression. Who would wish to engage with that? I cherish my brother-in-law, and I cannot bear to see him wronged by you. You should temper your attitude, lest you find yourself utterly alone one day. He is my savior. If you, enough. Li Qiuchan could no longer contain her frustration. She did not wish to acknowledge that Li Shishir's observations were accurate. Li Qiuchan's furious demeanor only provoked more amusement from Li Shishir. Why are you so self-important? Why are you deceiving yourself? I know you harbor feelings for Yi Chen. If you do, then you ought to treat him well, rather than treating him like an underling. What do you have to feel superior about? Were it not for Yi Chen, you might not even be alive today. What right do you have to act so brazenly? Yi Chen saved your life. Yet you berate him. Is a simple thank you too much to ask for? Uttering gratitude one tea cost you your life. Li Shishir's words pierced Li Qiuchan's heart, making her feel as though her breath had been stolen. Despite her usual eloquence, she found herself unable to muster a single retort. The authoritative presence she typically commanded evaporated under Li Shishir's relentless assault. Nonetheless, Li Shishir was relentless in her pursuit. Li Qiuchan, I often find myself feeling sorry for you. You claim Yi Chen is dependent on you, as if he cannot survive without you. The truth, however, is that you are the one who cannot live without him. If he were to vanish one day, you would be left regretting your actions, sinking into despair, no longer possessing that haughty demeanor. I truly hope Yi Chen comes to his senses and leaves you, this cold-hearted woman. When he does, I will certainly pursue him. And you shall endure a life of solitude. With that, Li Shishir left, a smile on her face, and before departing, she slammed the door shut, startling Li Qiuchan further. Do you think you're the only one who can throw a tantrum? We have been tolerating you for quite some time. Li Shishir's voice echoed from behind the closed door, exacerbating Li Qiuchan's fury. She settled beside Yi Chen, resting her head on his shoulder, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, I have avenged you. That woman is simply too accustomed to her high status. The more you indulge her, the worse she will behave. You would do well to learn from me. Express your dissatisfaction freely, and never allow yourself to be walked over. Yi Chen, amused and bewildered by Li Shishir's demeanor as she imparted her wisdom, found himself in a peculiar position. He had keen hearing and was apprehensive that the two might truly come to blows, thus he had been eavesdropping on their quarrel, absorbing every word exchanged. He had not anticipated that Li Shishir would intentionally provoke Li Qiuchan on his behalf. Regardless of whether her feelings for him were genuine, her defense was something to be commended. Li Shishir nestled comfortably against Yi Chen, suddenly suggesting, Brother-in-law, why don't we elope together? That woman has a terrible temper and only knows how to unleash her wrath upon us. I am sweet and obedient. Wouldn't it be delightful for us to be together? Yi Chen's expression turned quizzical. To be together? Do you not mind that I am a pauper? I recall that you once berated me rather harshly. Hearing Yi Chen's reminder, Li Shishir's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She playfully punched his chest and pouted. That was because I was immature back then. If I had known of your remarkable abilities, I would have revered you as an idol long ago, and would never have uttered such foolish words. Yi Chen recognized that Li Shishir now genuinely no longer looked down upon him, and thus he would not dwell on past grievances. Indeed, I understand that your intentions were not malicious at the time, and you have since changed. Therefore, I hold no resentment against you. You should extend the same leniency towards your sister. She is the eldest in your family, a veritable pillar of support. Your parents entrusted the family business to her, which places immense pressure upon her. The reason you are able to enjoy life like a little princess is because your sister has your back. Henceforth, refrain from speaking so harshly. Yi Chen empathized with Li Qiuchan's feelings. Although she appeared cold-blooded, she was, in truth, quite tender and fragile at heart. However, one must act appropriately within their role. Being the president of the company, if she were to display naivety and frivolity akin to Li Shishir, the company would likely have perished long ago. Li Shishir, however, could not accept such reasoning. Pouting and visibly indignant, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, how can you be like this? I stand up for you. And you not only show weakness but also defend her. What kind of enchantment has that woman cast upon you? You can't possibly be a masochist." Yi Chen chuckled in disbelief. "My grievances with your sister are one matter, while her sacrifices are another. No one is without faults. And seeking common ground while reserving differences is the best approach." Upon hearing this, Li Shishir felt even more satisfied with Yi Chen. It is only such a man who is deserving of her respect. Chapter 39, A Remedy for Arrogance. As the two conversed leisurely, the doorbell rang.
Li Shishi azitata.
Reluctant to leave Yi Chen's warm embrace, contemplating whether to answer the door. At that moment, Li Qiuchan hurried down the stairs. Casting an annoyed glance at Li Shishir and Yi Chen, seemingly displeased with their affectionate demeanor, before proceeding to open the door. Aware that their current behavior could lead to misunderstandings, both Yi Chen and Li Shishir immediately straightened up as Li Qiuchan opened the door. To their astonishment, the unexpected late-night visitors turned out to be none other than the Liu family. "Miss Liu, what brings you here? Are you feeling any better?"
Li Qiuchan inquirat. Surpresa.
Liu Qingxin appeared to have reverted to her previous state of frailty, unable to utter a word. Her mother, Qiuya, spoke on her behalf. "Miss Li, we have come specifically to apologize. Earlier today, our family was misled by a nefarious individual and uttered some rather unfortunate remarks. We sincerely apologize." Li Qiuchan was not particularly bothered by the events of the day and understood that their late-night visit could not merely be for the sake of an apology. "Miss Liu is quite ill. Your concern is understandable, and I shall not hold a grudge. Please have a seat." Li Qiuchan, moments ago in a fit of rage, now displayed remarkable composure, embodying the grace befitting a lady of her stature. Once everyone was seated, Qiuya began to signal her husband, Lu Ming, with her eyes, clearly hoping he would speak up. However, Lu Ming remained silent, seemingly oblivious to his wife's hints, sitting there like a statue. Qiuya, left with no choice, spoke up herself. "We have come not only to apologize but also to greet Yi Chen. This afternoon, we spoke rather harshly, out of desperation. Perhaps our intelligence was lacking, and we hope you can overlook our words." Yi Chen's ability to see through Wei Yichun's schemes from the outset indicated his expertise. This meant that if they wished for Liu Qingxin's recovery, enlisting Yi Chen's assistance would be the most reliable course of action. Despite the unfortunate situation, the Liu couple had no alternative but to seek Yi Chen's help. As Qiuya spoke, she cast furtive glances at Li Qiuchan, evidently hoping she would advocate for them. Li Qiuchan understood her intent and replied, "Uncle and aunt, rest assured, Yi Chen is not one to hold grudges. He will not bear ill will over such matters." Her words were laden with implications, considering Li Shishir had just expressed her indignation on Yi Chen's behalf. Li Qiuchan was seeking to find common ground and hoped that Yi Chen would not harbor resentment towards her. Upon hearing Li Qiuchan's words, Qiuya felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Yi Chen, regardless of our past relations, you and my daughter were once betrothed. Given her current condition, it must be difficult for you as well. Please assist us in restoring her health. Whatever your demands, whether it be financial or otherwise, we will do our utmost to fulfill them." Clearly, Qiuya's words were artfully crafted. While she genuinely sought Yi Chen's help, she was reluctant to accept him as a son-in-law. Lu Ming chimed in, "My daughter is our most cherished treasure, so you need only focus on her treatment. Even if it costs us everything, I will not flinch." However, he felt compelled to clarify, the engagement was a spur-of-the-moment decision made by my father. As her parents, we were neither informed nor in agreement, so whatever conditions you propose, do not expect us to entertain the notion of the engagement. Qiuya, alarmed at her husband's bluntness, retorted, "Why must you speak so harshly? Yi Chen has been getting along splendidly with Qiuchan. Even if our daughter is willing to pursue him, he may not reciprocate." Qiuya was indeed astute, swiftly linking Yi Chen and Li Qiuchan together. Throughout this exchange, Yi Chen remained silent. The Liu family seemed overly presumptuous, treating him as a mere tool to be used at their convenience. They had spoken harshly before, but now, in their desperation, their attitude had shifted without sincerity. Even as they attempted to change their demeanor, it lacked thoroughness, still exhibiting an air of superiority. Yi Chen had no intention of lowering himself, but the blatant insincerity was deeply frustrating. Faced with this awkward situation, if he were to refuse, it would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. a predicament he would prefer to avoid. Thankfully, Li Shishir was present. She was known for her tenacity. No one understood Yi Chen's grievances better than she did, and she promptly stood up. However, before she could voice her support for Yi Chen, Li Qiuchan interjected. Furthermore, let me clarify that my relationship with Yi Chen is not as you insinuate. He is an employee of our company and accompanied me to visit Miss Liu today, not to fulfill any engagement you might wish to enforce. Yi Chen has already aided you once, and you have not even offered a word of gratitude. Yet you come to my home to assert your authority. If you are so afraid of Yi Chen demanding something in return, perhaps you should seek someone more capable. Li Qiuchan's words, though not overtly harsh, pierced the Liu family deeply. What do you mean by that, you insolent girl? Lu Ming erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Qiuchan. Let me tell you, our Liu family is far superior to yours. You, as a junior, have no right to confront me. Today, we have come to visit you in person, which should be considered a courtesy. Do not dare to play tricks here, or I shall not hold back. I am no longer requesting your assistance. I am commanding you to cure my daughter's ailment. Should you fail in this endeavor, I will turn my wrath upon the Li group. Lu Qingxin initially perceived her parents' actions as excessive. However, upon hearing that Li Qiuchan was unwilling to allow Yi Chen to treat her, she became immediately alarmed. How can you, a man, be so petty? I called off the engagement because of your lack of ambition. Rather than reflect on yourself, you harbor resentment and wish to witness my demise. How can there be such a malicious and small-minded person as you? I must tell you, although I am in need of your help, this could also bring you immense benefit. Li Shishir, listening nearby, rolled her eyes at the exchange between the father and daughter. Now I understand what it means to have an unsteady foundation. You are on the brink of death, yet still have the audacity to threaten my sister and brother-in-law. Ha! Very well, let the Li family face bankruptcy. I hope you survive until that moment. Otherwise, if you pass away first, your family will be too preoccupied with mourning to deal with us. It must be said that Li Qiuchan's ferocity is incomparable to that of Li Shishir. Upon hearing Li Shishir's words, Lu Qingxin glared at her, speechless for an extended period. Lu Ming was so enraged that he clutched his chest, his face flushed. At a loss for words, Li Qiuchan glanced at Li Shishir, inwardly praising her sister for her unpredictable demeanor. It seems that her wild persona is not without merit. Yi Chen, witnessing the sisters' united front in defending him, could not be a pushover. He cast a wry smile at the Lu couple, then turned his gaze to Lu Qingxin. Feeling a shiver under Yi Chen's penetrating stare, Lu Qingxin, her confidence wavering, retorted, "What are you looking at? Either heal me or get lost." Before she could finish her tirade, she let out a sudden, blood-curdling scream, trembling violently. The wheelchair toppled, and by the time Chuya attempted to catch her, it was too late. Lu Qingxin fell heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, her complexion turned ghostly pale, and a gurgling sound emanated from her throat, as if she were on the brink of death. Chapter 40. I am so afraid witnessing their daughter in such excruciating pain terrified Chuya and Lu Ming. Initially, Lu Qingxin struggled vigorously, and Chuya exerted all her strength to lift her daughter, but it was futile. Gradually, Lu Qingxin lost her strength and lay on the ground with vacant eyes, looking even more alarming. Lu Ming, alarmed, shouted, "Yi Chen, you bastard! What have you done to my precious daughter?" Li Qiuchan looked bewildered. Yi Chen had never touched Lu Qingxin. He had merely observed her with a sardonic smile. Could one's gaze truly be lethal? It is not outside the realm of possibility. Yi Chen's master was an extraordinary figure, and Yi Chen himself could effortlessly alter the course of events, turning Wei Yichun's malevolent formation against him. Though this may surpass ordinary understanding, facts speak louder than words. Yi Chen pushed aside the hysterical Lu Ming and casually took a seat on the nearby sofa, speaking languidly, "Mr. Lu, one must speak with evidence. I have not even laid a finger on your precious daughter. What power do I hold? However, out of goodwill, allow me to offer a warning. Your daughter is unlikely to see the light of tomorrow. Prepare a coffin early, lest you find yourselves in a frenzy come morning." As he spoke, his demeanor was calm, as if a human life were as inconsequential as a blade of grass to him. At that moment, the talisman placed by the golden cicada within Lu Qingxin's body had not only remained intact, but had grown more ferocious under Yi Chen's incantation. Lu Qingxin's body seemed to transform into a colossal vessel, absorbing malevolent energy from the air, completely encased in darkness, deprived of any nourishing essence.
Yi Chen,
I will say this once more. If anything happens to my daughter, neither you nor the beasts of the Li family shall escape unscathed. If my daughter dies,
you shall be the next.
Yi Chen yawned. Oh, I am so frightened. Let us speak of future matters later. For now, you should attend to your daughter's affairs. Yi Chen's nonchalance infuriated Lu Ming, who wished to retort but was pulled aside by Chuya. Qiuchan, I acknowledge my mistake. Forget what I just said, please. No matter what, I implore you to let Yi Chen treat my daughter. Though Li Qiuchan was not heartless, she did not wish to be morally coerced into compelling Yi Chen.
What use is pleading with me?
I am not a healer. While Yi Chen is an employee of our company, he has not signed a contract binding him to serve you. If he refuses to treat your daughter, there is nothing I can do.
Li Shishi stifla talau.
Relishing her sister's indifference at this moment, Chuya, discerning Li Qiuchan's implication, turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you cannot truly be so ruthless. Since our father and your master forged a marriage pact, it indicates a profound friendship between the two elders. For the sake of their legacy, you cannot allow my daughter to perish. I nearly died in childbirth for this daughter. I beseech you, even if you must take my life, please save my daughter. Yi Chen replied coolly, 3 prostrations. Impossible. Chuya immediately shook her head. Do you wish to save your daughter or not? Lu Ming, furious, forced Chuya to bow down. Hud. The sound of her bows was soft, yet it left Chuya utterly defeated. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Lu Qingxin, who had been gasping for breath on the floor, slowly opened her eyes, her breathing stabilizing. She propped herself up on her arms and leaned against the sofa, appearing significantly better. Qingxin, do you feel better now? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Though Lu Qingxin still experienced discomfort, it was far less than before. She shook her head at her mother, her body still trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that Yi Chen had alleviated his daughter's suffering, Lu Ming resumed his arrogant demeanor.
Yi Chen.
Do not be so arrogant. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall send your daughter on her way. Yi Chen, uninterested in his tirade, uttered a threat that left Lu Ming's smile frozen. You, be quiet. Is this how father behaves? Have you been provoking Yi Chen because you fear our daughter cannot die? He sighed deeply, retreating helplessly. Chuya, noticing Lu Qingxin's still pale complexion, understood that Yi Chen had not fully cured her daughter's ailment. In her desperation to ensure her daughter's complete recovery, she resolutely stated to Yi Chen, "Here's the deal. If you can heal Qingxin, we will honor the marriage agreement. Once my daughter recovers, we shall proceed with the marriage certificate. Surely this is acceptable?" For the sake of their daughter's health, the couple was now willing to set aside everything else. Lu Qingxin sat in her wheelchair, unable to speak. Yet tears streamed down her cheeks upon hearing those words. Marrying someone like Yi Chen would render her life no different from death. However, the thought of relinquishing her life filled her with a sense of unwillingness. With a noble lineage and striking beauty, her promising life had only just begun. How could it come to an abrupt halt? Yi Chen almost burst into laughter. Did they truly believe their precious daughter was some irresistible gem? Could this be considered a legitimate exchange of benefits? Frankly, the condition you propose seems nothing short of ingratitude. Your cherished daughter is yours to coddle. I have no desire for such a burden. When I visited your home today, I stated my willingness to annul the engagement with Miss Lu, and we have already done so. What more do you want from me? Are you trying to add to my troubles? Yi Chen's tone bore no trace of bravado. He genuinely detested Lu Qingxin. Yi Chen, do not utter such spiteful words. You know you have erred, as long as you can cure Qingxin. Li Shishir could no longer endure Chuya's drivel and interjected, "My brother-in-law has already expressed his lack of interest in your precious daughter. If you truly wish to save her, present some genuine conditions instead of treating her like a celestial being. It's absurd." Lu Ming was incensed by Li Shishir's remarks and raised his hand as if to strike her. Yet Li Shishir showed no fear, retreating behind Yi Chen and even making faces at Lu Ming. "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Let us not forget that my sister is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jinling, and even my own looks can rival your daughter's. What's there to be proud of?" Li Shishir confidently stated, eliciting laughter from both Yi Chen and Li Qiuchan. Lu Ming had never endured such humiliation and was momentarily at a loss for words, his face darkening as he asked, "Yi Chen, what do you want from me in order to treat my daughter?" Yi Chen leisurely settled onto the sofa, pulling Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir to sit beside him. "Mr. Lu, if I recall correctly, your initial purpose for visiting was to offer an apology to me and Li Qiuchan, correct? Since you intend to apologize, you should follow the proper etiquette. First, serve us a cup of tea and say a few words of contrition. If your sincerity is genuine, we may forgive you and then discuss your daughter's situation. If you lack even the willingness to apologize, then further conversations are unnecessary." "Really? Brother-in-law, can I also have him serve me tea and apologize?" Li Shishir exclaimed with excitement. She had never received such a grand gesture from someone of Lu Ming's stature. It was likely that even their father, Li Qinggong, would not have received such treatment. Li Qiuchan felt a sense of anxiety, regardless of Lu Ming's faults. He was the head of the Lu family. To request such a humble act of him seemed a bit excessive. "Why shouldn't I apologize?" Yi Chen replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor mocking. "As an elder, it is unbecoming for me to intimidate you repeatedly. If one cannot acknowledge their mistakes and merely clings to their self-righteousness, how can they claim the mantle of a family head?" With Yi Chen's words, Lu Ming felt the flames of humiliation turn to embers. Should he refuse to serve tea and admit fault, he would lose both dignity and the chance to save his precious daughter. However, after living so many years, he had never had to bow down to anyone, let alone serve tea to those younger than him. The thought of bending to Yi Chen and 2 young women felt degrading. "Yi Chen, I do seek your assistance, so I am willing to serve you tea. The 2 women are off the table," Lu Ming declared, crossing his arms defiantly.
"Oh.
"Then I suppose the matter of treatment is off the table as well," Yi Chen concluded nonchalantly, shrugging. Lu Ming felt a surge of anger.
Yi Chen.
"Do not overestimate your position. I have shown you enough respect. What is this nonsense? You barged in here in the middle of the night, hurling threats at the sisters who are the rightful hosts. Is it my fault your daughter is in this state? Why should I be responsible? I assure you, I can cure her, but the decision rests entirely with me. I am simply asking you to serve tea and apologize, which is already a considerable concession on my part. If you continue to complain and squander this opportunity, then take your daughter and leave, far away, and do not bring your misfortune upon us. Yi Chen's words were harsh, and his imposing presence seemed to chill the very air in the room. Lu Qingxin trembled once more, and even Chuya felt as though she were immersed in ice. Lu Ming felt as if a tremendous weight pressed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The formidable aura emanating from Yi Chen was not that of a naive youth, but rather one cultivated through experience and determination. At this moment, Lu Ming finally recognized Yi Chen's true stature and realized his grave misjudgment. Yi Chen was far from an ordinary, incompetent individual. Li Shishir and Li Qiuchan, seated beside Yi Chen, felt the intensity of his presence the least, as he had intentionally shielded them with a protective barrier. Thus, the sisters remained composed. Puzzled by the Lu family's reaction, was Yi Chen's words truly so lethal? Why did it terrify them to such an extent? After weighing his options, Lu Ming ultimately resigned himself to his fate, trembling as he grasped the teapot and poured 3 cups. With trembling hands, he presented the cups of tea before Yi Chen, Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir. With each cup offered, Lu Ming felt a slight alleviation of the pressure he faced, demonstrating that everything lay within Yi Chen's control. Please,
Drink this tea.
all the blame lies with me. I should not have shown you disrespect. I acknowledge my error. Please forgive me and spare my family. With that, Lu Ming knelt before the 3 of them. Chuya could not hold back her tears upon witnessing her husband's humbling. Lu Qingxin felt a surge of resentment, unable to bear the sight of her father's humiliation. Li Shishir, however, delightedly sipped from her teacup, relishing the moment. In contrast, Li Qiuchan's expression was serious. She gazed deeply at Yi Chen, as if she were meeting him anew. In her mind, Yi Chen was typically gentle, patient, and accommodating. Even when wronged, he chose to forgive quickly and did not dwell on it. Yet this time, Yi Chen's demeanor was markedly different. He was determined to seek justice. Even Lu Ming, a seasoned fox, did not dare to oppose him. In that instant, Li Qiuchan perceived Yi Chen as a valiant hero, strikingly handsome and courageous. Humph. If he had been this forthright from the beginning, would there have been such turmoil? You should consider yourself fortunate that your claws did not strike Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir just now. Had they sustained any harm, I would have ensured that the Lu family repaid the debt tenfold. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, both Li Shishir and Li Qiuchan were filled with sweetness. It became apparent that they held significant importance in Yi Chen's heart. Li Shishir, who already harbored feelings for Yi Chen, found herself even more captivated by his charm after this incident, yearning to bring him closer to her side. Although Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation upon hearing Yi Chen's remarks, he dared not utter a word of rebuttal. This time, I acted rashly and impulsively. I sincerely apologize to both Miss Li and to you, Mr. Yi, and I will serve tea as a gesture of contrition. I implore you to save my daughter. She is innocent, and even if she has erred, it should not warrant death. Lu Ming was willing to do anything to ensure his daughter's well-being. Witnessing the once mighty head of the Lu family in such a humbling state stirred conflicting emotions within Li Qiuchan, while Li Shishir's heart softened as well. They both set down their teacups and turned to Yi Chen, only to find him still maintaining a demeanor of cold indifference, his eyes even betraying a hint of disdain. What do you mean by saying even if there's a mistake, it should not warrant death? Is there truly a mistake, or is there not? Are you still unaware of where the fault lies? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing, seemingly on the verge of losing control. Yi Chen, do not go too far. How much further do you intend to push my father? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, responding, when have I ever forced him? He need not kneel. Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, Yi Chen turned his gaze away from Lu Ming. Though Lu Ming felt a surge of indignation, he was even more concerned that Yi Chen would simply abandon the matter. Yi Chen, my daughter has been spoiled by me. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, please do not hold her actions against her. I, too, acted irrationally today, causing an uproar without discernment. I recognize that my age does not grant me the right to act superior before you. My daughter, despite her requests, spoke thoughtlessly, which is equally wrong. Now that sounds like a reasonable statement. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, casually waving his hand, saying, enough, you may rise. I am not one to take advantage of those in a vulnerable position. I will be frank with you. The reason your daughter is in such a predicament is due to Wei Yichun and the so-called Master Jinchen. Master Jinchen has placed a spell on your daughter that absorbs malevolent energy. Unless she retreats to a remote forest and isolates herself from the world, the malevolent energy from outside will continuously invade her, leading to her vitality dissipating and ultimately her demise. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the Lu family was left dumbfounded. None of them had anticipated that the true culprits behind this calamity were Wei Yichun and Master Jinchen. Previously, the family had deliberated for a long time, believing that Wei Yichun and Master Jinchen were merely opportunists, without the means to cause real harm. They They never suspected that Yi Chen's insight would reveal their malicious intent. Lu Ming was suddenly made aware of his own foolishness. He had prided himself on his worldly wisdom, yet he had been completely outmaneuvered by Wei Yichun. The true source of his humiliation at Yi Chen's hands was none other than Wei Yichun, this scoundrel. With this thought, Lu Ming ground his teeth in frustration, resolute to avenge this grievance. Although Qiui shared a deep-seated hatred for Wei Yichun, she understood that the priority was to treat her daughter as illness.
Yi Chen.
Since you are able to discern this, you must have a means to dispel the spell? Yi Chen nodded, yawning as he rose, saying, Then a visit to your home is inevitable. I am uncertain where that old man has concealed the spell that attracts malevolent energy. I will need to assess the situation in person. With that, Yi Chen changed his shoes and left, leaving the Lu family and the Li sisters exchanging bewildered glances. Unsure why Yi Chen had suddenly rushed out. In truth, Yi Chen's urgency to depart was driven by a need to steady his own mind. He had resolved not to be easily swayed by emotions. However, when Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir were threatened, he could not suppress the surge of anger that welled within him. It had been a near thing. He had almost been pushed to take drastic measures against Lu Ming and Lu Qingxin. Although Yi Chen possessed the capability to kill at will, such actions were beneath him. Those who cultivate must be wary of emotional turmoil and refrain from senseless slaughter, especially towards ordinary people, for they must embody a spirit of benevolence and composure, resisting anger. What appeared to be an unremarkable incident today was, for Yi Chen, a close brush with the path of madness. Before his descent from the mountain, his master had foreseen that despite Yi Chen's smooth progress in cultivation, his exceptional talent could lead to dire consequences during a human calamity, leaving him vulnerable to the whims of fate. Thus, mastering the stability of his heart was the greatest trial he faced. Unlike other cultivators who had to toil for a lifetime to achieve a modicum of success, Yi Chen's path had been relatively unimpeded, devoid of significant setbacks. This had rendered his heart strong, yet lacking in resilience. Should he embark on a path of violence, he would risk descending into darkness, irrevocably straying from his true self. To alter this fate, Yi Chen needed to cultivate compassion. The simplest way to learn to love others was to find his destined counterpart. This was why the old man had sent him down the mountain. He had predicted that Li Qiuchan was his fated partner. Only Li Qiuchan could teach him the essence of compassion and how to avoid bloodshed. Yet, Yi Chen found the old man's predictions unreliable. The only time he had felt murderous intent since descending was just now, provoked by Li Qiuchan's humiliation. Li Qiuchan had always been aloof, hardly willing to speak to him. How could she be his confidant? Despite his skepticism towards the old man's divinations, Yi Chen could not deny that the man's skills in fortune-telling were unparalleled, and his predictions were likely to be accurate. Sighing deeply, Yi Chen exhaled, realizing that although the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, he had no choice but to continue onward. As for how to cultivate a more resilient spirit, he may not have the method at present, but he believed in his self-control, confident that he would not lose himself to darkness. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen arrived at the most renowned curiosity market in Jinling, where a plethora of items were on display, from second-hand trinkets to genuine antiques and family heirlooms. The value of items varied greatly, depending solely on the discerning eye of the buyer. The items Yi Chen sought for his practices could only be found here. Strolling through the market, he passed by a shop named Golden House. Although it was deep into the night, the store was bustling with activity, with many patrons perusing the wares on the ground floor. Unlike those drawn to gold and silver trinkets, Yi Chen made his way to a secluded corner where an array of talismans, ritual tools, and scholarly supplies were displayed. Fewer individuals now adhere to such beliefs, and even fewer make purchases, resulting in a stark contrast between the lively atmosphere elsewhere and the desolate quietude here. Dust has settled visibly upon the shelves, neglected by anyone. The sales attendant overseeing this area is an elderly gentleman, appearing quite advanced in years. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he reclines in a rocking chair, exuding a sense of lethargy, seemingly devoid of vigor. Upon Yi Chen's approach, the old man showed no inclination to welcome him, merely lifting his eyelids slightly to inquire, "Young man, what are you looking to buy?" To the old man's mind, a young buyer like Yi Chen was most likely just browsing, unlikely to make a genuine purchase. He did not seem to fit the profile of a connoisseur of traditional writing tools, thus no elaborate greeting was warranted, just a casual inquiry would suffice. "You wish to purchase talismans?" At the mention of Yi Chen's intended purchase, the drowsy old man immediately perked up, springing from his chair. Without uttering a word, he scrutinized Yi Chen for a moment, then decisively pressed the bell at his side before turning to leave. This elderly man was evidently more refined than the previous one, dressed in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility and authority. Although age had softened his facial features, making him appear more rounded, the sharpness of his gaze revealed that he must have been a decisive figure in his youth. "Young man, I am the proprietor of this establishment, Lu Benwei. I will personally attend to you. You seek materials for talisman crafting, correct?" Yi Chen nodded once more, reiterating the items he required. After listening, Lu Benwei handed him a stack of premium yellow talisman paper and a bottle of crimson cinnabar, but notably withheld the talisman brush. This omission puzzled Yi Chen, prompting him to ask, "Boss, if you are aware that I intend to purchase materials for crafting talismans, why do you not provide me with a brush?" Lu Benwei chuckled heartily. "Please, Mr. Yi, do not be impatient. Talisman brushes are quite valuable. The superior ones are not kept here, but rather upstairs. Please follow me. With that, Lu Benwei exited the counter and gestured for Yi Chen to proceed. Nodding, Yi Chen took the yellow talisman paper and cinnabar and ascended the stairs behind him. Observing Yi Chen's seemingly fragile demeanor, Lu Benwei became even more convinced of his initial assumptions. Though he appeared youthful, his maturity of mind suggested he was no ordinary individual. In a short while, they arrived at Lu Benwei's office. Without hesitation, Lu Benwei opened a hidden compartment before Yi Chen, revealing several brushes for talisman crafting and presenting them to him. However, Yi Chen repeatedly shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction with the offerings. Boss, if I desired disposable items, I would not have specifically requested talisman brushes. Since I am intent on making a purchase, I naturally seek the finest quality. Having ascended to your office, why do you present me with such inferior goods? Lu Benwei, taken aback by Yi Chen's words, quickly waved his hand. No, Mr. Yi, please do not misunderstand. I assure you, these brushes are among the finest in our shop. Then I implore you to present the exceptional ones, Yi Chen insisted. He believed that Lu Benwei, having established such a prominent shop, must possess a discerning eye. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Benwei nodded, admitting, to be candid, I do possess an extraordinary talisman brush crafted from the tail of a wolf spirit. However, it is not here but rather at my home. Would you be willing to wait a moment while I retrieve it? Who is Lu Benwei? His status in Jinling is not merely lofty, he is renowned in the region. Typically, when entertaining guests, it is rare for him to run personal errands. Even his presence is seldom requested. Yet, here he is, displaying such warmth and respect towards this young man. What is the true nature of this encounter? In fact, long ago, Lu Benwei had instructed the elderly attendant to handle customers seeking talisman paper with utmost caution. If a customer specifically requested a talisman brush, it was imperative to summon Lu Benwei. The attendant had always found this directive puzzling. Was there something special about those who sought brushes?
Today,
An even more astonishing scenario unfolded. Lu Benwei was willing to fetch the brush himself, an unprecedented occurrence. The reason behind Lu Benwei's extraordinary arrangement lies in a prophecy made during his youth, when a master had foretold that although his life would be fraught with misfortune and short-lived, he would encounter a benefactor capable of altering his fate, one who could rejuvenate his life and secure a prosperous end. This prophecy lingered in Lu Benwei's mind, prompting him to establish the shop amid scarce real estate, hoping to attract that destined benefactor. Despite Yi Chen's youthful appearance, he possessed a rare ability to discern the quality of talisman brushes. Moreover, his words indicated a profound understanding of the craft, suggesting that ordinary brushes held no value for him, akin to mere twigs on the roadside. Only someone of remarkable strength would dare to make such bold declarations. Lu Benwei was nearly certain that Yi Chen was the fateful individual who could alter his destiny. Thus, when the matter of payment arose, Lu Benwei responded with unusual cordiality. Mr. Yi, there is no need for such formality. Our meeting is serendipitous. I have long admired those versed in the art of divination. Since your standards for talisman brushes are so elevated, it is clear you must be quite skilled yourself. I am not in need of wealth, but rather a friend of your caliber. Would you do me the honor? Yi Chen did not immediately acquiesce, but rather replied coolly, would someone like you truly lack friends? It appears to me what you lack is someone to extend your life.
Yi Chen se enigmatik simile renderek Lu Benwei momentarily speechless.
In that instant, it felt as though Yi Chen had pierced through to his very soul, leaving him as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Their conversation had barely spanned 4 or 5 exchanges, yet Yi Chen seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of everything. A person capable of such keen insight must surely be the destined benefactor. Very well, there is no need for such formality. I appreciate your willingness to run this errand for me. Our meeting is indeed fateful. I can assist you in overcoming your tribulations and altering your fate. Please, go and retrieve the talisman brush. Upon hearing this, Lu Benwei's eyes sparkled with joy, his body trembling with excitement. After years of waiting, he had almost given up hope of encountering his benefactor. Today, fate had intervened, and he felt as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune without effort. Mr. Yi, I promise I will not disappoint you. Just wait here. I will fetch the talisman brush immediately. Drive faster. Hurry. The driver, perplexed by Lu Benwei's urgency, questioned, Sir, you are usually meticulous and unhurried. Why the sudden haste today? Silence. This time, we cannot afford to be slow. Lu Benwei, having known this driver for years, continued to urge him while revealing the truth of the situation. Iron Pillar, you may be unaware that winning the favor of this individual is of utmost importance. The number of years I have left to live hinges entirely on my performance today. Upon hearing Lu Benwei recount the events leading up to this moment, the driver was taken aback, exclaiming, Good heavens, my lord, it seems the words of that master from years ago are truly coming to fruition. Lu Benwei nodded, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, I once feared that the family business would perish in my hands. My children lack ambition, and should I pass, our family's decline would be inevitable. Gasping for breath, he presented a box containing a talisman brush to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please take a look. This is the talisman brush I have cherished for many years, and I hope it meets your approval. Lu Benwei spoke with utmost humility. apprehensive that the treasure he valued might not be to Yi Chen's liking. In truth, regardless of its quality, Yi Chen could not overlook Lu Binwei's heartfelt gesture and his earnest efforts. "Please sit and rest. I shall examine it," Yi Chen replied, opening the box. Upon glimpsing the deep blue talisman brush within, his spirits lifted with delight. This was the legendary talisman Wolf King. The value of this brush was incalculable. Using it to create talismans would not only be effortless, but would also enhance the potency of the talismans, easily assisting Lu Qingxin in dispelling the nightmarish curse. In the future, whenever talismans were required, this brush would yield exceptional results, ensuring that Yi Chen's creations would be even more effective. Having encountered many fine items at his master's collection, Yi Chen was well versed in quality. However, in his haste to evade his senior sisters, he had left without taking anything. Fortunately, this talisman brush was far from inferior. It was more than sufficient for Yi Chen's current needs. Excellent, excellent. I am very pleased with this talisman brush. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Upon hearing Yi Chen's praise, Lu Benwei exhaled in relief. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "It is my honor to satisfy Mr. Yi. I presume you have urgent matters to attend to. Please take these items and use them as you wish. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Although Lu Benwei was eager for Yi Chen's assistance in changing his fate, he was a man of propriety. Understanding that Yi Chen had important tasks at hand and that he should not impede his time, Yi Chen, in turn, held Lu Benwei in higher regard for his adherence to etiquette. "In that case, I will not be polite. Please wait here. I shall return in 2 days. During my absence, ensure you take care of yourself and maintain a calm demeanor. Refrain from practicing as well, lest it interfere with my incantations." "Understood, Mr. Yi. I shall remember your words and will await your return here with utmost sincerity." Despite Lu Binwei's age being sufficient for him to be Yi Chen's grandfather, he remained deferential and respectful in Yi Chen's presence. "By the way, Mr. Yi, I noticed you did not drive. Would you like me to arrange for someone to take you?" "No need, farewell." With that, Yi Chen vanished like a wisp of wind, disappearing from the doorway of the Golden House in the blink of an eye. Despite standing right before Yi Chen, Lu Benwei could scarcely comprehend how he had disappeared. Chapter 44. After a cold attitude, she became anxious after exiting the Golden House. Yi Chen felt a sense of tranquility, perhaps due to being distracted by other matters. Upon returning to Lu Qingxin's home, he found that everyone had been waiting for a considerable time. He nodded to them and proceeded into Lu Qingxin's room. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Qingxin appeared listless. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, she sluggishly lifted her head. Upon recognizing Yi Chen, a wary look crossed her face. She did not fully trust him and was reluctant to place her fate in this man's hands. However, at this moment, there was no one else who could save her. Her parents insisted on placing their trust in Yi Chen, emphasizing that they must not make any mistakes. Thus, Lu Qingxin could only gaze at Yi Chen with trepidation, anxiously hoping he would not cause her further harm. In reality, Yi Chen was far from capricious. Drawing talismans was no simple task that could be accomplished carelessly. The individual wielding the brush must be fully concentrated, observant of the myriad variables in their surroundings, and meticulously tailor the talisman to suit the current scenario. Otherwise, a slight miscalculation could yield disastrous consequences, potentially harming both the victim and the practitioner. After approximately 10 minutes, Yi Chen completed a talisman for dispelling curses. He circled around Lu Qingxin, seemingly trying to identify the spell concealed by the golden cicada, yet he was unable to pinpoint it. This left him somewhat puzzled. "Did Wei Yichen give you anything unusual?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's sudden question, Lu Qingxin was momentarily taken aback before replying. "He once gifted me a necklace, which I thought was beautiful, so I wore it for a few days. However, upon realizing he was a villain who conspired against me, I had the housekeeper burn the necklace earlier. Is that going to be a problem?" Lu Qingxin's heart tightened, fearful that her destruction of the necklace might lead to her downfall. "It might cause some inconvenience, but it is not a major issue," Yi Chen replied, his eyes narrowing. "In the future, leave professional matters to the professionals. Do not take matters into your own hands." With that, Yi Chen affixed the talisman he had drawn to Lu Qingxin's chest. The entire process was seamless, leaving Lu Qingxin momentarily stunned by the suddenness of the action. It was only when the talisman was firmly placed upon her that she bit her lip and exclaimed in irritation, "You could have just told me to do it myself. No need for such hands-on assistance. Do you understand the concept of propriety between men and women?"
Yi Chen chuckled coldly, disregarding Lu Qingxin's complaints.
He felt no obligation to explain himself to someone so uninformed. After placing the talisman, Yi Chen began to chant incantations. As he murmured, the talisman on Lu Qingxin's chest began to float as though it were alive. Subsequently, a green light radiated from the talisman, enveloping Lu Qingxin in a refreshing energy that invigorated her. Lu Qingxin felt a wave of coolness surging within her, and she suddenly found the strength to sit up. Her mind clearer than before. Aside from a slight hunger, she felt revitalized, as if she had been reborn. Incredible. Lu Qingxin gazed at Yi Chen with wide eyes. Disbelief etched across her face. Upon seeing her expression transform into one of clarity, Yi Chen knew his task was complete. He gathered the talisman brush and other items, saying nonchalantly, "You are fine now. You may resume your activities." As he prepared to leave, Lu Qingxin had expected Yi Chen to indulge in some theatrics, showcasing his prowess. Instead, he seemed eager to depart, as though he wished to leave the Lu household immediately. This made Lu Qingxin feel a sense of discomfort, prompting her to call out to him. Wait. Yi Chen paused and inquired, what is it? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Upon hearing the stiffness in Yi Chen's tone, Lu Qingxin silently rolled her eyes. I am not unwell. I merely wish to converse with you. Who exactly are you? Yi Chen's expression turned peculiar, suspecting that Lu Qingxin's mind was amiss. You do not recognize me? I mean, what exactly is your background? How is it that you possess such skills? Lu Qingxin gazed at Yi Chen with curiosity, suddenly intrigued by him. Miss Lu, you are overstepping your bounds, Yi Chen chuckled. Regardless of my origins or how I acquired these abilities, what matters is that I have cured your ailment. In any case, I have fulfilled your parents' request, and from now on, we shall part ways and not interfere in each other's lives. Logically, it would be a fortunate circumstance for Lu Qingxin to extricate herself from her engagement to Yi Chen, free from his entanglements. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's resolute words marking a clear boundary, she felt a pang of bitterness, as if she were being shunned. That cannot be. You are my benefactor. A life-saving grace I shall never forget. My family, the Lu family, is respectable. How could we be ungrateful? Name your fee for the treatment, and do not hesitate to ask for anything in the future. I will not disregard our relationship. Though Lu Qingxin's tone sounded somewhat awkward, she genuinely did not wish to sever ties with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, appearing nonchalant, seemed like an ordinary person, yet even a fool could discern that he possessed extraordinary abilities. What common person could manipulate talismans with such ease, even igniting vibrant life from them? Yet, Yi Chen remained aloof, evading her sentiment. Let us not speak of gratitude. I never expected your family to repay me. The money you previously gave me is sufficient as a consultation fee. Hearing Yi Chen repeatedly attempt to distance himself from her, Lu Qingxin felt a tightness in her chest. Throughout her life, numerous men had pursued her relentlessly, eager to be by her side every day. Yet, she had never been interested in any of them. While she did not yet desire to marry Yi Chen, his cold demeanor was undeniably disheartening. Moreover, Yi Chen was indeed a highly capable individual. Even from the perspective of the Lu family's interests, antagonizing or severing ties with someone of his caliber would be unwise. Alas, it seemed that the die was cast. Despite Lu Qingxin's attempts to mend fences, Yi Chen appeared resolute in his decision to cut ties with her family. Take care of yourself. I must be going. Yi Chen's visit was as brief as his departure. Lu Ming and Xiuya had planned to express their gratitude and invite Yi Chen for a late-night meal to converse further. But upon seeing them, Yi Chen offered not even a glance, leaving like a gust of wind. Alas, what a miscalculation. Yi Chen's demeanor left Lu Ming feeling utterly embarrassed, as he recalled his previous boastful words and wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Xiuya consoled him. Qingxin is a stunning beauty. If she dresses a bit more alluringly, she will surely attract Yi Chen's attention. That makes sense. Lu Ming nodded slightly and promptly shared this notion with Lu Qingxin. What? You want me to present my warm face to his cold one? Absolutely not. Lu Qingxin huffed, dismissing Lu Ming from the room. Then discreetly rummaged through her wardrobe for something enticing to wear. Should I choose red or purple? Chapter 45. The woman selling breakfast, if you ask me, brother-in-law. Your kindness is excessive. If it were me, no matter how they pleaded, I would never assist in their treatment.
Li Shishi exclaimed angrily.
Still vexed by the Lu family's attitude. You have quite a narrow mind for someone whose family is in business. The Lu family is wealthy. It is better for them to owe us a favor than to offend them, Yi Chen replied. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Qiuchan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. It turned out that Yi Chen's forbearance was all for the sake of their family's business. Moreover, judging by Yi Chen's tone, it seemed he already regarded the Li family as his own. However, before Li Qiuchan could revel in her happiness, Yi Chen's next statement plunged both sisters into sorrow. I will definitely be leaving here. I cannot always protect you. One side apart, if the Lu family remembers the past kindness, they will lend you a hand, and you will not be left helpless. Yi Chen's words struck Li Shishi like a thunderclap, leaving her in despair. Brother-in-law, I won't let you go. Li Qiuchan exclaimed urgently. Yes, Yi Chen. Where do you intend to go? I have already apologized to you. What are you saying? I am certainly not so petty as to hold a grudge against you. However, nothing lasts forever. I cannot remain in Jinling for a lifetime. The sisters had no response to Yi Chen's words. If it were possible, they would undoubtedly wish for him to stay forever. Yet, now is not the time for such discussions. Delving into deep sentiments too soon would only create undue pressure. It is getting late. Everyone should rest. The following morning, he voluntarily entered the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast for the sisters. Unfortunately, due to the lack of regular cooking at home, the ingredients were scant, compelling Yi Chen to make a trip to the market. The morning market was bustling with life, filled with the aroma of delectable food, especially near the breakfast stalls. There were both young professionals hurrying to work and leisurely elderly folks shopping, showcasing the myriad of human experiences. Yi Chen arrived at a dumpling shop, where the delicacies not only smelled delightful, but were also exquisitely crafted, causing him to slow his pace. This dumpling shop, named Virtuous Dumplings, had a charming proprietor who radiated warmth and grace, embodying the essence of a kind and generous person. Sir, you seem unfamiliar. Have you recently moved to this area? Yi Chun, surprised, replied, How did you know? Do you recognize all the residents here? The proprietor smiled gently. I can't say I know them all, but I can recognize a good number. I noticed you studying our menu for quite some time. You must have never visited before. The proprietor appeared adept at attracting customers, employing casual conversation to quickly bridge the gap between herself and Yi Chun. Indeed, I noticed that the old lady who came to buy earlier did not receive a discount. Now that a man is here, she seems overly eager. I truly wonder if she is selling breakfast or something else. If you want to flirt, please do so elsewhere. It is early in the morning, and it brings bad luck. Honestly, having such a person selling near our stall, regardless of how virtuous we are, our reputation will surely be tarnished by this shameless individual. Yi Chun had never anticipated the competitive pressure in the breakfast stall industry would be so intense. While the neighboring vendors did not mention the woman by name, it was clear they were disparaging her. Moreover, the items sold by those other vendors, even without considering their presentation, lacked the alluring aroma that the virtuous dumplings offered. Upon hearing the mockery and insults, the proprietor's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she bowed her head, too ashamed to speak. She simply could not comprehend why, as she diligently conducted her business and warmly welcomed customers, she had to endure such humiliation. Yi Chun observed the gentle and restrained demeanor of Xian Hui, and his heart ached for her. However, before he could voice his support, a vendor nearby seized the opportunity to approach him. Young man, he cautioned, I advise you against purchasing anything from her stall. Many have become addicted to her offerings, and we suspect she has added something illicit. You would be better off buying from us. Our products are wholesome and healthy, unlike some who merely seek to deceive. Yi Chun, already feeling a sense of envy towards Xian Hui for the unfair treatment she received, found himself appalled by the harsh words of these merchants. He had not anticipated their brazen audacity in seeking his endorsement against her. This only fueled his indignation. With a cold snort, he retorted, Why do you speak so carelessly? Do you think her beauty makes her an easy target? If you suspect her food is tainted, why not report her directly? Why engage in idle gossip here? Let me guess, you attempted to report her but failed, correct? And the reason for your failure? It is because she has done nothing wrong. Furthermore, open your eyes and compare your offerings to hers. There is no competition in flavor or presentation. If your business is struggling, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings rather than slandering others to boost your profits. His words left the vendors embarrassed and fuming, each one grinding their teeth in frustration while they contemplated confronting him. Yet they hesitated, intimidated by Yi Chun's tall stature, ultimately resorting to muttered curses. Don't listen to their nonsense, sister, Yi Chun said, turning to Xian Hui. I was drawn here by the delightful aroma of your food. Please pack 3 of each item for me. I am eager to sample them. He picked up a small steamed bun shaped like a rabbit and took a hearty bite. This is a custard bun. So rich and fragrant. The taste is exquisite. Rest assured, I shall return tomorrow. Touched by Yi Chun's unwavering support, Xian Hui felt tears welling in her eyes. Deep down, she preferred to avoid male customers, for whenever a man approached her stall, the surrounding merchants would chime in with disparaging comments. The power of collective opinion often swayed male customers to view her through a distorted lens. Most would either walk away or leer at her, uttering lewd remarks. Despite the discomfort this caused her, Xian Hui felt compelled to maintain a warm demeanor to earn a living. Initially, upon hearing the vendor's slander, Xian Hui was filled with anxiety. She feared that if even a person as affable as Yi Chun held her in disdain, her heart would shatter. Fortunately, he did not. Look, she's already taken a liking to him. One vendor remarked sarcastically. Oh, let her flirt. How much can she earn selling a few breakfast items? We are not envious. Hearing their mocking remarks, Yi Chun smirked coldly. He then turned to Xian Hui and said, It would be rather shabby to only purchase these few items. The fridge at my villa is spacious, so why let it go to waste? Pack all the steamed goods you have, along with those yet to be cooked. I will take them all and have them delivered to my villa. Chapter 46. Have you taken a liking to the boss lady? Sir, are you truly going to buy everything? Yes, you need not calculate. 5,000 should suffice. I will transfer the amount. With that, Yi Chun proceeded to scan the payment code, disregarding the actual value of the items, knowing it would be less than 5,000. She could hardly believe her ears. Sir, you're giving too much. These items are worth only a few hundred at most. That is of no consequence. Value is determined by the market. I believe your craftsmanship merits this price. Just accept it. Yi Chun's lavishness ignited envy among the nearby vendors, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Their impotent fury only delighted him further. Spending money was indeed a pleasurable experience. No wonder Li Shishir and Li Qiuchan adored shopping so much. Yet, Xian Hui felt a wave of unease. She approached Yi Chun, biting her lip. Sir, the amount you are offering is far too generous. I truly cannot accept it. To be honest, I do not earn that much in a month. Do not worry, sister. If you truly feel it is too much, simply prepare breakfast for me daily and deliver it to the villa, Yi Chun replied with a gentle smile. Whenever you feel the funds are running low, come to me again. It would be beneficial for you to experiment with new recipes as well. It would keep you occupied. There are only 3 of us at the villa, and we cannot possibly consume all this breakfast. Li Shishir and Li Qiuchan were quite discerning, rather than competing on quantity. It would be better for Xianhui to take time to innovate with flavors. Since Yi Chen had already paid, how she chose to spend it was her business. As long as Xianhui complied. Thank you, boss. I will certainly innovate and ensure you never tire of my offerings. Xianhui smiled awkwardly. She was astonished to have encountered such a benefactor today, freeing her from the disdain of others. While Xianhui busied herself packing, Yi Chen wandered over to the stalls of other vendors. Though he had just chastised them, upon seeing a wealthy patron, they eagerly perked up, hoping he would extend his generosity to them as well. However, as everyone anticipated his continued magnanimity, Yi Chen scoffed. What is this? The quality of your products is appalling. How dare you display them? Goodness. How could you say our products are subpar? The vendors were incensed by his disdainful expression, nearly ready to lash out at him. Yi Chen remained unfazed, pointing at their stall. Let us not even discuss flavor. Your hygiene is laughable. Look at the state of that pot. Just the sight of it makes me want to gag. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of passers-by. Normally, this spot would go unnoticed, but his outburst had everyone looking. The vendor scrambled, grabbing a cloth to wipe down the pot, only to inadvertently knock the lid off, creating a comical scene. Xianhui, witnessing this, understood that Yi Chen was standing up for her, and her heart swelled with gratitude. She had been enduring bullying while trying to earn a living, feeling increasingly desensitized. Today, this stranger had restored her confidence and dignity by taking a stand for her. Yi Chen left with the bags of breakfast Xianhui had prepared, telling her to take her time delivering the rest. Try all sorts of breakfast items. The taste is delightful, he encouraged. But even if they taste good, we cannot possibly consume this much. There are only 2 of us, she protested. No worries, I have a large appetite. Yi Chen replied, concealing his true feelings. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. I have reserved the entire breakfast stall owned by that boss. She will be delivering more later. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuchan was utterly astonished. The food in Yi Chen's possession alone was sufficient for her and Li Shishir to feast for an entire month. Even if Yi Chen had an insatiable appetite, there was no need to monopolize an entire stall, was there? Are you hiding something? Perhaps you have taken a fancy to the stall owner's wife. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the woman was indeed beautiful, with a figure that was alluring and a hint of mature charm. Had it not been for her captivating appearance, Yi Chen would not have been drawn to her stall in the first place. You have a rather sordid imagination. Do you think I am that lecherous? He stammered, unable to lift his gaze, busily pretending to arrange the breakfast items on the table.
Li Qiuchan, observing que chance de menor, silente rolet Harris.
You, indeed. All men are of the same ilk. What are you 2 talking about? Li Shishir, yawning and still not fully awake, approached. Upon seeing the array of breakfast items on the table, her eyes widened in surprise. What is going on? Is today a breakfast conference?
Uffed.
Li Qiuchan couldn't help but chuckle at Li Shishir's comment. Yi Chen, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Stop being ridiculous. There's no such thing as a breakfast conference. I simply bought a bit extra, not knowing your tastes. Just sit down and eat, no need for all this chatter. Oh, Li Shishir said with a pout, still obediently taking a seat. I need to go to work with Yi Chen later, so I don't have time to deal with you. You'd better keep it down. Also, if you plan to stay long-term, tidy up your room. The storage room hasn't been organized in ages. Please take care of it and don't act like a lord. From now on, you will be responsible for the housekeeping, but I won't underpay you. I will provide you with a monthly salary. Listening to Li Qiuchan's well-structured arrangements, Li Shishir took a moment to process everything. Sister, are you suggesting that I become a housekeeper in your home? Why not? Li Qiuchan set down her chopsticks, speaking as if it were the most natural thing. With your education and abilities, you surely don't believe you could land a job at a company, do you? I would rather not be branded as someone who opens back doors for my sister, enabling you to evade responsibility. You should take this time to cultivate your character. Refine your skills, and when you are qualified for a corporate position, I will arrange it for you. Though Li Shishir felt disgruntled by this, she dared not oppose Li Qiuchan and could only sulk, saying, Fine, I will comply. It seems Li Qiuchan genuinely cares for her sister and does not intend to be completely hands-off. However, this girl is quite spirited. Will she truly work diligently at home? Never mind, this sisterly matter does not concern me, but what if Li Shishir stays here? This girl clearly has feelings for me, often casting flirtatious glances. At this rate, even the most virtuous man would find it difficult to resist. Upon hearing Yi Chen's inner thoughts, Li Qiuchan shuddered. In her preoccupation with planning her sister's future, she had completely overlooked the most crucial issue. Yi Chen and Li Shishir must not be allowed to associate too closely, lest they conspire against her. However, it was too late to intervene now. She could not simply change her stance on a whim, as that would be disastrous. Clearly, she needed to keep a watchful eye on Yi Chen and Li Shishir to prevent any secretive communication between them. Chapter 47. The commencement after finishing breakfast. Li Qiuchan escorted Yi Chen to the company. Initially, she intended to place him in the administrative department. However, upon reflection, she reconsidered. The administrative department was too busy, and its employees were all highly educated, making it likely that Yi Chen would feel out of place. After some thought, she arranged for him to join the service department. Undoubtedly, the most relaxed division of the Lee Corporation. The primary function of this department was to provide materials to various other departments, serving as a support division. Typically, there was little performance pressure, and it was often staffed by those nearing retirement or individuals lacking ambition who did not intend to seek promotions. Upon entering this department, Yi Chen immediately fell in love with the work atmosphere. Life here felt akin to retirement. It was blissful. Each day could be spent idly playing on his phone or computer, answering a few calls and preparing a few spreadsheets, and before he knew it, the day had flown by. On the day Yi Chen started, the head of the service department, Ren Xiaoxiao, was away for training. The deputy head was an elderly gentleman on the verge of retirement, rarely present. The remaining employees included one named Hao Liu, a vibrant urban woman who seemed to have been demoted to this department for some misstep and thus took her work seriously, appearing stern and aloof, hoping one day to escape this undesirable position. Another was named Yuan Shanshan, a woman possessing beauty and figure, yet not lacking in intelligence, exuding warmth and friendliness. There was also a gentleman by the name of Fong, who, despite being middle-aged, was approachable and particularly enthusiastic towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. At last, we have another gentleman in our department. We will have companionship. Fong exclaimed, laughing heartily. Like Hao Liu, he too had been relegated here due to a mistake. Unlike her, however, he had resigned himself to his fate and was content to remain in this department, taking it easy. All three were quite curious about Yi Chen's presence, since there had been no prior indication that anyone would be joining their department. No one from other departments had been scapegoated or ostracized, so it stood to reason that Yi Chen should not have been assigned here. Yet, unexpectedly, he had arrived as a surprise recruit from the president's office, leading others to speculate that he might be a person of considerable influence. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, who was blissfully engaging in conversation with Fong, he learned that Fong's real name was Fong Zufu, and true to his name, he came from a family of modest wealth. Without the burden of supporting a family, like Yi Chen, he was very content with his current situation. The two quickly bonded, as if they were long-lost brothers. Hao Liu observed Yi Chen discreetly. Although he presented himself as carefree and unambitious, even dozing off on the table after chatting with Fong, she remained unconvinced that he was genuinely a slacker. Yi Chen, which department did you work in before? How did you end up in our service department? The office of Mr. Li? She inquired. You must mean our president? Although Hao Liu had suspected Yi Chen might have connections, she had not anticipated that his connection was so formidable, directly to the company's president. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shanshan and Fong Zufu also gathered around, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Yi Chen. Is that true? Yi Chen, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied lazily, Indeed, it is our president. With that, he succumbed to slumber once more. While Yi Chen drifted into a peaceful sleep, the others found it impossible to relax. The young man previously worked in the president's office. It is highly likely that he has come to observe them. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, each bearing the weight of impending danger. However, as the morning wore on, Yi Chen appeared utterly oblivious to the situation, sleeping soundly, without any intention of rising. When mealtime approached, it was his three companions who reluctantly roused him from his slumber, prompting him to open his drowsy eyes and join them for lunch with a cheerful demeanor. After several rounds of indirect inquiries, Hao Liu and the others finally grasped the reality. Yi Chen was not a distinguished official but rather an impostor merely biding his time. During lunch, as Yi Chen dined with the trio, he unexpectedly collided with Deng Chanyu. Lost in her own thoughts and oblivious to her surroundings, she would have surely stumbled had Yi Chen not steadied her. Sensing that something was amiss with Deng Chanyu, Yi Chen waved goodbye to his new colleagues and chose to sit beside her. He feared that the lingering specter of Han Li was the cause of her distracted demeanor. If that were the case, he felt a measure of responsibility, as the events that followed might have been averted had he not answered the call and nearly collided with Han Li. Yi Chen's actions sparked a considerable uproar in the cafeteria. It was well known that Deng Chanyu was the epitome of an aloof goddess, and no one dared to approach her for shared tables. She typically eschewed emotional exchanges with colleagues, opting for solitude instead. Yet here was Yi Chen, audaciously taking a seat beside her. To everyone's astonishment, Deng Chanyu did not leave but instead engaged in conversation with him. Yi Chen was a stranger. Apart from a few individuals in the service department, no one recognized him. In an instant, he became the center of attention, with whispers circulating throughout the room. How bold of this young man to sit beside Secretary Deng. Truly a fearless newcomer. Has he lost his mind? Secretary Deng is notoriously cold-hearted. This latter's position is surely at stake. He must be new and unaware of the office dynamics. Doesn't he have any senior colleagues to guide him? Initially, those in the service department were merely spectators, but upon hearing their peers whispering about them, they wished to bury their heads in their meals.
What now?
Why is Yi Chen so audacious? Will we be implicated? Surely not. Didn't he say he came from the president's office? Perhaps he knows Secretary Deng? Not likely. She has a well-known aversion to ordinary men. Those who have attempted to engage her have met with unfavorable outcomes. I fear this young man's good fortune is about to dwindle. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hao Liu and his companions, Deng Chanyu smiled. Her smile was radiant and enchanting as she playfully asked Yi Chen, "I didn't assign you any tasks yesterday. Why did you abandon our secretary and assistant department?" The two bantered like friends, leaving the onlookers astounded.
What?
Deng Chanyu, isn't furious? Has the goddess been tamed? As they conversed, several other young women approached. Secretary Deng, there are no seats available over there. May we join you? Deng Chanyu introduced Yi Chen to them. The vibrant young women, all from the secretarial department, included Wang Yudi, who spoke first, Zhang Huixin in pink attire, and the tallest, Xiao Xian, who exuded an air of coolness. After introducing her colleagues, Deng Chanyu remarked, "This is Yi Chen. He was to join our department but has now transferred to the service department." Upon hearing this, the three women displayed expressions of disbelief. The secretary and assistant department was notoriously difficult to enter, with immense pressure and high standards for personal capabilities and credentials. Yi Chen, however, seemed out of place among these elite individuals. How could he have ever been assigned to their department? What was even more perplexing was Deng Chanyu's friendly demeanor towards Yi Chen, seemingly indicating a close relationship. Known for her disinterest in men, she typically interacted with male colleagues solely on professional matters. Why, then, was she conversing so casually with Yi Chen today? Most bewildering was the question of why Yi Chen had been reassigned to the less prestigious service department overnight if he possessed potential for the secretary and assistant department. Was it possible that Deng Chanyu had taken a liking to him and attempted to facilitate his entrance into her department, only to be thwarted by his inadequate qualifications, leading to his placement in the service department instead? If that were the case, then Deng Chanyu must be quite misguided. This young man, while handsome, lacked any remarkable qualities. Who would have thought that the typically cold-hearted secretary harbored romantic inclinations? At that moment, Deng Chanyu remained unaware that her budding relationship with Yi Chen had already become the subject of gossip. Her change of heart stemmed from her earlier concerns regarding Li Qiuchan's romantic inclinations. She had attempted to subtly advise her, only to learn that Li Qiuchan denied any relationship with Yi Chen, insisting that Li Shishir's reference to him as brother-in-law was merely playful banter. Although Deng Chanyu found this hard to believe, as long as Li Qiuchan was aware and kept her distance, she hoped Yi Chen would not be led astray. However, before Deng Chanyu could revel in her relief, Li Qiuchan announced that she had transferred Yi Chen to the service department, urging Deng Chanyu to keep an eye on him and ensure he wasn't mistreated. Deng Chanyu had no rebuttal, after all. With Yi Chen now in the most comfortable department, how could he possibly suffer? After all was said and done, it appeared that Li Qiuchan's romantic notions had only intensified. "Secretary Deng, has that guy come looking for you again?" Upon hearing Yi Chen mention this, Deng Chanyu laughed and replied, "He hasn't come to see me again. While the situation was a bit precarious, I truly appreciate your help." Deng Chanyu was genuinely grateful to Yi Chen. Without his intervention, she would have found it challenging to extricate herself from the other's grasp. It was a mere trifle. As their conversation appeared to contain an unspoken code, Wang Yudi could no longer suppress her curiosity. "Yi Chen, what exactly is your relationship with Secretary Deng? Are you close friends?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Not at all. We've only just met." Was it love at first sight? Xiao Xian's comment was absurd. Yi Chen had just stated they were not even friends. Yet she was fabricating a romantic narrative. This left Yi Chen both amused and exasperated as he replied, "Not at all. We share a bond forged through adversity." After pondering briefly, he deemed the events involving Li Shishir and confronting Han Li as perilous enough to warrant such a description. Upon hearing this, the three women exchanged glances, filled with intrigue. They had only just met, yet they were already bonded through adversity? Surely they weren't secretly married? Goodness. It seemed Secretary Deng was truly remarkable, emerging from her silence with a stunning revelation. Deng Chanyu, well aware of her colleagues' tendencies, recognized the spark of mischief in their eyes as they exchanged knowing glances. "You must not spread rumors. My relationship with Yi Chen is purely that of comrades." However, this statement only serves to heighten intrigue and contemplation. What level of camaraderie could it be? Might they be sharing more than mere friendship? The eager curiosity reflected in the eyes of the women left Deng Chanyu somewhat speechless. Yet, she chose not to elaborate. If they misunderstood, it would hardly matter. In fact, it could be advantageous. For there was a certain supervisor Yao who had been persistently pursuing Deng Chanyu, and she, disliking him, found it difficult to reject him outright due to their colleague relationship. Thus, she contemplated using Yi Chen as a shield to deter Supervisor Yao's advances. As Deng Chanyu was quietly devising her plan, Xiao Xian indeed broached the subject of Supervisor Yao. In his attempts to win Deng Chanyu's affection, Supervisor Yao had often brought gifts for the three of them and sought their favor. A favor exchanged is a favor owed. Now that Deng Chanyu was on the verge of being taken away, she felt compelled to assist. "Deng Secretary, how about we invite Yi Chen to join our gathering tonight? Otherwise, with only women present, Supervisor Yao will surely feel out of place, and we ought to show concern for our colleague." Deng Chanyu pondered for a moment, then turned to Yi Chen, her tone softening as she extended an invitation. "Tonight is my birthday, and I've invited a few familiar colleagues for dinner. If you're free, I would love for you to join us." Supervisor Yao, named Yao Hongyi, had indeed been pursuing Deng Chanyu lately. This morning, she overheard that he intended to publicly confess his feelings tonight. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to find someone to serve as a buffer, preventing Yao from voicing his intentions and retreating gracefully. Although this would mean utilizing Yi Chen, Deng Chanyu felt there was no other option. Noticing the pleading glint in Deng Chanyu's eyes, which nearly spoke her unasked request, Yi Chen readily understood and nodded in agreement. Of course, since it's your birthday. Allow me to wish you a happy birthday in advance. The arrangements were finalized, and after lunch, as the afternoon work commenced, Yi Chen was soon besieged by inquiries from his colleagues. However, he expended little energy on the matter, though he fabricated some tales. They were delivered with such natural ease that no one dared to question them, allowing the topic of Deng Chanyu to pass without further inquiry. After an afternoon spent idly, the workday concluded. He descended to the ground floor just as Deng Chanyu and the others arrived. Supervisor Yao is fetching the car. We shall leave together shortly. Xiao Xian was the first to invite Yi Chen, eager to witness the outcome of the impending confrontation. Wang Yudi, who often benefited from Supervisor Yao's generosity, naturally sided with him. She casually queried Yi Chen, feigning indifference. By the way, Yi Chen, will you be joining us in Supervisor Yao's car? It might be cramped. Where's your vehicle? Did you not bring it? Yi Chen shrugged and replied candidly. I don't have a car. What? Wang Yudi exclaimed in surprise, her expression incredulous. You, a grown man, take the bus to work? Xiao Xian stifled a laugh, her silence betraying a look of disdain. Zhan Huixin struggled to comprehend why Deng Chanyu, seemingly well off, would lower herself to associate with someone so lacking. Deng Chanyu had not anticipated such harshness from her usually amiable colleagues and could only cast an apologetic glance toward Yi Chen. Yet he merely smiled faintly, appearing unaffected by their remarks. As they conversed, a BMW pulled up before them. Yao Hongyi emerged, impeccably dressed in a gray suit with a neatly tied tie, exuding the air of a polished professional. In contrast, although Yi Chen's suit was also of fine quality, his innate casual demeanor rendered him approachable, especially when juxtaposed against Yao Hongyi's ostentatious presentation, making Yi Chen appear akin to a fresh graduate. To several women, Yao Hongyi was a highly reliable prospect. Were it not for his infatuation with Deng Chanyu, they might have pursued him themselves, especially Zhan Huixin, who had harbored a secret crush on him. Initially, she bore no jealousy towards Deng Chanyu, recognizing her exceptional qualities. Yet, now that Deng Chanyu had chosen Yi Chen, Zhan Huixin felt a profound disappointment. Convinced that Deng Chanyu was unworthy of her idoless affections, leading to her increasingly twisted sentiments. Yao Hongyi casually greeted the women before his gaze settled on Deng Chanyu. Deng's secretary, you look particularly beautiful today. Zhan Huixin pouted. What does that imply? Are we not beautiful as well? Such favoritism. Yao Hongyi, adept at navigating such situations, quickly soothed Zhan Huixin's feelings. Another scoundrel, Yi Chen inwardly scoffed. When addressing Zhan Huixin, Yao Hongyi was exceptionally polite, clearly aware of her interest in him, yet feigning ignorance, often engaging in ambiguous gestures and comments that left room for interpretation. Clearly, Yao Hongyi considered Deng Chanyu a challenging pursuit and sought to establish a backup plan in Zhan Huixin should his attempts with Deng fail. As they exchanged pleasantries, Yi Chen felt somewhat isolated, yet he remained unperturbed, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. Xiao Xian, noticing this, added fuel to the fire. Oh. Upon closer inspection, it seems Supervisor Yao and Secretary Deng are dressed rather similarly, almost like a couple. Indeed, you two seem to share an unspoken connection. Unlike us, clearly relegated to the background. Yao Hongyi, enjoying the banter, felt pleased, while Deng Chanyu appeared discontent. Her demeanor icy as she interjected, it's merely a matter of similar colors. It does not constitute a couple's attire. If such rumors spread, it would be awkward for both departments. Deng Chanyu's tone was serious, indicating her desire to avoid any gossip with Yao Hongyi. Yi Chen observed the dynamic, feeling sympathy for Deng Chanyu, who was ensnared by this pretentious, yet shameless individual. Although he typically avoided entanglements after the previous incident involving Han Li, he felt compelled to make amends, and this presented an opportune moment. As Yi Chen contemplated, Yao Hongyi turned to assess him, offering a polite nod. However, as he invited everyone into the vehicle, he stated, ladies, please get in. Clearly, Yao Hongyi regarded Yi Chen as an inconsequential colleague, not intending to include him. At that moment, Wang Yudi chimed in. Supervisor Yao, how is it that you have such keen eyesight? Not only do you have beauties, but there's also a handsome fellow. He should join us, though it seems your car may be too cramped. Yao Hongyi hesitated, then scrutinized Yi Chen anew. Before he could respond, Deng Chanyu interjected. This is Yi Chen, a fellow employee of our company currently working in the service department. He is a good friend of mine. It's my birthday, so I must invite him. At this moment, Deng Chanyu had thoroughly resolved to leverage Yi Chen, intentionally portraying their relationship in a somewhat ambiguous light. Yao Hongyi furrowed his brows. It is worth noting that Deng Chanyu never befriended any men within the company, and her interactions with women from other departments were minimal as well. Yet, she suddenly introduced a male friend from the service department, referring to him as a good friend, which spoke volumes about the significance of this relationship. Although Yao Hongyi felt a twinge of caution, he considered Yi Chen to be rather unremarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in such a mundane position within the service department. Moreover, the fact that Yi Chen did not possess a car led him to believe that Deng Chanyu's standards could not be so low. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Hongyi regained his confidence and said with a smile, "Ah, so you are a colleague from the service department. My apologies for overlooking you earlier. I don't have much interaction with your department. It seems quite mysterious, ha ha ha. However, Mr. Yi, my car cannot accommodate so many people. Why don't you take a taxi instead?" At first glance, Yao Hongyi's words seemed innocuous, but upon deeper reflection, they were laced with condescension. His comment about the service department being mysterious and his lack of dealings with them was essentially an attempt to belittle Yi Chen and undermine his significance. Furthermore, the other passengers in the car were engaged in lively conversation, leaving Yi Chen alone to hail a taxi, which was clearly an act of exclusion. Nevertheless, Yi Chen did not respond with the embarrassment Yao Hongyi had anticipated. Instead, he replied with an air of composure, "No problem, Secretary Deng. Please send me your address." Yao Hongyi, initially disappointed that he had not succeeded in provoking a reaction from Yi Chen, felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Yi Chen did not have Deng Chanyu's address. However, before he could revel in this newfound delight, Deng Chanyu's next words shattered his expectations. "How could I let you take a taxi alone? You all should ride in Supervisor Yao's car, while I will share a taxi with Yi Chen." Yao Hongyi had intended to isolate Yi Chen from this small circle, yet Deng Chanyu unexpectedly chose to leave with him. What pleasure could he derive from driving alone? All right. Yi Chen, too, was taken aback by Deng Chanyu's decision, but, upon reflection, it seemed logical. Given her apparent disdain for Yao Hongyi, seeing Deng Chanyu preparing to leave with Yi Chen, Xiao Xian immediately grew anxious. She had received numerous gifts from Yao Hongyi and could not simply stand by and watch him suffer humiliation. "Secretary Deng, you are the star of today's gathering. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to leave us behind. Indeed, and we do not have the keys to your house. It would be quite awkward for everyone to just stand around." Wang Yudi also felt this arrangement was inappropriate and, with a flick of her eyes, assigned the burdensome task to Zhang Huixin. "Huixin, why don't you accompany Yi Chen in the taxi? With your beauty by his side, he shouldn't feel too lonely." Among the three, Zhang Huixin possessed the most exquisite looks and the finest lineage. Thus, although they usually appeared to be close friends, Wang Yudi and Xiao Xian secretly harbored jealousy towards Zhang Huixin. Seizing this opportunity, they arranged for her to step outside as a subtle form of retribution. Yao Hongyi was quite pleased with this arrangement. He had hoped to impress Deng Chanyu further, but in the presence of Zhang Huixin, he felt somewhat like a cad, unable to fully embrace his intentions. Zhang Huixin was extremely reluctant. From the beginning, she had no desire to even cast a glance at Yi Chen, let alone accompany him in a taxi. However, Wang Yudi did not give her a chance to refuse and directly pulled Deng Chanyu into Yao Hongyi's car. With no other choice, Deng Chanyu waved at Yi Chen, saying, "You should take a taxi with Zhang Huixin. We will see you later." Seeing that events were unfolding in his favor, Yao Hongyi's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly took the driver's seat and drove off in a flourish. After the BMW departed, Zhang Huixin finally turned to glance at Yi Chen, taking a deep breath. She simply could not comprehend how Deng Chanyu could have such poor judgment in selecting Yi Chen, a man of seemingly little merit. Hearing the beautiful woman beside him sigh, Yi Chen shrugged. "Oh, I truly did not expect Secretary Deng to arrive without a car, otherwise, we wouldn't need to hail a taxi." "Secretary Deng's car is indeed in for repairs today, which is quite unfortunate," Zhang Huixin replied, but internally, she was fully aware that Deng Chanyu's car was perfectly fine. It was Yao Hongyi who had secretly tampered with it to ensure Deng Chanyu would leave with him. "Yes, it is indeed inconvenient without a car. But let us not make small talk." Zhang Huixin, being straightforward, interrupted Yi Chen as he attempted to find a topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Yi Chen, we are all adults. Some matters should be clear to you. You and Deng Chanyu exist in entirely different worlds. Why force a connection? Just look at how awkward today has been. Although we all maintain a semblance of decorum, it is evident that no one here is fond of you. Is it truly worthwhile to insist on inserting yourself into the situation?" Continuing, Zhang Huixin added, "Secretary Deng considers you a friend, which is understandable. However, I must caution you that Supervisor Yao's background and capabilities far surpass yours. Their pairing is a match made in heaven, a union of talent and beauty, whereas you are merely a frog aspiring to reach the swan. I do not look down upon you. Rather, I hope you can recognize reality and avoid unnecessary humiliation." Zhang Huixin was not inherently malicious. Her disdain for Yi Chen stemmed from a genuine desire to spare him further embarrassment. Yi Chen was left speechless. His relationship with Deng Chanyu was far from the nature she implied. This woman was clearly overacting. "Well, let us just hail a taxi for now." Seeing that the conversation was going nowhere, Yi Chen decided to drop the subject. After standing by the roadside for quite a while, without spotting a taxi, they found themselves in the midst of rush hour traffic, with the streets congested. Colleagues continued to pass by, casting curious glances at the two, leading both Yi Chen and Zhang Huixin to feel a profound sense of discomfort. After a prolonged silence, a car suddenly honked at them. Initially, Yi Chen thought it was merely urging the vehicle in front of it, but upon closer inspection, as he recognized the person waving from inside the car, realization dawned upon him. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Yi Chen found himself both amused and bewildered. Lu Ben, smiling broadly and bending slightly, addressed Yi Chen with utmost humility. Mr. Yi, are you waiting for a taxi? Where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Chapter 50. Unable to see through this person, this scene left Zhang Huixin utterly astonished, almost petrified in place. It is worth noting that the elder's Bentley is valued at no less than 10 million. Not to mention, he is accompanied by a chauffeur and adorned in gold and silver. Just by observing his attire, one can discern that he is not an ordinary individual. Such a social class is beyond the reach of even a minor supervisor like Yao Hongyi, let alone Li Qiuchan herself, who would hardly be able to ascend to such heights. Yet, this seemingly unattainable elder, upon exiting the vehicle, rushed directly towards Yi Chen. From their conversation, it was evident that they were already acquainted and shared a profound camaraderie. Moreover, the elder's tone towards Yi Chen was laden with a hint of deference, as if he were apprehensive about offending him. In stark contrast, Yi Chen maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the elder's status, almost dismissive. While the elder bent slightly to speak with him, Yi Chen stood tall and relaxed, embodying the posture of someone in a position of power. Ah, would you be so kind as to give me a ride? That would be splendid, as we have been quite distressed trying to hail a cab at this hour. Yi Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huixin's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head in a moment of embarrassment. Earlier, she had looked down upon Yi Chen, convinced that he was not of her world, and unworthy to stand beside her. To her surprise, Yi Chen not only exhibited grace and composure in front of such wealth and status, but he also included her in his invitation without a trace of arrogance. In comparison, she felt utterly inept in social interactions. Lu Benwei, upon hearing this, turned to Zhang Huixin and nodded, saying, Miss, you are truly beautiful. Mr. Yi has excellent taste. Yi Chen instantly sensed Lu Benwei's misunderstanding and shook his head, stating, Please, do not misinterpret. We are merely colleagues. Oh, my apologies. I am of an age where my vision may falter. Lu Benwei chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Yi and this lovely lady, please do step into the car. I sincerely apologize. As today's vehicle is somewhat small. Had I known I would be so fortunate to encounter you, I would have brought the extended Lincoln. It would have offered more spacious accommodations. Lu Benwei expressed with an air of regret, as though it were a disservice to Yi Chen to be seated in a Bentley. Zhang Huixin listened to their dialogue with a blank expression, yet she was engulfed in an indescribable astonishment. Wasn't Yi Chen merely an ordinary low-level employee? Why would Lu Benwei treat him with such utmost respect? The extended Lincoln was a luxury, for such a prominent figure to bow to Yi Chen to this extent. Could it be that Yi Chen held some hidden identity? Throughout the journey, Zhang Huixin's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, as if trying to unravel the mystery of his true nature. She could not discern if he was merely playing a role, or if there was something deeper at play. Similarly, as she took a seat in such an opulent vehicle and accepted the champagne offered by Lu Benwei, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease and apprehension, fearing that any misstep might lead to ridicule. Contrary to Zhang Huixin's awkwardness, Yi Chen leaned back comfortably in his seat, casually snacking on the delicacies beside him, occasionally offering remarks. This pastry is overly sweet. You should refrain from indulging in it for the next couple of days. Indeed. And this wine, it's best to limit your intake. High blood pressure can exacerbate your condition. Absolutely. Zhang Huixin listened, utterly perplexed. Could Yi Chen possibly be the grandson of this esteemed elder? Yet if that were the case, why would the elder be so submissive to him? Zhang Huixin's mind raced, but she could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Zhang Huixin, don't just sit there. You should partake in some treats as well. Yi Chen gestured towards the snacks. Oh, thank you, she replied, taking a token morsel. In that moment, she realized that Yi Chen exhibited a magnanimous spirit, as he did not bring up the disparaging remarks she had made earlier, such as likening him to a toad coveting a swan's flesh. It was precisely because of Yi Chen's generosity that her perception of him began to shift. It was no wonder that Yi Chen had refrained from retorting. To him, she was merely a jester in a comedic performance. Especially when she witnessed Yi Chen and Lu Benwei engaged in lively banter, discussing a vast array of topics, Zhang Huixin felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Not only was Yi Chen handsome, articulate, and poised, but he also possessed an impressive depth of knowledge. Their conversation delved into the realm of antiques. And although Zhang Huixin could not comprehend it all, she could see from Lu Benwei's reactions that even he was astonished by Yi Chen's insights. What an exceptional man! He far surpassed Yao Hongyi in every regard. If only she could possess such a partner, it would be a life fulfilled.
What is happening to me?
Zhang Huixin's heart raced, and a flush crept onto her cheeks. While this could not be classified as love at first sight, at that moment, she undeniably felt a stirring in her heart towards Yi Chen. Unlike her previous disdain, her greatest concern now was whether Yi Chen would find her unworthy. This thought left her feeling restless, especially considering that both Yi Chen and Yao Hongyi were suitors of Deng Chanyu, which only deepened her discomfort. What made Deng Chanyu superior to her? Why did all the admirable men gravitate towards her? Yi Chen appeared oblivious to Zhang Huixin's emotional turmoil, continuing his light-hearted conversation with Lu Benwei. Just then, the ringing of a phone pierced the air. It was Deng Chanyu calling. Although the initial plan was to celebrate her birthday at her home, Yao Hongyi suggested going to the Lu, as he had a membership there. After some contemplation, Deng Chanyu agreed, and thus, the message was relayed to Yi Chen and Zhang Huixin to head to the restaurant. Let us go to Area Lu, Yi Chen instructed before hanging up. Lu Benwei immediately directed the driver to turn the car around while discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message. Feigning to be busy with work. Mu Wenbin, I have a distinguished guest arriving shortly at your establishment. Ensure he is treated with the utmost respect. Should you offend him, I will hold you accountable. Furthermore, as he is celebrating a friend's birthday, please prepare a private room that is not overly ostentatious. If they require anything, it will be convenient to accommodate them. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, your friend is akin to family to me. I will ensure he is well taken care of without any errors. However, to his surprise, the previously jovial Mu Wenbin suddenly shifted his demeanor, pushing away his female companion and donning a serious expression. Get away from me. I have a significant matter to attend to today. If I mess this up, my life is forfeit. His companion had initially anticipated an exciting day, but was left disgruntled. Who could possibly be that important? Is it your wife? Huh? That old hag? Hardly. The one who just messaged me is Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei. The mere mention of the name caused her to immediately adopt a more respectful attitude, abandoning her earlier frivolity. Lu Benwei was a name known throughout Jinling, although he had retired for many years as the head of the Lu family's thousand-year legacy. His word could effortlessly stir the winds of change in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Characters like her and Mu Wenbin, if they dare to disrupt others' affairs, might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. Chapter 51. I am just a worker. After the car had traveled for over half an hour, Yi Chen observed the navigation indicating they were nearing their destination and proactively suggested, please drop us off here. This vehicle is too conspicuous. And I prefer not to draw attention. Lu Benmei, understanding his concern, promptly instructed the driver to pull over. Just before Yi Chen exited the vehicle, Lu Benwei tentatively inquired, Mr. Yi, do you drive? Yi Chen recognized that Lu Benwei likely intended to gift him a car. He shook his head and replied, if I need anything, I will let you know. There's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. Living with Li Qiuchan and commuting together, a car was indeed unnecessary for him. He did not wish to squander goodwill in such a manner. Lu Benwei understood and said cautiously, I see, Mr. Yi, take care. As Yi Chen stepped out, he graciously assisted Zhang Huixin, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. This gesture stirred feelings within Zhang Huixin, who bit her lip and silently resolved not to miss the opportunity to pursue Yi Chen, whom she deemed a rare gem. Historically, Zhang Huixin had been rather indifferent in assisting Yao Hongyi in his pursuit of Deng Chanyu, often inadvertently complicating matters. However, from now on, she vowed to change her approach. At that moment, she wished for Deng Chanyu to promptly accept Yao Hongyi's affections, as it would diminish the obstacles between her and Yi Fan, even if just slightly. Reflecting on her past infatuation with Yao Hongyi, Zhang Huixin felt it akin to a stain on her reputation, utterly embarrassing. She could hardly fathom what had initially attracted her to him, a man so ostentatious and miserly. His earlier attitude towards Yi Chen was a clear indicator of his lack of character, in stark contrast to Yi Chen's generosity. Once they both exited the vehicle, Zhang Huixin could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, Yi Chen, what exactly do you do? Yi Chen, seemingly perplexed by her inquiry, responded, me? I'm just a worker. I used to tighten screws, and now I'm employed at the service department, which, as you know, primarily involves idling the day away. Uncertain if he had misspoken, Yi Chen assumed their conversation had faltered and proceeded ahead. After a moment, Zhang Huixin muttered, you clearly know what I want to ask, yet you respond so dismissively. Are you still upset with me? I'm certainly not upset, Yi Chen replied reassuringly. I understand you all wish to match Yao Hongyi with Deng Chanyu. Your reasoning is quite sound. Yi Chen discerned that Zhang Huixin was tough on the outside but tender-hearted, considerably less scheming than the other two women. Then why didn't you reveal your true identity? Would you claim to be just a screw tightener if Deng Chanyu were to ask? Yi Chen shrugged and replied earnestly. Of course, I genuinely am just a screw tightener. Even your generally knows this. You know our generally? Yi Chen. Having garnered such courtesy from the owner of a Bentley, it was only natural he would be familiar with Li Qiuchan. Call and inquire which floor they are on. Although Zhang Huixin had numerous questions for Yi Chen, she understood that haste would yield no fruitful outcome, so she resolved to proceed gradually. Sir, are we heading to the February pavilion? Should we arrange a private room in advance? No need for arrangements. We'll simply wait for Mr. Yi in the parking lot. Lu Benwei contemplated. Mr. Yi did not drive here, so he might find it inconvenient to leave. One must commend Lu Benwei for his meticulousness. Despite his lofty position, he attended to Yi Chen with great care and consideration. Of course, there was a reason for this. Initially, Lu Benwei viewed Yi Chen as a remarkable figure capable of assisting him in overcoming challenges. However, after their recent conversation, Yi Chen's stature in Lu Benwei's eyes had undoubtedly risen. Although Yi Chen possessed remarkable abilities, he remained surprisingly approachable and, most importantly, he was well informed. Many matters that Lu Benwei, an heir of an antique family, struggled to comprehend, Yi Chen articulated with clarity, enlightening Lu Benwei immensely. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. At this moment, Lu Benwei realized that Yi Chen's future was boundless. If he did not seize the opportunity to establish a solid relationship with him now, when Yi Chen became renowned, it would be too late for Liu Benwei to seek his favor, as countless others would vie for his attention. Despite Liu Benwei's prominence in Jinling, he understood that there were always greater forces at play. Yi Chen would undoubtedly transcend the confines of Jinling, achieving even grander ambitions. The prospect of being associated with a future king sent a thrill through Liu Benwei's heart. Though he recognized the need for patience, he could not help but desire to do more for Yi Chen, to enhance his own standing in Yi Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Wenbin had received word from the dispatcher downstairs that Liu Benwei was present in their underground parking lot. This revelation sent a ripple of shock through him. The fact that a high-profile individual was personally overseeing matters indicated the significance of the situation. Mu Wenbin felt immensely fortunate for having prioritized Liu Benwei's instructions, avoiding the distraction of romantic pursuits. Otherwise, he might have been left humiliated. The dispatcher reported that while Liu Benwei's vehicle had entered the parking lot, he had not exited, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage, it was revealed that a young couple had disembarked from their car before Liu Benwei arrived. And that same couple had since entered the hotel. Mu Wenbin was taken aback. What kind of distinguished guests warranted such careful attention from Liu Benwei? Could they possibly be of high rank? The mere thought of this possibility heightened Mu Wenbin's anxiety. He swallowed hard, and after a moment of contemplation, summoned Supervisor Yin. Supervisor Yin, listen closely. We are expecting a distinguished guest today. Ensure all staff are alert. We cannot afford any mistakes tonight. You will personally greet them at the entrance. And should you see anyone of exceptional demeanor, make sure to treat them with utmost care. Supervisor Yin appeared somewhat perplexed by this directive.
Boss.
Anyone who can afford to dine here is likely of exceptional character. This criterion is rather vague.
Fool.
The dispatcher mentioned a young couple, both likely to be quite young, which narrows it down significantly. Supervisor Yin nodded. Indeed, most patrons here are older, and young couples of distinction are indeed rare. What level of hospitality should I extend? Treat them as if they were my ancestors. No. Treat them as if they were my forebears. Do you understand? Supervisor Yin was genuinely astonished to hear such words from Mu Wenbin. Understood. I will ensure to treat them as if they were my ancestors. Good, go now. Should anything arise, call for me immediately, and do not let this slip through your fingers. Chapter 52. The backup being enchanted by Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Deng Chanyu and her companions had already arrived downstairs. Although Yao Hongyi held a membership here, his status was rather low. With numerous guests dining, and it being peak hours, securing a table was practically impossible. Yao Hongyi's expression was somewhat awkward. He initially intended to contact an acquaintance to bring some money and secure a private room. But he was unable to reach this familiar figure, who seemed to be preoccupied with something else. What was meant to be a solemn banquet had devolved into a farce. Upon hearing this proposal, Xiao Xian and Wang Yudi both appeared rather displeased. No way. We've finally come out to celebrate, and I've hardly ever been here before. One protested. Exactly. It's rare for us to have the opportunity to dine at Eryulu. Let us just wait a bit longer. Surely, there will be a table available later. Observing their enthusiasm for the meal, the birthday girl, Deng Chanyu, felt reluctant to dampen their spirits. Very well, then. We shall wait over here. Yao Hongyi, upon hearing this, felt a pang of embarrassment and quickly interjected, It won't be long. Please be patient. I'll call that acquaintance again, and I'm sure a table will open up soon. I'm not sure why he didn't answer earlier. He must be busy. Once he picks up, we will definitely have a spot. Hearing Yao Hongyi's assurances, the two women beamed with delight and began to flatter him. Our manager, Yao, truly has his ways. Indeed. Without Manager Yao's assistance, who knows when we would finally get to eat? Not just when. We might not even get a chance to enjoy a good meal. Manager Yao, how do you have such extensive connections? We all work in the same company, and it's truly enviable. Their words dripped with sycophancy, and Yao Hongyi, flattered, smiled broadly while making the call. In contrast, Deng Chanyu remained indifferent. She was well aware of Yao Hongyi's intentions and chose not to engage. However, despite his repeated attempts, Yao Hongyi's acquaintance continued to be unreachable, leading to his growing discomfort and a sense of disarray. At that moment, Yi Chen and Zhang Huixin entered the room, chatting and laughing together. It was notable that Zhang Huixin, usually quite aloof, seldom interacted with male colleagues, let alone displayed any warmth toward Yi Chen, whom she had previously shown overt disdain for. The astonishing transformation in their relationship, having only been a short while since they arrived together, was quite baffling to Yao Hongyi. Yao Hongyi had always been aware of Zhang Huixin's unspoken affection for him and recognized her as a pampered girl. Logically, she should have been displeased to share a taxi with someone she disliked. Yet, now she appeared cheerful, almost admiring Yi Chen, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Xiao Xian and Wang Yudi exchanged glances, perplexed by Zhang Huixin's sudden change in demeanor. This woman rarely displayed such enthusiasm towards any man, let alone Yao Hongyi. Deng Chanyu, though silent, also found the scene quite peculiar. However, upon reflection, she recalled how Li Shishir happily referred to Yi Chen as brother-in-law, suggesting he had a knack for charming others. Zhang Huixin seemed to have fallen under his spell, which was hardly surprising. What a smooth talker, Deng Chanyu thought. rolling her eyes inwardly, feeling somewhat displeased. Her original plan was to have Yichen feign intimacy with her to deter Yao Hongyi's advances.
Yet,
Before the plan even commenced, Yichen was already engrossed with Zhang Huixin, their flirtation blatant and unashamed, leaving Deng Chanyu feeling exceedingly awkward. Even if she wished to initiate a semblance of flirtation with Yichen now, it might already be too late. Yao Hongyi, noticing Deng Chanyu's expression, assumed she was feeling jealous, which only fueled his anger toward Yichen. This ire stemmed not only from Deng Chanyu's feelings, but also from seeing his carefully nurtured backup being so easily captivated by Yichen. It felt as though both of his romantic interests had shifted their affections to the same individual, leaving him with no advantage. A total loss. Seeing everyone lingering in the lobby, Yichen inquired, "You must have been here for a while. Why haven't you taken a seat? The private rooms are all full, and we cannot secure a table." Deng Chanyu's tone was sharp, as if she had bitten into something sour. Xiao Xian chimed in, "Yes, but you needn't worry. Our manager Xiao has a connection here. It's just that the call hasn't gone through yet, but as soon as it does, we'll have a private room." Yao Hongyi nodded. "I don't know why my acquaintance isn't answering, but it's alright. I just remembered another friend who should have connections here. Please wait a moment." As soon as he said this, Wang Yudi chimed in with flattery. "Indeed, our manager, Yao, always has a plan. Otherwise, we would have come here for nothing." Observing Xiao Xian and Wang Yudi's obsequiousness, Zhang Huixin turned her head away with a scoff. In her earlier infatuation with Yao Hongyi, she had thought highly of him. Now, having seen the reality and recognized true depth and capability, she felt Yao Hongyi resembled a puffed-up rooster, strutting around for attention. In contrast, Yichen maintained a much lower profile. Despite being driven by a billionaire, he refrained from letting them drop him off at the entrance. Wary of attracting unnecessary attention, the comparison was stark. While Zhang Huixin pondered these thoughts, Yao Hongyi's call finally connected. "Hello, Director Qi, good evening. It's Yao Hongyi."
oh,
"Manager Yao, why are you calling at this hour? Still working late?" The person on the other end sounded somewhat distant, as if expecting a business-related conversation. Yao Hongyi replied cheerfully, "Not at all. I've just finished work and brought a few friends to Area Lu for dinner. Unfortunately, they're fully booked. And I thought you might often dine here. Could you assist me in arranging a private room? It happens to be my friend's birthday, and I wish to treat her well." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end seemed to consider the request, sensing it was somewhat presumptuous. "However, I always have to book private rooms 2 or 3 days in advance. I cannot guarantee a last-minute arrangement. That's alright. I would appreciate it if you could give it a try." After ending the call, Yao Hongyi assured everyone to wait a moment longer, confidently declaring, "Director Qi is quite capable. He will surely help us secure a table." Meanwhile, on the other end, Qi Jiaxiang was dialing Yin Gaoang. "Director Yin, are you busy? I need your help." "Director Qi, are you calling to reserve a private room?" Yin Gaoang inquired, as Qi Jiaxiang had frequently made such requests before. "Not for a reservation. I need you to free up a room right now. A friend of mine wants to celebrate a birthday at your place, but there's no available seating. While we're not well acquainted, he has gone through the trouble of calling me, so I cannot refuse him outright." Upon hearing this, Yin Gaoang immediately understood. "Director Qi, we are quite busy here, and a distinguished guest is expected. My boss instructed us to treat them with the utmost care, and they are currently waiting for us. It's quite difficult to rearrange things." Qi Jiaxiang did not insist. "Alright, I won't disturb you any further. I'll inform my friend and arrange for him next time, haha." Yin Gaoang graciously respected Qi Jiaxiang, avoiding any trouble for himself. Qi Jiaxiang originally had no desire for a private room, and upon hearing that a significant figure, someone even Mu Wenbin had to treat with caution, was coming for dinner, he certainly wished to avoid any complications. Chapter 53. Support. Before long, Yao Hongyi received another call from Qi Jiaxiang. As soon as the call connected, Yao Hongyi shook his head and remarked to the women around him, "Look, Director Qi truly holds sway. His efficiency is impressive. It's been no time since I called, and everything is already settled." Though this appeared as flattery towards Qi Jiaxiang, it was essentially a boast about his own connections. Wang Yudi understood the implication and silently gave him a thumbs up. However, after a few words on the phone, Yao Hongyi's expression soured and his smile vanished.
I am truly sorry.
Director Qi mentioned that a significant figure is being received here today, making it inconvenient to rearrange, so it may not be feasible. Wang Yudi was extremely disappointed and could only feign understanding as she said, "It's fine. If we can't eat today, we can do it next time. We were going to celebrate Secretary Deng's birthday anyway. It's just a detour, nothing to fret over." Xiao Xian also stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, Yes. It's just a small matter. No need to apologize. You can make it up to us next time." Although they spoke words of understanding, their hearts were far from pleased. Just as they prepared to leave, Yichen interjected, "You managed to secure a private room?" This statement left not only Wang Yudi and Xiao Xian astonished, but even Deng Chanyu widened her eyes in disbelief, doubting he possessed such capability. Having just lost face, Yao Hongyi was now forced to rely on Yichen for damage control. Regardless of whether Yichen could accomplish this task, Yao Hongyi felt displeased, perceiving it as an attempt to undermine him. "Brother Yi, I advise you to refrain from futile efforts. This is not some small eatery. Obtaining a private room is not something you can achieve with a couple of cigarettes. The person who just called me was the renowned director Chi Jiaxiang. And even he couldn't secure a private room. What qualifications do you have? His persistence wasted time, and he feared that everyone might end up embarrassed alongside him. If they were chased out, returning for a meal here would become challenging. Yao Hongyi consistently regarded Yi Chen as a lowly individual. But this was not a small establishment. The staff here were not easily bribed. Upon hearing Yao Hongyi's words, Deng Chanyu frowned slightly. Yi Chen had not provoked him nor caused any trouble.
He even intended to help him.
Yet Yao Hongyi, right from the start, had belittled Yi Chen. Today's situation was clearly instigated by Yao Hongyi. Had he not boasted about securing a spot, they would not have driven all this way. Before anyone could respond, Xiao Xian interjected. All right, Yi Chen, don't overestimate yourself. We're starving here, and we have no time to waste with you. Exactly. If even Supervisor Yao can't manage it, what makes you think you can? The two women said, picking up their handbags, ready to leave. Zhang Huixin, unable to contain her frustration, stepped up to defend Yi Chen. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? It wasn't Yi Chen who suggested dining here. Why are you blaming him? He was merely trying to help us secure a private room. Shouldn't you be thanking him? As soon as Zhang Huixin finished speaking, Wang Yudi rolled her eyes dramatically. Zhang Huixin, are you out of your mind? Even if you want to defend him, at least be realistic. Do you really think he can secure a private room?
And what if he can?
Zhang Huixin retorted, arms crossed defiantly, her tone unusually assertive, shocking everyone. Typically aloof, she rarely spoke out, even when wronged. Yet today, she seemed determined to stand up for Yi Chen. Yao Hongyi stared intently at Zhang Huixin, perplexed as to why his usual follower had suddenly turned so assertive. Deng Chanyu swallowed hard, glancing between Zhang Huixin and Yi Chen, unsure of what had transpired between them. Come now, Zhang Huixin, you needn't be so harsh. If Yi Chen can indeed secure a private room, then we would all celebrate Secretary Deng's birthday harmoniously, without the need for apologies, Yao Hongyi interjected, trying to mediate. However, Zhang Huixin found his words repulsive. Don't act as if this is all Yi Chen's fault. The reason we are starving here is due to your poor decision-making. Upon hearing this, Yao Hongyi's face turned various shades of color, and he turned away, silenced. Yi Chen had not anticipated Zhang Huixin's fierce loyalty. Now that the matter had escalated, he felt compelled to uphold her dignity. All right, everyone, let us not argue. As Supervisor Yao said, today is Secretary Deng's birthday, and we must honor the occasion. I'll make a call. With that, Yi Chen dialed Lu Benwei. Meanwhile, Lu Benwei was resting in the underground parking lot. The space was nearly full, and he understood that securing a private room for Yi Chen and the others was unlikely, so he had refrained from truly sleeping. Quietly awaiting Yi Chen's call, experienced triumphs. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen's call finally came through, bringing Lu Benwei great joy. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Apologies, but I have a favor to ask, Yi Chen replied candidly. I may have spoken too soon. I previously said you needn't worry about arrangements, but it seems there are no available spots at Yu Lu. Yao Hongyi, standing nearby, grimaced. Believing Yi Chen was merely posturing. Someone was supposed to arrange it for him. He's just trying to create a convenient excuse for himself. Before Yi Chen could finish, Lu Benwei eagerly interjected. Oh, Mr. Yi, there's no need for such formality. To be honest, I had already arranged for a private room for you.
Really?
That's wonderful, but we have 6 people. Will there be enough space? With such a considerate ally, who would not be delighted? Rest assured, I reserved the largest private room. Even if you have 60 people, it will accommodate everyone. That's unnecessary. A smaller private room will suffice, Yi Chen contemplated. All right, a smaller private room it is. I'll call them now to ensure they're ready to welcome you. Thank you. Yi Chen hung up, turning to the others with a smile. All sorted. Someone will be here to escort us shortly. Chapter 54. Strongly supporting Yi Chen. What's going on? I knew you wouldn't be able to manage it. You said someone would come to pick us up? Have you managed to secure a private room? Yao Hongyi was utterly stunned. According to his expectations, although Yi Chen had engaged in lengthy pleasantries over the phone, he would ultimately express his inability to help. And they would leave in disappointment. He never anticipated that Yi Chen would declare it was all sorted out. This left Yao Hongyi speechless. All the sarcastic remarks he had prepared stuck in his throat. Yi Chen nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, yes, they reserved a room for me in advance. I initially thought it would go unused, but it turned out to be quite fortuitous.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Yao Hongyi shook his head vigorously, unable to accept Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen, just speak the truth. Are you planning to make us wait foolishly, only to say your friend deceived you, or to find some other excuse? If that is the case, I advise you to let us leave together now. Otherwise, when we're all starving later, you'll face even more criticism. Yao Hongyi spoke with a tone of warning, his face contorted with frustration. Zhang Huixin, unable to stand by any longer, interjected, Yao Hongyi, if you truly don't want to eat here, then you can leave alone. Why must you insist on dragging us all out? Yi Chen managed to secure a private room, which is indeed something to celebrate. Instead of thanking him, you persist in mocking and doubting him. Don't you think that's rather excessive? Seeing the former pawn he had toyed with now eloquently defending another, Yao Hongyi felt even angrier. He disregarded any semblance of decorum, his face darkening as he retorted, "My suspicions are entirely justified. What's unreasonable about that? Yi Chun, you're a man. Let us have a direct conversation without women interjecting. I ask you if even Director Chi, whom I contacted, couldn't he secure a private room on short notice? What sort of extraordinary person is your friend? Just because they say they can arrange it, does that make it true? Name them. I want to see if such a capable individual exists in Jinling." Xiao Xian and Wang Yudi, who had always sided with Yao Hongyi, quickly joined in. "Yi Chun, it's no big deal to lack ability, but if you're incompetent and still pretend to be impressive, that's unacceptable." "Exactly. You're merely a junior staff member in our service department. Why must you put yourself in such an awkward position? You don't even own a car. We can all see what you're worth." Their words grew increasingly harsh, and Deng Chanyu could no longer tolerate it. She didn't want to see Yi Chun being ridiculed, and couldn't understand why he would take on such a burdensome role. Regardless, Yi Chun was invited by her, and she couldn't allow him to lose face. "All right, let us all tone it down a bit. I see you're all getting dizzy from hunger, speaking such nonsense. Today is my birthday, and the birthday girl deserves the most respect." Deng Chanyu interjected, hoping her status as the birthday celebrant would defuse the tension and create a more harmonious atmosphere for Yi Chun. Yi Chun felt warmth in his heart at the kindness shown by Deng Chanyu and Zhang Huixin. "There's no need to go elsewhere. I truly have secured a private room." Zhang Huixin echoed, "Exactly, let us just wait a bit longer. I believe Yi Chun has no reason to lie." Zhang Huixin supported Yi Chun even more fervently than Deng Chanyu, causing Xiao Xian's eyes to widen in disbelief. She approached Zhang Huixin, a concerned expression on her face, and asked, "Zhang Huixin, what is going on with you today? Did he feed you something on the way here?" Wang Yudi cautiously inquired, "Zhang Huixin, have you been hypnotized by him? Why else would you keep defending him?" Hearing their questions, Zhang Huixin found their ignorance amusing. Realizing they had no idea who the real expert was, pointing fingers indiscriminately, Deng Chanyu leaned in, lowering her voice to ask Yi Chun, "You haven't threatened Zhang Huixin behind the scenes, have you?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps Zhang Huixin is simply more perceptive than others and has discerned the truth."
Ye Chan shuruk.
"Nonsense. I said I'd invite them to dine elsewhere, but you insisted on staying here. If we can't get a private room, I'm curious to see how you'll handle it." Deng Chanyu shot Yi Chun a glare, feeling he was behaving unreasonably today. She had already extended an olive branch, yet he seemed unwilling to accept it. Their whispered exchanges caught Zhang Huixin's attention, making her feel a twinge of jealousy. Fortunately, judging by Deng Chanyu's current attitude, it seemed she was unaware of Yi Chun's true capabilities. This realization brought a smile to Zhang Huixin's face, as she felt she had seized an opportunity. As long as she could keep this secret hidden, allowing everyone else to look down on Yi Chun while she continually spoke well of him, their bond of camaraderie would undoubtedly deepen beyond that of others. Yao Hongyi watched in disbelief as Yi Chun effortlessly navigated the situation, engaging with Zhang Huixin and Deng Chanyu. The more he observed, the more his frustration grew. He should be the one treated like a male deity, even if he faced challenges in pursuing Deng Chanyu. Zhang Huixin should have remained steadfastly loyal to him. How is it that now two women were revolving around Yi Chun, leaving him feeling isolated? Meanwhile, Lu Benwei had finished his call with Mu Wenbin, requesting him to immediately send someone to properly attend to Yi Chun. Without hesitation, Mu Wenbin relayed the message to Yin Gaong. "The esteemed guest has arrived, requesting a private room, specifically a small one. Do as you see fit." Yin Gaong was taken aback by this request. "Boss, weren't we supposed to treat them as if they were ancestors? The small private rooms are already packed. I've cleared out the largest one for them." "Silence. The customer specifically requested a small private room. I don't care how you manage it. You must arrange one." Mu Wenbin was perplexed by Lu Benwei's intentions. If they were indeed esteemed guests, they should be treated with the utmost respect. Yet, Lu Benwei had repeatedly emphasized the need for a small private room. Was he genuinely trying to accommodate them or not? The demands of the higher-ups were exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Yin Gaong had been in the industry for years and had never encountered such a ludicrous situation. He found the tastes of the big shot to be quite peculiar, opting for a cramped room instead of enjoying the spacious one. What a headache. He scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by what was undoubtedly the most challenging task of his career. Seeing Yin Gaong's troubled expression, Mu Wenbin kicked him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and think of a solution. I'll tell you, any problem that can be resolved with money is no problem at all. Just offer them some compensation. And there won't be any fuss. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't secure a small private room in that time, you're fired." With the pressure from the big boss, Yin Gaong sprang into action, clearing out a small private room within minutes. Though they managed to arrange everything swiftly, Xiao Xian and the others, already distrustful of Yi Chun, felt increasingly uncomfortable as their hunger grew. "Yi Chun, what time is it? Are you trying to let us all starve?" "Exactly. Today is a wonderful occasion, Secretary Deng's birthday. We all wanted to celebrate together and enjoy ourselves. And look at the mess you've created." Yao Hongyi chimed in with a scornful remark. "Brother Yi, if your connections are lacking, just say so. There's no point in dragging this out." Yi Chun replied with a hint of indifference. "It has only been a short while. Please be patient." "How long must we wait? We're nearly starving." As Xiao Xian fumed, a man in a gray suit, sweating profusely, rushed over. This individual was Yin Gaoang. Upon nearing the group, he heard Xiao Xian exclaiming about starvation, which startled him momentarily. I sincerely apologize. The private room was fully occupied, and in my rush to clear it, I forgot to send someone to attend to you. My deepest apologies. Please forgive me. Chapter 55, a spectacle upon hearing the unexpected interruption. The group turned to regard the approaching rotund figure. A closer look revealed his name tag identified him as the lobby manager, Yin Gaoang. He attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, and while wiping the sweat from his brow, he cautiously inquired, "Which of you is Mr. Yi?" Upon hearing the name Mr. Yi, everyone except Zhang Huixin wore expressions of astonishment. Yi Chen raised his hand. "That's me. Thank you for your assistance." "Not a bother, mister."
Yeah.
I sincerely apologize for the confusion earlier, which caused the delay. Your private room is ready. Let's proceed upstairs. Yao Hongyi stood by, his face paling in disbelief. He pinched his thigh to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Yi Chen had not only secured a private room but also received the honor of being attended to by the lobby manager himself. Though they were the ones cutting in line for the private room, it was Yin Gaoang who repeatedly apologized. Did Yi Chen possess some extraordinary status? Why else would the manager display such deference? Or was this all orchestrated by Deng Chanyu? Yet, Deng Chanyu likely lacked such influence. Yao Hongyi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, trailing behind the group like a specter, his expression dark and brooding. Wang Yudi and Xiao Xian whispered to one another. Yi Chen is quite formidable, isn't he? Could there be some hidden intrigue? He doesn't even own a car, yet he managed to secure this private room? But if even Yao Hongyi couldn't obtain it, then no amount of scheming could replace genuine connections. Yi Chen, overhearing their murmurs, felt a surge of satisfaction. Lu Benwei had indeed rendered him invaluable assistance. He would certainly provide guidance to him later, enhancing his capabilities further, which would not only extend his life, but also allow for other pursuits. Although Deng Chanyu had remained silent, her gaze toward Yi Chen was filled with curiosity. She bit her cherry-red lips, hesitating to speak, her heart racing. Ever since witnessing Yi Chen single-handedly rescue Li Shirshir, her perception of him had subtly shifted. However, she hadn't yet realized it. Following these recent events, her feelings toward Yi Chen had transformed entirely. The fact that he could summon the manager for personal attention suggested that Yi Chen's prowess might even surpass that of Li Qiuchan. If that were the case, everything made sense. No wonder Li Qiuchan had warned her not to let Yi Chen be mistreated at work. It wasn't favoritism toward a pretty boy but rather respect for a significant figure. Zhang Huixin observed the varied expressions of the others, particularly noting Yao Hongyi's defeated demeanor, which was profoundly disheartening. She pondered what had initially attracted her to him. Her own naivety appalled her. Throughout the journey, Yin Gaoang bent over backward to attend to the group, treating Yi Chen with such reverence that one might mistake him for an ordinary server. Who would have guessed he was the manager? Yin Gaoang himself had not anticipated that he would be so deferentially serving a group of young individuals, with the most inconspicuous among them being the one deemed significant. The entire situation felt rather peculiar. However, as someone in the service industry, he understood what questions were appropriate and which were not. His role was simply to serve them well and ensure everything went smoothly. Once they exited the elevator, Deng Chanyu could no longer contain her curiosity and discreetly tugged on Yi Chen's sleeve, asking, "So, who did you persuade for this private room? Today is your birthday. Don't worry about trivial matters. Just enjoy the feast to bring in a prosperous new year." After delivering these kind words, Yi Chen leaned closer to Deng Chanyu. Grinning impishly, "I want to mention how I secured the private room since I'm here to eat too, but don't think I'm naive. You invited me here to use me as a shield, didn't you?" Deng Chanyu chuckled at Yi Chen's jest. But the playful nature of their exchange made her acutely aware of their growing intimacy, causing her ears to flesh slightly. "I thought you hadn't noticed. You're quite perceptive. Yes, I did use you as a shield. I thank you for that." Their relationship had grown closer through these encounters, and they could now joke openly with one another. "Not a problem. I'm easily won over," Yi Chen replied proudly, raising an eyebrow. Deng Chanyu nodded, her smile radiant. "We've become acquainted through our little tussles. I acknowledge my shortcomings in our previous encounters. Thank you for your forgiveness. Once this troublesome matter is resolved, I will express my gratitude properly." As she spoke softly, she gently patted Yi Chen's hand, assuring him. The touch of her delicate skin sent shivers through Yi Chen, leaving him somewhat dazed. Deng Chanyu had been anxiously concerned about how to handle a potential public confession from Yao Hongyi, dreading the disruption of her birthday celebration by such an annoying suitor. Yet, thanks to Yi Chen's presence, not only had he deterred the bothersome individual, but they were now celebrating her birthday in the upscale ambience of the February building. In every sense, Deng Chanyu felt she had struck gold. Zhang Huixin, trailing beside them, noticed that Yi Chen was engrossed in conversation and laughter with Deng Chanyu, their closeness becoming increasingly apparent. A wave of jealousy washed over her, prompting her to interject as the proverbial third wheel. "Hey now, this is quite unfair. We're all friends here. Why are you two whispering secrets without including me? Yi Chen, we came here together. Surely, we share some camaraderie. Although Secretary Deng is more beautiful and charismatic than I, you can't neglect your friends for the sake of attractiveness." Xiao Xian and Wang Yudi gaped in disbelief at the lively, almost unrecognizable Zhang Huixin, their jaws nearly dropping. In their recollections, Zhang Huixin would never utter such playful banter. Yet, it was clear to anyone with ears that while she praised Deng Chanyu, her tone was laced with envy. What a splendid spectacle this is. Although Xiao Xian and Wang Yudai are yet to grasp the underlying circumstances, their roles in the arts department undoubtedly attest to their astuteness. The fact that Yi Chun could secure a private room with just a phone call indicates that his status transcends that of a mere service department employee. Hence, it is only natural to seek to curry favor with him, as it might yield some advantageous outcomes. However, the manner in which they are behaving makes it seem as though they are mere bystanders, which could detract from the enjoyment of the meal later. The two women joined in the banter, not only ceasing to assist Yao Hongyi in his pursuit of Deng Chanyu, but also shifting their allegiance to Yi Chun. Upon hearing their teasing remarks directed at her, Deng Chanyu's countenance flickered between shades of crimson and pale, and although she urged them to refrain from jesting, a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. As for Yi Chun, he had intended to act as a shield today, and the more they joked, the more it affirmed his role as a worthy protector. He felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Yao Hongyi trailed behind, feeling like an isolated figure as he listened to their laughter, each word piercing his heart, nearly causing him to shatter his silver teeth from clenching them too tightly. What is the meaning of this? Am I not the host today? How has the spotlight shifted entirely to that insufferable brat? Chapter 56. From a mere employee to a mogul. As the group entered the private room, Yin Gaowang dutifully pulled out chairs for them and then cautiously leaned towards Yi Chun to inquire, "Mr. Yi, is this private room perhaps too small?" "Not at all. There are only a few of us here. A larger private room would feel rather empty," Yi Chun replied. "I truly appreciate your assistance. I hear that these private rooms are quite rare and require advance booking. I apologize for the inconvenience of our last-minute request." Despite his typically aloof demeanor, Yi Chun was a man of eloquence and possessed a keen understanding of social niceties. Given the significant favor Yin Gaowang and his team had extended, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. However, for Yin Gaowang, this was an unprecedented experience. The prominent figures he had previously hosted had never demonstrated such humility or appreciation. They often displayed their dissatisfaction at the slightest inconvenience, leaving him exasperated. Yet this time, despite the considerable preparations Yin Gaowang had made prior to Yi Chun's arrival, Yi Chun's presence brought no discomfort. Instead, he was especially considerate, acknowledging their efforts. The more obsequious Yin Gaowang became, the more Yao Hongyi's fists clenched audibly, his demeanor growing increasingly agitated. To temper Yi Chun's apparent delight, Yao Hongyi suddenly scoffed, "Humph. You all certainly have a way with words. As if we could simply switch to a larger private room. We ended up with the smallest one. And you think you're impressive? Youth today lacks patience. When I came with friends, we always had the medium room. This is my first time in such a small private room. However, despite its size, it is well equipped, aside from the lack of an independent restroom." Yao Hongyi's remarks dripped with sarcasm, eliciting frowns even from Xiao Xian and Wang Yudai, who had previously harbored some fondness for him. As for Deng Chanyu, especially Zhang Huixin, they could only wonder who could possibly find such a petty man appealing. Had they been so foolish as to consider him a paragon of virtue? At that moment, Yin Gaowang's smile faltered slightly. "Here it comes, the troublesome guest. I knew that hosting prominent individuals would not be without its challenges. But who exactly are you? I do not even recognize you, yet you speak as if you are a regular here. Moreover, the true luminaries have remained silent. What right do you have to prattle on? Furthermore, I am not unprepared. I had arranged for the supreme private room for you all, yet you insisted on a smaller room. What is the intent here?" Despite the storm of expletives brewing in his mind, Yin Gaowang maintained an exterior of calmness. After all, as long as the genuine mogul was satisfied, the opinions of lesser individuals held little weight. In a bid to show respect and deference to the true magnate, Yin Gaowang weighed his words carefully before responding. "Mr. Yi, surely your friend must agree with our boss's sentiments? Before your arrival, our boss instructed us to prepare the supreme private room for your anticipated visit. You requested the smaller room, and although we believe it is too modest for you, we complied with your wishes. Due to the short notice, the current private room may lack some finesse. Perhaps we could relocate to the supreme private room, which is fully equipped and ready for your enjoyment." Yin Gaowang's words not only struck Yao Hongyi like a slap to the face, but they also revealed information previously unknown to others. It turned out that Yi Chen's private room had been prepared well in advance, and it was personally arranged by the hotel's owner. A supreme private room? My goodness, I have never encountered such opulence. Your words imply familiarity. As if I have seen one myself. Xiao Xian and Wang Yudai exchanged astonished glances, rendered speechless by the revelation. If given the chance, they would certainly wish to experience the grandeur of the supreme private room. However, their previous unkind words towards Yi Chun made it difficult for them to approach him directly. Even if Yi Chun were to overlook their past remarks, their pride did not allow them to directly request access to the supreme private room. Instead, they resorted to casting pleading glances at Deng Chanyu, silently imploring her to fulfill their desire. Meanwhile, Deng Chanyu remained oblivious to the signals from the two women, her mind utterly befuddled. The owner of Air Yu Lu personally arranged the supreme private room in advance. Such treatment is reserved for only the most distinguished of individuals, those whose status is beyond their reach. Seeing the group appear intrigued, Yin Gaoang seized the opportunity to press on. Mr. Yi, might you reconsider? The space there is more expansive, and it boasts numerous entertainment facilities. I understand today is a celebration for your friend, and you could enjoy a lively gathering for several hours. Our supreme treasure chest contains the latest games, perfect for a youthful gathering. The more Yin Gaoang extolled the virtues of the supreme private room, the more Yao Hongyi's expression darkened, his discomfort palpable as he squirmed in his seat, nearly leaping from his chair. Am I truly facing an insurmountable challenge today? But he is merely a lowly service department employee. On what grounds does he presume to act with such authority? The privilege of accessing the supreme private room is not common, even across the entirety of Jinling. It is rare to find anyone in the province who possesses such an advantage. Yao Hongyi, a man of considerable vanity, often sought to impress others, hoping to project an air of sophistication. He had been discreetly observing establishments frequented by the elite. His so-called acquaintance at this hotel was, in fact, an informant. According to the intel provided, Yu Lu had only hosted 5 guests in the supreme private room this year, including the head of the Provincial Chamber of Commerce, the esteemed Jinling Chong, and several high-ranking officials from Yanjing. Only individuals of such stature are worthy of the supreme private room. In stark contrast, what merit does Yi Chen possess? Does he truly deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as these individuals? It was not only Yao Hongyi who harbored such thoughts. Xiao Xian and Wang Yudai shared in the skepticism swirling within their minds. Fortunately, they halted in time and did not follow Yao Hongyi down a path of no return. Otherwise, they would have completely offended Yi Chen, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although Zhan Huixin shared their astonishment, her thoughts diverged significantly. At that moment, Zhan Huixin felt a profound sense of melancholy. If Yi Chen were merely slightly more exceptional than Yao Hongyi, then her desire to be with him would not be an unrealistic dream. However, the current circumstances revealed that Yi Chen was not only superior to Yao Hongyi but had also reached a level comparable to the foremost figures in Jinling. Such an elevated individual would likely not take notice of someone as ordinary as herself. This stark disparity left Zhan Huixin's heart heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was preoccupied with his own thoughts and did not notice Zhan Huixin's inner turmoil. He stroked his chin in contemplation, weighing whether to acquiesce. For Yi Chen, Yin Gaoang's actions were entirely unnecessary. Would a tiger in the mountains concern itself with the cries of a mantis by the roadside? Regardless of Yao Hongyi's bluster, he was beneath Yi Chen's notice. There was no need for Yi Chen to engage in a direct contest of strength with him. Yao Hongyi was simply unworthy. The reason Yi Chen chose to leverage his connections today was primarily to ensure that Deng Chanyu remained happy on her birthday. No matter where they dined, the birthday girl would always be the center of attention. However, Yin Gaoang's commotion inevitably shifted the spotlight onto Yi Chen, making him feel as though he was overshadowing the occasion. In order to allow everyone to celebrate Deng Chanyu's birthday in earnest, Yi Chen politely declined once more, stating, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it at this time." Yin Gaoang, a seasoned supervisor, could detect the underlying displeasure in Yi Chen's eyes. Even though the latter's tone remained calm, this made Yin Gaoang anxious, fearing he had misspoken. Recognizing Yin Gaoang's discomfort, Yi Chen softened his tone further, saying, "Let us proceed with the dishes. There is no need to change the setting." Upon realizing that Yi Chen was not upset with him, Yin Gaoang felt relieved, his expression easing as he replied, "Please wait a moment. I will arrange it immediately." No sooner had Yin Gaoang exited than Yi Chen caught a glimpse of a familiar face through the door crack. Shui Bao. What was she doing here? Dressed like a waitress? Was she undercover? Yet, wasn't Shui Bao's primary mission to protect Li Qiuchan? With Li Qiuchan absent, what could Shui Bao be investigating? Yi Chen found an excuse to leave the private room. Initially, after work, the others, aside from Deng Chanyu, had been excluding him. Yet, as soon as Yi Chen stepped out, the atmosphere turned awkward. Despite Yao Hongyi's attempts to engage with the group, his efforts fell flat, and no one was willing to entertain him. After several failed attempts, Yao Hongyi's demeanor soured. He sipped his tea in silence, struggling to quell the anger boiling within him. Although he recognized that the disparity between himself and Yi Chen was the root of his humiliation today, his male pride made it difficult for him to accept this reality. He resented Yi Chen for feigning weakness and for appearing in the company. Today was supposed to be his domain, and now it lay in ruins. Regrettably, no matter how discontented he felt, Yao Hongyi dared not challenge Yi Chen any further. He was unaware of the powerful backing Yi Chen possessed. Though Yao Hongyi was lecherous, he was not foolish. He had no desire to jeopardize his future for a woman. To secure his position in the company and in Jinling, he needed to swallow his pride, ingratiate himself with Yi Chen, and improve their relationship. In contrast to Yao Hongyi's self-serving ambitions, Deng Chanyu was merely curious about Yi Chen's true profession. How much did Li Qiuchan truly comprehend about Yi Chen's status? Chapter 57. Shui Bao undercover. After exiting the private room, Yi Chen pursued the direction in which Shui Bao had just departed. At that moment, Shui Bao was nervously standing at the entrance of another private room, straining to eavesdrop on something. Observing her comical demeanor, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Although one might say that appearance matters, with Xue Bao's stunning beauty and unparalleled figure, even clad in a burlap sack, onlookers would likely deem it a fashionable item. Her waitress uniform was no different. Anyone who saw her would sense that she lacked any semblance of a server's demeanor, appearing instead like a glamorous star. Such a person was wholly unsuited for undercover work. What could she be eavesdropping on? Fortunately, this was an upscale private area with little foot traffic. Otherwise, someone like her might inadvertently find themselves dragged into a compromising situation. As Xue Bao remained engrossed in her eavesdropping, she was startled by Yi Chen's approach. Goodness, Mr. Yi. How do you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death. Well, it's good to see you're alert and not just foolishly listening in, Yi Chen replied, nodding in approval. It seemed that Xue Bao adhered to the adage of being observant and alert. However, Yi Chen's formidable prowess allowed him to approach unnoticed, which was why she had failed to detect him. I came here to dine with friends and unexpectedly ran into you. What are you doing here?
Yi Chen inwitted.
Xue Bao pouted, her expression haughty as she replied, what else could I be doing? I am merely fulfilling the task you assigned me. I can't be fortunate enough to dine in such a high-end restaurant. I am relegated to toiling away and living in the elements. Xue Bao's deliberately exaggerated sense of grievance elicited a chuckle from Yi Chen. Don't pretend with me. Your wages are quite substantial. Here you are, a little rich girl, complaining of poverty? On a serious note, who is inside? Members of the Shadow Assassin organization? Have they not retreated from Jinling yet?
Yi Chen pressed.
He had previously dealt a harsh blow to the Shadow Assassins in front of Li Qiuchan and had assumed they would flee in disarray. Yet here they remained. Did they have another scheme in mind? Most of their forces have withdrawn, leaving only a few behind. The one I am tracking appears to be their leader among the remnants. He is currently meeting with someone named Li, who has come from Yinling. Besides the two of them, there is also a mysterious individual I have never encountered before. I came early to go undercover after overhearing intelligence about their meeting. Xue Bao explained. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Xue Bao was quite meticulous, ensuring she executed her assignments thoroughly. Yi Chen thought to himself, not bad, before asking, have you gathered any intelligence? Xue Bao shook her head, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Not yet. I have not uncovered the identity of that mysterious person. However, I have learned the reason behind the Shadow Assassin's actions. They were commissioned by that person named Li, which is why they traveled such a distance to come here. The mysterious individual has been wearing a hat and mask, concealing their identities so thoroughly that our facial recognition system cannot identify them. Yi Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The man named Li intended to harm Li Qiuchan, and he was from Yinling. This identity was glaringly obvious. Did you hear anything else? Xue Bao bit her lip. Her expression troubled. My internal strength isn't sufficient, and the soundproofing here is particularly effective, due to the unforeseen circumstances surrounding their private meeting. They could not install any listening devices in advance, and thus, Snowball felt a deep sense of guilt. It's not your fault. I'll handle the eavesdropping myself. Yi Chen reassured her, patting her shoulder before focusing intently on his task. It's not a grave matter. But the execution of this operation lacked finesse, and may expose us in the future. Exercise caution. We must maintain our dignity and not tarnish my reputation as well. The soundproofing in the room was exceptional, yet Yi Chen's acute hearing and profound internal strength allowed him to effortlessly discern the conversations within. Watching Yi Chen's serious demeanor, Snowball licked her lips, silently admiring him. It is often said that a serious man is the most handsome, and today, she found it to be undeniably true. However, she remained perplexed about Yi Chen's true identity. Regrettably, her low rank provided her no insight from headquarters. They had only instructed her to cooperate fully with him. After encountering Yi Chen, Snowball realized he was no ordinary individual and promptly reported her findings to her superiors. Initially believing it to be a routine matter, she anticipated merely awaiting her leader's next instructions. To her astonishment, late that night, the head of the Jia dynasty himself called her directly. He insisted she must fully support Yi Chen in all his endeavors and treat him with the utmost respect, akin to meeting the head of the dynasty in person, and that she must not show any signs of negligence. As a low-ranking employee, Snowball had never had the opportunity to converse directly with the head of the dynasty. This time, however, he reached out to her personally, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of her cooperation. This demonstrated just how elevated Yi Chen's status was. Snowball, what are you doing? Yi Chen called out several times before she snapped back to reality. Mr. Yi, what's the matter? She replied. But Mr. Yi, I still don't fully understand their identities. Are you dissatisfied with my efficiency and wish to dismiss me? Apologetically, she added, I promise to improve in the future. Feeling anxious, Snowball feared that Yi Chen intended to send her away, tears welling in her eyes. What are you thinking? Yi Chen chuckled, lightly flicking her forehead. I already know their identities, so there's no need for further investigation. The person surnamed Li is likely a relative of Li Qiuchan. And the mysterious figure he met is the head of the Provincial Business Alliance, named Wu Dei. Snowball, being a clever girl, instantly grasped the implications of Yi Chen's revelation. So, it's an internal conflict within the Li family. However, Miss Li's company isn't particularly formidable. Is it worth killing over a power struggle? This insight jolted Yi Chen's awareness. You're correct. The resources currently controlled by Li Qiuchan are insufficient to incite murder. There must be deeper motives at play. Investigate this direction and keep me informed of any developments. Snowball nodded vigorously, flashing a sweet smile at Yi Chen. She was quite endearing, but the thought of Wu Dai, that duplicitous scoundrel who feigned kindness while secretly plotting against her, made Yi Chen grit his teeth in frustration. Chapter 58. Mr. Li's magnanimity at that moment. The table was laden with exquisite dishes. Although all the courses had not yet been served, everyone had already begun to eat. Yi Chen had come primarily for the food and indulged heartily, without reservation. The other young women, while initially restrained, could not resist the chef's renowned skills and soon lost themselves in the meal. Only Yao Hongyi sat brooding, finding the food tasteless. His mind preoccupied as he searched for an opportunity to speak. As the meal approached its conclusion, he knew he must seize the moment. Steeling himself, he raised his teacup and said, "Mr. Yi, may I propose a toast? Today's events were rather undignified on my part." "Of course, no problem at all." Yi Chen replied graciously, finishing his tea. "We're all colleagues. Any misunderstandings can be clarified. I trust Supervisor Yao will not hold it against me." Yao Hongyi, a key figure in Li Qiuchan's company, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared Yi Chen was a magnanimous individual who would not seek to undermine him. With this reassurance, Yao was finally able to enjoy his meal in peace. After everyone had eaten their fill, they began to disperse. As soon as he entered the door, Li Shishir dashed up to him. "Brother-in-law, why didn't you take me with you on your outing? That's so inconsiderate," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's. Her playful tone and pouting lips made her look quite adorable.
Yi Chen siket, exasperated.
"You do realize I'm your brother-in-law, right? How could I go out with my sister's younger sibling in tow? That would be rather inappropriate." Li Shishir pouted, her nose wrinkling in displeasure. "Fine. Then I won't call you brother-in-law anymore. Just break up with my sister." Just as her words left her lips, Li Qiuchan appeared from seemingly nowhere. Clearing her throat twice, she startled Li Shishir, who promptly disappeared. Li Qiuchan looked up the stairs and then turned to Yi Chen, asking, "Did you attend Deng Zhanyu's birthday celebration today? Could it be that Deng Zhanyu reports even the most trivial matters? I am truly amazed by her unwavering loyalty. Or perhaps Deng Zhanyu is simply Li Qiuchan's spy to monitor me. If that is the case, it becomes all the more alarming." Yi Chen mused himself before turning to Li Qiuchan with a half-joking tone. "I say, Ms. Li, after work, interactions among colleagues shouldn't require reporting, right? While I may currently be considered a man living off a woman, I still require normal social engagements. It's not as if I'm forbidding you to attend." Li Qiuchan shrugged, observing Yi Chen's seemingly defensive demeanor with a slight smile. "Here, this is for you." As she placed a bank card on the table, Yi Chen felt a sense of confusion. "Why are you giving me a bank card?" "This is a supplementary card to my personal account. Since you've declared yourself as my kept man, it's only fitting that I provide you with the means to maintain a respectable appearance when you're out and about. Otherwise, it would be akin to slapping my own face." Li Qiuchan chuckled. "You can't show up empty-handed to Secretary Deng's birthday. That would be rather inappropriate." Yi Chen was taken aback by Li Qiuchan's genuine offer to support him. Although he found it somewhat amusing, he was also pleased and responded, "Very generous of you, Ms.
Li.
He accepted the card without hesitation, tucking it into his pocket. "Well, this money can be considered a form of protection money. After all, I'm not just receiving handouts. Which brings me some peace of mind. But why does everyone seem to scoff at the idea of being a supported husband? I find myself increasingly enamored with this lifestyle. Ha." Hearing Yi Chen's thoughts, Li Qiuchan struggled to suppress her laughter. She feigned indifference and asked, "Did you just suggest that I should grant you more freedom and not be so controlling?" No, I mean you should really keep an eye on me. After all, if I embarrass myself out there, people will undoubtedly mock you. I promise to be cautious and composed in public from now on, ensuring that I do not tarnish your illustrious image, Mr. Li." Yi Chen's sycophantic demeanor made Li Shishir pout at the stairway. What a spineless person, bought off by a mere bank card. Alas, after speaking for so long, my mouth has become a bit dry. What shall I do? "Fear not. I shall fetch you some water," Yi Chen replied, shaking his eyebrows. "Does our esteemed Mr. Li prefer ice-cold or warm beverages? Would you fancy water or tea? Who drinks tea at such a late hour? Do you want me to sleep or not?" Li Qiuchan asked provocatively. Upon noticing this, Yi Chen immediately raised his hand to lightly touch his face, then, with an apologetic expression, said, "My fault, I did not consider it thoroughly and spoke without thinking. I truly was not meticulous enough. To facilitate sleep, I shall heat some milk for you, Mr. Li." As he spoke, he transformed into a little chef and ventured into the kitchen. Soon enough, he emerged with a cup of warmed milk, presenting it to Li Qiuchan. This made her heart bloom with joy, finally revealing a smile. Their playful banter caused Li Shishir, standing nearby, to feel a surge of frustration. Humph. Lying in bed, Li Shishir tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. Could it be that Li Qiuchan kept her at home merely to witness their sweetness, hoping she would retreat? Li Qiuchan, if you truly harbor such thoughts, you have greatly underestimated my resilience. I must seize Yi Chen for myself. Just wait and see. After swearing this oath, Li Shishir was once again troubled. From Yi Chen's earlier behavior, it was evident he was quite the money grubber, yet she found herself lacking in funds. With her financial independence still a distant dream, how could she afford to maintain a lover? It seems I must devise a plan to make some money. Chapter 59. Uncle hires a hitman downstairs. Li Qiuchan could easily imagine her sister's current demeanor, feeling a surge of secret delight. Just then, her phone in her pocket vibrated unexpectedly. She had completely forgotten it was there, causing her to spill milk all over herself in surprise. Watching the creamy splashes on her fair skin ignited a flush in Yi Chen's cheeks, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. My goodness, this scene is straight out of a film. Li Qiuchan had not initially noticed her strap slipping down until she heard Yi Chen's unspoken thoughts. Realizing the chill against her chest, hastily, she covered her neck and shot Yi Chen a fierce glare, demanding, "What are you staring at? Hurry and grab me some paper to clean this up." In the ensuing chaos, once everything settled, Yi Chen felt beads of sweat dotting his forehead, the delicate sensation lingering on his fingertips. What kind of soap does this woman use? Surely everyone's shower gel is similar, yet how is her skin so tender? Hearing Yi Chen's thoughts again, Li Qiuchan smiled. However, rather than feeling offended by Yi Chen's gaze, she felt a sense of delight from being admired. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chen misinterpreted her reaction, believing his gaze had displeased her. He lowered his head, suddenly recalling the conversation he overheard in the private room earlier that day. By the way, Mr. Li, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Li Qiuchan, still lost in their flirtation, noticed Yi Chen's expression had turned serious and adjusted her clothing, sitting up straight to ask, "What is it? Are you facing difficulties in the service department?" "No. I'm doing well there. I simply wanted to ask if your family has any relatives in Yinling." "Oh. Why do you ask?" "There is a well-known businessman named Li Yaoqiang in Yinling. He is my uncle." "Why do you inquire?" Yi Chen sensed from Li Qiuchan's tone that she regarded this uncle as a decent person. Thus, he hesitated to reveal everything. What could have prompted such a conversation?
Li Qiuchan kastionat, puslat.
Could it be that they heard about my uncle's visit to Jinling? Speaking of which, I must tell you to dress nicely tomorrow. Wear the expensive clothes I bought you. Don't just wear white jeans all the time. Didn't I also buy you formal attire? You must wear it. Yi Chen scratched his head, expressing discomfort with formal wear, saying it was inconvenient for movement. What could possibly be inconvenient? The service department just for lounging around? Yi Chen never expected Li Qiuchan to have such insight into the service department, leaving him momentarily speechless. Enough, stop pretending. I know what life is like for you in the service department. Yi Chen, wishing to avoid such scenarios, reconsidered, thinking that attending alongside Li Qiuchan could provide her with added security, given that Li Yaoqiang might have ulterior motives. Seeing Yi Chen deep in thought, Li Qiuchan could not help but inquire, "What are you pondering alone? Are you worried about not being good enough for me? Fearing embarrassment if exposed in public?" Reluctantly, Li Qiuchan leaned in to listen to Yi Chen's thoughts, eager to discern his true musings. This Li Yaoqiang has come to Jinling, but conceals his whereabouts. Does he intend to turn a conspiracy into a strategy? It cannot be that Shui Bao has mistaken the person, can it? Li Qiuchan was taken aback. It dawned on her that Yi Chen's inquiry about Li Yaoqiang was not coincidental. He must have discovered something, though it was her first time hearing about Shui Bao. The terms conspiracy and strategy felt overly severe. If nothing truly significant had transpired or if no incriminating evidence had been found, Yi Chen would not think this way. Otherwise, it would be too abrupt. Connecting the dots from Yi Chen's earlier serious question about her uncle, Li Qiuchan quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that it was not Deng Chanyu and the others who informed Yi Chen, but rather that Yi Chen had discerned something on his own. To elicit the truth from Yi Chen, Li Qiuchan cleared her throat and asked, "Yi Chen, why are you suddenly so concerned about my uncle? Do you know something?" Yi Chen assessed Li Qiuchan with a cautious gaze, feeling a twinge of anxiety as his expression gave him away, which Li Qiuchan noticed. "Not at all. I was merely contemplating what to wear tomorrow to ensure I do not embarrass our Mr. Li. This is such a delicate matter. If I directly tell her that her uncle is behind the assassination attempts, she likely will not believe me. After all, he is a blood relative. What am I in comparison? I am merely stirring the pot here. What a headache." Upon hearing these thoughts, Li Qiuchan's expression stiffened, her body jolting slightly. Fortunately, she possessed a strong mental fortitude, quickly clenching her fists to suppress her reaction. Otherwise, she would have surely exposed herself. However, the implications of his thoughts were staggering. Could it be that her uncle Li Yaoqiang was the one who poisoned her and sent assassins after her? But why would he do such a thing? He was doing well in business in Yinling, and his visit this time should have been just a routine family visit. Just when Li Qiuchan was puzzled and indeed doubted that Yi Chen had made a mistake, Yi Chen began to ponder in his heart. The information investigated by Shui Bao could not possibly be erroneous. That system was built entirely by me. Although I have yet to meet Li Yaoqiang in person, I am certain that I would recognize his voice tomorrow. This matter likely has connections to the Provincial Business Association. Otherwise, Wu Dai would not involve himself. I suspect that Li Yaoqiang is on the brink of bankruptcy and is now setting his sights on the Jinling Li family, aiming to swindle their wealth. If that is the case, everything makes sense. Alas, but even if I have ample evidence, they would likely find it difficult to believe me, right? Especially Li Qinggong, who holds a deep-seated disdain for me. He probably won't believe my words. Thus, it's best to remain silent and keep a watchful eye. while also urging Xue Bao to enhance their vigilance. As long as that scoundrel does not succeed, the issue should not be insurmountable. Yi Chun meticulously considered the situation and concluded that revealing this matter would be counterproductive. It would be wiser to act discreetly and thwart Li Yaoqiang's scheme, thus averting the crisis. Taking money to ward off disaster. Having collected Li Qiuchan's support fee today, I shall regard it as protection money. With this thought, Yi Chun felt a surge of clarity, and his gaze brightened. Li Qiuchan, on the other hand, felt increasingly alarmed. While Yi Chun seemed to have found a way forward, she was engulfed by a sense of impending doom, her thoughts in turmoil. If these words were spoken by Yi Chun, perhaps they could be fabricated. Yet, these were his innermost thoughts that she had overheard. There would be no hint of falsehood. Regardless of whether Yi Chun's conjecture was accurate, he must have concrete evidence regarding Li Yaoqiang's murderous intentions. It was highly probable that the other party had contacted others, aiming to entirely engulf the Li group. Li Qiuchan suddenly recalled that since she took over the Li group, Li Yaoqiang had often complained behind her back to other relatives, claiming that their grandfather was biased and that Li Qinggong harbored ulterior motives to ostracize him. At that time, Li Qiuchan thought these were merely idle gossip among relatives, exaggerating what was originally benign. However, in light of Yi Chen's musings, it became clear that Li Yaoqiang was indeed a petty man. When his business thrived, he perhaps did not covet the inheritance from Jinling. Yet, once his business faltered, his first thought would certainly be to come and increase his assets. Compared to this uncle who had engaged in numerous underhanded schemes, Yi Chun, who selflessly aimed to protect her, was the truly trustworthy one. What significance does blood relation hold? Fraternal discord has existed since time immemorial. Thankfully, there was this man by her side. Li Qiuchan pressed her lips together, and her gaze towards Yi Chun suddenly softened considerably. Chapter 60. One family, one heart? Time swiftly transitioned to the following morning. With ready-made pastries at home, there was no need for preparation. After breakfast, Li Shishir dutifully tidied the house, while Li Qiuchan took Yi Chun to the company. Li Qiuchan drove, with Yi Chun in the passenger seat, occasionally stealing glances at her. The reason for his behavior was that since waking up today, Yi Chun had felt something peculiar about Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir. However, their oddness did not exist on the same plane. Li Shishir's strangeness lay in her reluctance to converse with Yi Chun. There had been several moments when she seemed about to speak but ultimately held her tongue, leaving him baffled as to how he had offended her. In stark contrast, Li Qiuchan seemed to have undergone a transformation, as if she had suddenly unlocked some hidden pathway, showering Yi Chun with warmth and concern from the moment she woke. To test Li Qiuchan, Yi Chun deliberately chose a green suit paired with blue trousers, and to his astonishment, she did not criticize him. Instead, she praised his fashion sense. Yi Chun gazed at Li Qiuchan for 3 full minutes, only to confirm that she was genuinely affirming him, which left him utterly astounded. Why is Li Qiuchan suddenly so indulgent towards me? During breakfast, she even went out of her way to peel an extra egg for me. Something feels amiss. Yi Chun felt a chill creeping up his neck, a sense of unexplainable anxiety washing over him. Li Qiuchan, hearing Yi Chun's thoughts, found herself both amused and exasperated. Her kindness seemed to unsettle him, which was quite absurd. By the way, yesterday, Deng Shanyu had inquired about the nature of their relationship.
So, what did you say?
Yi Chun asked curiously. I didn't say much. After all, there are many eyes and ears in the company. Being completely candid could provoke rumors about you, Li Qiuchan replied. That makes sense. Yi Chun wholeheartedly agreed. He too did not want others to know he was living off her. Although enjoying such a lifestyle was delightful, it ultimately contradicted his sense of masculinity. After some contemplation, Li Qiuchan remarked, it seems a bit disrespectful towards you. If you wish for others to know about our relationship, I will be truthful with them. It's not because I think you're embarrassing or unworthy of me. Please don't misunderstand. Li Qiuchan earnestly explained, and an indescribable feeling surged within Yi Chun. Why is she suddenly treating me with such respect? In the past, I wouldn't have had a say. Is it possible she has fallen for me? With my charm, it would be quite normal for someone to fall for me. Listening to Yi Chun's self-absorbed thoughts, Li Qiuchan couldn't help but smile. Human emotions are inherently tender. When Yi Chun treated her well, she naturally reciprocated with positive feedback. Li Qiuchan was not inherently haughty. It was merely that her position sometimes necessitated a facade of cold detachment. Yet, she was still a young woman bearing a heavy burden, yearning for someone to listen to her and share her struggles. This quiet protection of Li Qiuchan was profoundly moving. Who wouldn't cherish such feelings? So, should we tell everyone? Of course not. Yi Chun shook his head vehemently. I believe you are right. If you were to disclose our relationship, everyone would treat me like a thief. And that would be quite uncomfortable, especially in the service department. You know what kind of place that is. I truly enjoy my colleagues and do not wish for them to resent or isolate me. Yi Chun's urgency made Li Qiuchan burst into laughter. It seems I was right. You truly can mingle with them. However, she added, you shouldn't only indulge in their merriment. The service department is currently quite chaotic. While I'm not the type to randomly lay off employees, if your department fails to create any value, then I certainly have no obligation to support a group of idlers. You understand my point, right? As soon as Li Qiuchan uttered these words, Yi Chun's expression turned sour. No way, Li Zong. Are you really sending me to do some actual work? Please, I don't want to betray the revolutionary friendship I have with my colleagues. Which is more important, the friendship with your good colleagues or your wife's interests?
Li Qiuchan raturta.
Those people do nothing daily at the company. It's akin to stealing money from my pocket, stealing your pocket money. Those individuals are not under my care, they are under your supervision. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this statement from Li Qiuchan, Yichen was suddenly taken aback. That simply cannot be. I must not reduce my allowance. Wait a moment. Is this woman trying to ensnare me? Hold on, there seems to be some truth in that. But is there really any truth? I'm feeling a bit bewildered. Having a novice like me confront the most adept strategist in the company is indeed rather challenging. Yichen scratched his head, finally grasping the meaning of specialization. In the realm of understanding employee psychology, Li Qiuchan truly exemplifies the qualities of a capable president. Perhaps I should just spend less. After thorough contemplation, Yichen ultimately chose to decline the proposition. He had no desire to engage in actions that might offend. You cannot reduce your spending either. We are a family, and you are my husband. You must align your heart with mine. With so many parasites in the company, we risk bankruptcy. This is our joint marital property. You have both the right and the obligation to safeguard it. Do you understand? Li Qiuchan was quite explicit, seemingly fearful that Yichen might not catch her drift. In reality, Yichen truly did not understand. He was about to counter her argument when he sensed something was amiss. A family, aligned hearts? Marital joint property? Oh my. Is she genuinely preparing to marry me for a stable life? But what about my in-laws' approval? Would it be inappropriate to decide this privately? Yet, marrying such a beautiful and wealthy wife is indeed rather delightful, but Hey, what are you pondering over there? Consider my words carefully. The restructuring of the service department must be prioritized. My parents have always felt you are unworthy of me. If you perform well this time, I will promote you. If you continue to languish in the service department, when will you ever earn my parents' approval? Li Qiuchan's words became increasingly clear, and even Yichen, no matter how dull, comprehended. Oh, I see, I understand. I will certainly strive to win my in-laws' favor. Yes, that's the attitude I was hoping for. Li Qiuchan nodded, finally achieving the desired outcome. However, although Yichen had readily agreed, he immediately regretted his response. Something feels off. How did I let her influence me? Why can't I simply coast through life? Why must I seek my in-laws' validation? I was contemplating a breakup, yet here I am, considering a stable life? Alas, capitalists are utterly despicable. First, they numb me with money, then they assault me with sweet enticements. I've fallen for it, I've truly fallen for it. Li Qiuchan, listening to Yichen's rapid oscillation between thoughts, found herself both amused and exasperated. She had assumed Yichen to be a serious individual, yet his inner musings were rather vibrant. Truly, he was quite the comedic character. Chapter 61. The Banquet of Destiny. The two of them arrived near the company, where Li Qiuchan, as usual, let Yichen out first before heading to the office herself. Yichen sauntered along, hands in pockets, and upon reaching the service department, intended to engage in light-hearted conversation with his colleagues. However, he was abruptly struck by the entirely transformed atmosphere of the department. The colleague who usually slacked off, Fang Zufu, was now diligently organizing files. Hao Liu was brimming with enthusiasm, with papers piled high upon her desk. Even the laziest among them, Yuan Shanshan, was no longer munching on snacks while scrolling through gossip. Instead, she donned gold-rimmed glasses, her nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in an important report. In the blink of an eye, these three colleagues appeared transformed, each one evolving from slacker to warrior, leaving Yichen utterly astonished, scratching his neck in disbelief. Had he misread the situation? Was the sun rising from the west today? Yichen abruptly turned his head towards the window. Everything appeared normal. How had they changed so abruptly? Before he could voice his thoughts, the others had already completed their metamorphosis from lethargy to diligence. What was going on? Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Fang Zufu glanced over and, without hesitation, beckoned. Yichen, stop lingering at the entrance and come help us. Yes, Yichen. I've already powered up your computer. The files you need to input are laid out on your desk. Get to work, no slacking. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a towering stack of documents had mysteriously appeared on his desk, and not only was the computer turned on, but the templates had even been prepared. What in the world was happening? Yichen felt utterly bewildered. If you all desire to improve, don't drag me into it.
No.
We are all colleagues in this department. We must share both joys and hardships. Listening to the three of them lamenting, Yichen maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Could it really be that severe? Was Minister Ren truly that fearsome? Yichen glanced over at the adjacent office, where the nameplate read Minister Ren Xiao. Minister Ren wasn't particularly fearsome. She usually indulged us, but the principle in our department has always been that during leisure, one may slack off, but during busy times, one must be prepared. Minister Ren had recently secured a project during her business trip and was set to bring personnel from the Tingfei group for an assessment. It's rare for our service department to contribute significantly to the company. Organizing a project is quite the undertaking, thus it must be executed flawlessly. There is no room for error. If we had known Minister Ren was capable of such feats, we would have prepared sooner. We initially thought she lacked the capability. only to be taken by surprise when she succeeded, forcing us to scramble to meet the demands. Yi Chen shook his head, finally understanding that these tasks had been arranged by Rin Xiaoxiao before her departure. However, everyone had assumed she would fail and therefore had not prepared. Little did they know, she had unexpectedly excelled, catching everyone off guard. Previously, Li Qiuchan had mentioned this Tingfei Group, a major conglomerate in the provincial capital. In their quest to expand business, support emerging companies, and solidify their dominance across various industries, Tingfei Group planned to seek out promising companies in several counties and cities beneath the provincial capital for assistance. This strategy not only fulfills upper management's directives, but also enhances Tingfei Group's reputation while yielding substantial profits, a true win-win situation. However, in this endeavor, the Li Group's competitiveness was rather low, and initially, the Tingfei Group had no intention of visiting for an assessment. It seemed that due to Ren Xiaoxiao's efforts, the Tingfei Group had been persuaded to evaluate the Li Group's capabilities. Indeed, it was quite a challenge. The entire day passed amidst this flurry of activity, with the team barely finding time for lunch, hastily consuming a few sandwiches before diving back into work. Yi Chen, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, found himself feeling somewhat unfulfilled by the end of the day. It seemed that amidst the hustle and bustle, time flew by remarkably quickly. Especially in this environment of camaraderie and mutual support, there was a palpable sense of shared struggle and solidarity. Oh no, I'm about to become a mere pawn in the hands of these capitalists. I must abandon this notion that working hard will bring me joy. I shall remain a carefree slacker. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen quickened his pace as he searched for Li Qiuchan's vehicle. Li Qiuchan observed Yi Chen constantly twisting his wrist and curiously inquired, "What's the matter? Did you sleep awkwardly?" Upon hearing such playful teasing from Li Qiuchan, Yi Chen became suddenly agitated.
What do you mean by that?
How can you say such things? This is truly excessive. I have been diligently working in your company all day long. I'm on the verge of developing tendinitis.
Oh.
What have you been busy with? Li Qiuchan, suppressing a laugh, replied, "Stop pretending, Li. Aren't you aware of the inspection visit from Tingfei Group? We are preparing documents for them." With a dismissive pout, Li Qiuchan coldly remarked, "I knew that, but I didn't expect you all to start preparing so late. It seems the service department's workload is still too light. If half a month's work can be condensed into 2 days. Yi Chen interjected, "Enough, enough. It's already after hours, so put away that grim demeanor. All right. You've all worked hard. This time, President Pei from Tingfei Group will be coming in person. If everything goes smoothly, bonuses will definitely be on the way for you." "President Pei? Is he the one we saw in the news?" Yi Chen asked. "Yes, that's him." Li Qiuchan nodded. "This is indeed a test for us. I have never interacted with President Pei because he is new to his position and there is very little information about him online. I don't even know what he likes. It's difficult to find any reference for conversation. Blah blah blah, I don't understand. I'm illiterate." Yi Chen playfully remarked, genuinely wishing to steer the conversation away from work, while also hoping to lighten Li Qiuchan's mood. Li Qinggong placed great importance on the arrival of his brother. As Li Qiuchan had previously mentioned, due to the family division issues, they had once had an unpleasant quarrel with Li Yaoqiang, which left Li Qinggong feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He was eager to use this opportunity to mend the relationship between the two families, fulfilling an old man's wish. Consequently, Li Qinggong had begun preparing for the family banquet well in advance, even hiring a chef from a 5-star hotel, fearful that Li Yaoqiang might find something to complain about. Just as the three were heading to the Li residence, Li Qiuchan received a sudden phone call. After hanging up, she immediately turned the car around, leaving Li Shishir and Yi Chen somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong, sis? Are we not going?"
Yi Chen chiming.
"Don't worry. You won't miss out on the 5-star chef's culinary skills," Li Qiuchan chuckled. "Uncle said he brought a friend over and it's inconvenient to eat at home, so they booked a hotel instead. We just need to head there." Li Shishir, hearing this, pouted in displeasure. "Isn't uncle being a bit excessive? Our parents have prepared for so long, and all the ingredients are ready. If he wanted to eat out, why didn't he say so earlier? Besides, what kind of esteemed guest is so spoiled? Our family isn't lacking in anything." "Enough complaining," Li Qiuchan replied while driving. "Uncle's friend is quite exceptional. He is the head of the business association from the provincial capital. It's indeed inconvenient to host such a distinguished guest at home. Are you talking about Wu Dei?"
Yi Chen inwitted.
"You know him?" Li Qiuchan was somewhat surprised, as she couldn't picture Yi Chen as someone who would be concerned with such matters.
"Oh.
I've seen him in the news," Yi Chen nonchalantly responded, while inwardly scoffing. "Here it comes, just as I expected." Li Yaoqiang is indeed impatient, not even pretending to be discreet. He can't wait a moment longer. I thought he might first try to build rapport with Li Qinggong's family. But he is so eager to call his accomplice over, who knows what trouble he'll stir up. How annoying. I haven't had a decent meal all day. And I was hoping to savor the 5-star chef's cooking. It seems that relaxation is out of the question today.
Li Qiuchan, sensing Yi Chen say in thoughts,
felt a mix of tension and amusement. When you arrive, greet appropriately, eat when it's time to eat, and just avoid saying anything out of turn. Understood, sis. Although Li Shishir often disagreed with Li Qiuchan, she knew how to be sensible at critical moments. She was aware that Li Yaoqiang had always been dissatisfied with Li Qiuquan holding power, so this time, he might not come with good intentions, and caution was necessary. Chapter 62. Not one to be bullied, it was rare to see Li Shishir behaving so obediently. And both Li Qiuquan and Yi Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The restaurant where they were dining was owned by Wu Dai, making it his territory. However, what Li Qiuquan did not anticipate was that this would turn into a grand banquet. Naturally, the Lu family and Wei family were also present, and numerous entrepreneurs from Yinjing had traveled far to attend the feast. This alarmed Li Qiuquan, although she was unsure what challenges awaited her, given Yi Chen's speculation. It was all but certain that Li Yaoqiang had ulterior motives. Li Shishir was equally taken aback by the grandeur of the event. Following closely behind Li Qiuquan, she muttered, "Sis, how can we possibly eat well? It's going to be all about socializing and networking. I almost wish I hadn't come. You just want to be lazy. Behave yourself. The big shots from several nearby towns are here, so don't embarrass our family," Li Qiuquan admonished. Li Shishir pouted, "Come on. With so many wealthy individuals from various places, what status does our Li family hold? I doubt many even recognize me." Her words were indeed true. After all, Li Qiuquan had always been the one leading the Li family. In contrast, Li Shishir's presence was relatively weak. Moreover, although Li Shishir was also youthful and vibrant, her charm paled in comparison to Li Qiuquan's unique intellectual beauty. As a result, as soon as Li Qiuquan entered, she immediately became the focus of attention for many. She was simply stunning. Even in a simple cream-colored silk gown paired with a bohemian-style white shawl, she radiated brilliance that was hard to look away from. This was what one might call a beauty straight out of a painting. Many in attendance quietly mused that given Li Qiuquan's extraordinary grace, it was truly a waste for her to develop in a small place like Jinling. More importantly, Li Qiuquan was not merely an exquisite vase. Under her management, the Li Group's performance for this quarter was soaring, establishing itself as a rising star in Jinling. Beauty and wisdom coexisted in this remarkable woman.
Hey, who is that guy?
What gives him the right to stand next to the two Miss Li's? Exactly. I've never seen him before. Although he's dressed decently, he seems too plain. Clearly, he's south out of place among these two beauties. Seriously, I haven't even enjoyed such a privilege, so why does he get to? To be fair, Yi Chen's outfit was quite appropriate, but the extravagance of the banquet made everyone else appear ostentatious, adorned in designer brands and complete jewelry. In contrast, Yi Chen's attire seemed rather simple. However, he stood tall and robust, exuding a transcendent aura, making it impossible to associate him with the term plain. Li Qiuquan and Li Shishir overheard the disparagement directed at Yi Chen, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Yi Chen remained unfazed. The summer insects cannot speak of ice. It was futile to argue with such individuals. Moreover, he was acutely aware that these men were driven by unabashed jealousy, resenting him solely for standing beside the beautiful Ermiai. This could only be described as a sweet burden. Their behavior was utterly excessive. One should not heed their baseless ramblings. You look splendid in this attire. Far more handsome than those mismatched individuals. Li Qiuquan rarely concurred with Li Shishir's sentiments, nodding in agreement. Indeed, although those people are adorned in gold and silver, their demeanor is utterly lacking. They resemble mere pumpkins, and I find them less appealing than you. The sister's validation left Yi Chen feeling somewhat elated, remarking, "Great minds think alike. You two possess quite the discerning eye." Just as the trio engaged in jovial banter, Li Chenggong and Yi Majing hurriedly approached. Upon spotting Yi Chen standing beside Li Qiuquan, the two exchanged exaggerated eye rolls. "Have you two lost your minds? Why did you bring him here? Look at your pitiful state. Here, take 200 yuan. Go indulge yourself wherever you please. Just don't embarrass us here," Li Chenggong stated, pulling out 2 red bills from his wallet and thrusting them into Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen accepted the money, replying leisurely, "However, for a 5-star hotel, this amount might be insufficient, don't you think? Moreover, I would need a taxi to leave. I wonder if I can even hail one here. Why not just give me 200,000? If you do, I shall disappear immediately, ensuring I won't show up tonight." Li Chenggong was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Imajing quickly restrained him. "Enough, enough. There's no need for this. There are too many witnesses here. Why engage in a quarrel and further disgrace ourselves? Not giving it? Then so be it. I shall simply enjoy my meal here." Yi Chen had indeed mastered the art of provoking others, calling Li Chenggong father-in-law and wife with each utterance, which drove Li Chenggong to the brink of irritation. Initially, Li Qiuquan and Li Shishir had worried that Yi Chen might suffer indignities upon his arrival, but after witnessing this exchange, they realized their concerns were unfounded. Yi Chen was not one to be trifled with. Rather, it seemed that others would find themselves at his mercy. Yi Majing, for the sake of maintaining decorum, could only endure, leading Li Chenggong away temporarily. Previously, they had swallowed their pride and sought help from Master, who to deal with Yi Chen, only to find Yi Chen unscathed while Master, who had mysteriously vanished. This only suggested that Yi Chen's capabilities were extraordinary, not to be confronted head-on. Li Qiuquan and Li Shishir followed behind Yi Chen until they encountered Li Yaoqiang. "Brother, sister-in-law, it's wonderful to see you. My, how the two nieces have blossomed. They are growing increasingly beautiful." Li Chengong expressed with delight. Pleased by his brother's warmth towards his family. He had long feared that Li Yaoqiang harbored resentment over their past family division, hence his repeated attempts to mend ties. However, it seemed he had misjudged the situation. Any lingering grievances were now resolved, and there was no need for such caution, especially considering Li Yaoqiang's newfound connections with Wu Dai. Had it not been for Li Yaoqiang's influence, their family would not have received Wu Dai's invitation, missing out on such grandeur. Had Li Qiuquan not been aware of Li Yaoqiang's ulterior motives, she might have shared her parents' favorable impression of him. Yet, after being enlightened by Yi Chen, she found Li Yaoqiang's smile particularly distasteful and insincere, provoking an involuntary urge to roll her eyes. Li Yaoqiang was accompanied by 3 others. To his right stood his wife, Niu Wan, while behind them were a couple, Li Yaoqiang's daughter, Li Qian, and her boyfriend, Di Anlin. Di Anlin, unlike Yi Chen, exuded an air of ostentation, flaunting wealth. Yet he possessed a rugged handsomeness that matched Li Qian's beauty. Of course, when Li Qian sought a partner, looks were not her primary consideration. She was primarily focused on family background. Li Chengong had always been attentive to eligible young talents, hoping to facilitate connections for his daughters. Upon spotting the young man beside Li Qian, he immediately recognized him. Oh my, isn't that Di Anlin, the vice president of the D group? I never expected you to be with our Qian. Truly a match made in heaven. Li Chengong's tone conveyed both joy at finding a suitable match for his niece and disappointment regarding his own daughter's choice. His daughter had chosen a rustic fellow like Yi Chen, while his niece was with a young man of prestige. It was indeed a case of comparison breeds contempt. Haha, Uncle Li, you recognized me. That's impressive. Di Anlin replied, what is there not to recognize? I've met your esteemed father a few times. And he always spoke highly of his accomplished son. I've envied you greatly.
Li Chengong referred to Di Anlin's father, Di Zaiming,
The formidable leader of the D group, which was thriving in the provincial capital, ranking among the top 5 enterprises. The scale of a small place like Jinling was incomparable. Not to mention, the Li family could hardly compete. Even if the Liu and Wei families were combined, they would still fall short of the D family's stature. Yi Majing shared her husband's sentiments. She believed her daughter was no less capable than Li Qian, yet their circumstances were worlds apart. Li Qian was marrying into a wealthy family, poised for ascendance, while her own daughter was with a worthless scoundrel, utterly lacking in merit, an undeniable source of frustration. In all honesty, Li Qiuquan far surpassed Li Qian in both ability and appearance. It was incomprehensible why fate had dealt her such an unfair hand, failing to provide her daughter with a deserving match. Yi Majing blamed Yi Chen entirely for her daughter's predicament. If he were not so persistently attached to Li Qiuquan, urging her to seek a more suitable partner, she could easily have found someone of Di Anlin's caliber or even someone from an even more illustrious lineage. Li Qian, overhearing the praise for her boyfriend, felt a swell of pride. In showcasing her happiness, she couldn't resist taking a jab at Li Qiuquan. Turning slightly, she scrutinized Yi Chen before, with feigned confusion, asking, Uncle, what does this man do? Is he a bodyguard that Qiuquan brought along? If so, he can step outside. The security here is quite reliable, considering this is Wu Lianzhang's private estate. You need not worry. In truth, Li Qian was no fool. She certainly recognized the close relationship Yi Chen shared with Li Qiuquan and Li Shishir, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation, making it impossible for him to be merely a bodyguard. Yet, she sought to humiliate him deliberately, hoping to embarrass Qiuquan. As expected, upon hearing her words, Li Chengong and Yi Majing's expressions soured immediately. At that moment, Li Yaoqiang interjected, delivering a sharp retort. Qian, do not speak recklessly. Your 2 sisters are stunning beauties. They would never associate with someone of such low caliber. With Li Yaoqiang's remarks, Li Chengong and Yi Majing's expressions grew even more displeased. Li Qiuquan furrowed her brow. Even if Yi Chen were merely an ordinary friend she brought along, adhering to the principle of not biting the hand that feeds you, Li Yaoqiang should not have spoken so harshly. His words were clearly malicious, aimed at belittling Yi Chen and placing her in a position of embarrassment. However, Li Chengong and Yi Majing were blinded by vanity, completely oblivious to the deeper implications, and instead conspired with Li Yaoqiang, glaring furiously at Yi Chen, as if they were intent on devouring him alive. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? Li Shishir, unable to endure any longer, stepped forward to defend Yi Chen. Seeing Li Shishir take the bait, Li Qian became even more emboldened. What's wrong, Shishir? Is this guy your boyfriend? Otherwise, why are you so agitated? Just as Li Shishir was about to respond, Li Qiuquan stepped forward, grasping Yi Chen's arm with a cold expression, and declared, Can't you see? He is my boyfriend.
Oh.
To be more precise, we are on the verge of getting married. He will soon become my husband. At her words, Li Yaoqiang's family was left stunned in disbelief. They had initially assumed that it was only the inconsequential Li Shishir who would be entangled with someone like Yi Chen. To their utter astonishment, it was Li Qiuquan who stood up. Li Chengong knew Li Yaoqiang's character all too well. He would never admit to having such a son-in-law. Brother, is what Qiuquan said true? Do you and sister-in-law approve? At that moment, Li Chengong and Yi Majing felt their vision darken, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. They had no desire to be associated with Yi Chen, yet Li Qiuquan, seemingly with a twisted mind, feared that Yi Chen wasn't bound to their family deeply enough. Once those words were spoken, no matter how they wished to draw a line, it was already too late. A spoken word is like spilled water. How could they possibly slap their own daughter in the face? Anlin was not interested in the hidden conflicts between the two families, but was instead captivated by Li Qiuchan. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. Having lived for so many years and grown up in the provincial city, he had seen all kinds of beauties. Yet, upon seeing Li Qiuchan, he was immediately enchanted by her allure, feeling utterly entranced. Li Qian was indeed beautiful, but when compared to Li Qiuchan, there was a stark disparity. Not even the quirky Li Shishir could rival Li Qian in this regard. Li Qian's beauty had an artificial quality to it, unlike the natural charm of the two sisters. Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir. What surprised and infuriated Anlin the most was precisely this point. He believed himself to be far superior to the obscure Yi Chen. Why then was his girlfriend not even comparable to Yi Chen's? In that instant, the originally harmonious couple, seemingly perfect for each other, found their mindsets completely altered. However, for Li Qian it was a moment of joy. Though she could not measure up to Li Qiuchan's beauty, at least she had found a boyfriend who surpassed her rivals. Qiuchan, you have such low standards. How could you choose a boyfriend like this? Just look at uncle and aunt's expressions. It's such an important occasion. We are family, and we can't even stand it. What would outsiders think of us? Who dares to mock? Li Qiuchan knew that Li Qian was deliberately trying to provoke her and refused to indulge her further by continuing to mock herself and Yi Chen. We are upright and above board. We haven't engaged in any illicit activities. Sister Qian, I fail to comprehend what you are insinuating. Upon hearing Li Qiuchan's retort, a normal person would have ceased to speak. Yet Li Qian was no ordinary individual. For years, she had been envious of Li Qiuchan's beauty and her grandfather's affection for her. Now that she had finally found a boyfriend to overshadow Li Qiuchan, how could she possibly relent? Sister Qiuchan, your words are rather unkind. Even if he hasn't committed any heinous acts, that doesn't make him a good man. Does it? Your boyfriend, not to mention being compared to Anlin, would fall short of even the most junior manager in Anlin's company. Even if you cannot marry into a wealthy family like I did, with your looks and abilities, finding a suitable match should not be difficult. Why do you choose to lower your standards? Li Qian's words were clearly a jab at her own daughter, yet Li Qinggong was not at all angered. Rather, he hoped Li Qian would douse Li Qiuchan with more cold water to bring her back to her senses. Anlin, with a smug demeanor, clasped his hands behind his back, gazing affectionately at Li Qiuchan. One might think that his girlfriend was not Li Qian but Li Qiuchan instead. Li Qiuchan noticed the suggestive glances Anlin cast her way, which utterly disgusted her. She loathed men who indulged in coveting what others possessed. Li Qian was no saint, and Anlin was equally unworthy. Chapter 64. Subtle mockery. Li Qiuchan turned her head aside, not wishing to spare even a glance at Anlin. This left him feeling quite dejected, as he had not anticipated that in Li Qiuchan's eyes, he would indeed be inferior to an insignificant Yi Chen. Li Shishi, perceptive and attuned to the undercurrents between the two parties, for once found herself unified with her sister, recognizing that Anlin was not a good person. She discreetly cast a scornful glance at him and subtly shook her head. This only served to infuriate Anlin further. It was one thing for Li Qiuchan to disdain him, but now even Li Shishir bore a similar expression. Sister Qian, although we haven't seen each other for years, you remain unchanged, solely fixated on marrying into a wealthy family, Li Qiuchan said with a cold smile. But I am different. To me, a person's family background is of the least importance. If that person lacks capability and is lazy, even if they are born into a fortune, they will eventually squander it all. Yet, if a person is capable, even if they come from humble beginnings, they can eventually achieve greatness. It is far more enjoyable to seek out such a man. And Yi Chen is precisely that kind of person. Upon Li Qiuchan's declaration, apart from Li Shishir and Yi Chen who were pleased, the others believed that Li Qiuchan had been thoroughly brainwashed by Yi Chen. Li Qian could discern the underlying tone in Li Qiuchan's words, and Anlin could comprehend it as well. He had gazed at Li Qiuchan with such longing, only to realize that she regarded him as nothing more than a simpleton. This revelation shattered Anlin's composure. Throughout his life, he had never been denied anything he desired, including women. Yet this time, he was scorned by a woman he had always treated as a mere plaything. This infuriated him even more. The family was wealthy and influential. No matter how stubborn he was, he could never ruin the family business. This woman was undoubtedly humiliating him. Li Shishi, witnessing the green tinge on Anlin and Li Qian's faces, couldn't help but smirk, lowering her voice to say to Yi Chen, brother-in-law, it seems my sister is increasingly acknowledging you, even willing to stand up for you. Just look how agitated Li Qian is. Li Qiuchan rolled her eyes upon hearing Yi Chen's inner thoughts. Had she truly treated Yi Chen poorly in the past? Why the cryptic insinuations? As Li Yaqiang observed that both his daughter and future son-in-law were becoming increasingly awkward, he finally stepped in to mediate. All right, the younger generation has their own fortunes. Money cannot buy happiness. Qian, stop fretting over your sister's matters. Brother and sister-in-law, let's take our seats quickly. Wu Lianzhang is about to deliver his address. And it is inappropriate for us to remain standing. Li Yaqiang deliberately mentioned Wu Dai, intending to remind Li Qinggong's family that without their own invitation, They would have no right to associate with someone like Wu Dei. Although Yi Majing understood Li Yaoqiang's implication, Li Qinggong felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, when Li Yaoqiang was unwilling to even visit their home and continued to use Wu Dei to intimidate them, Li Qinggong's heart sank. It was evident from his persistent communication with Wu Dei that he had come thoroughly prepared this time. In addition to having the formidable support of Wu Dei, Li Yaoqiang had also secured a promising son-in-law, making the Di family another potential ally. In stark contrast, Li Qiuchan found herself isolated and reliant solely on her own strength. While Yi Chen could not be entirely deemed unhelpful, he was more of a hindrance than a help. The more Li Qinggong pondered, the more he felt a sense of oppression. He turned to glare fiercely at Yi Chen. How could two sons-in-law be so vastly different? Yi Chen, bewildered by the glare, wondered if his father-in-law was having vision issues. Perhaps he should seek treatment. After a long day of labor, with only 2 small sandwiches for lunch, he was now ravenous, his stomach grumbling audibly. Instead of engaging in this subtle strife, Yi Chen was far more concerned with the culinary offerings at the banquet. He had anticipated indulging in the exquisite cuisine crafted by a 5-star chef, only to discover it was a buffet. Although the dishes were presented elegantly on the table, the portions were minuscule, and most infuriatingly, they consisted primarily of pastries, with nary a morsel of meat in sight. This left Yi Chen thoroughly exasperated. Here he was, enduring the sarcastic remarks of Li Qinggong and Yi Majing, and he couldn't even fill his belly? Had their disdain been for nothing? What a farce! Wu Lianzhong was spoken of as if he were exceedingly affluent, yet the banquet offered such meager fare. No meat at all? How miserly!
Li Shishi, closely following Yi Chen,
naturally overheard his lament and couldn't help but laugh softly. Surely, apart from Yi Chen, there was no other guest here solely focused on the food. Her brother-in-law was indeed an extraordinary character. Li Qian, standing nearby, caught wind of Yi Chen's comment as well, her expression morphing into one of shock and disdain. Have you truly never seen the world? She chided. A buffet is meant for casual socializing. If you were to indulge in meat or fish, people would recoil from speaking with you due to bad breath. Please don't embarrass yourself further. This gathering is filled with the elite of society. Learn to conduct yourself appropriately. Di Anlin seized the moment, stepping forward to wrap his arm around Li Qian's slender waist in a feigned display of magnanimity. Qian, please don't speak so harshly. Yi Chen likely hasn't he been to a place of his caliber before. He's south more out of place than a country bumpkin in a grand estate. He may just be here for the food, after all. Who would want to socialize with someone like him? Li Yaoqiang chimed in, adding a sharp remark. Indeed. It is young Master Di who demonstrates the virtue of tolerance. Qian, you could learn a thing or two from him. After all, the lower strata of society constitute the majority. Yi Chen has his merits. A hearty appetite indicates good health, which is a blessing. And at least he has strength to perform manual labor. What manual labor? My brother-in-law is quite formidable. He only strikes when provoked and delivers astonishing results.
Li Shishi defended Yi Chen.
Li Qian couldn't suppress a laugh. What era are we in, discussing fighting and brawling? This isn't some street gang. Why put on such airs? Enough. How can you speak so harshly? Do you not realize you're being cruel? Li Yaoqiang admonished his daughter, though a mocking smile lingered on his face, betraying any semblance of genuine concern. Li Qiuchan seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet she refrained from openly rebuking him in such a public setting. After all, Li Yaoqiang was her uncle, and decorum demanded respect for elders. Yi Chen, already irritable from hunger, found his temper flaring as he faced this inexplicable ridicule. Everyone has their ambitions. You all merely chatter about your aspirations, never needing to eat, just sipping water and opening your mouths. I am quite different. My strength is reserved for confronting those with ill intentions. If one does not eat well, how can one protect their loved ones? The Shadow Assassin group had all been vanquished by Yi Chen, and it was inconceivable for Li Yaoqiang to be unaware of this. Indeed, the moment Yi Chen spoke, Li Yaoqiang suddenly recalled the high-priced assassins he had engaged, all of whom had been thoroughly defeated by Yi Chen. His expression darkened, and he glanced at Yi Chen with a flicker of unease, as if suspecting that Yi Chen had uncovered some secret, prompting his pointed remarks. In truth, Li Yaoqiang's suspicions were not unfounded. He believed his schemes were well concealed, yet Yi Chen had already comprehended everything. The most absurd aspect was that Li Yaoqiang, in his quest for power, had sought assistance from Wu Dei. Wu Dei, meanwhile, was desperately attempting to curry favor with Yi Chen, who had no interest in his company, leaving Wu Dei looking foolish by conspiring with Li Yaoqiang, only to embarrass himself before Yi Chen. Had Wu Dei known of Yi Chen's true identity and his connection with Li Qiuchan, he would never have allied with Li Yaoqiang. Chapter 65. Your daughter has found a remarkable son-in-law. Li Qiuchan was perceptive. She discerned from Yi Chen's subtle hints that he was subtly warning Li Yaoqiang. Initially, Li Qiuchan held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps Yi Chen had misunderstood, that her uncle would not truly send someone to harm her. Yet, witnessing Li Yaoqiang's pallid complexion, it became evident, even to the dimmest of minds, that he was guilty of something. If he were innocent, why would he appear so anxious? It was utterly shocking that for the sake of wealth, Li Yaoqiang would so brazenly disregard familial bonds. He was not lacking in wealth, yet he sought to harm his kin. How could such a creature exist in this world? It was truly appalling. Although Li Qiuchan said nothing aloud. Her disappointment in Li Yaoqiang had reached its zenith, shattering any remaining illusions. Li Chunggong and Yi Majing, sensing an escalating tension in the conversation, swiftly redirected their focus. All right. Yi Chen, go indulge in whatever pleases you. Don't embarrass us here. Embarrass you? Yi Chen had initially refrained from making a scene, but upon witnessing Li Chunggong and Yi Majing being so easily manipulated by Li Yaoqiang, he felt a surge of irritation. He set his plate aside and, without preamble, declared, even if I am to be embarrassed, it amounts to merely indulging in a few pastries. Unlike some who boast of their daughter's prowess and the excellence of her suitor, while secretly plotting against their own kin to seize their wealth. I simply cannot fathom how there can be such avarice in this world. To flaunt superiority while coveting the riches of others, do you not find this behavior contradictory? Yi Chen did not name names, but if Li Yaoqiang had a clear conscience, he could easily dismiss the remark. However, burdened by guilt, Li Yaoqiang's reaction magnified Yi Chen's words. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yaoqiang retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who has plotted against you? I have never harmed Li Qiuchan. Who claims you have harmed her? Why are you so defensive? Is this not an admission of guilt?"
Yi Chen said,
narrowing his eyes as he took a step closer to Li Yaoqiang. As Yi Chen's relentless approach grew closer, Li Yaoqiang felt an increasingly heavy psychological burden, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, rendering him utterly incapable of countering Yi Chen's accusations. Who would confess without prompting? How could this insolent brat brazenly slander his elder? Observing Li Yaoqiang's refusal to admit guilt, Yi Chen remained unperturbed. "Uncle, whom have I slandered with my words? I never mentioned your name. Why is it only you who is anxious, while others remain calm? We are family. Must we resort to veiled insults and mockery? Let us cease this bickering." Just as it seemed Li Yaoqiang was about to expose himself, the previously silent Niu Wan suddenly spoke up. It was evident that this woman possessed a far superior psychological resilience compared to Li Yaoqiang, who was already flustered and incoherent. While Niu Wan maintained her composure and even attempted to mediate for her husband, Yi Chen discerned that Li Yaoqiang was merely a cowardly bluster. Otherwise, he would not have become so defensive after a mere exchange of words. In this household, the true formidable character was Li Yaoqiang's wife. Niu Wan was the one who truly held the reins. It was likely that even the schemes of hiring assassins and administering poison were orchestrated by her. Furthermore, Li Qian clearly understood the underlying dynamics. Although she said nothing, her fingers intertwined, fidgeting restlessly, occasionally glancing at Niu Wan as if seeking a pillar of support. Di Amlin appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, seemingly in a realm of strategic contemplation, unwilling to act impulsively. He too had a stake in this affair, having agreed to be with Li Qian largely due to the promises made to him by Li Yaoqiang. However, a complication had arisen in the form of the enchanting Li Qiuchan. Di Amlin found himself captivated by her, showing more interest in this woman than in the Li family's wealth. Compared to Li Qiuchan, Li Qian was not only lacking in beauty, but also in stature and poise, appearing rather petty. If such a person were to become the future matriarch of the Di family, Di Amlin would surely become the subject of ridicule. Contemplating this,
Di Amlin squinted, seemingly devising a plan.
Once this matter was settled, he would swiftly rid himself of Li Qian. Upon hearing his wife come to his defense, Li Yaoqiang quickly regained his composure. He cleared his throat twice to mask his anxiety, and then turned to Li Chunggong, saying, "Dear brother, your daughter has indeed chosen an impressive son-in-law. While he feigns innocence, attempting to sow discord between our families, is he perhaps worried that I might introduce a better suitor for my niece and thus see him cast aside? The saying goes, excess leads to deficiency." And Li Yaoqiang's words were utterly devoid of substance. Even if Li Chunggong despised Yi Chen, he could see that Li Yaoqiang's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar, with his words dripping with guilt. Could it be that Yi Chen's claims were not baseless, but rather that he had genuinely uncovered some leverage against Li Yaoqiang? But that shouldn't be possible. Yi Chen was merely a freeloading pretty boy clinging to his daughter. What could he possibly know? Li Chunggong shook his head, feeling he had perhaps overestimated Yi Chen, suspecting that he might have stumbled upon the truth by sheer accident. Nonetheless, allowing Yi Chen to stir the pot was beneficial. It might serve to admonish Li Yaoqiang, preventing him from overstepping his bounds. Sometimes, a character like Yi Chen was necessary. Otherwise, with Li Yaoqiang enjoying the backing of Wu Lianchang and the support of a promising son-in-law like Di Amlin, he could easily become tyrannical, leaving Li Qiuchan utterly defenseless. It was rare for Li Chunggong to acknowledge Yi Chen's utility. However, the fade of the white-faced villain must remain. One could not truly allow Yi Chen to offend anyone. Indeed, this rascal harbored ulterior motives, and I found him quite irritating. Yet, unfortunately, Qiuchan had taken a liking to him, leaving me at a loss. All I could do was ignore him. Yi Chen shot a glance at Li Chunggong, realizing that his father-in-law was quite cunning, having learned the art of using others to do his bidding. At this moment, Li Qiuchan did not ponder deeply. She believed that as long as Yi Chen did not bow his head in apology, they could say whatever they wished. "Oh, I apologize. Upon reflection, I realize I was too impulsive. How could I utter something that would embarrass my elder? It is indeed my fault." Li Yaoqiang had initially intended to hurl some harsh words, but before he could speak, Yi Chen had deftly turned the tables. He, after all, was an elder. Regardless of the sincerity behind Yi Chen's apology, if he continued to press the matter after Yi Chen had already expressed regret, it would surely become an awkward scene. Li Chenggong was taken aback.
Yi Chen relented?
This boy was typically hot-tempered, known for his propensity to act without restraint, never one to back down. How could he have deviated from his usual behavior and learned to lower his head? Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion and disbelief evident in their eyes. They were the ones who understood Yi Chen best, even if he held leverage over Li Yaoqiang. He would never easily concede. What was Yi Chen truly thinking at this moment? Oh, I forgot that I am also an outsider. Yi Chen suddenly clapped his hands. But it's alright. Qiuchan should be familiar with the finer dining establishments around here, right? Qiuchan, I would like to invite Uncle to a sumptuous meal as an apology. May I inquire which is the most expensive and hardest to book restaurant in Jinling? At this point, Li Qiuchan was still unclear about Yi Chen's intentions. While Li Shishir eagerly interjected, that's easy. It must be the renowned heir Yulu. I heard that one must reserve at least 3 days in advance to dine there. I wonder if Uncle can stay that long. Otherwise, if we dine there, I could also bask in its glory. Haha. Chapter 66. A riddle at this moment. Li Shishir was genuinely engrossed in the topic of indulging in culinary delights, utterly unaware that Yi Chen was hinting at something else. Oh, so it's heir Yulu. The food there is indeed exquisite, Yi Chen remarked with a knowing smile. Wait, brother-in-law, you've been to heir Yulu? When did you go? Why didn't you invite me? You greedy thing. Just yesterday, a colleague had a birthday, and I went to help celebrate, so I naturally couldn't invite you. Yi Chen smiled gently, but it's alright. We can go together next time. And we'll invite Uncle along. Uncle, have you been to heir Yulu recently? They recently added a new sculpture. What sculpture? Li Shishir asked with curiosity. I think it's a wolf rolling its eyes, Yi Chen replied whimsically.
Puffed.
Brother-in-law, I can tell you're just making that up. Who would put such a sculpture in a restaurant? Oh, right. It's a wolf rolling its eyes. Perhaps I misremembered. It shouldn't be a sculpture. Yi Chen's words were as cryptic as a foggy riddle to those around him, leaving them utterly perplexed. However, for Li Yaoqiang, who harbored guilt, he not only grasped Yi Chen's meaning but was also left in a state of turmoil, his mind buzzing, afraid to engage in conversation. Niuwan narrowed her eyes slightly. What was this troublesome brat up to? Was he feigning ignorance, or did he genuinely know something? If he merely intended to insult Li Yaoqiang by calling him a wolf rolling its eyes, there would be no need to mention heir Yulu or inquire whether he had visited recently. Li Yaoqiang had conspired with Wu De-yi just the day before, and Yi Chen had also celebrated a colleague's birthday on the same day. If Yi Chen was not lying, could it be that he truly had seen something? Yet, the soundproofing in heir Yulu's private rooms was famously excellent. Even if construction was underway inside, normally, one should hear nothing from outside. There is no need to mention that Li Yaoqiang and Wu De-yi were merely engaged in casual conversation. It is unlikely that they would inadvertently reveal anything of significance, right? Uncle, have you ever visited the February Tower? Yi Chen began to strategize. I have been there before, but in recent years, I have been in Yinling, and have had little time to visit your establishment. At this moment, Li Yaoqiang was unable to meet Yi Chen's gaze, responding only with vague remarks. Is that so? What a pity, Yi Chen remarked with a smile. The February Tower has been quite lively lately, with many formidable figures coming and going. Just yesterday, we encountered a group of individuals clad in black, each wearing tight-fitting garments and masks, appearing quite menacing. My friend suggested they resembled assassins, though I cannot fathom their purpose for being in Jinling. Of course, Yi Chen's words were mere fabrications. The shadowy assassins had been driven away by him and dared not linger in Jinling, let alone appear brazenly in public. Regardless of how absurd others may perceive Yi Chen's assertions, Niuwan and Li Yaoqiang understood the implications clearly. The seemingly nonsensical comments were, in fact, a warning directed at them. This was indeed a dire situation. Niuwan rarely displayed such panic. Li Yaoqiang, who typically regarded his wife as his anchor, felt even more unsettled now that she was flustered. Had they not been supporting one another, they might have collapsed to the ground in their dismay. Father, mother, why do you both look so pale? Though Li Qian may not be particularly astute, she was certainly not foolish. She sensed that Yi Chen was playing some sort of riddle with her parents, though she could not decipher it. What do you mean by looking pale? Perhaps you are just a bit low on sugar. A bite to eat should suffice, Li Yaoqiang suggested, as he reached for a piece of chocolate, hoping to stabilize his own emotions. Seeing their fear, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was merely the beginning. One must understand that once ill intentions arise, they rarely cease. Instead, they become consumed with devising ways to see their plans through. At this moment, Li Yaoqiang and his wife were precisely in such a predicament. Although they felt a sense of panic, they realized that Yi Chen's subtle threats, rather than presenting concrete evidence, indicated that he possessed no substantial proof. As long as they were not caught red-handed in their scheme to hire a hitman, everything would remain fine. They merely needed to maintain their denials. Li Chenggong and Yi Majing exchanged glances, their brows furrowed as they observed Yi Chen and his brother and sister-in-law, unsure of what they were discussing, which seemed to oscillate between the absurd and the mundane. Was dining at the February Tower not a pleasant affair? Why then did it render the couple's expressions so grim? Was it perhaps Yi Chen's nonsensical speech that frightened them? Initially, Li Li Qiuchan harbored some doubts, fearing she might have wronged her uncle and aunt. However, at this juncture, her worries could be laid to rest. There was no question of injustice. The conspiracies at the February Tower and the assassination attempts by the shadowy assassins were all crystal clear, leaving no room for denial. Di Anlin expressed disappointment at the couple's ineptitude, feeling disheartened that they had been so easily outwitted by a rustic. Yi Chen's way of speaking was indeed amusing. Perhaps it was a form of vernacular among the common folk? Yet, I gleaned one point. You wish to apologize to Uncle Li. That can be easily arranged. I can devise a suitable plan for you. Yi Chen turned to Di Anlin, sensing he was one who enjoyed being in the limelight, though not particularly likable. Engaging with him was not a significant concern. Really? That would be most helpful. Di Anlin smiled, his eyes glinting. Uncle Li has harbored grievances regarding the division of assets from years past. Although time has passed, even brothers ought to settle their accounts clearly. Debts ought to be repaid. If you could persuade your father-in-law to return what is owed, Uncle would surely feel at ease and would forgive you.
Di Anlan, in principle,
Ought not to meddle in others' family affairs. However, with his inflated self-importance, he spoke without restraint. Had it been someone else, Li Qinggong would have surely retorted vehemently. He had not usurped any assets. The division was established by the patriarch, and Li Yaqiang had taken his rightful share. Otherwise, how would he have been able to establish new ventures upon arriving in Yinling? Was it truly a case of starting from scratch? Ridiculous. Moreover, years had passed since the division. Li Yaqiang's grievances seemed rather greedy at this point, seeking to reclaim assets that had long been settled. Yet, while family matters ought to remain private, Di Anlin's status made it inappropriate to confront him directly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned and inquired, "Did my father-in-law seize Uncle's assets?" "Surely not. If that were the case, why did Uncle not speak up before?" "Do not feign ignorance," Di Anlin scoffed. "What occurred in the past is past. The Li family's enterprises have flourished in part due to Uncle Li's contributions. If you relinquish control of the Li Group, I shall invest heavily in the Li Group, allowing you to reap greater dividends. This is a win-win scenario. However, should you retain control of the Li Group, I will invest not a single cent." As he spoke, Di Anlin revealed his predatory nature. He resembled a peacock displaying its feathers, eager to demonstrate his prowess to Li Qiuchan. Unfortunately, she was disinterested, viewing him as a base individual. Even if Li Yaqiang were dissatisfied with the division of assets, a redistribution would suffice. Why should the entire Li Group be handed over to him? Not to mention that Li Yaqiang had taken a cash amount equivalent to the company's value during the division, nearly causing a cash flow crisis. Just as things began to improve upon his takeover, did they intend to seize control once more? Truly brazen. Chapter 67. The hypocrite and the facade. Unlike Li Qiuchan's family, who were seething with frustration, Li Yaqiang and his daughter Li Qiyan were elated. Having a formidable ally made all the difference. With Di Anlin's powerful support, regardless of how displeased Li Qinggong's family was, surrendering the company was merely a matter of time. No one was positively beaming, casting a provocative glance at Yi Chen, eager to see what other storms this young man could conjure. Meanwhile, Di Anlin's gaze towards Li Qiuchan was unmistakably laden with desire, a fact not lost on Li Qinggong. He suddenly realized that Di Anlin did not genuinely care for Li Qiyan, but rather sought to demonstrate his own strength and expand his influence. If that were the case, why not consider offering Li Qiuchan as a bargaining chip? Should Di Anlin and Li Qiuchan unite, becoming family, he could seamlessly manage the Li Group. This arrangement would provide them with a solid backing, ensuring the preservation of their wealth and legacy, free from the covetous eyes of Li Yaqiang's family. Undoubtedly, this was a mutually beneficial situation. Yi Majing shared similar thoughts, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Qinggong, both understanding the implications of their silent communication. "I comprehend young Master D's intentions. He wishes to assist our future father-in-law. While our company has found its footing, we are eager to expand and strengthen our position. If a powerful individual were willing to collaborate with us, it would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, if the intention is to seize the company directly from my daughter, that is utterly unacceptable." The conversation among the astute individuals reached an exquisite understanding. Di Anlin immediately grasped Li Qinggong's insinuation. This old man is preparing to offer his daughter to himself. At this very moment, Li Qiyan was still immersed in sweetness, believing she had the upper hand, overshadowing Li Qiuchan. Little did she know that while Di Anlin held her delicate waist, his fervent gaze had already shifted to Li Qiuchan. Li Qiuchan, graceful and poised, was the kind of woman who not only could be kept as a concubine, but even as the matriarch, would likely be welcomed by the family. The more Di Anlin contemplated, the more his heart raced, wishing to whisk Li Qiuchan away to his chambers at once. Li Qiuchan felt a shiver under Di Anlin's intense gaze. She had encountered such lecherous looks far too often. She also noticed the exchange of glances between Di Anlin and Li Qinggong. Li Qiuchan was acutely aware that her parents were contemplating selling her off. While the machinations of outsiders saddened her, the betrayal from her family plunged her into despair. Was she merely a commodity to be bartered in her parents' eyes? Anyone who could offer a high price and yield the benefits her parents desired could take her away? If previously, during the dispute with her parents over Wei Yichun's matter, Li Qiuchan had merely felt a tinge of confusion and could forgive them. This blatant betrayal shattered her trust and hope in her family completely. With a bitter expression, she lowered her head, digging her nails into her palm to suppress her tears. Suddenly, a pair of gentle, sturdy hands took hold of Li Qiuchan's delicate fingers, prying them apart one by one and soothing the impressions left by her nails. Yi Chen's calm demeanor and gentle presence instantly melted Li Qiuchan's frozen heart. You are quite foolish. Hurting yourself only brings pain to those who care and joy to your enemies. If someone displeases you, seek your revenge on them, not on yourself. Yi Chen softly admonished, his concern stirring something deep within Li Qiuchan. The atmosphere between the two felt incongruous amidst the surrounding chaos. At that moment, all schemes and plots faded away, leaving only their intimate companionship. Li Shishir stood behind them, feeling a pang of bitterness. How infuriating! Once again, Li Qiuchan had seized the opportunity. Di Anlin had fallen for Li Qiuchan at first sight, and witnessing the tender glances exchanged between her and another made him exceedingly displeased. Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed. What was it about Li Qiuchan's eyes that led her to favor someone as unremarkable as Yi Chen? Logically, a woman of her beauty and formidable family background, along with her exceptional capabilities, should aspire to marry a man of greater strength. Yet, Yi Chen lacked both lineage and prowess, possessing nothing more than an adequate appearance. Was it possible that Li Qiuchan was simply enamored with handsome but ineffectual men? As Di Anlin critiqued Yi Chen mentally, Yi Chen raised his gaze towards him. Young Master Di, I must admit, I did not quite comprehend your earlier remarks. Are you suggesting that you wish to consolidate all of the Li family's assets under Li Qian's management, while you assist from the sidelines? Di Anlin chuckled. In the realm of business, it is those with power who dictate the direction. I believe the Li family's assets should be unified. The value created separately will never match that achieved collectively. Di Anlin's fervent insinuations towards Li Qinggong were clear. He intended to help seize everything from Li Yaoqiang, with the sole stipulation of obtaining Li Qiuchan. Li Qinggong was well aware of the underlying implications, feeling a surge of desire, his gaze fervently fixated. Yet, Yi Chen chuckled softly. Young Master Di, your words perplex me. If your assistance to your girlfriend arises from affection, I can comprehend that. If it is purely for business, seeking to consume both Li family's enterprises, I can understand that as well. However, your contradictory stance, claiming both romantic and commercial motives, do you not see the inconsistency in your argument? Di Anlin had never before encountered such unabashed criticism. Especially the phrase about the whore erecting a signpost struck him deeply. Mind your tongue. Must I report my thoughts to you one by one? I assure you that is not my intention, Di Anlin retorted. Yi Chen responded with biting sarcasm. I merely wish to convey that since you are already Li Qian's boyfriend, you should at least provide her with sufficient security. Although our families share a tenuous bond, we are still related by blood. Surely, you cannot stand idly by while Li Qian is deceived by a scoundrel. If your interests conflict with those of Li Qian, will you forsake wealth for the sake of a smile, or are you solely intent on financial gain, indifferent to her fate? Yi Chen's words were a stark reminder. Li Qian abruptly lifted her head, noticing Di Anlin's unwavering gaze fixed upon Li Qiuchan, her expression instantly darkening. Although she did not possess her mother Niuwan's cunning and manipulation skills to control her husband, she was not so naive as to be oblivious to the subtleties of their interactions. While Di Anlin often indulged in flattery and lavish gifts, she chose to overlook certain matters. However, if Di Anlin truly shifted his affections towards Li Qiuchan, her current happiness would vanish, and their family's business would suffer a devastating blow. Realizing this, Li Qian felt a rush of panic. She was acutely aware of her lack of competitiveness against Li Qiuchan. In the midst of the crowd, Di Anlin's intentions were laid bare by Yi Chen, leaving him gritting his teeth in frustration. Though he harbored such thoughts, he was still the eldest son of the Di family and had to maintain a faade of decency. He could not act like a shameless rogue, openly pursuing affairs in front of everyone.
Ne yeterli Sheng nor yimajing anticipated Ye Chen Sudan destruction.
They had been deliberating this matter privately, and it could have been settled smoothly. Yet now, everything was thrown into disarray by Yi Chen, exposing their dealings to public scrutiny, which not only brought shame but also risked their credibility, jeopardizing future business prospects. Mr. Yi, please refrain from your veiled insinuations. Your petty calculations will not work here. Di Anlin feigned sincerity. Everyone can see clearly, no one is as foolish as you. If you continue to slander me and speculate on my thoughts, I shall not hold back. However, Yi Chen was not one to be intimidated. Am I truly measuring your noble heart with my base intentions? Perhaps I have indeed overthought. In that case, young Master Di, why not make a public commitment? As long as you promise not to meddle in the Li family's affairs, not to covet Li Qiuchan's assets, and not to seek her position as president, we can coexist peacefully and prosper together. What do you think? Upon hearing Yi Chen's proposition, Di Anlin was rendered speechless. How could he respond? To utter such words would equate to betraying the Li Yaoqiang family. However, if he fails to make such a commitment now, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to declaring war against the Li Qinggong family. At that point, any potential dialogue with Li Qiuchan would be rendered moot, and they would instead become adversaries, leading to mutual destruction. This scenario would be a double loss for Di Anlin. Regardless of his words, they would significantly jeopardize his own interests. Di Anlin had never anticipated falling into the hands of such a petty individual. He had never encountered a situation as challenging as this in his life. Realizing that remaining silent was no longer an option, Di Anlin could only chuckle and say, Mr. Yi Chun, you are somewhat naive in your understanding of business matters. To determine the best course of action, we must engage in thorough professional evaluation and careful planning. Circumstances are ever-changing. How can I possibly make a commitment under such conditions? Moreover, I have only recently taken over the family business. Matters concerning long-term interests are better left to the wisdom of our predecessors. For instance, let us consult with Wu Lianzhang. I am confident he will prioritize the commercial development of Jinling and the entire provincial capital. Whether it is more advantageous for the two Li families to merge or remain separate, or whether they should align with the elder brother or the younger, it would be prudent to let Wu Lianzhang adjudicate. With that, Di Anlin deftly rid himself of this hot potato, while Li Yaoqiang had already conferred with Wu Lianzhang. Thus was quite satisfied with this outcome. Allowing Wu Lianzhang to make the judgment would undoubtedly favor the Li Yaoqiang family. Should Li Chenggong dare to oppose, he would be questioning the authority of the business alliance, rendering him incapable of enjoying favorable outcomes henceforth. In such a scenario, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride and comply with Wu Lianzhang's arrangements. At this juncture, Li Yaoqiang breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was unfolding according to a script. In stark contrast to Li Chenggong's smugness, no one sensed that the tides might be turning. Whether it was intuition or distrust towards Di Anlin, her expression was markedly less favorable. Li Shishir, having discerned the underlying intricacies, promptly voiced her support for her sister, stating, "Why should Wu Lianzhang have the final say? I assert that neither Di Anlin nor Wu Lianzhang is qualified to comment on this matter. The division of our family assets was decreed by our grandfather, and the company has been managed by my father and sister without issue for all these years. Now, two outsiders suddenly emerge, demanding a redistribution and attempting to seize everything we possess. There is no legal basis for this, nor is there any historical precedent. Our family affairs should be resolved internally. That is the rightful course of action." Despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, Li Shishir's words resonated with strength and conviction,
leaving Di Anlin momentarily speechless.
Oh, this Miss Li certainly possesses a sharp tongue. Just as Di Anlin found himself at a loss, a portly man clad in a Zhongshan suit and adorned with a jade ring approached, holding a glass of red wine and wearing a jovial expression. Following him were a bodyguard and a strategist. Observers immediately began murmuring, "Wu Lianzhang has arrived. This promises to be entertaining." If the business alliance insists on intervening, there's little that can be done. Wu Lianzhang was known for his fiery temperament. From his tone, it seemed he was ready to unleash his wrath. Earlier, Li Yaoqiang had been seen conversing with Wu Lianzhang, indicating they had likely conspired together, leaving the Li Chenggong family at a disadvantage. Although Li Shishir had initially spoken with great authority, the imposing presence of Wu Lianzhang now stirred trepidation within her. Upon Wu Day's arrival, Li Yaoqiang quickly greeted him. Wu Lianzhang, Di Anlin too approached, offering a respectful gesture. His family was esteemed, and he didn't need to fawn over Li Yaoqiang. Yet, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Li Chenggong, unwilling to be outdone, rushed forward to greet Wu Day as well. However, Wu Day's demeanor towards him was distinctly lukewarm, seemingly uninterested in engaging, which left Li Chenggong feeling quite embarrassed and disheartened. Ha! I have been listening quietly for quite some time. This young lady is correct. I should not meddle in others' family affairs. However, matters of commerce are not mere family matters. They are essential for the development of our industries in Jinling and for creating more job opportunities and commercial value. I personally believe that Miss Li Qian would be better suited for the role of chairperson of the Li Group. With the assistance of young Master Di, should the two families successfully unite, they could undoubtedly expand their endeavors, which would be a positive outcome. Upon hearing this, Li Qian realized Wu Day was on her side and responded with delight. "Thank you, Wu Lianzhang, for your confidence in me. If everything proceeds smoothly, I will surely do my utmost to meet your expectations." Li Qian spoke coyly, raising an eyebrow and casting a provocative glance at sisters Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir. In that moment, Li Qiuchan felt as if her heart had turned to ash. The precious things she had guarded so diligently were poised to be taken from her effortlessly. A feeling that was profoundly disheartening. Although Li Shishir often bickered with her sister, she held great admiration for Li Qiuchan. Seeing what their elder sister had fought so hard to protect being threatened by another was intolerable. Before Li Shishir could voice her objections, Li Yaoqiang interjected. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, you must have heard by now. In business, one cannot focus solely on personal gains. We must also consider the bigger picture. Given that Wu Lianzhang has already expressed his views, perhaps you should reflect on them seriously? Or do you believe Wu Lianzhang lacks the vision and acumen to advise our company?" Li Chenggong, of course, would not dare to say such a thing. Nor had he the courage to question Wu Lianzhang. He could only swallow his pride and, with a bitter smile, concede, "Of course not. I believe Wu Lianzhang's advice is quite insightful. Well then, since you also find Wu Lianzhang's suggestions commendable, let us proceed accordingly."
Li Yaoqian stili afirmat.
Eager to leave Li Chenggong no room for hesitation, Li Qian, exuding triumph, reveled in the moment, especially since Li Qiuchan had yet to find an opportunity to speak. Watching the so-called goddess of Jinling falter brought Li Qian immense satisfaction. For so many years, she had been overshadowed by Li Qiuchan in beauty, reputation, and career. Now, with Di Anlin as her ally, Li Qiuchan was no longer her rival. The smug expression on Li Qian's face only served to deepen Li Qiuchan's frustration. Yet, no matter how furious she felt, she could not openly confront Wu Dai, for the consequences would be dire. Wu Lianzhang. The division of our family assets was established by our grandfather. Though the two families may appear united, the Li Group has always been under my management. Li Qian has never participated in the operations of the Li Group and is unaware of its internal workings. While I trust your judgment and acknowledge her potential capabilities, the matter at hand pertains to our family. There is no need to usurp my position, Wu Lianzhang. Your interference is somewhat disrespectful to our family's elder. Chapter 69, United Sisters, Striving to Resist. Li Qiuchan initially intended to express her thoughts with subtlety, yet once she began speaking, she could not restrain herself. Li Chenggong and Yi Mijing were taken aback by Li Qiuchan's audacity as she boldly accused Wu Dai. They exchanged astonished glances, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Should Wu Dai take offense, even if the Li Group remained in their hands, their future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. After all companies in Jinling fell under the jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce. With a mere command from Wu Dai, other businesses would cease collaboration with the Li Group. In such a scenario, what purpose would a company serve if it were left with no contracts or orders? Li Yaqiang and Li Qian cast scornful looks at the seemingly deranged Li Qiuchan. Wu Dai was notoriously vindictive. For Li Qiuchan to confront him publicly was akin to courting disaster. As anticipated, Wu Dai's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Li Qiuchan's words, his expression darkening in fury. He glared at her, astonished that such a young woman would dare to place him in such an embarrassing position. Observing Wu Dai's impending eruption, Li Chenggong swiftly admonished Li Qiuchan, "You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. How could you speak to the union leader in such a manner? Apologize at once." The union leader is meticulous and values every enterprise in Jinling. His decisions are undoubtedly more informed than your grandfather's. How dare you question him here? After this reprimand, Li Chenggong turned to Wu Dai, saying, "Please do not take offense. My daughter has been spoiled. We will consider the bigger picture, so you need not worry." At this moment, Li Chenggong seemed to have resigned himself to fate. Perhaps entrusting the company to Li Qiuchan, while allowing Di Anlin and Li Qian to manage it, might prove beneficial. Di Anlin's influential family held abundant resources, which could potentially increase the Li Group's profitability, resulting in substantial dividends for them all. Especially now, with Li Qiuchan infatuated and insisting on being with Yi Qian, a man of little promise, who could say whether she might be swayed by him, leading to chaos within the company? Handing the company to Li Qian would not only serve as a precaution but also provide an opportunity to teach Li Qiuchan the significance of choosing a partner wisely. Upon hearing her father's words, Li Qiuchan, already disheartened, felt an even greater chill. It was painful to realize that her father could not see her years of hard work and, worse, was conspiring with outsiders against her. In contrast, Li Shishir displayed a stronger sense of justice. Upon hearing her father's intention to appease, she responded with displeasure. "Dad, are you out of your mind? How could my sister be managing the company poorly? It was your previous mismanagement that caused chaos, and the division of the family only worsened matters. If it weren't for my sister's efforts, the Li Group would have long since ceased to exist. Grandfather has already divided the family. Why should we reunite now? Regardless of the union leader's esteemed position, he cannot meddle in our family's affairs so arbitrarily. If he can dictate the division of our assets, can I not demand that he step down in favor of someone else?" As Li Shishir's words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Li Shanggong, alarmat, felt his heart race, nearly losing his temper with Li Shishir. "You insolent girl! What nonsense are you spouting? Silence yourself at once." The relationship between the two sisters had always been strained, so it was surprising to see Li Shishir repeatedly defending Li Qiuchan, her courage growing with each statement. Li Qiuchan's icy heart finally felt a flicker of warmth. After all, she could rely on her sister in times of great need. "I am not speaking nonsense. Why should he be the master of our family, while I cannot be his? This is utterly unfair." Li Shishir, emboldened by her youth, spoke her mind freely. Wu Dai was on the verge of fury. Since his ascension to the position of union leader, he had always been unchallenged, never having faced such direct defiance. Today, however, these two young women not only opposed him but boldly demanded his resignation. Was this not a public challenge to his authority? "Very well, Li Chenggong. Your daughters are certainly remarkable," Wu Dai replied, his words laced with both praise and scorn, leaving Li Chenggong sweating profusely. "It is I who have spoiled these girls, allowing them to become so impertinent. I have no objections to your decisions." Li Chenggong bowed repeatedly in apology, relinquishing any hope he had. Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir had irreparably offended Wu Dai. In such circumstances, even if they retained the company, bankruptcy loomed inevitable. It would be wiser to relinquish control while still securing some dividends. Watching Li Qinggong's submissive demeanor, Li Yaoqiang and his family could hardly contain their laughter. What foolishness! To openly defy the union leader was sheer folly. The more they acted recklessly, the greater the likelihood of their own family seizing power. Indeed, your family is not to be trifled with, but what authority do I, as union leader, have over your matters? I apologize for my earlier remarks. Let us disregard them. Your daughters are indeed exceptional, and they speak the truth. From now on, let the affairs of the Li family be your own concern. I shall not interfere further. Wu Dai's words unmistakably severed the ties between the two families, not out of compromise, but to ensure their complete separation. He intended to support Li Yaoqiang's family against Li Qinggong's, leading the latter to utter ruin. Li Qinggong and Yi Mijing recognized the underlying implications and trembled in fear. Their faces paling. Li Yaoqiang, elated, remarked, "Congratulations, brother. Your daughters have truly shown today. Who would be so foolish as to provoke Wu Dai at his own banquet? Who would dare risk offending the union leader by collaborating with the Li family? I believe it will not be long before the Li group is entirely dismantled and bankrupt. Perhaps our next meeting will occur when the Li family is begging on the streets." As Li Qian contemplated this, a smug expression adorned her face. Initially, she worried that Di Amlin might turn against them, but now she felt secure. No matter how Di Amlin felt, as long as Wu Dai was set on dismantling Li Qinggong's family, he would not dare to betray them. With the situation having escalated to this point, Li Qiuchan felt unrestrained. Union leader, is the purpose of the Chamber of Commerce not to support the growth of various companies? Your open threat against our family is far from the ethical standards expected of such an organization. In response to Li Qiuchan's rebuke, Wu Dai merely smirked. "Oh dear. Your words truly frighten me, Ms. Li. Indeed, I, Wu Dai, am a person of little talent or virtue. Our Chamber of Commerce is unworthy of associating with such a prestigious entity as the Li Group. If that is the case, let us cease our collaboration. The Li Group is powerful and ambitious. I am certain you will thrive even in isolation. Without our chamber weighing you down, I have no doubt you will flourish." Yu Dai vividly displayed the insidious nature of a villain. Di Amlin, observing from the sidelines, felt a deep sense of regret. If at first he was merely captivated by Li Qiuchan's beauty, at this moment, he genuinely admired this woman from the depths of his heart. Not only was Li Qiuchan stunningly beautiful, but she was also formidable, courageous, and filled with valor. Had it not been for Li Yaoqiang's prior maneuvering, the outcome of today's confrontation would have been uncertain. Alas, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Li Qiuchan was still young and somewhat reckless. As she gazed upon Yu Dai's treacherous demeanor, the veins on her forehead throbbed. How shameless! These individuals were utterly devoid of shame. Their actions today were nothing short of robbery. It was bullying. Tragically, no one dared to speak out in defense of justice, let alone reverse the tide and rescue the Li group from persecution. In an instant, Li Qiuchan was engulfed in a profound sense of powerlessness. Discontent at home and oppression from outsiders left her utterly fatigued. Suddenly, the stillness of the scene was broken by the sound of applause. The crowd turned to see that it was Yi Qin, who had remained silent until now. Chapter 70. A sudden shift in atmosphere. Yu Dai's gaze fell upon Yi Qin, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Who are you, and what are you applauding for?" I merely admire the grand authority of the Chamber of Commerce's leader," Yi Qin replied with a hint of sarcasm. "It seems that once one ascends to the position of leader, they can disregard the law, ignore societal ethics and rules, and act with impunity, akin to a local emperor. Today has truly opened my eyes." Stepping forward, Yi Qin positioned himself protectively in front of Li Qiuchan, granting her an unprecedented sense of security. As if someone was finally there to support her. "Humph, what do you know, you country bumpkin? Keep your mouth shut. This is not a place for your words."
Li Yaoqiang admonished sharply.
"Country bumpkin?"
Yi Qian checked it lightly.
He paid no heed to Li Yaoqiang, and instead fixed his piercing gaze upon Yu Dai, causing the latter to feel a creeping unease. Yu Dai vaguely recognized that he had heard this voice somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite place it.
Wu Dai.
"Why were you not so arrogant when you called me the other day?" Upon hearing this, Di Amlin burst into laughter. "Oh my, this is truly hilarious. Are you perhaps losing your mind? Delusional? What makes you think that Yu Dai would call you?" With a swift motion, Yi Qin slapped Di Amlin across the face. "We are conversing. You have no place to interject. How dare you hit my boyfriend?" Li Qiyuan exclaimed as she rushed forward, her long nails extended, intending to scratch Yi Qin. Before Li Qiyuan could reach Yi Qin, Li Shishir dashed in, seized Li Qiyuan's wrist, and retaliated with a resounding slap.
"Now."
With Di Amlin finally rising from the ground, Li Qiyuan collided with him, and both fell to the floor in a rather comical scene. As his daughter and future son-in-law were struck, Li Yaoqiang could no longer remain passive. "Li Shishir, how dare you go against your family?" He charged forward, intending to strike Li Shishir. However, Yi Qin was quicker, delivering a kick that sent Li Yaoqiang tumbling onto Di Amlin. "Well done," Li Shishir cheered, reveling in the moment. Li Qiuchan stood silently by, not blaming the two for their antics. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Only Li Qinggong and Yi Mijing looked on in horror at the chaotic scene, nearly fainting from shock. "This is disastrous. There is no saving it now."
Yu-da-e. Look.
They are utterly lawless, brawling in your banquet. You should promptly call security to expel them. Nyo Wan, witnessing the three from her family being struck, dared not approach recklessly and instead called upon Yu-da-e to mediate. The most anxious of all was Yu-da-e. Realizing the reason for his familiarity with Yi Chen's voice, he recalled that this was the influential figure who had recently arrived in Jinling. Just days prior, he had made calls to curry favor with him, and today he had unwittingly walked into a trap. At this moment, Yu-da-e wished he could slap himself in public. These people are utterly out of control. Shall you simply allow them to wreak havoc? Yu-da-e finally regained his composure, trembling as he looked at Yi Chen, wiping the sweat from his brow, his breathing rapid. In his lifetime, he had faced many formidable situations, yet before the seemingly sardonic Northern King, Yu-da-e felt genuine fear and helplessness. Well, since you are the host of this gathering, it is indeed your duty to adjudicate this matter. As the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, with so many witnesses present, I advise you to handle this fairly. Without any tricks that could tarnish your reputation, Yi Chen stated, both admonishing and providing Yu-da-e with an escape route. Yu-da-e was no fool. He understood the underlying message in Yi Chen's words. He nodded earnestly. What you say is reasonable. After listening for a while, I realize that this situation is indeed more complex than I initially imagined. Might I inquire about your identity, sir? Yu-da-e's sudden shift in demeanor caught everyone off guard, especially Li Yaoqiang's family. For Li Yaoqiang, Yi Chen was the least significant person present. Yet, Yu-da-e spoke to him with the utmost respect. This was truly bizarre. Nothing much. I merely believe that Mr. Yi embodies justice and has awakened me from my stupor. Yu-da-e feigned calmness, yet internally, he was in turmoil. It turned out that Yi Chen was not merely a passerby, but had become family with Li Qiuquan. Even if Yu-da-e had the audacity, he lacked the courage to assist someone in seizing the Northern King's wife's company. Li Yaoqiang sensed something was off about Yu-da-e's demeanor. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact issue, he felt that if things continued in this manner, an upheaval was imminent. Indeed, they are brazenly fighting in your presence. On your premises. This is utterly outrageous. Li Qiuan added fuel to the fire, wishing for Yu-da-e to expel the entire Li Qinggong family. Di Anlin nodded in agreement. I don't care about others, but this little brat must be kicked out. His reckless violence shows a complete lack of decorum. Enough. Silence. All of you. Do you not recognize that this is my domain? Who are you to instruct me? Yu-da-e was nearing his breaking point. Did these people have a death wish, or were they simply oblivious to the consequences of their actions? Nyo Wan, the most astute among Li Yaoqiang's family, discerned the underlying tension and, instead of speaking up, signaled for her family to remain silent. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its debtor. Yu-da-e attempted to remedy the situation. Upon reflection, the turmoil arose from your family's greed in attempting to seize someone else's company. I was indeed misguided to stand with you, thinking I could aid you in usurping Mr. Li's company. Thus, this scolding is not unwarranted. Upon hearing this, Li Yaoqiang became frantic.
Yu-da-e, what do you mean by that?
Are we not considering the greater picture? Before he could finish, Yu-da-e delivered a resounding slap across Li Yaoqiang's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Li Qian hurriedly went to support Li Yaoqiang, bewildered. Commander Wu, have you made a mistake? This matter is clearly instigated by the Li Qiuquan family. Why are you attacking my father? You wretched girl. Are you here to distort the truth? Do you really think that this commander can be easily deceived like a fool? Wu Dai had already devised a plan. To avoid offending Yi Chen, this matter must be pinned on the Li Yaoqiang family. Only by distancing himself could he escape a disastrous fate. After reprimanding the Li Yaoqiang family, Wu Dai turned to Li Qiuquan with a benevolent expression, saying, Miss Li, I sincerely apologize for my earlier misunderstanding that caused you distress. That insufferable Li Yaoqiang deceived me, claiming he was wronged during the family division years ago, and now wishes for you to surrender the company for redistribution. I was foolish enough to believe him and stepped forward to mediate on their behalf. This family is truly audacious and insatiable. I cannot condone their behavior any longer. Chapter 71. The shift in attitude is undoubtedly related to Yi Chen. Wu Dai spoke with unwavering conviction, his face reflecting righteous indignation. Upon hearing his words, the Li Qinggong family initially stood in shock, followed by expressions of elation. Commander Wu, you truly are our savior. Li Qinggong nearly wished to kneel before Wu Dai in gratitude. In stark contrast, the countenance of the Li Yaoqiang family darkened considerably. Commander Wu, how can you say such things? We had clearly agreed upon this matter. Shut your mouth. When did I ever consult you? Don't drag me into this. Wu Dai, incensed by Li Yaoqiang's attempt to reveal past dealings, kicked him down once more and warned, Li Yaoqiang, we have some acquaintance. Out of respect for our past, I could overlook your family's attempts to twist the truth. However, if you continue to prattle on, trying to use my influence against rivals, do not blame me for being unkind. As the head of the business alliance, I must act with integrity. Being deceived and manipulated by your family has already angered me. If you do not repent, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Wu Dai's words not only severed ties with the Li Yaoqiang family, but also portrayed himself as the victim. This left Li Yaoqiang utterly bewildered. In his efforts to persuade Wu Dai to collaborate with him against the Li Qinggong family, he had invested countless thoughts and time. What he believed to be a foolproof plan had now backfired, with Wu Dai inexplicably switching sides. Li Yaoqiang looked at his wife with trepidation, hoping she could devise a solution. Nyowan remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Though Li Qian's intellect did not match her parents', she understood that if Wu Dai turned against them, they would not only face utter defeat, but she would also surely lose her boyfriend, Di Anlin. This realization spurred her into a frenzy as she stood up, exclaiming, "Commander Wu, you cannot do this. You promised you would take over Li Qiuchan's company for me. How can you now?" Silence. Wu Dai, infuriated by Li Qian's words, stepped forward and slapped her soundly. Di Anlin was taken aback by Li Qian's foolishness. Although he was unaware of what had triggered Wu Dai's change of heart, opposing him at this moment was undoubtedly unwise. "Li Yaoqiang, I warn you, you and your daughter better refrain from slandering me here. The consequences of defaming me are not something you can bear. Your family harbors ill intentions, deceiving me first and attempting to seize others' assets thereafter. If I do not take action against you, what is the future of the business alliance in our province?" Wu Dai stated emphatically, receiving applause from those present. "This matter serves as a warning to all. Remember that our business alliance is not a place to be trifled with, nor will I believe whatever you say without question. However, I admit that I initially misunderstood the situation and was misled by the one-sided account from the Li Yaoqiang family, which caused you distress, Miss Li. I sincerely apologize," Wu Dai said, bowing respectfully to Li Qiuchan. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as he bowed, his gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen. Li Qiuchan was taken aback, unable to believe that the esteemed leader of the business alliance would bow an apology to her. After apologizing to Li Qiuchan, Wu Dai turned to Li Qian and remarked, "It is essential to possess self-awareness. Your acting skills are too cunning, and you have deceived me deeply. Such FA aids can only be maintained temporarily, not indefinitely. It hasn't been long, and you have revealed your true and scrupulous nature. If I cannot see through your trivial tricks, I would be a complete fool. I advise you and your family to cease your scheming. From this moment onward, keep your distance from me. If I catch you causing trouble in Jinling again, do not expect my leniency. Even if Miss Li can tolerate you, I, as the head of the business alliance, shall not indulge you any further." Wu Dai pointed an accusatory finger at the Li Yaoqiang family, berating them without mercy. Li Qian crouched there, helplessly gazing at her parents and Di Anlin, yet none paid her any mind. The former was preoccupied with their own predicament, while the latter harbored immense disdain for Li Qian, regretting their previous judgment in choosing such a woman. Wu Dai's words brought great satisfaction to the Li Qinggong family, each feeling elated, especially Li Qiuchan, who had never felt such exhilaration in her life. She had assumed this would be a moment of defeat, but was astonished that the one offering an apology was a figure of Wu Dai's stature. If this incident were to spread, it would ensure that the Li Yaoqiang family would not dare to act out again. Li Shishir quickly grasped the underlying implications. The shift in Wu Dai's attitude had occurred immediately after Yi Chen spoke. This indicated that the situation was undoubtedly linked to Yi Chen. She glanced at him, only to find him leaning casually against the wall, appearing as if he were an outsider. Li Yaoqiang was unwilling to concede defeat and turned his hopes towards Di Anlin. "Young Master Di, you have a good relationship with Commander Wu. Please help us explain." "This is not how it is. We are about to become one family, and now things have escalated to this point. It does not reflect well on you." Upon hearing her parents' words, Li Qian clung to Di Anlin's arm like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. "Darling, he is bullying me. You cannot remain indifferent," Li Qian cried, her face streaked with tears, appearing genuinely pitiful. However, in comparison to Li Qiuchan, Li Qian's beauty paled, failing to touch Di Anlin's heart and instead filling him with aversion. "It is not that I do not wish to help you, but Commander Wu is a person of high standing and my most respected elder. He would not unjustly accuse others without reason. I am not involved in this matter, and do not fully understand what truth your family may be concealing. However, I believe that Commander Wu is perceptive and will not falsely accuse your family. I urge you, as a family of three, to mend your ways and abandon any thoughts of luck or chance, for continuing down this reckless path will only lead to ruin." At this moment, it is evident that Wu Dai is resolutely determined to deal with Li Yaoqiang's family. Should Di Anlan not hasten to distance herself from Li Yaoqiang? Does she intend to oppose Wu Dai for the sake of that family? Li Qiyan never anticipated that her boyfriend would prove to be so unreliable. Upon hearing these words, both Li Yaoqiang and Niu Wan felt a chill in their hearts. Wu Dai regarded Di Anlan with a discerning glance, acknowledging that a wise individual recognizes the shifting tides. Evidently, young Master Di possesses an admirable level of rationality. Their exchange painted a grim tableau, as if they had already sentenced Li Yaoqiang's family to death. Di Anlan's previous lover had been ousted by Li Qiyan in a similar fashion, and she was acutely aware of this man's callousness. Yet, Li Qiyan could hardly fathom that the wretched woman, now begging on the ground, had so swiftly transformed from a stranger into her own reflection. What, indeed, was the cause of this turn of events? Mere minutes ago, her family had held the upper hand, with Wu Dai and Di Anlan standing as their allies. How could everything change in the blink of an eye? Li Qiyan grappled with confusion, unable to comprehend the reality that had unfolded. In despair, she clutched her head, struggling to accept this new truth. This girl has lost her mind. Someone, take her away. Ignoring Li Qiyan's anguished cries, Wu De showed no sign of compassion and promptly ordered her removal. Turning to Li Qiuchan, he remarked, Miss Li, although this is a matter for your family, I cannot refrain from intervening. The deceit and mockery from Li Yaochang's family have incited my ire. How do you intend to address them? I stand ready to assist you. Chapter 72. A Muvarai Wu Da endeavored to portray himself as a victim of deceit, seeking to align with Li Qiuchan to avoid further repercussions from Yi Chen. Li Qiuchan remained silent, for she understood that Wu Deyi's words were less for her benefit and more for Yi Chen's ears. Thus, her response held little significance for Wu Deyi. What mattered was Yi Chen's perspective. Although Li Qiuchan remained unaware of Yi Chen's true identity and the merits that commanded Wu Deyi's subservience, this was inconsequential. What mattered was the resolution of the matter. Yi Chen showed no desire for gratitude or acclaim, as though these events were mere trifles to him, unworthy of excessive concern. Previously, Li Qiuchan viewed Yi Chen as a capable individual, skilled in medicine and knowledgeable in geomancy, yet of ambiguous origin. At this moment, however, she regarded him as an extraordinary figure, one whose reputation transcended the confines of Jinling, perhaps in realms unknown to her. Yi Chen was a figure of awe and unattainable strength. After all, Wu De had previously traversed the provincial city with impunity, unafraid of any challenge. Yet, upon merely hearing Yi Chen's name, Wu De had been rendered nearly paralyzed with fear, retreating repeatedly, indicating an underlying truth that eluded her understanding. Despite Wu Deyi's abundance of flattering words, Yi Chen displayed no inclination to listen, instead choosing to stand aside and indulge in food. Left with no option, Wu De cast a desperate glance at Li Qiuchan for assistance. To his dismay, Li Qiuchan awaited Yi Chen's response, showing no desire to speak. This left Wu De in an awkward predicament. He hesitated to solicit Yi Chen's favor and continued to address Li Qiuchan with humility. Miss Li, do you harbor any grievances regarding my apology? Or is my sincerity insufficient? Please, present any conditions, and I shall gladly comply. Wu De's expression was one of despair, more lamentable than tears. Li Qiuchan paused, ultimately seeking Yi Chen's opinion. What do you think? She asked. Yi Chen shrugged. This is your family matter. What is it to me? His message was clear. He wished for Li Qiuchan to take the lead. Upon hearing this, Wu De's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Li Qiuchan, as if his very existence hinged upon her decision. At that moment, Li Chengkong interjected, You truly lack decisiveness, asking him what he thinks. Does he possess any understanding? In my opinion, Director Wu has shown great sincerity and made significant concessions. Do not prolong this further. Wu Deyi's expression turned to one of bewilderment, casting a glare at Li Chengkong, silently cursing. What right do you have to speak here? Although Li Qiuchan found her father's authoritative demeanor distasteful, she acknowledged it as a reasonable compromise. Director Wu, this incident was merely a misunderstanding. I recognize your integrity in handling matters fairly. You did not heed their slander, but instead came to our aid, for which I am profoundly grateful. Now that the matter has concluded, let us all enjoy the banquet. Wu De sighed in relief. Indeed, Miss Li, your generosity is remarkable. I shall not impede your enjoyment any longer. Please, indulge as you wish, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, Wu De wiped the cold sweat from his brow, resembling a man who had narrowly escaped disaster, and hastily departed. This spectacle left the attending guests in stunned silence. Nyo clenched her teeth and grasped Li Yaochang's arm, declaring, Let us leave. Today's events were not a natural disaster, but rather a calamity of our own making. We have ultimately misstepped. Before departing, the couple cast a glance back at Dianlan, who had no interest in acknowledging them and instead turned to rejoin another group of friends. Li Yaochang understood that the chance for his daughter and this man was likely lost. Prolonging the entanglement would serve only to diminish his own worth. With a sense of resignation, the couple departed, only to find Li Qiyan, battered and bruised, being dragged out by those who had seized her. Wah! Mom, Dad, please stand up for me. Where is Dianlan? Did he not come out with you? Has he abandoned me? Witnessing her daughter still clinging to hope, Nyoan felt a surge of frustration. Is this not humiliating enough? Come with me. The family had arrived in high spirits. Yet their departure was marked by an overwhelming sense of disgrace, a truly lamentable turn of events. In contrast, Li Chengkong and Ima Jing surrounded Li Qiuchan with cheerful exuberance, inquiring curiously, Qiuchan, did you have prior dealings with Wu De? Li Qiuchan replied coolly, Did you not hear him mock me when I initially stood my ground? His earlier indifference is perplexing. What prompted such a sudden change in attitude? With a disdainful huff, she dismissed her foolish father, beckoning Li Shi and Yi Chen to leave. Li Chengkong was taken aback by his daughter's audacity to defy him, especially in such a public setting, feeling that his paternal authority had been challenged. And his displeasure mounted. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Did I permit you to leave? At that moment, Li Chengkong and Ima Jing remained oblivious to the peril their daughter had narrowly escaped due to their earlier foolish actions against Yi Chen. The trio's synchronized departure left both Ma Jing and Li Qinkong seething with anger. Truly, a turn of fate most unfortunate. The current generation of children seems oblivious to the teachings of respect, daring to exhibit such rudeness towards their own parents. Where could they have possibly learned this? It must be that scoundrel Yi Chen who has led them astray. Li Qiuchan, no matter how formidable you may be, or how humble the leader of Wu Lian may treat you, you are still our child. Do not put on airs before us. Chapter 73. Sisters at war. After stepping outside, the three did not leave immediately, but rather sought a quiet place to sit down. Basking in the moonlight as they engaged in light conversation, Li Shishir yawned and was the first to speak. Ah, finally a moment of peace. Those people earlier were chattering away, giving me a headache. Li Qiuchan, uncharacteristically amiable, remarked to Li Shishir, you performed quite well today. All those allowances I've given you were not in vain. Humph, Li Shishir pouted, still feeling a bit disgruntled about being treated like a servant recently. With the circumstances of living with Li Qiuchan and Yi Chen, she could hardly retort. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head after all. Yi Chen, did you know Wu Dai beforehand? Li Qiuchan inquired, her tone curious rather than aggressive, eager to uncover the truth. Naturally, Yi Chen could not confess. Do not deceive me. I heard you clearly tell Wu Dai that he had called you before, Li Qiuchan pressed, digging deeper. Upon hearing this, Wu Dai's demeanor shifted immediately. Are you still claiming you two have never been in contact? Yi Chen chuckled suddenly. That was merely a ruse, a bluff, do you understand? Who would have thought that this fellow would actually feel guilty and change his attitude? I find that quite astonishing. Yi Chen's words were evidently deceitful, and Li Qiuchan felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped that after all they had been through together, Yi Chen would feel comfortable enough to open up to her. Yet he still held back. Despite knowing that such reticence likely stemmed from his own considerations, it left Li Qiuchan feeling uneasy. Did Yi Chen see her merely as a delicate flower, one to share joy but not hardship? Li Qiuchan genuinely wished to move forward with Yi Chen. Yet the lack of even basic trust between them made the prospect of a shared future seem distant. Alas, Li Qiuchan, do not be disheartened. Knowing these truths may only burden you, a voice in her mind echoed. Wu Dai is a clever man. As long as he perceives the depth of our relationship, he will dare not overstep. What truly merits our scrutiny now is the nature of the benefits Li Yaqiang offered Wu Dai when attempting to win him over. Wu Dai is no fool. He would not entangle himself in such murky waters without a compelling reason. Although I may have muddied the waters this time, it does not imply that your crisis has been averted. Caution is still paramount. Yi Chen was a man of foresight, contemplating that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Upon hearing his thoughts, Li Qiuchan felt as if she had been struck with a sudden realization. Standing there momentarily stunned. In her earlier joy at narrowly escaping danger, she had failed to consider this vital error. Similarly, Yi Chen's sentiments filled her with both happiness and sorrow. The joy stemmed from knowing that Yi Chen cared for her and was considering her well-being. The sorrow arose from the realization that he seemed to regard her as a fragile rose requiring protection, rather than a partner capable of facing challenges side by side. Li Shishir, unable to hear Yi Chen's inner thoughts and unaware of Li Qiuchan's turmoil, sensed an odd atmosphere between them. Without warning, Yi Chen swiftly departed, leaving no time for either Li Qiuchan or Li Shishir to react. Sister, he isn't going to the restroom, is he? Li Shishir questioned, not easily deceived. Yi Chen's hasty exit indicated he had other matters to attend to. Li Qiuchan nodded, I doubt it. Perhaps he has gone to find Wu Dai. Then why are we sitting here? Let us follow him and uncover the truth. Li Shishir exclaimed, seizing Li Qiuchan's hand and darting in the direction Yi Chen had taken. However, Li Qiuchan was reluctant to follow and seized Li Shishir's arm, saying, since he is unwilling to share, it is clear he does not wish for us to know. If he senses us trailing him, how will we interact with him in the future? Upon hearing this, Li Shishir halted, understanding her sister's perspective. Then let him handle it alone. I say, have you truly developed feelings for Yi Chen? Li Qiuchan rolled her eyes. Please, know your place. Yi Chen is my man, your brother-in-law. I certainly do not wish for any scandalous rumors to arise. Li Shishir crossed her arms, retorting, do not give me that. I was on your side earlier because I wanted to align with Yi Chen. Now that the moment has passed, we are rivals. You and Yi Chen are not legally bound. Do not lay claim to him so easily. Besides, you have treated me poorly, making me do chores at home like a maid. Do not think me easy to bully. If it weren't for the chance to gain favor, I wouldn't want to stay at your place. Li Shishir candidly expressed her ambitions to Li Qiuchan. But I too consider Yi Chen my man. You shall not take him from me. Very well. Let us see what unfolds. As the sisters declared their rivalry, Yi Chen had already located Wu Dai. Wu Dai, having anticipated Yi Chen's visit, had arranged for someone to guide him to an upstairs study for a clandestine meeting. As Yi Chen pushed open the study door, he was met with the sight of Wu Dai kneeling before him. Your Excellency, I was blind and ignorant of Miss Li's connection with you. I nearly caused a grave mistake. I humbly ask for your forgiveness this time. Wu Dai wept, his demeanor stripped of the dignity befitting his position. In truth, he understood that Yi Chen would not take his life over such a trivial matter. It was likely he would be spared. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Yi Chen's character as the Northern Lord. Yi Chen observed Wu Dai's theatrics while settling himself comfortably on a nearby sofa, crossing his legs and pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Noticing this, Wu Dai crawled over and bowed repeatedly before Yi Chen. Enough. You are a man of stature. If I were to truly eliminate you, it would be troublesome to find a replacement. However, while you may evade death, you shall not escape punishment. Answer my questions truthfully. Should you dare to conceal anything, I will not hesitate to find someone to take your place. Yes, Your Excellency, please ask. I shall speak without reservation. Wu Dai trembled, no longer daring to scheme. He sighed heavily, kneeling with a dejected expression. Your Excellency, please understand. I, Wu Dai, have navigated the business world for years. I could never afford to offend a small company like Jinling. In truth, it was not merely Li Yaoqiang seeking collaboration. Rather, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. I was compelled to engage in this unworthy act to fulfill the tasks assigned to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Though I have not navigated the business world, do you presume me to be a fool easily deceived? You wish to shift the blame onto the Li Group, an entity you yourself disdain. Do you truly believe those above will take heed? As Yi Chen's expression darkened, Wu Dai, frightened, immediately knelt upright and hastily declared, No. My Lord Beiwang, it was my failure to articulate clearly. The task assigned from above is unrelated to the Li Group. It concerns the fate of Jinling. The fate of Jinling? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Continue. Recently, numerous overseas forces have cast their covetous eyes upon the fate of Jinling, Wu Dai continued. They hope to weaken its fortune to influence the national destiny of Huaxia. Those above regard this matter with utmost seriousness, and after investigation, they have determined that this fate is significantly tied to Miss Li. Yi Chen was not surprised by this revelation, for Xuebao had previously conveyed similar sentiments. The very reason she had come to Jinling on a mission was due to this same issue. Was this information relayed to you by those above? Yi Chen rested his chin in contemplation. Those in high positions would not casually disseminate false information, nor would they send Wu Dai on futile errands. This intelligence must be irrefutable, and those privy to it were undoubtedly influential figures. Yet Li Qiuchan remained an outsider, possessing scant knowledge of fate and destiny, to the point of being entirely ignorant. How could such a person possibly influence the fortune of Jinling? Now, with matters unfolding thus, were those above intent on protecting Li Qiuchan or sacrificing her? Yi Chen's silence prompted Wu Dai to believe he doubted his words. He swore to the heavens. My Lord Beiwang, though I may lack moral integrity and be driven solely by profit, I have always remained loyal to those above. Were it not for their directives, I would not have sought trouble with Miss Li. To be honest, despite my collaboration with Li Yaoqiang, my intent was never to harm Miss Li. On the contrary, I aimed to use this opportunity to extricate her from the turmoil of strife, allowing her to recuperate peacefully, away from the limelight. This way, those above could better ensure her safety. Otherwise, I would not have emphasized that even if Li Yaoqiang's family takes over the Li Group, they must duly distribute dividends to the Li Qinggong family. Isn't that so? Yi Chen grunted in acknowledgement, allowing Wu Dai to rise, and resumed his contemplation. He meticulously reviewed the events that had transpired. First, those above inexplicably arranged a leave for him, the Beiwang, under the pretense of fostering his growth and facilitating personal matters. But the true aim was clear, to place him beside Li Qiuchan. Shortly after arriving, matters related to Li Qiuchan and the fate of Jinling began to stir fervently. Various factions sought her out, some wishing her well, others desiring her downfall, all of which unfolded beneath his very gaze. The more Yi Chen pondered, the more he felt as though he were being used as a pawn. Perhaps those orchestrating this were targeting him rather than Li Qiuchan. A nascent suspicion flickered in Yi Chen's mind. However, the scant evidence at hand rendered this suspicion far from a certainty. To uncover the true puppet master and their intentions, a meticulous investigation was essential, unraveling all threads of inquiry. Enough, I have grasped the situation. With my protection over Li Qiuchan, you need not concern yourself further with this matter. Wu Dai heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, my Lord Beiwang, he exclaimed. Heaven knows how troubled Wu Dai had been, fearing the repercussions of failing the task assigned by those above might cost him his life. Yi Chen had alleviated his worries. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. As the head of the business alliance, you must bear your responsibilities, Yi Chen cautioned. I am unaware of the situation in the provincial capital, but from what I observe here in Jinling, there are numerous companies engaged in wrongdoing. If they continue unchecked, many promising small enterprises will suffer, and the underbelly of business will proliferate, stifling capable newcomers in a vicious cycle. Indeed, my Lord Beiwang, your admonition is well taken. Wu Dai nodded earnestly, fortified by the assurance that the most pressing issue had been addressed. Now I must take my leave. The rest is for you to manage, Yi Chen concluded. My Lord Beiwang, do you require an escort? Wu Dai inquired eagerly. No need. In the presence of outsiders, you may address me by name or as Mr. Yi. But ensure my identity remains concealed, understood? Yi Chen reiterated one last time before departing. Understood, my Lord Beiwang. You can rest assured. I will not err. Wu Dai swiftly adopted the new terms, demonstrating he was indeed a teachable individual. Satisfied, Yi Chen nodded and descended from the building. However, Before he could reunite with the two women, he encountered Lu Qingxin. Mr. Yi, you are here too? Lu Qingxin exclaimed, fluttering to his side like a butterfly upon seeing him. Yi Chun, however, displayed a lack of interest, responding nonchalantly. Oh, it's you. Here for the banquet? Lu Qingxin felt a twinge of discomfort at his indifferent demeanor, a consequence of her and her parents' own making. It was hardly fair to blame anyone else. Yi Chun had selflessly saved her twice, yet she had responded with an air of superiority. Over the past few days, she had reflected on her behavior, growing increasingly resentful of herself. Had their positions been reversed, she knew she could not have matched Yi Chun's grace. Though Lu Qingxin possessed captivating beauty and elegance, Yi Chun barely acknowledged her, wishing only to dismiss her quickly. Sensing his coldness, Lu Qingxin felt even more disheartened. Yi Chun, do you truly despise me so much that you cannot even spare me a glance? Today, Lu Qingxin had donned a splendid golden fringed dress, showcasing her curves exquisitely. Earlier in the banquet hall, countless men had approached her, eager to curry favor with such a stunning woman. Yet Lu Qingxin showed no interest. Especially after spotting Li Qiuchan and Li Shishir, her sole focus had been on finding Yi Chun. She surmised that if those two women were present, Yi Chun was likely there as well. After a diligent search, she finally located him. Do not misunderstand, I have never harbored any grievance against you, Yi Chun replied coolly. Lu Qingxin, genuinely remorseful, lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of soberness. There is no need for that. We are merely strangers who crossed paths. It is entirely natural for you to distrust me, Yi Chun stated, standing with hands clasped behind his back. You have compensated me handsomely. It suffices as a form of spiritual restitution, so there is no need for such guilt. Yi Chun produced the check Lu Qingxin had previously given him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lu Qingxin felt as though she were being publicly humiliated, her cheeks flushing crimson. Mr. Yi, please do not mock me, she implored. In all honesty, this sum is hardly substantial, and I should not demean you by offering money.
Nay.
Yi Chun interjected quickly. Accepting money is hardly an affront. It brings me joy. Rest assured, as long as the money is in place, my generosity knows no bounds. It is best for you to maintain your haughty demeanor. After all, as long as the compensation is sufficient, I shall not take it to heart. Chapter 75. It turns out I have so many virtues. Although Yi Chun didn't really have any personal need for money, his basic necessities were all taken care of by Li Qiuchan. Having money in hand certainly imbued him with a sense of confidence and satisfaction. Lu Qingxin looked up and caught sight of Yi Chun's sincere expression, leaving her both amused and perplexed. Surely, Mr. Yi, Miss Li does not treat you so poorly that you would regard this small sum with such disdain? Who would ever turn down money? I am quite the money enthusiast. The more, the better. Seeing Yi Chun joke with her, Lu Qingxin finally felt a sense of relief. It seems Miss Li truly treats you well. No wonder you are willing to stay by her side. When do you two plan to marry? Her tone, tinged with envy, went unnoticed by Yi Chun, who was oblivious to her feelings. Marry? Who said we were getting married? That's simply not the case. Not getting married? Yi Chun continued earnestly. Oh, I am merely residing with her due to a lack of alternatives. Furthermore, Miss Li has recently encountered some rather peculiar individuals, which poses a potential danger. My presence serves as a form of protection. Yi Chun chose not to mention the engagement, as he had no desire to be seen as a mere dependent. The thought of being a live-in son-in-law was far too embarrassing. So you're merely a bodyguard. Lu Qingxin couldn't suppress her laughter, her amusement evident on her face.
Indeed.
That is correct, just a bodyguard. Yi Chun affirmed. That is splendid. So our engagement can still be honored, then? Lu Qingxin's words left Yi Chun momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated continuing any engagement with her. There were still several engagements with his elder that he hadn't managed to dissolve. Why would he want to revisit one that he had painstakingly annulled? Yi Chun felt overwhelmed. He had no intention of being caught in a whirlwind of romantic entanglements. Why the surprise? Do you truly find me so distasteful? Lu Qingxin retorted. Yi Chun hastily replied, It's not that I dislike you. But did we not agree that you would give me money to annul the engagement? I have reconsidered. It is unreasonable to spend a sum for two purposes. Besides, I no longer wish to break our engagement. It remains intact, and you are still my fiancée, E. Lu Qingxin's resolve was clear, leaving Yi Chun utterly speechless. This cannot stand, Miss Lu. We were in agreement. Who said we were in agreement? Lu Qingxin shot back, her tone defiant. Even if you wish to annul our engagement, I would never consent. I have resolved to pursue you. From this day forth, you are my idol. Unless you agree to continue our engagement and be with me, I shall never relent. Lu Qingxin was determined, casting aside any semblance of hesitation. Miss Lu, did we not agree that you found me lacking in various ways? Why the change now? That was in the past. I was not in my right mind then, but I am now. Lu Qingxin pouted, her expression one of regret. You have no idea how much I have regretted it these past few days. You are not only handsome, but also possess a strong sense of justice. Having saved me upon our first meeting, despite my misunderstandings and my family's unreasonable behavior, you did not stoop to our level and saved my life once more. Today, as we met again, I apologized, and you instantly forgave me, even offering many kind words to reassure me. I now see that your abilities, character, appearance, and personality are all exceptional. If I were to miss out on a man like you, I would surely regret it for the rest of my life. One must admit, Lu Qingxin was quite adept at flattery. As she spoke, Yi Chen felt a surge of elation. His spirits lifted. It seems I possess so many virtues. Indeed. Therefore, I must pursue you relentlessly until I achieve my goal. Lu Qingxin nodded vigorously, reaffirming her stance. Yi Chen sighed. Alas, the current crop of men is rather unimpressive. And while I do not consider myself extraordinary, finding someone better than me is indeed a challenge. Precisely. So, do not reject me any further. Lu Qingxin smiled sweetly, willing to say anything to keep Yi Chen in good spirits. The distance between them seemed to diminish significantly, dispelling the previous air of mutual disdain and awkwardness. Yet, even so, Yi Chen did not relent. However, Miss Lu, although you have praised me to the heavens, let's not rush to restore our engagement. Let us interact as friends for now. I agree. Before Yi Chen could finish his thought, Lu Qingxin nodded decisively. Even if we only remain friends, as long as we are not enemies, that is sufficient. With enough persistence, I am certain I will win your heart. Lu Qingxin clenched her fists earnestly, indicating her genuine intent to pursue Yi Chen. Yi Chen recognized that further discussion would be futile. They were speaking at cross purposes. Moreover, with Lu Qingxin in high spirits, the more he resisted, the more determined she became. Suit yourself. As they spoke, a man approached them. Qingxin, there you are. I've been searching for you everywhere. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qingxin's smile vanished, and she rolled her eyes at the man before Yi Chen. Yi Chen, perplexed, turned to regard the newcomer. The man was rather handsome, albeit somewhat flamboyant, wearing sunglasses at night and adorned in a striking silver suit, drawing attention for all the wrong reasons. Though they had yet to converse, Yi Chen sensed that this fellow was rather ostentatious. What do you want? Lu Qingxin asked, her disdain evident, offering him no courtesy. The man, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, Qingxin, your words are rather hurtful. I have been studying abroad, where conditions are far better than here. I have made many sacrifices for you, yet you seem indifferent, favoring this gigolo in the corner instead of speaking with me. Is that not a bit excessive? His opening remarks painted him as a victim while disparaging Yi Chen as a gigolo. Such arrogance revolted Yi Chen. The man's claims of sacrifice felt like moral coercion, and coupled with his garish attire and self-importance, Yi Chen had already formed a clear opinion of him. Can you speak normally, Wu Hang? Lu Qingxin retorted, known for her sharp tongue. Faced with such an irritating suitor, she was even less inclined to hold back. However, Wu Hang, undeterred by her harshness, leaned in with a smile. You're just saying that out of anger. If I were to leave, you would surely miss me. You always speak with a forked tongue. Only I am willing to indulge you. If it were someone else, they would surely be angered. Chapter 76. The man below Wu Hang not only found an escape for himself, but also lectured Lu Qingxin in an exceedingly greasy and paternalistic manner. It was not just Lu Qingxin. Even Yi Chen, who was listening nearby, frowned in disapproval. How could such a person exist among men? No wonder Lu Qingxin spoke so highly of herself. Wu Hang, do you not comprehend human language? Why are you perpetually so self-satisfied? Let me clarify. I bear no ulterior motives towards you, nor am I engaging in flirtation. When I declare my disdain for you, it is genuine. When I tell you to leave, I wish for you to go as far away as possible. I am currently conversing with my friend and wish to ignore you. So, I kindly ask you to distance yourself. At this moment, Lu Qingxin was on the verge of an outburst, the veins on her forehead throbbing with frustration. Yet, Wu Hang was entirely oblivious to her words, convinced that she was merely playing hard to get. With a silly grin, he leaned in and said, Qingxin, I shall not depart. My affection for you is unwavering. I know you are merely testing my resolve. By the way, is this your new friend? I have never seen him before. What is your name? You appear rather unfamiliar. Wu Hang approached Yi Chen, addressing him as though he were the host of the gathering. I am Yi Chen. Oh, you are Yi. I have indeed not heard of you, Wu Hang proclaimed condescendingly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Hang. Previously studying abroad. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. While Jinling may not be a commercial metropolis, to label it as a backwater would be excessively harsh. Moreover, with the current state of affairs overseas, one could easily discern the truth through mere online searches. What could possibly justify such an inflated sense of superiority? I do not perceive this place as a backwater. I visited Jinling in my childhood, and though I have not returned in over a decade, the changes are substantial. And it will only continue to improve, correct? Wu Hang replied with a chuckle. I say, my brother, you who remain in the country are all of this mindset, speaking with such a stale tone. My father says the same. Whenever I mention how splendid it is abroad, he pulls out his phone to show me the news. Truth be told, those who lead miserable lives are merely impoverished fools. They do not deserve a good life anywhere. I am wealthy, possessing luxury cars and villas. I would never associate with such inferior beings. Wu Hang boasted, provoking a strong urge in Yi Chen to punch him, just as he was contemplating how. Despite Wu Hang's shortcomings, his father possessed a degree of insight. Lu Qingxin interjected, his father is Wu Dai. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe Wu Dai's son could be so foolish. Although Wu Dai was not without his flaws, he was astute and understood the value of adapting to circumstances. In stark contrast, his son Wu Heng was utterly absurd, lacking any semblance of intelligence. Wu Heng, upon hearing Lu Qingxin mention his father, pouted and continued, "Oh dear.
Let us not speak of him.
He merely holds a minor leadership position, busying himself as if it were of great importance. Though I cannot tell if his busyness is genuine or feigned. In my opinion, he should never have invested in such a trivial locale. He ought to redirect his funds overseas and allow me to." Lu Qingxin, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Wu Heng, could you possibly cease your incessant babbling? I had no intention of discussing you, but your comments are simply ludicrous. Were it not for my absolute limits being tested, I would never speak so harshly. After all, despite Wu Heng's many flaws, he is still Wu Dai's son. Furthermore, other than being a tad vain and sometimes lacking tact, he is not inherently malicious and has committed no grave offenses." Wu Heng, feeling somewhat aggrieved by Lu Qingxin's reprimand, pouted and replied, "Qingxin, look at you. Having stayed in the country for so long, you have become somewhat antiquated. You do not understand how open-minded the girls abroad are. Conversely, you have been excessively reserved. I have pursued you for so long, yet you have shown no response, which truly saddens me." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxin was nearly driven to laughter from her frustration. "Do you not comprehend? My lack of response is precisely because I do not harbor feelings for you. If I were to like you,
I could be quite open about it.
Furthermore, let me inform you that I have already set my sights on someone else, so please refrain from approaching me." Upon hearing this, Wu Heng's entire demeanor drooped. "Impossible, this cannot be. Who else but me is deserving of you? Qingxin, do not deceive yourself. Even if you wish to test my sincerity, there is no need to utter such hurtful words. Or could it be that the person you actually like is me, and you are only saying this to evoke feelings of joy and sorrow in me?" Yi Chen, listening to Wu Heng's words, could only conclude that this fellow must either be foolishly naive or utterly deluded. After all, with Wu Dai's keen intellect, how could he have raised such a misguided son? Lu Qingxin, feeling utterly exasperated, bit her lip and said, "Wu Heng, cease your delusions. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I have never liked you. In fact, I find you somewhat distasteful. The one I truly admire is him. I am determined to pursue him, and I firmly believe that one day we will wed. So, please do not harbor any further fantasies." Unlike Li Qiuchan's reserved demeanor, Lu Qingxin was passionate and candid, speaking her mind openly, without reservation. Wu Heng was well aware of this, and thus when she resolutely declared her intentions toward Yi Chen, he was left utterly stunned. After a brief moment, Wu Heng turned to glare at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "I cannot believe I was here foolishly calling you my brother, only for you to usurp my romantic interest. You are quite the schemer, befriending me to disarm me before stealing my partner. This is intolerable." Yi Chen, taken aback by this accusation, was baffled. When had he ever deceived Wu Heng? It had always been Wu Heng monopolizing the conversation, self-promoting as if he were the protagonist in a Shakespearean drama, leaving Yi Chen struggling to keep pace. However, through all of this, Yi Chen began to see the truth. Wu Heng was likely just a spoiled, delusional youth rather than a malicious individual. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. If they were not meant to be, what could be done? Brotherhood is a lifelong commitment, and to let a woman come between them would be nothing short of laughable. Lu Qingxin watched in disbelief as Yi Chen and Wu Heng chummily linked arms, utterly bemused. He was genuinely playing along with Wu Heng's antics. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wu Heng seemed to be touched, letting out a deep sigh as he remarked, "They say brothers are like limbs, while women are like garments. I have always disagreed with the sentiment. Yet, given the current circumstances, it does appear to hold some truth. I was too naive, unaware that you two had formed a connection unbeknownst to me. My heart is troubled. I truly feel the weight of this sorrow." Chapter 77. I am truly distressed. Yi Chen, hearing this, sighed deeply and said, "Dear brother, I understand your sorrow, but I am also at a loss. It is indeed a rare occurrence that a wealthy lady has taken a liking to me and bestowed upon me such a considerable sum of money. How could I possibly allow the insinuation that I am merely with her for her wealth?" Upon hearing this, Wu Heng immediately seized upon the crux of the matter, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Chen, with a grave demeanor, nodded and declared, "Indeed, I am but a man swayed by money. It is the simplest thing to acquire in this world. Why should I lower myself for it? To betray a brother for mere coins, you truly are despicable. Is it just money? Do you think I lack it? Come, I shall give you money." With that, Wu Heng waved his hand grandly, pulled out a checkbook, and without hesitation, signed a substantial check for 500,000 for Yi Chen. "Here is the money. If it is indeed wealth that binds you to her, now that I have presented you with it, you ought to part ways with her, no?" Yi Chen's heart surged with elation. Why should these two not be together? They are a match made in heaven, the male and female deities of wealth united. What a splendid union. Turning to Lu Qingxin, with tears glistening in his eyes, he remarked, "Sister-in-law, Hengge is truly a good man. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you two that prevents you from being together. You should communicate openly and resolve it. Lu Qingxin observed Yi Chen's sycophantic demeanor and could not suppress a scoff. It dawned on her that Yi Chen had never intended to assist her in extricating herself from Wu Hang. Rather, he sought to profit from both sides. How clever of him. Yet, despite recognizing Yi Chen's shamelessness, Lu Qingxin found herself inexplicably drawn to him, amused by his unabashed greed. Unlike certain hypocritical individuals who only spouted grandiose platitudes while engaging in underhanded dealings, Yi Chen embodied a certain authenticity in his desires. However, Lu Qingxin would not be outdone. After all, was it not merely money? She was not lacking in that regard. Thus, she too produced her checkbook and swiftly penned a check for 1 million, thrusting it into Yi Chen's hands. I have my own. Do you not listen to whoever offers more? My offer exceeds his by a full measure. So should you not heed my words now? Yi Chen, overjoyed with yet another check in hand, could hardly contain his delight. Excellent. Truly splendid. If these two continue to bicker, I shall surely come into great fortune. Of course, I must listen to you, brother. I shall heed both your words and sister-in-law's. But why must you two quarrel? We are all family. I regard Hengo as a big brother, and you as my dear sister-in-law. The way you two are at odds leaves me quite perplexed. I find myself in a most difficult position.
Yi Chen fine agony.
Crouching down with his head in his hands. Before doing so, he discreetly slipped both checks into his pocket, unwilling to part with even one. Wu Hang and Lu Qingxin, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly miss Yi Chen's intent. He was only angling for more money. How fortuitous, for both Wu Hang and Lu Qingxin were never short of funds. They each retrieved their checkbooks once more, synchronously beginning to sign. Just as the fresh checks were poised to reach Yi Chen's grasp, the butler, who had been shadowing Wu Da-yi, suddenly interjected. Young master, do not cause a commotion here. Miss Lu, do have some restraint. The butler forcefully separated the two. Then approached Yi Chen to apologize, saying, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. Commander Wu was quite agitated by the scene earlier and uttered many inappropriate remarks, causing you distress. I am truly sorry. Following this, the butler seized Wu Hang by the collar and dragged him away, his expression akin to one who wished to flay Wu Hang alive. Unhand me? What offense have I committed? I even offered him money. He was quite pleased. Wu Hang shouted, but his protests fell on deaf ears. Lu Qingxin, standing tall like a victor, chuckled lightly. After Wu Hang's departure, she stowed her checkbook and coolly addressed Yi Chen. In the struggle of desires, the fisherman profits. Today you have indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. It is only Wu Hang's folly that allowed you to manipulate him so easily. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, merely smirked. He thought to himself, do I not possess a check you provided as well? Surely you do not think you have profited more than Wu Hang. However, what perplexed Lu Qingxin further was the butler's apparent fear of Yi Chen as he acted on behalf of Wu Da-yi. From the butler's tone, it was evident that Wu Da-yi harbored a distinct apprehension towards Yi Chen, going to great lengths to appease him. What could possibly be the reason? What merit does Yi Chen possess to evoke such respect from Wu Da-yi, a figure of considerable influence in the provincial city? Her thoughts drifted to Yi Chen's remarkable medical prowess and extraordinary martial skills, and she began to suspect that he might not be as simple as she had initially presumed. For a moment, she could not articulate her thoughts. She gazed at Yi Chen with a mixture of curiosity and expectation, hoping he might provide some insight. Yet Yi Chen feigned ignorance, seemingly unaware of her scrutiny. That Wu Da-yi is truly insufferable. He nearly thwarted my chance at acquiring more wealth. Yi Chen exclaimed in frustration, carefully smoothing out the crumpled checks he had retrieved, fearful that any damage might prevent their redemption. Lu Qingxin laughed lightly. Do not feign ignorance. While I may not know your connection with Wu Da-yi, it is clear from the butler's demeanor that he harbors considerable fear of you. If you truly wish to ask him for money, would he dare refuse? Lu Qingxin, with her keen intellect, had unwittingly revealed the truth. Yi Chen shrugged and replied, that is not the same. What you suggest requires me to ask directly, whereas now money is simply falling into my hands. Opportunities like this are rare. Yi Chen's expression of disappointment elicited another laugh from Lu Qingxin. Enough of that. Your brother may be useless, but you still have me, your sister-in-law. This comment was laced with sarcasm, mocking Yi Chen for earlier addressing her as sister-in-law. Though Yi Chen understood the jest, he chose to play coy, saying, oh, so you readily accept the title of sister-in-law? What a pity Wu Hang was whisked away. Otherwise, he would surely be overjoyed. Lu Qingxin retorted, what do you mean? Do you truly wish to acknowledge him as your brother? At her words, Yi Chen instantly lost his composure, momentarily taken aback. Of course not. He is far too foolish. I would never truly consider him a brother. Their laughter filled the air, Lu Qingxin's mirth causing her to double over in delight. Let us refrain from irritating one another. Perhaps we should discuss something more substantial. Yet, before Lu Qingxin could finish her thought, Yi Chen glanced at the time and exclaimed, oh dear, I cannot linger any longer. With that, he turned to leave, but Lu Qingxin was not so easily deterred. She grasped his arm and insisted, do not attempt to evade me. I know full well what kind of person Li Qiuchan is. She would not be so easily fooled as you suggest. If you must go, at least leave me your phone number. If I cannot reach you, I shall be left to chance. Without securing his number, She refused to let Yi Chen depart. In a state of resignation, Yi Chen reluctantly provided his phone number to Lu Qingxin. After obtaining the number, Lu Qingxin shook the checkbook in her hand and remarked, "Remember, you have accepted my money." "All right, I understand," he replied. Chapter 78. Understanding the reason as we sat there. The wind nearly froze us to death. Li Shishir, in her delicate manner, could not resist pinching her cheek. "Stop making things up. I didn't have an upset stomach. I merely encountered someone on the road and exchanged a few pleasantries." "Mr. Li, I have something to inquire of you," Yi Chen said after hastily explaining. He then turned serious and asked Li Qiuchan, "Have you heard of the Jinling Qi line?" Yi Chen was seldom so solemn, and Li Qiuchan sensed that the matter was of great significance. She pondered carefully, yet no information regarding the Jinling Qi line could be retrieved from her mind. She had never heard of it. What is this Qi line? Is it a geographical concept? Upon hearing her question, Yi Chen's mind began to race with calculations. As expected, Li Qiuchan was an outsider, completely unaware of the implications involved. Under these circumstances, the entanglement surrounding the Jinling Qi Yun line must surely be a rumor. But why would those old-timers from Yanjing create such a rumor to harm others? Though they are aging and some may have lost their sharpness, surely they would not stoop so low as to endanger an innocent person like Li Qiuchan? Could there be deeper motives at play?
Yi Chen pondered endlessly.
Unable to grasp why Li Qiuchan was being linked to this matter or what those old fellows were after, Li Qiuchan listened intently to Yi Chen's thoughts, growing increasingly perplexed. What was he thinking? How could the Qi Yun line have anything to do with her? What did it mean to push her forward to meet danger? Hadn't those assassins been hired by her uncle to seize control of the company? Or was there someone else involved? Recently, when you go out, try to take me with you. Even if it's inconvenient, be cautious when alone. Besides your commute, avoid other activities as much as possible. Someone may wish to do you harm. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, although Li Qiuchan felt a twinge of anxiety, she feigned nonchalance and joked, "Don't worry. I'll definitely take you wherever I go, as long as you don't run off on your own for too long." Yi Chen, upon hearing this, touched his nose. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Li Shishir, from the side, chimed in with a hint of envy. "Exactly. You two are practically inseparable now. My sister's comfort is undoubtedly all tied to you." At her words, Yi Chen suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Those old fellows must have anticipated that he would stay close to Li Qiuchan, which was why such rumors were spread. In truth, their real target was not Li Qiuchan but himself. However, this only deepened the mystery. If they truly wanted him on a mission, why not simply deny him a break? What need was there for such convoluted schemes? Although the intentions of those old-timers remained unclear, it was evident that Li Qiuchan was being used. The realization filled Yi Chen with guilt. He had thought himself a protector of Li Qiuchan, but it turned out that if it weren't for his involvement, she wouldn't have had to endure such harrowing experiences. Ultimately, he was the one who had implicated her. Yet if this were true, then it raised further questions. How could those old-timers have known he would seek out Li Qiuchan? Could it be that his master and senior sisters were also conspiring with the old-timers from Yanjing against him? What could be the purpose behind such a grand scheme? The more Yi Chen thought, the more convoluted the situation became, leaving him utterly perplexed. However, the thought of being manipulated stirred a deep discontent within him. Those old-timers dared to conspire against him. Surely he had been too affable lately, allowing them to act so brazenly. Once this matter was resolved, he would ensure they understood that he was not so easily trifled with. As for his master and senior sisters, how could they turn against him to aid outsiders? Especially those senior sisters, who had even risked their own reputations to coax him down the mountain. This was truly absurd. Anger and frustration coursed through Yi Chen, while Li Qiuchan gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his erratic thoughts. What was he even thinking? Why was he so scattered in his focus? Li Qiuchan was unaware of Yi Chen's master, senior sisters, or his connections to Yanjing, leaving her bewildered by his musings. Yet one thing was clear. Yi Chen was exceedingly angry, to the point of almost exploding. Noticing Yi Chen's grim expression, Li Shishir took the initiative to ask, "Brother-in-law, why do you look so troubled? Is something wrong?" Realizing he was still in the presence of Li Shishir and Li Qiuchan, Yi Chen could only swallow his frustration and respond with a faint smile. "It's nothing. Just recalled something suddenly. Let us go. One must focus on the present." Although uncertain of who might disrupt their lives next, the priority was to safeguard Li Qiuchan, ensuring that this innocent individual did not become embroiled in turmoil because of him. As for the hidden truths lurking behind the scenes, they would have to be unraveled once the dust settled. Yi Chen, being a responsible individual, had initially been unaware of why Li Qiuchan was ensnared in this turmoil. Now, knowing she faced danger because of him, he felt a surge of guilt. No matter who sought to harm her, he vowed to confront them with unwavering resolve, leaving none unscathed. This also provided him an opportunity to vent his pent-up anger while eliminating the foreign assassins, a welcome release. At this moment, Yi Chen felt no concern about potential threats. In fact, he eagerly anticipated their arrival, ready to unleash his frustrations. As time flew by, the morning of the next day arrived. Yi Chen requested a leave of absence from Li Qiuchan, deciding not to go to the company. After all, he had promised to aid Liu Benwei in overcoming his tribulations and could not go back on his word. Though Li Qiuchan was unaware of Yi Chen's intentions, she willingly agreed to his request, appreciating his initiative. They each set off on their respective journeys. Li Qiuchan sped away in her sports car, while Yi Chen took a taxi to the Golden House. Lu Benwei had received word early on that Yi Chen would be visiting, and thus he awaited his arrival with utmost diligence, not daring to slacken his efforts. The staff in the shop noticed Lu Benwei's early arrival and his flurry of activity, cleaning and preparing as if bracing for an important guest, leaving them puzzled. Why was the boss so anxious? Lu Benwei not only organized but also tidied the already immaculate Golden House, ensuring everything was spotless. In the hearts of the people, Lu Benwei has always been a formidable figure, as steadfast as a mountain. However, today he appeared as restless as a fidgeting schoolboy, which was truly peculiar. Chapter 79. The strong remained strong after waiting for over an hour. A taxi pulled up at the entrance of the Golden House. Upon seeing the person inside the taxi, Lu Benwei instantly perked up. He sprinted forward, his eyes sparkling, and personally opened the car door to welcome the occupant. Mr. Yi, you have finally arrived. At the sound of Lu Benwei's enthusiastic greeting, not only did the staff inside the store glance over, but even the owners of nearby shops leaned out to see who this distinguished guest was that Lu Benwei was waiting for. To everyone's disappointment, the esteemed individual Lu Benwei warmly welcomed turned out to be an ordinary young man who appeared rather unremarkable. His attire could not be described as glamorous. It was, at best, mediocre. Although he wore designer labels, they paled in comparison to Lu Benwei's own refined appearance. However, to say that this individual was devoid of any uniqueness would be an exaggeration. His demeanor exuded a distinct aura that commanded respect. Mr. Yi, I have prepared everything for you. Please step inside. Lu Benwei closed the car door for Yi Chen, bowing slightly as he ushered him into the store.
Yi Chen nodded.
A warm smile gracing his lips as he replied, there is no need for such humility. Our relationship is mutually beneficial. You have assisted me greatly, and it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Benwei's smile faltered momentarily. This was because he felt that Yi Chen did not regard him as an intimate partner, but merely as a transactional counterpart. Although he was aware that their relationship lacked deep emotional ties, Lu Benwei sincerely hoped to cultivate a lasting connection with Yi Chen for future interactions. Yet, Yi Chen's words seemed somewhat aloof, suggesting a lack of desire for a deeper friendship. Despite feeling a twinge of disappointment, Lu Benwei did not show any signs of dissatisfaction. He believed that if he could demonstrate sufficient sincerity, it would only be a matter of time before he won Yi Chen's heart.
Mr. Yi, please do not say that.
Perhaps assisting me with my tribulation is merely a trifling matter for you, but for me, it is a blessing akin to rebirth, one that could benefit my entire family. Such a kindness, even if you choose to overlook it, I shall never forget. Trifles, trifles. Please, lead me to your office. Yi Chen followed Lu Benwei to his office and, upon inspecting the items that Lu Benwei had prepared, nodded with satisfaction. He then instructed Lu Benwei to remove his shirt and proceeded to examine his meridians. This cultivation technique you practice seems rather peculiar. Who did you learn it from? In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, Lu Benwei replied, this is a family secret passed down through generations.
Oh.
However, this method appears quite flawed. Not only is your own constitution lacking, but even a genius would encounter issues if they trained with this technique. Has no one in your family ever faced problems from it? Mr. Yi, you are truly perceptive. However, since this is a technique passed down from our ancestors, we have never questioned it, merely attributing any difficulties to our own lack of comprehension. Furthermore, this method significantly enhances personal strength in the early stages, making it a treasure upon which our family relies for survival. Thus, even amidst doubts, we have continued to practice it through the generations. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, this is reckless. Although this technique has its merits, it is merely a fragment. Should one advance to the middle or later stages, they are bound to suffer from internal turmoil. You are fortunate to have encountered a master who can help guide your energy and clear your meridians. Otherwise, your fate would have been far worse. Lu Benwei was taken aback by Yi Chen's profound insight, nodding vigorously in agreement. Mr. Yi, you truly see through all. In recent years, I have sought various masters in the martial world to assist me in clearing my meridians, even neglecting my own training, feeling guilty towards my ancestors. Yi Chen chuckled. What do you mean by that? Feeling guilty towards your ancestors? If you had perished early without encountering me, that would truly be a disservice to your forebears. Are there any descendants in your family still practicing this technique? Lu Benwei affirmed, yes. Every male and female descendant in our family has begun practicing this technique from a young age. Inform them clearly that once they reach the stage of guiding energy into the acupoints, they must cease further practice. The subsequent methods are flawed and chaotic, which is why your family has consistently encountered issues. All right, please take a seat. I will use silver needles to help guide your energy. At this, Lu Benwei promptly sat cross-legged. Yi Chen rose, took the silver needles, and began to clear Lu Benwei's meridians. Initially, Lu Benwei's expression was one of intense agony. He clenched his jaw tightly, trembling visibly, with his veins fluctuating ominously as if blood was tumultuously surging within him. However, As Yi Chen continuously infused internal energy into Lu Benwei, guiding and clearing the chaotic energy within him, the tumultuous internal forces gradually converged into Lu Benwei's dantian. At first, the energy struggled to merge, igniting a fiery sensation within the dantian, causing Lu Benwei to sweat profusely. Yet, as a refreshing aura enveloped him, the burning sensation began to dissipate, and all the true energy became harmonized and subdued. Lu Benwei's expression gradually calmed, and he exhaled a long breath of turbid energy. Feeling as if he had been reborn, his entire being filled with newfound strength. Not only did he feel lighter, but his senses seemed to have sharpened significantly. He could even hear the conversations of passers-by with astonishing clarity. Lu Benwei was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Although his body could not move, his heart surged with elation. He understood that this was the result of Yi Chen's true energy taking effect, propelling his strength to new heights. This revelation left Lu Benwei in awe of Yi Chen's extraordinary abilities. He had toiled for many years in seclusion, nearly sacrificing his life, yet had never achieved such a level of mastery. Now, it had been effortlessly bestowed upon him by Yi Chen. Lu Benwei was at a loss for how to express his gratitude, and as soon as Yi Chen finished, he immediately turned and knelt before him, bowing deeply several times. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he helped Lu Benwei to his feet. Alright, enough with the kneeling and bowing. I have already stated that our relationship is mutually beneficial, you have aided me greatly, and there is no need for such subservience. Please bring me your family's cultivation method for review. Typically, such ancestral techniques should never be divulged to outsiders, but at this moment, Lu Benwei's trust in Yi Chen had reached unprecedented heights. Moreover, given Yi Chen's exceptional skills, he had no fear of the latter stealing his family's secrets. Lu Benwei quickly opened a hidden chamber and presented the technique to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took out pen and paper, making revisions, and soon handed Lu Benwei a new set of methods. Since your family has been practicing this technique for so long, it would be impractical to simply switch to an entirely different one. Fortunately, this martial art itself is commendable, albeit marred by numerous imperfections. I have now made the necessary adjustments, and if you practice accordingly, you shall not err. However, unlike the younger generation of your family, your body has endured many years of wear and tear, making recovery quite challenging. Though I have assisted you in restructuring your dantian today, remember that deep-seated issues do not vanish overnight. While you engage in your training, you must also prioritize self-care and restoration. Only by first regaining your physical health will you find it easier to achieve breakthroughs in your practice. Upon hearing Yi Chen's earnest counsel, Lu Benwei was nearly moved to tears, kneeling once more before Yi Chen to express his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your life-saving grace and guidance, allowing me to be reborn. Such profound kindness I shall never forget and will not squander. Enough of this kneeling. It puts undue pressure on me and hinders our friendship. Yi Chen chuckled in response. Very well, I shall refrain from further bowing. Mr. Yi, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am willing to go to great lengths, even risking life and limb, to assist you. There's no need to make it sound so grave. In any case, if I need help, I will seek you out, Yi Chen replied, turning away as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Lu Benwei stood by the window, watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, his heart filled with countless emotions. He pondered whether Yi Chen's words were mere pleasantries, or if he would indeed offer further opportunities for connection. Despite Lu Benwei's desire for a deeper relationship with Yi Chen, he understood he was unworthy of such a connection. He could only hope that Yi Chen would genuinely seek his assistance. Otherwise, Lu Benwei would never dare to take the initiative. After all, should he inadvertently offend this extraordinary individual, it would be a grave miscalculation. Chapter 8. The scoundrel husband of the landlady, after taking the entire morning off, arriving at work too early, would only result in added burdens. Ever since the diligent Xian Hui had taken charge of their breakfasts, she had been delivering a variety of delightful pastries to the villa, showcasing her thoughtfulness. Consequently, Yi Chen intended to visit and express his gratitude, while also checking if Xian Hui needed any assistance. However, before he could reach Xian Hui's stall, he heard a commotion from a distance. Several nearby proprietors, who harbored disdain for Xian Hui, were stifling their laughter, as if they had stumbled upon some amusement. As Yi Chen approached, he suddenly witnessed a man verbally assaulting Xian Hui's stall, hurling insults and smashing items. He knocked over her steamer, yet no one dared to intervene. This scene enraged Yi Chen. A burly man was bullying a poor woman, demonstrating a lamentable decline in societal morals. Without hesitation, he charged into the crowd, shoving the onlookers aside. Xian Hui instantly recognized Yi Chen as he rushed toward her, and upon seeing his concerned expression, her pent-up grievances overflowed. She flung herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her face, stirring deep compassion within Yi Chen. What transpired? He pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe her tears while gently inquiring about the man's motives for such cruelty. Xian Hui sobbed, struggling for breath. Before she could respond, the man who had appended her stall shouted, "Ha! No wonder you have no money for me. You've been here flirting with a gigolo. I see your lover is well dressed. He must not be a pauper. So, why are you pretending to be broke? Hand over the money." Hearing this, Xian Hui felt a surge of frustration and urgency. Mr. Yi is merely a kind-hearted customer. If it weren't for him purchasing so many breakfasts, My grandmother wouldn't even be able to afford hospital care. The man scoffed. So you can afford to treat that old hag but not me? You won't cry until you see the coffin. He raised a chair again to hurl it at Xianhui. Witnessing this blatant act of aggression, Yichen could no longer stand idly by. With a resounding crash, the chair struck the man, eliciting a cry of pain. You little brat. How dare you lay hands on me? The man retaliated, but Yichen stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to his knee. With a thud, the man collapsed. Groaning in agony, Yichen, still unsatisfied, elbowed the man's back forcefully, prompting another anguished scream as the man fell flat on the ground. Seeing him unable to rise, Yichen clapped his hands and crossed his arms, taunting, "What's wrong? Why aren't you getting back up to fight? You were so brazen when bullying a defenseless woman. Yet now you realize you've bitten off more than you can chew?" The man, filled with resentment, found himself powerless against Yichen. His body felt as if every bone had been shattered, and even lifting his arms was a Herculean effort, let alone retaliating. Xianhui, touched by Yi Chen's intervention, wept uncontrollably, as if all her pent-up frustrations had finally found release. "Stop crying. This scoundrel isn't worth your tears. What is it that he demands from you?" Yi Chen asked, his heart aching for her. Unable to articulate her feelings, Xianhui bit her lip and sobbed anew. The man, now slightly recovering, sneered, "I am her husband, so naturally, I am entitled to the household allowance." Yi Chen scoffed, "How shameless. It is common for men to provide for women, yet you dare to demand money from her." With that, Yi Chen delivered a fierce kick to the man's face, leaving a bloody mark and knocking out a tooth, but the man remained obstinate. "You think it's any of your business? Our domestic affairs are not for you to meddle in. As long as we are not divorced, you won't take her from me." He spat, gritting his teeth in defiance. Yi Chen clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his indignation. "Do you think everyone is as sordid as you? I have never harbored any improper thoughts toward the landlady." Turning back to Xianhui, he asked, "How could you marry such a useless man? Why not simply divorce him?" Tears streaming down her face, Xianhui replied, "I wish to divorce him, but that wretched man refuses to agree. I thought I could escape by starting anew here, yet he found me. As soon as he did, he began demanding money. When I said I had none, he beat me and overturned my stall. What sins have I committed to deserve such a wretched fate?" Xianhui was at the brink of despair, crying uncontrollably. "You vile woman, how dare you call me a scoundrel? You've been out with this gigolo." Before the man could finish, Yi Chen lunged forward and slapped him again, demanding, "Control your tongue. Do not presume to say that I am not her lover. Even if I were, it is not for you to dictate. With your utter lack of masculinity, your failure to assume responsibility, what right do you have to raise your voice here?" At this moment, Yi Chen's expression was dark and foreboding. Not only the man before him, but even the onlookers were trembling in fear, retreating in dismay. In truth, Yi Chen was struggling to maintain his composure. He had been enduring a turbulent period, beset by inner demons that made him irritable, coupled with the earlier exertion to assist Liu Benwei in restoring his health. His vital energy had been significantly depleted, leaving his internal power precariously unstable. Encountering such a shameless scoundrel only served to further agitate him. Once his anger erupted, it would be challenging to contain. Had he not been exerting extreme self-control, he might have struck this man down without hesitation. Yet, this wretched fellow remained oblivious to his peril, defiantly provoking Yi Chen time and again, which reignited the barely suppressed flames of his rage. Though the man had grown accustomed to a life of impunity, after enduring several rounds of Yi Chen's discipline, he could not help but feel a flicker of apprehension. Especially upon witnessing Yi Chen's increasingly menacing demeanor, the man's heart raced with trepidation. However, at that moment, he realized it was perhaps too late. Yi Chen's inner turmoil had manifested into a grimace that was anything but benign. Yi Chen seized the man's collar, pulling him closer and declaring, "Do you truly believe that there are no laws in this world? Do you think that by marrying this woman, you have claimed her life as your own to manipulate at will? Let me assure you, encountering me today is akin to striking iron. I typically refrain from action, but when I do, it is nothing short of remarkable. Now tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Would you prefer to remain whole?" Chapter 81. The Good Samaritan card arrives. The man gazed at Yi Chen, whose expression was as fearsome as a demon, and understood that this was no jest. Yi Chen genuinely intended to take his life, causing him to tremble in terror. "You must not be so reckless. I am this wretched woman's husband. What right does a gigolo like you have to threaten me?"
Bang, bang, bang.
Yi Chen had lost all patience for the man's futile justifications. He grasped the man's arm and, with the ease of discarding a sandbag, slammed him to the ground repeatedly with resounding thuds. The onlookers watched in horror as Yi Chen's strength tore the man's arm from its socket, his face and body repeatedly crashing against the ground. Blood spewing from his mouth, reduced to a state of near unconsciousness. Xianhui, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with fear. Though she harbored resentment towards her husband, should Yi Chen truly kill him today, it would complicate matters immensely. Realizing this, Xianhui rushed to Yi Chen's side and fell to her knees, pleading, "Kind sir, please spare him. Though this beast deserves no pity, if you were to suffer legal repercussions for his actions, it would be an even greater injustice." The man lay on the brink of death, rolling his eyes back, unable to utter a word, merely shivering on the ground. With Xian Hui's intercession, Yi Chen regained a modicum of reason. He retracted his menacing expression, exhaling a long breath, and then clapped his hands together, stating, "Very well.
Today,
In consideration of the lady's plea, I shall grant you a reprieve. From this day forward, you are to keep your distance. Do not dare to appear near the street again, nor pursue the lady. Should I encounter you again, be prepared to meet your maker." Yi Chen issued the threat with a fierce resolve and turned away, tending to Xian Hui's belongings. The man, struggling to prop himself up, finally managed to rise from the ground. Before departing, he glared at Yi Chen's back, shot a resentful glance at Xian Hui, and then hobbled away, seething with indignation. Once the man had left, the crowd dispersed, and the street gradually returned to tranquility. Yi Chen assisted Xian Hui in organizing her items, finding solace in the act of tidying up. "All is in order. That scoundrel should think twice before troubling you again. Here is my contact information. Should he cause any further disturbances, call me, and I shall come at once." As Yi Chen wrote his phone number in a nearby notebook, signing his name, Xian Hui exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Yi, you are truly wonderful. Had you not fortuitously passed by today, I shudder to think of what might have befallen me. I hope you do not blame me for my impulsive interference that brought you trouble. It was merely a small act on my part." At this moment, Yi Chen had completely reverted to his courteous demeanor, in stark contrast to the fearsome figure he had just been. While Xian Hui felt a twinge of confusion at this sudden shift, she refrained from questioning further. "Why would I ever hold you accountable? It was I who insisted on marrying this beast, and ultimately, I brought this upon myself. I am merely sorry that you have been dragged into this mess and exposed to their slander." Yi Chen shook his head dismissively, responding lightly, "Do not speak like that. Those individuals are simply idle troublemakers. Their words should not weigh on your heart. Do you still have any money?" Yi Chen observed the scattered flour and recognized that Xian Hui had suffered a considerable loss. To revitalize her small business, she would undoubtedly need several thousand yuan. Upon hearing this, Xian Hui's tears flowed more freely. "After settling my grandmother's hospital bills, I had only a few hundred left, but that scoundrel stole my money box. Not only that, but he also wrecked my stall to this extent. I fear I won't even be able to set up tomorrow." Xian Hui's lament was not intended to elicit pity from Yi Chen, but rather stemmed from the anguish of seeing her hard-earned efforts vanish overnight. Yi Chen empathized deeply with her plight. Perhaps for the affluent, several thousand yuan might seem trivial, yet for Xian Hui, it represented countless days and nights of toil. A struggle only she could truly fathom.
do not weep.
With your resilience and determination, you will surely rise again. I still have some resources.
No.
Mr. Yi, please do not assist me further. You already purchased so many of my breakfast items last time. I doubt I could finish them all at once. Today, you have also driven away that wretched man. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If you were to give me more money, how could I ever repay such kindness?" Though Xian Hui was impoverished, her spirit remained unbroken. Helping you once is a matter of kindness. Helping you twice is a matter of duty. However, if I were to repeatedly seek your assistance, that would be rather shameless. Yi Chen understood that Xian Hui was a proud woman. If he simply offered her money, she would likely feel a sense of indebtedness that would bruise her pride. However, in her current state of desperation, with no one to turn to and her grandmother hospitalized, how could she overcome this obstacle without external support? Concerned for her well-being, Yi Chen spoke again. "Xian Hui, I recognize your reluctance to trouble me. However, if you wish to rebuild, you cannot do so without funds. You know I reside in the villa area nearby. I am somewhat affluent, at least more so than you." Yi Chen spoke earnestly, genuinely wishing to assist Xian Hui while being mindful of her pride. After persistent persuasion, Xian Hui finally spoke up. "Mr. Yi, I do not wish to appear shameless, but I find myself truly at a loss." "All right, no need to elaborate. Here, take this." Yi Chen retrieved a check from his pocket, glanced at the figure written on it, and ultimately handed over the 50,000 yuan check provided by Wu Hang to the woman. "You should cash this check. Keep the remaining amount for yourself. Whenever I need it, I will come to collect." Having never encountered a check before, Xian Hui examined the amount, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. This is far too much. I cannot accept this. Even if I had 5,000 yuan, I could manage the shop quite well. Truly, I do not require such a sum. Oh, just take it. I have no smaller denomination checks available. Otherwise, I would have to make a trip to the bank myself. Consider it a way for me to save some trouble. Just hold on to it for now. As for the excess, I will retrieve it from you in a few days when I pass by. You frequently deliver breakfast to the villa, so I have no concerns about you absconding with the funds." One must acknowledge Yi Chen's remarkable trust. Xian Hui realized that relying solely on selling breakfast, it would take her years to amass such a significant sum. Had it been someone with a darker heart, they might have indeed absconded with the money, disregarding any small shop. "Mr. Yi, your trust in me leaves me speechless. Rest assured, I will not flee with the money. Once I have cashed this check, I will ensure that the surplus is securely set aside for you. Not a single cent will be touched." Having fortuitously done a good deed, Yi Chen's spirits lifted, and the remnants of his previous anger dissipated. Watching Yi Chen depart, Xian Hui silently bowed. What merit had she to encounter such a considerate individual? Truly a testament that the heavens do not forsake those in need.